A cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed in Chu Yi's mind, and in the minds of the 7 billion people around the world at the same time. Warning! According to the Ultimate Civilization scan, in 5 years, an alien species codenamed Reaper will invade. At that time, 99% of Blue Star's creatures will perish, and living beings will suffer. The voice seemed like a divine judgment from the heavens, solemn and indifferent, instantly plunging the entire world into silence. Fear spread like an invisible plague, sweeping every corner of the globe in just a few seconds. However, before humanity could react to this apocalyptic warning, the voice sounded again, but with an eerie twist. A way out appears. The National Fortune Marriage Game, activate. Each country will randomly select one lucky person to represent their civilization and participate in the civilization's continuation marriage game. Congratulations to the lucky one of the Yanhuang civilization, Chu Yi. Chu Yi suddenly opened his eyes, realizing that he was no longer in his familiar rented room. This was a strange room, simple yet fully equipped. There was a bedroom, living room, kitchen, and bathroom, all complete, with a cold metallic feel. The most striking thing was the door on the living room wall, which was out of place, radiating a faint pink glow. Before he could think further, a flood of information surged into his mind once more. Random marriage, marry with billions of races across the vast universes, becoming partners. The situation is unknown, danger and opportunity coexist. After entering, you may encounter life-threatening danger, or you may gain fortune and soar to greatness. The race and identity of your marriage partner are completely random. But it can be guaranteed that the partner will have reproductive capabilities and possess intelligence. After a successful marriage, if you refuse your partner's request, you will likely anger them, and the consequences are your own responsibility. The rules stamped themselves into Chu Yi's mind like a steel brand. 1. Your home starts with a house. Step out of the pink door to enter the marriage space. 2. The player will go through 3 stages: wedding night, pregnancy, and childbirth. Civilization will receive stage rewards based on marriage progress. 3. After the player's death, their civilization will face targeted punishment. 4. During the beginner protection period, the game will provide the player with daily food and water. 5. In the marriage space, 10 random boxes will refresh daily, including 3 marriage boxes. 6. During the beginner period, the player must open at least 3 random boxes daily, and within 3 days must choose a marriage box. Otherwise, you will be eliminated for slacking off. Reminder: marriage is not a game, please treat it seriously. Your partner will be your wise helper as you grow. Please cherish and care for them. This process will be live-streamed, and all players' civilizations can watch. Inappropriate scenes will be automatically blocked. But once the information was received, Chu Yi stood still, not moving for a long time. Marrying with billions of races across the vast universes? Scenes of beautiful images suddenly flashed uncontrollably in his mind. Under the moonlight, a pure and noble elven queen gently strummed a harp for him. In the forest, a fox girl with furry beast ears smiled coyly at him. In a castle, a hot-bodied succubus queen offered him sweet wine. Hiss. This isn't survival in an apocalypse, this is clearly heaven. However, before the excitement could last 3 seconds, Chu Yi's expression froze. He suddenly shivered, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. No. The rules said, the race and identity are completely random. Elves and beast-eared girls are indeed beautiful, but in the vast multiverse, there are not just creatures that fit human aesthetic. What if the marriage box contained a queen alien, 8 meters tall, weighing 8 tons, covered in chitinous armor, with jaws dripping with acidic slime? Or perhaps it was an undulating, tentacle-covered creature with eyes scattered across its body? The rules also said, guaranteed reproductive capabilities and intelligence. The thought of marrying and having children with something like that. I just can't. Chu Yi cursed instinctively, then immediately shook his head frantically. No, no, no. I can't do it. I'd rather die than do it. Refusing a marriage proposal would also anger the other party, and the consequences would be on me. This is not a national destiny marriage, this is damn national destiny gambling with life. If I lose the gamble, not only will I lose my own life, but the entire Yanhuang civilization will also suffer. The huge pressure and the fear of the unknown made Chu Yi's face instantly turn pale. Just as his mind was in turmoil and his limbs went cold, a completely different voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The more children, more blessings system has successfully started. Detection of the current environment and host's core needs, main function activated. Information retrieval. Information retrieval can retrieve detailed information on items and creatures in blind boxes, and provide risk and reward assessments. Chu Yi was completely stunned. A system? This isn't the feature built into the National Destiny marriage game. This is my golden finger? After a brief moment of shock, a wave of wild joy instantly swept away all the fear and anxiety, rushing straight to the top of his head. Information retrieval. Ha 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 ha. Information retrieval. In this unknown marriage space, what is the greatest fear? Isn't it the unknown? Opening a blind box is like stepping on a landmine. Who knows if the next one will blow you to smithereens? But now, he has the ability to retrieve information. This means that all the blind boxes in front of him will be transparent. Which one is a resource, which one is a trap, which marriage partner is an elf dominatrix, and which is an abyssal couch potato, he can see clearly. The fear caused by the unknown disappears completely. This is not just like a fish in water, this is like starting with a cheat that gives you X-ray vision. Chu Yi was so excited that his heart was racing, and his cheeks flushed red from the blood rushing to his face. He clenched his fists, and the confusion and fear in his eyes vanished, replaced by an unprecedented heat and ambition. He no longer hesitated and strode boldly toward that pink door, pushing it open. Meanwhile, in the real world, the world erupted in chaos. When that divine-like voice fell, and when everyone discovered that a silver shield mark had appeared on their wrist, arm, or neck, which could be controlled with their thoughts, the world completely broke down. With a thought, a virtual light curtain would appear before their eyes. On the light curtain, they could clearly see the live streams of contestants from various countries. Yenhuang, Free Federation, Sakura, Sun Never Sets, Gallia, contestants from all countries appeared on their respective live channels. Countless people flooded into the official Yenhuang Civilization livestream, and the bullet comments instantly flooded the entire screen like a burst dam. Holy crap! Holy crap! Is this real? An invasion of alien species? 5 years? I'm so dumb, just messing around, and now the apocalypse is here? National destiny marriage? Even God can't stand us being single anymore, so now he's cross-world matchmaking us? Ha ha ha, this is interesting. Don't panic upstairs, maybe this is a good thing? At first, many people were still watching it like they were watching a show, and some internet guides even began to cause trouble. Alien species? General, please this way. I'll guide you. I can speak 8 foreign languages and I'm fluent in Blue Star geography, absolutely an excellent translator. My specialties, I can farm, raise pigs, and even sing and dance rap. Not sure which version the harvester prefers. These eye-catching bullet comments instantly drew the anger of countless people. But soon, when the cold rules appeared clearly on the livestream, no one could laugh anymore. When a player dies, their civilization will face targeted punishment. This rule was like a cold bucket of water, extinguishing everyone's lucky thoughts. This is not a game. This is a high-stakes gamble tied to the fate of an entire country, an entire civilization. The atmosphere in the livestream instantly turned heavy. It's over, this is serious now. Who is our Yenhuang contestant? Is he reliable? His name is Chu Yi? Never heard of him. Is he just an ordinary person? Please, don't let him be a coward. Quick, look. The Free Federation's contestant is a Marine Corps captain, Sakura's contestant is a swordsmanship master, and the Sun Never Sets Empire's contestant is a royal family member. And ours. Countless Yenhuang citizens' hearts were in their throats. They anxiously stared at the screen, watching the young man named Chu Yi. And more discussions focused on the infinitely imaginative matchmaking object. Brothers, I'm not asking for much, just give me a cat ear girl, the soft, cute kind. That's too small a vision. Go all the way. A cold, elegant elf queen. Imagine, the child born will be half elf. Just think about it. You guys are so shallow. All I want is a normal one, someone I can talk to. What if it's a Cthulhu-type girlfriend? I can't even imagine that scene. Despise all of you drooling. But I agree. Amidst the global audience's chatter and worries, they saw Chu Yi, in the screen, after a brief panic, suddenly turn his gaze sharp, and decisively push open the pink door. At that moment, the hearts of all Yenhuang viewers leaped into their throats. What's behind the door? As soon as Chu Yi passed through the pink light door, he felt a flash before his eyes. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing in the midst of a vast and empty starry sky. Beneath his feet was a transparent crystal floor, above his head a flowing, dazzling river of stars, and all around him was endless darkness. And directly in front of him floated 13 boxes, each radiating a different light. 10 of them were white, with the word random written on them. 3 were pink, with a heart drawn on them, and the word matchmaking written above. Chapter 2, Global Livestream, Brother of Three's Sacrifice. Chu Yi stood still, not rushing towards the blind boxes immediately. His gaze was calm as water, quickly scanning over the 13 boxes in front of him. 10 white, 3 pink. This was exactly in line with the rules given by the system in his mind. In the matchmaking space, 10 random blind boxes will refresh every day, along with 3 matchmaking blind boxes. During the beginner phase, you must open at least 3 random blind boxes daily, and choose a matchmaking blind box within 3 days, or you'll be eliminated for slacking. The rules were clear, but so were the traps. The word random itself represented extreme risk. At this moment, in the official livestream of the Yenhuang Civilization, the audience was almost jumping out of their seats. Come on. Chu Yi. Move already. What are you standing there for? Are you scared, stupid? This is a weak mentality. Don't shout from the front. If you're so capable, go ahead and do it yourself. Didn't you see the rules? If you open the wrong one, you'll die. Be careful, there's no harm in that. Exactly, our Yanhuang contestant is all about steady. Unlike other countries, jumping around like monkeys. The barrage of comments rolled rapidly, with endless debates. Chu Yi's calmness, in some people's eyes, was steady, while in others, it became weakness and hesitation. Especially when the contestants from other countries were already starting to make moves, the urgency of the prompts became even stronger. The Free Federation's contestant, a Marine Corps captain named Jack, had already started to move around the blind boxes, making tactical evasive moves, like he was checking for bombs. The Sakura Kingdom's swordsmanship master was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, seemingly sensing something with a mental force. At this moment, a bold, red barrage streaked across the screen, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Quick, go check out Brother A3's livestream. That guy is about to open the matchmaking blind box. The first brave soul to take the plunge. Boom. The entire Yanhuang livestream's viewership dropped by more than half, as everyone rushed to the neighboring A3 country's channel. Chu Yi noticed this message as well. He thought for a moment, and the scene in front of him switched. This was also a feature of the matchmaking game. The player can briefly watch other contestants' live streams, but there are time and frequency limits each day. In the screen, a dark-skinned man with a signature big beard, named Asan, is rubbing his hands with a flushed face, staring intensely at the three pink matchmaking blind boxes. His gaze is filled with primal and blunt desire. God. Thank you. You've sent me a fairy. He mutters, and since entering this space, he hasn't remembered a single complicated rule, except the phrase, become a partner. In his simple understanding, this means getting a wife. And not just one. 3. He can choose. The next second, under the dumbfounded gaze of global viewers, Asan opens his arms, trying to embrace all three pink matchmaking blind boxes at once, wanting to open them together. I didn't see wrong, right? What's he trying to do? Wants them all? This guy, he can't be an idiot, right? The rule says, choosing the matchmaking blind box is a single-choice question. Don't harshly criticize, maybe he's running an experiment for us. What if he really can open them together and directly discover a version bug, becoming a legend? Not only the Yanhuang audience but even the people of Asan's own country felt their faces burn, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. But more than that, there's a sick excitement. After all, this is humanity's first time opening a matchmaking blind box, and regardless of the result, it will go down in history. Do Long Ton, what the audience calls Asan, realized he couldn't move all three blind boxes at once, and his excitement quickly turned to disappointment, even turning into frustration and anger. He gave up the unrealistic idea, roared, and punched the nearest pink blind box. Open, damn it. V-room. The blind box opened with a loud sound, and pink light soared into the sky. Almost simultaneously, a portal appeared. Without hesitation, Asan rushed into it. Unlike the soft spring-like air in the matchmaking space, the air inside the portal is humid, stuffy, with a strong earthy and decaying plant smell. The ground is a muddy, bubbling black swamp. A cold, mechanical voice rang out across all global live streams. Congratulations to Asan's contestant Do Long Ton, who has opened a matchmaking blind box and can form a partnership with the Crocodile Queen, Elfreda. Crocodile Queen? Upon hearing this name, many people in Asan's livestream suddenly got excited. Crocodile Queen. Is she the same one from the movie? The stunningly beautiful queen? With a hot body and can transform. It must be. The gods are being clear. Do Long Ton is about to have great luck. Do Long Ton himself was stunned, and then, a light, pleasant voice, like it could penetrate the soul of a girl, gently sounded in his ear. The voice carried the anticipation of a first meeting, a hint of curiosity, and an unhidden joy. God has connected us. Nice to meet you, my name is Elfreda. As soon as the voice appeared, the global livestream completely exploded. Damn. This voice. My bones are weak. Voice actors are monsters. Just listening to this voice, she must be an unrivaled beauty. Damn it. Why is it this Asan? I can't accept this. I'm jealous. I've turned into a lemon. Do Long Ton was trembling with excitement, a pig-like grin appeared on his lecherous face, and his saliva nearly dripped down. He now had only one thought in his mind, immediately, right now, to do something unspeakable with this queen. That's right. It's me. My little darling, where are you? Come out and let your husband see you. He laughed lecherously while eagerly looking around the edge of the swamp. In the livestream, countless people were cursing him as disgusting while also burning with jealousy. However, he didn't notice at all that the swamp in front of him started to violently churn. Splash! A faint sound of water was heard, followed by a massive shadow suddenly emerged from the murky water. A giant head broke through the surface of the water. At this moment, the smile on Do Longtong's face instantly froze. 7 billion people around the world, at the same time, collectively fell silent. In front of the screen, countless faces of envy and jealousy turned into dazedness and horror. Because what appeared from the swamp was not some peerless beauty, but a prehistoric monster, a creature that was absolutely more than 3 meters long, maybe even 4 or 5 meters. Its hideous head was bigger than a water buffalo's, covered with lumps and horn-like protrusions. Its yellow, reptilian, vertical pupils coldly stared at Do Longtong. The mouth slightly opened, revealing tightly packed, dagger-like, pale fangs, and foul-smelling saliva dripped from the gaps between the teeth, corroding the swamp and releasing sizzling white smoke. Its body was covered with thick, armor-like dark green scales, each shimmering with a hard metallic sheen, still stained with dried blood and fragments of unknown creatures. This is the crocodile queen? A strange species, looks really fragile. Elfrida, observing the stunned Do Longtong, still spoke with her sweet and ethereal voice. But, for the continuation of the species, I have no objections. Do Longtong went mad. You have no objections? I do. Marrying something like this? I'd rather die. However, after just a moment of panic, the expression on his face slowly turned from fear to a cautious, tentative approach. Why you won't eat me, will you? Elfrida tilted her giant head, seemingly puzzled, and gently replied, why would I eat you? From now on, you are my most precious husband. Hearing the word husband, a strange light actually flickered in Do Longtong's eyes. The viewers in the live stream were once again stunned. No way? This guy, is he really this brave? This is a crocodile. A real crocodile. He can't really want to. I can't even imagine. Clearly, they had underestimated the desires of an A3 citizen, even if the partner was from another species. Do Longtong swallowed, and a smile even more twisted than crying slowly emerged on his face. And so, the next second, the screens of all viewers watching the A3 country's livestream suddenly went black. A line of cold, white text appeared in the center of the screen. A 3-country contestant Do Longtong is currently participating in a marriage ceremony with the crocodile queen Elfrida. The following footage is not suitable for broadcast, and the system will automatically block it. The entire world fell into a long silence, lasting several dozen seconds. Everyone was still immersed in the shocking images and results from just now, unable to come to their senses. Finally, in Chu Yi's livestream, the chat, which had been silent for a long time, slowly floated a line. The tone was incredibly difficult and heavy. The A3 country contestant's spirit of sacrifice is something we should learn from. Chu Yi, good luck. The black screen in the A3 country's livestream was like a heavy tombstone, pressing down on the hearts of 7 billion viewers worldwide. Chu Yi's gaze also stayed on the pure black screen, and the joy he originally felt from the golden finger was now doused with a bucket of ice water, leaving only strands of coldness. He suddenly realized a problem that was more terrifying than death. The core of this game is marriage and reproduction. Death is merely the end of a single contestant, plus a targeted punishment for their civilization. But what if the marriage is successful? To reproduce with a 5-meter-long prehistoric giant crocodile? What would their offspring be like? If he didn't have the system, just randomly opening a blind box could result in an alien queen or abyssal matron. The thought alone made Chu Yi feel his DNA screaming in agony. Other people's risk is not knowing whether the tiger on the mountain is. It is still a moving mountain of meat, covered with tentacles. And the risk for myself, however, is to face it head-on. Damn it. Don't match me with a dog-headed man. Just as global audiences were still discussing Brother A's sacrifice, wondering whether he was alive or dead, just 3 or 4 minutes later, the dark screen suddenly lit up again. The image was still that muddy swamp. But by the swamp, there was no sign of Brother A. Instead, there was the crocodile queen, Elfrida, lying contentedly by the shore, her massive head resting on her forepaws, as if taking a nap. Her thick scales seemed even more shiny and polished than before. Everyone thought Brother A had been eaten, but upon closer inspection, they realized that Brother A was right behind the crocodile queen, only blocked by her enormous body. Then, a line of golden, festive subtitles appeared on the screens of all global livestreams. Due to the marriage of player Do Longtong from the A3 kingdom to the crocodile queen Elfrida, all the world celebrates, and a marriage reward is given to the A3 civilization. Reward 1, all crocodile species within the A3 civilization will have their reproduction abilities doubled. Reward 2, the reproductive isolation between humans and crocodiles in the A3 civilization is lifted. Note, only crocodile-human offspring, born through cross-species reproduction, will have full intelligence. Naturally reproduced crocodiles will still be mindless beasts. When forming connections, please be cautious. Dead silence. After a long silence, there was an eruption of astonishment like a volcanic explosion. The bullet screens in all global livestreams went completely crazy at that moment. What the hell? What the hell, hell? What is this hellish reward? Lift the reproductive isolation? And it's with a crocodile? Brother A, what the hell did you do? Only cross-species will have intelligence. So in the future, A3's crocodiles might attack humans, not necessarily to eat them, but maybe I can't even imagine. Too vivid. Good heavens, others are evolving, but A3 is directly ascending species. In the future, when bathing in the Ganges, you might suddenly become a father. Upstairs, something's off with you. But why do I feel like what you said makes so much sense? I declare, from today on, the A3 civilization will officially change its name to Crocodile Overlord Civilization. In the future, when traveling to A3, the necessary skill isn't to defend against theft or robbery, it's to defend against crocodiles. Taijun, come this way, the Ganges is up ahead, and the girls in there are all beautiful. The whole world was celebrating, using the most vicious and funniest jokes, wildly mocking this nation that had just received the god's blessing. But the people of the A3 kingdom could not laugh at this moment. They too like seeking partners, but that must be a human. Now, not only do their crocodiles have doubled reproduction rates, but they can also have children with humans. The key is, even the wild, brainless crocodiles will follow their instincts. Just thinking about those bloodthirsty jaws. Countless A3 citizens turned ashen, feeling that the future was dark and hopeless. Splash. The popularity in the Yanhuang livestream room instantly surged back, as countless viewers, who had just gone to watch the spectacle, returned with faces full of surviving a disaster and lingering fear. The bullet screens, too, shifted from urging and watching for fun to heartfelt worries and warnings. Chu Yi. My good brother. Please hold on. We'd rather not start it than open it recklessly. Who the hell can endure this reward? It's terrifying. The bloodline of the descendants of Yen and Huang must never be polluted by something like this. Now I understand you, brother, just stay there and stand until the end, we'll support you. Please don't do what Brother Ray did. I take back what I said about you being scared, I apologize. This isn't marriage, it's clearly genetic pollution. It's a gamble that can't be taken, really can't be taken. Chu Yi looked at these bullet screens, his heart filled with fear. He took a deep breath, just about to activate the system, ready to explore the 3 pink matchmaking mystery boxes. Brothers. The Sakura country contestant has chosen a matchmaking mystery box. Another message popped up. Chu Yi paused his movement, immediately switching his focus to the Sakura country livestream. In the livestream, countless Yen Huang viewers could not wait for him to switch and flooded in early, while the Yen country livestream was filled with speechless complaints. Big brother, watching again? It's your turn now. If you keep watching, the yellow flowers will be cold. I'm done, others are contestants, and Chu Yi is an audience member, right? A professional watcher for 100 years? You don't understand shit. Chu Yi is doing strategic observation. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. You think everyone is like Brother A-san, they're brain full of mush? Exactly, didn't you see Brother A-san's fate? The more you watch, the more information you get, and you can avoid stepping into a pit. Supporting Chu Yi's steady approach. Coward is coward, stop saving face. In the Sakura country livestream, a man dressed in a black kendo outfit, with a tall figure and a stern face, was sitting cross-legged in front of a bunch of mystery boxes. His name is Yamamoto Bu, one of the most renowned kendo masters in Sakura country today. Since entering this space, he had been meditating, trying to see the heavenly secrets with his inner eye. After witnessing Brother A-san's miserable fate and the civilization-destroying level of rewards, Yamamoto Bu's heart had shaken intensely. He had also thought about whether to open a few white random mystery boxes first, perhaps to get some self-defense or useful items. But after thinking again, as a samurai, his greatest mission was to serve the country. Matchmaking was the core of the rules. It was the only way to continue the civilization's legacy. Escaping was not what a samurai would do. He suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with determination. He firmly believed that he would definitely receive the guidance of Amaterasu Amikami. After his divine revelation, Yamamoto Bu stood up and walked without hesitation to the furthest right pink matchmaking mystery box, reaching out and pressing it. For Sakura. I will never turn back. He shouted loudly, filled with the tragic heroism of the samurai spirit. However, the moment his hand touched the mystery box, a cold mechanical voice echoed through the livestream. Congratulations to the Sakura country contestant Yamamoto Bu, you have opened a matchmaking mystery box and may become a partner with a female Mantis tribe member Chi. Mantis, tribe? The stern expression on Yamamoto Bu's face instantly cracked. The foot he had prepared to step into the portal stopped mid-air. This brief hesitation immediately ignited the fury of the Sakura Country livestream viewers. Baka! Yamamoto-kun! What are you hesitating for? It's just a mantis. Can it really stop you from serving the country? Where is your samurai spirit? The future of the Sakura people rests on you. Show your resolve. Even that lowly A-san can do it. You, as a noble samurai, are you worse than him? You are not worthy of being a child of Amaterasu Amikami. The people's angry curses felt like loud slaps across Yamamoto-bu's face. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the last trace of hesitation was gone, replaced by a dead gray. Yes, even a san can do it. What reason do I have to retreat? But, the reward. Please don't let it be that we have to have children with mantises, that would be too much of a challenge. He stopped thinking more about it and, with a determination to die, stepped into the portal. The scene in front of him changed suddenly. It was a forest made up of giant green plants. The air was humid and fresh, filled with the fragrance of plants. The ground beneath his feet was soft, made of fallen leaves and moss, like a carpet. The environment did not seem dangerous. Yamamoto-bu gripped the hilt of his samurai sword and cautiously scanned his surroundings, calling out in a low voice, "Miss Ji. I am Yamamoto-bu, here to fulfill the appointment." As soon as his voice fell, whoosh! A sharp sound of air being sliced came from above his head. Yamamoto-bu quickly looked up. Above him, beneath the leaves of a giant fern, a figure hung upside down. It was a creature, entirely emerald green, over 1 meter long, with flowing muscle lines. It had sickle-like, razor-sharp forelimbs, a triangular head that could rotate flexibly, and a pair of massive compound eyes, made of countless tiny lattices, occupying half of its head. At this moment, those enormous compound eyes remained still, reflecting the small, terrified figure of Yamamoto Takeshi. Chapter 4, The Samurai's Collapse, The Mantis's Judgment. In the live stream of Sakura Country, Yamamoto Takeshi's fingers, gripping the hilt of his sword, turned pale from the force. He stared fixedly at the upside-down, emerald-green creature above him. It wasn't some legendary mantis maiden, nor some creature that could turn into a human form. It was simply a mantis, a giant insect enlarged by dozens of times, filled with the cold, primal aura of biological slaughter. Just as the global audience thought Yamamoto Takeshi would sacrifice himself for the country like Brother Asan, a crisp, slightly heroic female voice rang out in the forest, spreading through the live stream to the world. You are the companion bestowed upon me by the gods? The voice was pleasant, clear, and crisp, like a cheerful older sister next door. But when Yamamoto Takeshi looked up and saw those giant, emotionless compound eyes and the constantly swiveling triangular head, his stomach churned violently. You look really fragile, the mantis-chi continued communicating telepathically, its voice filled with undisguised disdain. You seem like you would fall over with just a gust of wind. Why would the gods pair me with such a weak male? Its two side-like forelimbs gently rubbed together, making a sharp clang sound like metal striking metal. But whatever, since it is the will of the gods, I will accept it. I will train you well. Our mantis males cannot be so weak and fragile. Training? How would you train me? With your side-like limbs that can slice through steel, would you give me a massage? Yamamoto Takeshi's mind buzzed. He thought of Brother Asan, remembered the fetid swamp, the crocodile queen larger than a truck, and that hellish reward that nearly led to the extinction of a nation. Now, it was his turn. A giant mantis. In some species' habits, female mantises will eat the male after mating. Just thinking of that scene made Yamamoto Takeshi feel as though his body were being torn apart, a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. In his mind, the samurai spirit and thoughts of loyalty to the country fought against the most primal fear and disgust of all living things. In the Sakura Country livestream, the bullet comments had gone wild. Yamamoto-kun. What are you waiting for? This is a divine gift of a marriage. Although the appearance is a bit strange, the voice sounds really nice. And it seems very strong. This is definitely a high-quality marriage partner. Exactly. That lowly Asan was able to be with a crocodile, yet you, the greatest samurai of the great Sakura Empire, are going to hesitate? Show your resolve. For Sakura. Yamamoto-kun. Go! The national pressure and encouragement felt like burning iron needles stabbing into Yamamoto Takeshi's heart. He looked at the bullet comments scrolling on the screen, then looked up again at the giant mantis. His expression changed countless times in just a few seconds. Determination, resolution, confusion, fear, disgust, anger. Finally, all emotions converged into a hysterical collapse. Why me? Yamamoto Takeshi suddenly screamed a heart-wrenching roar toward the sky. Why is it me? Why do I have to be with this monster? He pointed at the mantis-chi above him, his voice shrill and sharp due to his agitation. Did you see that? This is a bug. A huge bug. You want me to marry it? You want me to have children with it? You bunch of assholes sitting at home, tapping on your keyboards. Do you know anything? Bushido? Loyalty to the country? To hell with your Bushido. I'm done. Yamamoto Takeshi's sanity completely shattered under the immense fear and pressure. He cursed madly, cursing this damned national fate game, cursing the citizens forcing him, and cursing the disgusting fiancé in front of him. The entire Sakura Country live stream room instantly fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned by Yamamoto Takeshi's sudden outburst. And the hanging praying mantis key, its massive triangular head tilted, as if trying to understand the meaning of Yamamoto Takeshi's words. Its mental voice sounded again, but this time, the heroic tone carried a distinct coldness. Weak male, are you rejecting the will of the gods? I reject your mother. Yamamoto Takeshi had completely lost it. He roared with all his might, who would want to become partners with a monster like you, neither human nor ghost? Dream on. Is that so? The voice of the mantis key turned ice cold, no longer carrying the earlier tone of disdain and resignation, only pure killing intent. If that's the case, then forget it. Its enormous compound eyes reflected Yamamoto Takeshi's face, twisted with anger and fear. But, for going against the will of the gods, you must pay the price. Price? I'll slaughter you first, you monster. Yamamoto Takeshi shouted in fury, his pride as a swordsmanship master fully ignited at that moment. He drew his samurai sword with a clang. The blade gleamed coldly, cutting through the forest with an icy arc. Die! He gripped the sword with both hands, assuming a standard attacking stance, shouting angrily as he prepared to charge. However, he was fast, but Ki was faster. Or rather, in front of Ki, all of Yamamoto Takeshi's movements seemed like slow-motion scenes from a movie. The green figure leaped down from beneath the fern leaves, making no sound at all. In midair, its two forelimbs, like long autumn blades, with a green afterimage, lightly swiped towards Yamamoto Takeshi's direction. Yamamoto Takeshi only saw a flash of green light in front of him. He didn't even have time to react, nor to swing the blade he was so proud of. Crack, a crisp, metallic snapping sound rang out. He looked down and found that the treasured sword in his hand, known for cutting hair into segments, had already snapped in half. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. So fast. This was the last thought that flashed through Yamamoto Takeshi's mind. The next second, he felt his body become weightless, and the world in front of him began to spin. He saw his lower body still standing in place, holding the sword stance. He also saw the huge mantis had landed behind him, one of its scythe-like forelimbs holding a string of red things. What was that? Oh, it's my internal organs. Thud. Yamamoto Takeshi's upper body fell to the ground, and his consciousness completely sank into darkness. The mantis key turned around, looking at the two-segment corpse on the ground, its enormous compound eyes showed no emotion. It stretched out another forelimb, as if picking up a piece of snack, grabbed Yamamoto Takeshi's head, and brought it to its mouthparts. Creak, creak. The crisp sound of chewing echoed in the silent forest, and through the live broadcast, it clearly reached the ears of 7 billion people around the world. The next second. All live streams, whether from Yanhuang or the Free Federation, displayed a line of blood-red subtitles on the screen. Sakura Country player Yamamoto Takeshi refused the marriage proposal, enraged the marriage partner. The text appeared on all screens, dead. Punishment is now descending upon Sakura civilization. Chapter 5, Disaster from the Heavens, The Wailing of Sakura Country. When the line of blood-red text appeared on every screen, the entire world fell silent. Takehiko Yamamoto was dead. He was sliced in half by his partner, the massive praying mantis, as if dealing with trash, and then eaten. In Sakura Country's official livestream, the barrage of comments that had been furiously cursing Yamamoto as a coward and a traitor ceased in an instant. All of Sakura's citizens stared blankly at the glaring dead on the screen, followed by the more heart-shattering sentence, "Punishment is now descending upon Sakura civilization." Punishment. Everyone remembered the reward from Brother Asan. One reward had caused the entire Asan civilization's ecosystem to undergo a dramatic and terrifying transformation. So, what would a clear and definite punishment brought by the death of a contestant be? Fear, like a cold current from the deep sea, instantly flooded the hearts of every citizen of Sakura Country. They didn't even have time to feel sadness or anger over Yamamoto's death, only an endless terror of the unknown punishment. No, it can't be. In Tokyo, in an ordinary apartment, a young office worker slumped on the sofa, murmuring to himself, "This is just a game, right? How could there be a punishment?" His words hadn't finished. Vroom, vroom, vroom. A strange, dense, roaring sound, like a multitude of blowers starting simultaneously, suddenly came from outside the window. He walked to the window in confusion and pulled back the curtains. In the next moment, his pupils shrank suddenly, and the color drained from his face. Outside the window, the sky, he realized, had turned a dull yellow. No, it wasn't yellow. It was a cloud made up of countless small black dots, about the size of sesame seeds. That cloud covered the sky, pressing towards the city center at an extremely fast pace from the horizon's end. As it drew closer, the vroom vroom roar grew louder and sharper, like it could pierce the eardrums. He finally saw clearly. That wasn't a cloud at all. That was a mantis. Countless mantises. Thousands of them. No. Hundreds of millions. Billions. Ah. A blood-curdling scream erupted from his throat. At the same time, in every city, every village, every corner of Sakura country, countless people witnessed the terrifying sight that would haunt them for life. The sky was completely covered by a legion of mantises. The sunlight was completely blocked, and the entire world fell into an eerie twilight. Then, the details of the punishment finally appeared on every livestream across the globe. Punishment: 500 billion predatory mantises descend upon the entire Sakura civilization. Supplementary Note 1, among them, 10,000 giant scythe mantises, with 100 times the size of ordinary ones, as the leaders of the group. Supplementary Note 2, predatory mantises possess extreme aggression and reproductive capabilities, and will launch indiscriminate attacks on all non-similar lifeforms. 500 billion. When this number appeared on the screen, everyone gasped in shock. What does this even mean? Sakura country's total population is just over 100 million, which means each person must face nearly 5,000 mantises. And there are still 10,000 giant beasts. This isn't a punishment, this is a massacre. Quick, shut the windows. Quick, close the doors. Hide. Get to the basement quickly. Where is the military? Where is the self-defense force? Come save us. After a brief silence, the entire Sakura country descended into apocalyptic chaos and panic. Countless screams, cries, and alarm sounds echoed throughout every city. Bang! On the streets of Tokyo, a car driving along the road was smashed flat by a giant creature falling from the sky. It was a giant scythe mantis. Its size was comparable to a double-decker bus, and its emerald green exoskeleton gleamed with metallic shine in the dim light. Its two iconic sickle-like forearms, each longer than a small car, were covered with sharp, jagged teeth. It landed on the ground, its enormous compound eyes sweeping over the scattering, fleeing humans, then suddenly swung its sickles. Swoosh! A green afterimage flashed by, and the glass wall of a nearby office building was instantly sliced open with a massive gash, shards of glass falling like a storm, smashing the unlucky people below into bloody ruin. And there were more of them, those normal-sized predator mantises. They swarmed like locusts, flooding into every corner of the city. They shattered windows, crawling into people's homes. They landed on pedestrians in the streets, biting and tearing with their small, sharp mouths like mad. A girl running on the street was thrown to the ground by dozens of mantises, and within seconds, her shrill screams turned into a chilling crunching sound. In the farmlands, the nearly ripe rice was devoured in an instant. In the forests, birds, beasts, insects, and fish, no matter big or small, became the mantis army's feast. The entire ecosystem of the cherry blossom country suffered a devastating blow within just a few minutes. Fire! Fire! Tanks and armored vehicles of the self-defense force rolled into the streets, machine guns spitting flames, shooting wildly at the endless mantis swarm in the sky. Rows upon rows of mantises were shattered into pieces, falling like rain. But it was useless. There were too many of them. For every 10,000 that died, another 100,000 took their place. And those giant sickle mantises, ordinary bullets only sparked against their hard shells, unable to deal any real damage. A Type 90 main battle tank fired a shell straight at a giant sickle mantis. The shell flew out, hitting the creature squarely in the chest. Boom! A violent explosion lifted clouds of dust. But when the smoke cleared, the giant sickle mantis had only stepped back a few paces. Its chest armor was scorched black, but not pierced. It was completely enraged. It let out a silent roar, charged at the tank, raised its two enormous sickles high, and slashed down hard. Clang! A thunderous crash rang out. The tank's turret was actually cut in half. In the live broadcast room, viewers from all nations felt their hands and feet go cold. They finally saw, with their own eyes, the cruel nature of this so-called national fate marriage game. The reward might be twisted, even from the underworld. But the punishment, it was direct, and it was pure destruction. In the Cherry Blossom Country's live chat, the scrolling comments turned from anger to total despair. It's over, everything is over. Yamamoto Takeshi. You sinner. You've destroyed our country. Why? Why did you refuse? So what if it was a mantis? You're dead now, and the whole nation has to die with you. Kill him. Kill his whole family. He's dead, but his family is still alive. Let them pay for his sins. A flood of hatred surged from the internet into real life. Countless citizens of the cherry blossom country, driven mad by fear and rage, began to rush toward Yamamoto Takeshi's home in reality. They wanted revenge. They wanted to vent all their terror of the apocalypse on the family of this sinner. A disaster brought by the national fate game, and an even uglier human disaster, erupted together over the cherry blossom country. And all of it was witnessed by the entire world. Chapter 6, The Decision of Yen and Huang. The tragedy of the cherry blossom country was like a loud slap in the face to every nation that was still watching for fun. In the Freedom Federation's live broadcast, the comments section fell silent. God, this is real, this isn't movie CGI. 500 billion mantises and those monsters if this happened in our country. Our player Jack, can he deal with such a giant mantis? The sun never sets, Gaul, and the Big Bear. All the country's live broadcast rooms have become unprecedentedly tense. The feeling of gloating has disappeared, replaced by a kind of panic born from sympathy for others. When the lips are gone, the teeth feel cold. Today, it might be Sakura, tomorrow, it could be any one of them. Yanhuang Civilization, Supreme Command Center. On the huge screen, the live footage of Chu Yi and the entire Sakura country is being displayed in split screen. On one side, there's the calmness of the void starry sky, on the other, the horrific scene of a human purgatory. In the conference room, the highest-ranking leaders of Yanhuang and top experts from various fields are seated, led by the ruler of Yanhuang, a middle-aged man with a stern face and a hint of gray at his temples. Everyone's face is extremely serious. The situation is 1,000 times worse than we expected. A military officer spoke first, his voice hoarse. This is no longer a simple punishment. This is a full-scale biological invasion, a caste extinction war targeting a single civilization. 500 billion predatory mantises, 10,000 giant scythe mantises. A biologist pushed up his glasses and spoke heavily. The reproduction cycle of mantises is very short, and under sufficient food conditions, their numbers will increase exponentially. If not controlled, this number could double in a month. At that time, forget about Sakura country, the entire East Asian ecosystem will collapse. His words made everyone's heart sink. Sakura and Yanhuang face each other across the sea. Will those mantises fly over? The most terrifying thing is that we don't know the mechanism of this national fortune game. Another strategic analysis expert said, how did it create 500 billion mantises out of nowhere? This power has already exceeded all our current scientific understanding. It's like an omnipotent God that can set rules at will and bring down divine punishment at will. Now, we are facing two enemies. The ruler of Yanhuang finally spoke. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. The first is the Reaper who will arrive in 5 years. That is the enemy we know, a godlike enemy. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the screen, where Yamamoto Takeshi, still hesitating, was shown being slain. And the second is the teammate among our own people. Compared to the first, the threat of the second is clearly greater right now. Everyone fell silent. Yes, the foreign strong enemies are certainly terrifying, but we still have 5 years. But someone like Yamamoto Takeshi, who, because of impulsiveness or cowardice, brings disaster to an entire civilization, can cause destruction in an instant, surpassing any known weapon. Fortunately, our contestant, Chu Yi, is not an impulsive person. The ruler of Yanhuang shifted his gaze to the live footage of Chu Yi. In the video, Chu Yi still stands firm, calmly observing everything, not at all affected by the chaos caused by Asen and Sakura. His calmness has bought us valuable time to react. The ruler of Yanhuang stood up, his gaze becoming sharp. I order. First, immediately activate the highest level biological defense plan. All military districts on the eastern coastal region enter level 1 combat readiness. Deploy sea-based, land-based anti-aircraft firepower networks and biological surveillance radars, monitoring sea and airspace 24 hours a day, and absolutely do not allow a single mantis to fly over our territorial waters. Second, the Ministry of Agriculture and the Academy of Sciences immediately form a special team to study all information about predatory mantises. We need to know its weaknesses, its habits, and immediately start developing targeted insecticides and biological weapons. Third, the publicity department must guide domestic public opinion correctly. We do not mock, we do not panic. We must make all citizens understand that, just like Sakura country, we are all in this brutal game together. We are now a community of shared destiny. At the same time, we must strengthen the confidence of our people, make them believe in the country, and believe in our athletes. One command after another was swiftly and forcefully delivered. The entire Yanhuang, this massive national machine, after a brief shock, began to operate at an unprecedented speed and efficiency. The people in the meeting room left one after another to carry out their respective tasks. In the end, only the Yen Lord remained. He wearily rubbed his brow and once again turned his attention to Chu Yi's file. The file was simple to the point of being almost pitiful. Chu Yi, male, 22 years old, orphan. Father was an alcoholic, mother was a gambler, family relationships were terrible. At 7 years old, both parents died in a car accident due to drunk driving and speeding. Afterwards, raised in an orphanage, living alone as an adult, making a living by doing odd jobs. In one sentence, an alcoholic father, a gambling mother, a car accident, and no home. The Yen Lord stared at the file for a long time, speechless. A child raised in such an unfortunate environment, how much darkness and pressure must he have endured inside? Yet, this seemingly ordinary young man now carried the fate of 1.4 billion people of Yenhuang on his shoulders. He did not have the strong physique like Jack, nor the superb skills like Yamamoto, and certainly no royal background like the Sun Never Sets players. What he had was only an extraordinary calmness beyond the ordinary. The construction of Yenhuang still requires effort. The Yen Lord let out a long sigh. He was referring not only to the material construction of the country but also to the care for every ordinary person like Chu Yi, who struggled at the bottom. If our society could offer him a little more warmth, a little more opportunity, could he have grown into a better person and faced the current predicament with more confidence? But thinking about these things now, it was too late. The only thing he could do was to use the full power of the nation and become Chu Yi's most solid support. At this moment, the secretary knocked and entered, with a strange expression on his face. Yen Lord, there is news from the Free Federation. Speak. They publicly stated that they are willing to offer humanitarian aid to Sakura country. The Yen Lord raised an eyebrow. Oh? They're so kind? The secretary's expression grew even stranger. Their aid plan is, if Sakura country needs it, they can offer 2 atomic bombs to help them completely solve the mantis problem. The Yen Lord remained silent for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. What a free federation, what humanitarian aid. This was not aid, it was clearly pouring salt into Sakura country's wound, and conveniently adding a ladle of boiling oil. Chapter 7, The Goodwill of the Free Federation. The news that the Free Federation was willing to aid Sakura country spread like wildfire across the globe. When the specifics of the aid, 2 atomic bombs, were revealed, the entire online world exploded. The bullet screen in the Yenhuang live broadcast room was instantly flooded with haha and various sarcastic comments. Did I hear that right? Using atomic bombs to bomb mantises? How does that thought process even work? Kill 100 enemies, but lose 30,000 of your own? Are they trying to help Sakura country solve the mantis problem, or are they trying to erase Sakura country from the map? General, this way please. I've sent you the atomic bomb delivery address, don't forget the 5-star review. Classic troublemaker operation, they don't want to help, they just want to watch the fun, and by the way, discuss Sakura country. This is not goodwill, this is pure malice. When someone's country is destroyed and their family wiped out, jumping out to say, do you want me to give you one more stab to make sure you die more painfully? How cruel. Global public opinion was almost entirely filled with mockery and condemnation. Everyone saw clearly that in this game concerning the survival of civilization, the so-called international alliances were as fragile as a piece of paper. No one would genuinely help you. Every country is only fighting for its own survival. The government of the Sakura nation expressed its deep gratitude for the kindness of the Free Federation and then politely refused. Their official spokesperson, his face pale as iron before the camera, trembling all over with rage, yet forcing out a smile, that scene made countless citizens of the Sakura nation feel a humiliation they had never felt before. Inside the marriage-matching space, Chu Yi also saw this global announcement. He only glanced at it calmly, without a ripple in his heart. This kind of thing was completely within his expectation. Between nations, there had never been friendship, only interests. Especially now, when the end of the world had come, and everyone was struggling to survive. He withdrew his gaze from the outside world, and focused all his attention back on the blind boxes before him. Brother Asan's blessing, the Sakura nation's punishment, had already taught him the most vivid and bloody lesson. In this game, not a single step could go wrong. He took a deep breath, silently chanting in his heart. System, start scanning. He aimed his target at the 3 marriage-blind boxes that shone with an ambiguous pink light. He had to know what kind of surprises were hidden inside these 3 boxes. Ding! Information acquisition function activated. Scanning. As the system prompt sounded, a blue information panel that only he could see appeared before Chu Yi's eyes. He focused his attention on the pink blind box on the far left. The next second, a stream of detailed information poured into his mind. Marriage blind box, pink. Marriage partner, Goblin Queen Gulu Jiwaga. Race, Goblin, inferior subspecies. Information, height 0.8 meters, skin dark green, features twisted, emitting a foul stench. Personality, cunning, greedy, filthy. Possesses extremely strong desire and ability for reproduction. Its society is ruled by an absolute queen system, maintaining and expanding its numbers through constant breeding. Risk assessment, extremely high. This race's sense of beauty completely opposes human civilization, hygiene habits are dreadful, and it is a natural carrier of many malignant plagues. After marriage, there is a very high probability the host will suffer mental collapse or infection with deadly disease, leading to rapid death. The national fortune reward is very likely goblinization, which would cause the host civilization to produce large numbers of inferior goblin subtypes, polluting the bloodline of civilization with unimaginable consequences. Benefit assessment, extremely low. Aside from fulfilling the reproduction task in the game rules, it offers no benefit to the host or the civilization. Chu Yi stared at this long introduction, especially at the words cunning, greedy, filthy, and natural carrier of many malignant plagues, and felt a chill run straight up from his tailbone. Goblin? And a queen? In his mind appeared at once the image of that small, ugly, lewd green creature seen in many fantasy works. To marry that thing? Chu Yi's stomach churned, almost making him vomit on the spot. This was even worse than the crocodile queen. At least crocodiles were still normal animals. Though large, they didn't carry viruses. But this goblin queen was basically a walking biological virus vault. No, absolutely not. Chu Yi shook his head violently, feeling his entire worldview collapse. Fighting back his nausea, he turned his gaze toward the pink blind box in the middle. Please, let it be something normal. Even a beast-eared girl would do. Fox, cat, rabbit, anything. System, scan the second one. Ding. Scanning. Chapter 8, The Mother of Slime in the Abyssal Mire. Marriage blind box, pink. Marriage partner, abyssal slime mother, Eubosafla. Race, amorphous primordial body, abyssal subspecies. Information, a huge, formless, half-transparent mass of slime that gives off a stench of decay and rot. The main body has no fixed shape, can change form freely, and its core lies deep within the slime mass. Personality, chaotic, disorderly, following only the most primitive instincts of devouring and reproduction. Possesses basic intelligence but cannot be communicated with through normal logic. Its thinking pattern is close to a pure instinct collective. Risk assessment, extremely high. This creature is extremely dangerous and will regard any organic matter it comes into contact with as nourishment to swallow and assimilate. The mating process is essentially an assimilation process. The host will be decomposed and absorbed in extreme pain, ultimately becoming part of its body, with consciousness completely disappearing. The national luck reward is highly likely to be abyss arrival, which will lead to a large-scale abyssal rift appearing in the civilization, releasing countless slime monsters that will deal a devastating blow to the civilization. Profit assessment, none. Ugh. Chu Yi's throat emitted a dry heave, his stomach churning violently. If the Goblin Queen merely challenged his aesthetic and hygiene bottom line, then this so-called mother of abyss slime directly challenged his fundamental existence as a carbon-based life form. The mating process is an assimilation process? Being decomposed, absorbed, becoming part of it? What the hell is this? This is clearly treating oneself like a bowl of protein powder, mixed up and given to the other party to drink. Chu Yi's face instantly became even more unsightly, with more cold sweat oozing from his forehead. He could even imagine that if he really chose this blind box, after being transported in, he would be enveloped by a giant, foul-smelling jelly-like mass, and then, in endless pain and dissolution, helplessly watch himself become part of it. And the Yen Huan civilization will face abyss arrival? Just thinking about such a scene, with countless slime monsters surging out from the ground cracks, devouring cities, devouring lives. Chu Yi felt a bone-chilling coldness. The mantis disaster of Sakura Nation is nothing compared to abyss arrival. Calm down, calm down. Chu Yi constantly warned himself in his heart. He tightly clenched his fists, his nails embedding deeply into his palms, using the pain to keep his mind awake. He couldn't panic, he absolutely couldn't panic. Once he showed any signs of fear or disgust, the billions of viewers in the live broadcast room, along with those top analysts, would definitely notice something amiss. Why would Chu Yi have emotional fluctuations towards a specific blind box? Could it be that he knows what's inside? Once the thought occurred, his greatest secret would be exposed, and the consequences would be unimaginable. So, he must remain calm, at least on the surface, to maintain a semblance of steadiness and hesitation. In the Yen Huan live broadcast room, the audience's emotions had gradually shifted from initial worry to impatience. My God, what is Chu Yi hesitating about? It's been so long. Brother Asan's kid could probably be making soy sauce by now, while Brother Sakura's gravegrass is already 3 feet high. Our guy is still shopping? Don't rush the front. Didn't you see how badly the first two ended? One worse than the other. Being cautious is a good thing. I support Chu Yi. Yeah, this thing is a gamble of life, and it's a gamble of national luck. What's wrong with thinking more about it? It's better than rushing in and dying. But the rules state that a mating blind box must be chosen within 3 days, he can't just stand there forever, right? I see he's not cautious, he's scared silly. An ordinary person suddenly thrown into this place is lucky to not have wet their pants on the spot. The debate in the bullet comments grew even more intense, with supporters and skeptics arguing fiercely. Meanwhile, in the highest command center of Yan Huang, the atmosphere was equally grave.
He's still hesitating.
A psychological expert stared at the screen, frowning. From his micro-expressions and body language, he is in a state of high tension and mental strain, but there are no signs of collapse.
He is thinking, weighing the pros and cons. That he can still think is the best news.
The leader of Yan Huang said in a deep voice, this proves that his psychological defense line has not yet been shattered.
He is so much stronger than that Yamamoto. But what on earth is he hesitating about?
Another general could not help but ask, these three pink blind boxes, in his eyes, should all be the same.
What is the meaning of his long pause, besides wasting time? This question voiced the thoughts of everyone. Indeed, since they are all blind boxes, entirely based on luck, can you really see a flower by standing there for a long time?
At this moment, no one could understand Chu Yi's behavior.
They could only see the young man in the screen, lingering for a long time in front of the two pink blind boxes, his brow furrowed, seemingly making some difficult decision. And Chu Yi, after forcing down the storm in his heart, slowly shifted his gaze away from the middle blind box labeled Mother of Slime. His expression did not change much, but to outsiders, it looked as if he had gone through a fierce internal struggle and finally gave up this option. He let out a long breath, and this action was interpreted by the live stream audience as making a decision. It's moving. Is he going to choose? From the look on his face, it seems he has eliminated the first two? Could he be choosing the one on the far right? No. What if the one on the far right is something even crazier? That makes no sense. Just when everyone thought Chu Yi was going to choose the last marriage blind box, he made an unexpected move.
He turned around, no longer looking at the three enticing yet dangerous pink blind boxes, but walked towards the 10 plain white random blind boxes.
This action left everyone stunned. In the command center of Yanhuan, a young advisor blurted out, what does he want to do? Giving up? Planning to open random blind boxes first?
The leader Yan's eyes flashed with insight, and he said gravely, no, this is not giving up.
This is a tactical adjustment. Tactical adjustment? That's right.
Yan's finger lightly tapped on the table. When there is no confidence in the core target, start with a secondary target to try to acquire some useful resources or information, increasing your margin for error.
This is a very rational, very smart approach.
He was not blinded by the temptation of taking a leap in one step, nor was he rattled by the failures of other competitors. He has his own rhythm. The leader Yan's voice carried a hint of barely noticeable approval. This young man named Chu Yi is much calmer than we all imagined.
But Chu Yi's thoughts were actually much simpler.
Since today 2 of the 3 marriage blind boxes were certain death traps, he didn't want to gamble on the last one for now. After all, there were 3 days of beginner's period, and the blind boxes would refresh every day.
If today doesn't work, there's tomorrow, and the day after.
He couldn't believe that out of 9 marriage blind boxes, he couldn't open even one that was normal.
Right?
Chu Yi was a bit nervous inside, but for now, he had to complete his daily task opening 3 random blind boxes. Otherwise, he would be dealt with according to slacking off. He stood in front of the 10 white blind boxes and activated the system again.
System, scan all random blind boxes. Ding. Scanning started. Lines of information refreshed on his virtual panel like a waterfall. Random blind box, white. Items, a bucket of moldy bread, a bottle of murky stinky water. Risk assessment, low.
There is a 30% probability of causing diarrhea after consumption.
Benefit assessment, extremely low. Random blind box, white.
Items, a hungry abyss hound, living creature, but.
Risk assessment, high.
Upon opening, the abyss hound will immediately attack the host, its claws and teeth carrying corrosive toxins.
Benefit assessment, none. Random blind box, white. Items, cursed treasure chest. Risk assessment, medium.
Upon opening, the host will receive a random curse. Effects include but are not limited to persistent hair loss, loss of language ability, decrease in luck, etc.
Chu Yi's eyelids twitched wildly.
He quickly scanned the information of 10 white blind boxes and found that 7 of them were all similar traps. Either moldy food, aggressive monsters, or disgusting curses.
This isn't a random blind box, it's fucking Russian roulette. Out of 10, only 3 are safe.
If there was no system, just picking 3 at random would lead to a pathetic chance of survival. This game is too unfriendly to ordinary people, Chu Yi cursed silently in his heart. However, fortunately, he was not an ordinary person. His gaze precisely locked onto the remaining 3 blind boxes that emanated a safe aura. He feigned deep thought, pacing back and forth in front of the 10 blind boxes as if he were seriously choosing. This performance, to the viewers in the live broadcast room, was interpreted in a completely different way.
See?
I told you he got scared and didn't dare to open a colored box, he came to open the white ones. Opening a white one is fine, at least he can grab some resources to arm himself.
It's better than being empty-handed. The problem is, this thing is random too. What's the use of him picking around like that? Can he smell through the box?
An internet user with the ID Logic Master sent a message full of reason and sarcasm. Don't be ridiculous, a blind box is called a blind box because of its uncertainty. All the choices he's making right now are meaningless pseudo-operations in probability theory. When to open it, which one to open, the results are all the same, unless he can see through them. This message sparked a wave of laughter, filled with ha ha ha. Everyone thought this was too right. See through? How is that possible? This isn't a novel. Of course, Chu Yi couldn't see these comments, otherwise, he would definitely reply in his heart, sorry, I really can. After putting on an act of hesitation, Chu Yi finally stopped in front of the second blind box from the left. He reached out and pressed on it. Chapter 9, Incredible Luck? Opened. Buzz. The white blind box opened with a sound, light scattering away, revealing a box of well-packaged compressed biscuits and a box of pure water, quietly appearing in place. Congratulations to player Chu Yi for obtaining basic survival supplies, compressed biscuits, 24 pieces, pure water, 24 bottles. A cold mechanical voice echoed, announcing the harvest. In the Yenhuan live broadcast room, it fell silent for a second, then erupted into a torrent of comments. Wow! He opened it. He opened it. It's food and water. Great. This is the most important thing. We're stable now. Starting off with food and drink, Chu Yi's operation is solid. Lucky indeed. He got good stuff in the first try. Ah, I told you. Our Yenhuang player's fate is destined. The audience was overjoyed, as if the supplies were opened by themselves. After witnessing the tragic fates of Asan and Sakura, the simplest survival supply brought the greatest sense of security. In the command center, everyone also breathed a sigh of relief. Very good, a smooth start, a general from the logistics department nodded. With these supplies, at least his basic survival needs are guaranteed for a week, allowing for more relaxed planning for the next steps. In the footage, Chu Yi did not show excessive excitement upon receiving food. He calmly stored the supplies in the system's initial storage space of 1 cubic meter, then continued toward the next blind box. His steps showed no sign of hesitation. He directly passed several blind boxes and stopped in front of the third blind box from the right. This action left some sharp-minded viewers in the live broadcast room feeling perplexed again. Strange, why does he walk so decisively? Yeah, it's as if he clearly knows which one he wants to open. Overthinking it? Maybe he's just walking around and happened to stop there. Chu Yi didn't care about what the viewers thought, he just wanted to quickly finish the task. Then he examined the last pink blind box. He reached out his hand and pressed again on the selected white blind box. Buzz. A flash of light appeared, and a silver knife that shimmered with a cold light fell to the ground. The knife was about 20 centimeters long, with a simple and smooth design and a sharp blade, clearly not an ordinary item. Congratulations, player Chu Yi, for obtaining a weapon, Sharp Dagger. Sharp Dagger, made of a special alloy, it can easily cut through most unarmored units' skin. The live broadcast room erupted again. Weapon. It's a weapon. This knife is so cool. With this, at least I have some self-defense ability. Food, water, weapons. This start is simply perfect. Chu Yi's luck is too good. He got good stuff twice in a row? This is not luck, this is simply being favored by the gods. I suspect he is the game developer's favorite. If the first item being food could still be explained by luck, then the second time, precisely obtaining the most useful weapon, left many people feeling incredulous. In the command center, the logical analysis expert adjusted his glasses, staring intently at the screen, muttering, something's not right. This doesn't align with probability. The probability of hitting effective resources accurately twice in a row among 10 options is only 1%, Perhaps our player is really just lucky, the Flame Master interrupted him, though his eyes also flickered with contemplation. Chu Yi picked up the dagger, weighed it in his hand, and found it felt good. He nodded in satisfaction, stored it in his inventory, and then walked toward the last target he had chosen. It was the most inconspicuous blind box located in the center. When his hand pressed down, the entire Yenhuan live room, as well as audiences from other countries worldwide, held their breath. It was the third one. Could he continue his good luck? Buzz. This time, after the blind box opened, no tangible items appeared. Instead, a soft white light directly entered Chu Yi's body. Chu Yi only felt a warmth all over, a strange sensation surged in his heart, as if some aspect of his body had undergone a wondrous change. Congratulations, player Chu Yi, for obtaining a special buff, Partner Happiness Ability Enhancement, Permanent, Partner Happiness Ability Enhancement. Your bodily functions, endurance, and recovery have significantly improved, allowing you to better satisfy the needs of partners from different races, enhancing the emotional foundation and reproductive efficiency after successful matchmaking.
The global live room fell into a long silence that lasted several seconds. Then, the bullet comments in the Yanhuan live room erupted at an unprecedented frenzied speed. I can't be seeing this wrong, right? Partner, happiness ability, enhancement? Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! What kind of divine buff is this? The official cheat, the most deadly. Ha 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 ha. I got it. I completely understand. This is the core of the game. No wonder it's called a matchmaking game. Endurance, recovery significantly improved. Brothers, what does this concept mean? This is a ticket for dragon-slaying heroes. I declare, from today on, Chu Yi is my god. God. Please help Yanhuang branch out and have countless descendants. This luck. If I don't call it being favored by the gods, this is simply the child of destiny. 3 consecutive blind boxes, food, weapons, god-level buff. This script wouldn't even dare to write this. The atmosphere in the live room had completely shifted from tension and worry to celebration and adoration. Countless male compatriots shed tears of envy and jealousy towards Chu Yi on the screen. This ability is the ultimate dream that countless men aspire to. In the command center, many high-ranking officials and experts, who usually were stern-faced, had peculiar expressions at this moment. An elderly general with white hair held back for a long time before he managed to say, this reward, has significant strategic value. Ahem. The Flame Master also coughed twice, forcing his expression to become serious. That's right, this enhancement has greatly increased our contestants' success rate in completing core tasks, which is significant in the long run. Though the words sounded grandiose, everyone knew deep down what this really meant. So impressive. At this moment, in the live streams of countries like the Free Federation and The Sun Never Sets, there were wails and curses everywhere. Fuck. Why? Why do the Yanhuan people have such good luck? This isn't fair. They must be cheating. I demand a thorough investigation. Oh god, are you blind? Why give such a godlike ability to a Yanhuan person? It's over, the Yanhuan people are about to take off. Not only do they have food and drinks, but they also have the means to conquer other races. Countless foreign netizens have completely lost it. They watched their contestants still tentatively trying, or floundering like headless chickens, and then looked at Yanhuang's Chu Yi, hitting 3 in a row, all of them outstanding. The contrast was too stark. Especially that logic guide, who had earlier posted a mocking comment that was endlessly screenshot and ridiculed. Come out. Logic guide. Can you analyze the probability for us again? X-ray vision? Sorry, Ari God just can see through. Stop being awkward, Ari God calls this spiritual eye, understand? An ancient mysterious power of Yanhuang. And Chu Yi himself was filled with joy. Good stuff. So thoughtful. Knowing what he had to do next, he had already filled up all the supports in advance. He held back his laughter, completing the daily 3-box opening task, and no longer paid attention to the remaining 7 bomb blind boxes. He turned around and redirected his gaze to that last one, the only glimmer of hope, the pink matching blind box on the far right. The ecstatic atmosphere in the livestream room instantly solidified once again. Everyone knew, the main event was coming. Chu Yi took a deep breath and silently recited in his heart. System, scan the last matching blind box. Chapter 10 SSS Level Evaluation. Ding. Scanning. A blue information panel appeared before Chu Yi's eyes once more. His heart began to uncontrollably race. This was the last hope. If this one was also a trap, he would have no choice but to give up for today and wait for a new refresh tomorrow. But the beginner period was only 3 days, time was tight. Completing the matching a day earlier meant getting rewards a day earlier, widening the gap with other civilizations. Therefore, he hoped more than anyone else that this last blind box would give him a surprise. Information flowed slowly into view. Matching blind box, pink. Matching partner? Name blocked due to special bloodline, must be disclosed by the partner after matching. Race, 9 lives celestial cat, mythical subspecies. Power level, first stage, awakening phase. Spirit power value, 500. Talent, 9 lives, SSS level passive has 9 lives, upon each death, will resurrect shortly after and randomly gain 1 ability or attribute enhancement. Remaining lives, 9. Skills, claw, D level infuses spirit power into nails, making them indestructible. Phantom Step, C level significantly increases movement speed for a short time and creates confusing afterimages for enemies. Information, descendant of a high-level cultivation civilization's celestial beast, accidentally fallen here, appears in a girl form with cat ears and tail. Playful, curious, with a hint of mischievousness, yet inherently kind, showing strong dependence towards those she recognizes. Risk assessment, extremely low. This matching partner meets mainstream human aesthetic, her personality is gentle,
posing no active threat to the host. However, please note that her race is naturally proud, and the host must use sincerity and patience to gain her trust. Should the host refuse her matching request, there won't be life threats but will completely lose the chance to bond with her. Benefit assessment, extremely high. The 9 Lives Celestial Cat is a rare mythical race with great growth potential and supportive abilities. After a successful marriage, the host will gain a portion of their racial talent bonus, and there is a high probability of receiving a high-quality national fortune reward, bringing great benefits to their civilization. Overall rating, SSS level. A perfect start, not to be missed. Who? When he saw the rows of golden text on the panel, especially the last SSS level rating, Chu Yi felt a surge of immense joy erupting from his heart like a volcano, instantly washing away all prior tension and gloom. It's her. It's definitely her. The 9 Lives Cat Fairy. Cat ears. Cat tail. Girl form. Isn't she the perfect marriage partner he only dared to dream of? And her talent is the SSS level 9 lives. This means she has 9 lives. In the perilous marriage space, this is simply the ultimate life-saving skill. Very low risk, extremely high reward. A perfect start, not to be missed. Chu Yi was so excited that his heart felt like it was about to leap out of his throat, and he could even feel the blood in his entire body flowing faster, his cheeks burning with heat. Steady. This time, it was completely stable. He no longer had to face terrifying things like the Goblin Queen and the Mother of Slimes. He could finally go boldly, for the future of Yanhuang, to complete this sacred marriage. Even though a storm of emotions was raging inside, Chu Yi's face still held a calm view, like still waters. He knew that billions of eyes were staring at him now. He couldn't show any signs of abnormality. He slowly, step by step, walked toward the pink marriage blind box on the far right. Every move of his tugged at the hearts of global audiences. In the Yanhuang Live studio, the bullet comments had disappeared. Not because no one was sending messages, but because everyone was so tense that they forgot to breathe, forgot to type. They saw Chu Yi decide to walk toward the pink blind box, which represented an unknown fate, after opening 3 luck-exploding white blind boxes. His expression was so calm, so determined. As if he wasn't gambling with his life, but going on a date where he already knew the outcome. This calmness gave all the Yanhuang viewers a strange sense of confidence. In the command center, the Yen Master and all the expert leaders stood up from their seats, staring intently at the screen. Success or failure rested on this one move. It must be good. A female expert clasped her hands together, nervously praying. No matter what it is, I believe Chu Yi can handle it well. The Yen Master said in a deep voice, as if cheering everyone on, also as if encouraging himself. Under the gaze of the entire world, Chu Yi's hand finally pressed down on the pink blind box with the heart design. I choose it. He declared to himself and to the world. Buzz. The pink light was more dazzling than when a San opened the box, shooting up into the sky and dyeing the entire void starry sky with a layer of dreamy color. A portal formed slowly in front of Chu Yi, made of countless pink light points gathering together. Behind the door, there was no longer the stench of the swamp or the oppression of the forest. But a refreshing aura, mixing with the scent of grass, flowers, and sunshine, that made one feel relaxed and joyful. A cold mechanical prompt echoed simultaneously in all live studios around the world. Congratulations to Yanhuang Civilization contestant Chu Yi for opening the marriage blind box. Marriage partner matching in progress. Matching successful. Can become a partner with the 9 Lives Cat Fairy Girl. 9 Lives Cat Fairy? Girl? When hearing these 2 keywords, the entire Yanhuang Live studio exploded. Cat girl? Is it really a cat girl? I must be hearing things. It's real. It's a real cat-eared girl. My dream has come true. Master E. You are my forever master. Did you save the galaxy in your past life? This luck is too godly. Whoa, I'm crying, I'm a 300-pound tough guy. Tears of excitement flowed down. We, Yanhuang, are finally going to rise. I was still worried it was Cthulhu, but then a paradise came. What a contrast. I love it. Ecstasy. Unparalleled ecstasy instantly swept across the entire Yanhuang. Countless people jumped up from their sofas, raising their arms and shouting. In the command center, everyone also showed relieved smiles, and many even hugged each other excitedly. Great, so great. The female expert who had prayed earlier cried tears of joy. The tense face of the Yen Lord finally showed a hint of genuine smile. 9 Lives Cat, a young girl. Just hearing the name is 1,000 times better than Crocodile Queen and Mantis. This is definitely a good omen. But in the live broadcast rooms of Asan and Sakura Country, there was a deathly silence. Countless citizens of Asan and Sakura Country stared blankly at the dazzling 9 Lives Cat on the screen, and then thought of their own crocodile and mantis. A poisonous fire called jealousy burned wildly in their hearts. Why? Why can this Yanhuang person have such good luck? In the eyes of the world, whether in joy, jealousy, or shock, Chu Yi did not hesitate for a moment. He took a deep breath of the fresh air, lifted his foot, and stepped into the pink portal. What kind of world is behind the door? What will the cat-eared girl look like? Everyone's heart was in their throat. Chapter 11 First Meeting. Hello, my cat-eared bride. The moment he passed through the portal, Chu Yi felt the light and shadow change in front of him. When he saw clearly again, he found himself in a tranquil and beautiful forest. Beneath his feet was soft grass like a carpet, sprinkled with colorful unknown wildflowers. Above him were dense treetops, and golden sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled light spots. The air was filled with the fragrance of soil and plants, and in the distance, clear birdsong and the sound of rushing water could be heard. The environment here was a world apart from the muddy marshes of Asan and the eerie giant plant forest of Yamamoto. This place didn't seem like a dangerous otherworld, but more like a fairy tale elven home. Chu Yi looked around and didn't immediately see his match. He didn't rush to shout, instead, he patiently stood still, quietly feeling everything around him. He knew that for a naturally proud race, interrupting suddenly might not be a good start. He needed to show enough respect and patience. Just then, he keenly heard a slight rustling sound. The sound came from a tall tree to his right rear. Chu Yi slowly turned around and looked up. There, about 7 or 8 meters high on the sturdy trunk, a petite figure was crouched, like a lazy little cat, revealing only half of its head, secretly observing him. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of fluffy, pure white cat ears. Those ears were curiously twitching gently with their owner's mood. Beneath the ears were smooth silver long hair, like a waterfall of moonlight, carelessly cascading behind her shoulders. She had a delicate little oval face, her skin as pale as transparent, as if she were made of fine sheep fat jade. A pair of bright green eyes, large and bright, like the purest emeralds, were currently flashing with curiosity, vigilance, and a hint of barely noticeable cunning. Her figure was petite and exquisite, dressed in a simple light green cloth skirt, barefoot on dazzlingly white little feet, with her round and cute toes slightly curled. And behind her, a fluffy white long tail was swaying restlessly from side to side, the tip of the tail sometimes brushing the ground like a little brush. Gently swept across the tree trunk. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Chu Yi's heartbeat skipped a beat. So cute. This was simply a perfect being straight out of a two-dimensional world. In the Yanhuang live broadcast room, after a few seconds of silence, it was instantly flooded with overwhelming awe. Ah, I'm dead. Ah, I'm dead. What kind of divine beauty is this? Mom. I'm in love. Who can withstand this? So cute. Those ears. That tail. I just want to pet her. I desperately want to pet her. Yi Shen. I command you. Right now. Immediately. Bring her home. If you dare refuse, the 1.4 billion descendants of Yanhuang will be the first to disagree. Wowo, my wife. How did my wife go to Yi Shen? Yi Shen, the hate of stealing a wife, we will never coexist. Get out, upstairs. From today, she is our national treasure of Yanhuang. She is our national wife. The audience went completely crazy, the density of the bullet comments even caused a brief lag in the live broadcast picture. In the command center, there were also exclamations of amazement. So perfect. The female expert covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with stars. Even the iron-blooded leader, who was usually stern, couldn't help but smile at this moment. Good, very good. He repeated the word good twice. To have such a auspicious beast bond with our Yanhuang is our Yanhuang's fortune. On the screen, the cat-eared girl on the tree seemed surprised that Chu Yi discovered her so quickly. Her lovely cat ears stood up alertly, and her body instinctively shrank back, revealing only her pair of emerald green eyes as she continued to assess the unfamiliar bipedal beast. Seeing her curious yet fearful appearance, Chu Yi couldn't help but smile. He made no threatening moves, simply standing still, showing what he believed to be his most gentle and friendly smile. He slowly spoke in as calm a tone as possible. Hello, my name is Chu Yi, from a civilization called Yanhuang. Nice to meet you. His voice was transformed by the matching game's rules into a mental wave that the other could understand. The girl in the tree tilted her head, and her emerald eyes blinked as if trying to digest the information Chu Yi transmitted. Her tail swayed more vigorously, revealing her inner unease. After a while, a crisp and pleasant voice, as sweet as a wind chime and a bit soft, resonated in Chu Yi's mind. You, hello? My name is Linger. Her voice carried a hint of nervousness and shyness, suggesting she rarely interacted with outsiders. Linger? Chu Yi silently repeated this name in his mind, his smile growing even wider. What a nice name. Hearing Chu Yi's praise, the tips of Linger's cat ears suddenly turned a shade of pink. She buried her little head lower, daring only to steal glances at Chu Yi with the corner of her eye. You are the companion the divine said, my partner? Linger's voice was faint as a mosquito's buzzing, filled with uncertainty. I think so. Chu Yi nodded, his tone sincere. The divine brought us together here, this must be a special fate. He didn't rush to say something like, let's get married, but took a gentler, more gradual approach to draw closer to her. He understood that rushing with this proud yet timid little cat would only scare her away. Fate. Linger tasted this word, a hint of confusion flashing in her green eyes. Since her birth, she had always lived alone in this forest, and her inherited memory told her she was a noble nine-lived cat, but she had never seen her kind. Loneliness was the only melody in her life. Until today, the voice of the divine suddenly echoed in her mind, telling her that a companion would come to find her. She felt both anticipation and fear. Anticipating someone to break her loneliness. And she was also afraid that the unknown partner would be a creature like those ugly, drooling monsters in the forest. So, when Chu Yi appeared, she hid up in the tree to secretly observe. The male being in front of her seemed not so bad. He did not have that kind of aggressive aura that she despised. His gaze was clean, and his smile was warm. And he looked much better than the bears and wild boars in the forest. Ling thought this in her heart, and unknowingly lowered her guard against Chu Yi. Her body, which had always been tense, relaxed a little. Chu Yi keenly caught the change in her demeanor, knowing that his first step strategy had succeeded. He decided to add a little more fuel to the fire. With a motion of his mind, he took out a piece of freshly opened compressed biscuit from his storage space. Then, in front of Ling he tore open the package, broke off a small piece, and put it in his mouth, chewing. Crunch, crunch. The crisp sound resonated clearly in the quiet forest. Ling in the tree, her furry ears immediately perked up, attracted by this sound. Her little nose sniffed, and a smell she had never experienced before, with the aroma of grains, wafted up. Her stomach, embarrassingly, rumbled a little. The sound was not loud, but in the quiet environment, Chu Yi still heard it. Ling face turned bright red, like a ripe apple, wishing she could bury her entire head in the tree trunk. Too embarrassing. Chu Yi suppressed his laughter and pretended not to hear. He shook the remaining large piece of biscuit in his hand, showing a radiant smile to the Ling in the tree. Would you like to try? This is food from our place, it tastes pretty good. Chapter 12, The Envy and Jealousy of the Whole World. Ling looked at the compressed biscuit in Chu Yi's hand, her emerald green eyes filled with hesitation. On one hand, she was indeed very hungry, and that delicious smell had a fatal attraction for her. On the other hand, the inherited memories told her not to eat things given by strangers carelessly. Her tail was flicking restlessly behind her, and an intense internal battle was going on inside her. Chu Yi did not urge her, just held the biscuit, smiling at her, his eyes clear with no impurities. His patience and calmness made the scale in Ling heart slowly tilt. In the end, appetite overpowered caution. Ling cautiously poked her little head out from the tree trunk, and asked in her soft, sticky voice, is it really okay to eat? Of course. Chu Yi nodded with a smile, this is specially prepared for you. Although it was just opened, this sentence from Chu Yi's mouth sounded incredibly sincere. Ling hesitated for a moment, but ultimately could not resist the temptation of delicious food. She gracefully kicked off from the tree trunk, her petite figure floating down silently like a feather from a height of 7 or 8 meters. When she landed, she didn't make a sound at all. Her bare, snowy little feet stepped softly on the soft grass, taking careful steps toward Chu Yi. As she got closer, Chu Yi could see her more clearly. With delicate features, fair skin, and those cat ears and tail gently swaying as she walked, every detail was perfect beyond comparison. The viewers in the live broadcast room had completely transformed into screaming chickens. She's come down. She's coming over. Oh my god, her movements. So ethereal. Is this really a cat? Is this a fairy coming down to the mortal world? Ozzle. She's even cuter up close. I want to give her all my possessions, just hoping she'll let me touch her tail. God. Stay steady. You must stay steady. Use the god technique you just got. Conquer her. Ling walked right up in front of Chu Yi. She stopped in her tracks. She was more than a head shorter than Chu Yi and had to slightly tilt her face to see Chu Yi's eyes. She didn't dare to look directly at Chu Yi, her long eyelashes trembled nervously like butterfly wings. She stretched out her slender, pale little hand and carefully pinched the compressed biscuit with 2 fingers from Chu Yi's hand. Then, like a startled little squirrel, she quickly stepped back a few paces, maintaining a distance she thought was safe from Chu Yi. She brought the biscuit close to her dainty little nose, sniffed it carefully, and only after confirming it was safe did she open her cherry-like mouth and gently take a small bite. Crunch! The crisp sound rang out. Ling eyes instantly lit up. Those emerald green eyes squinted happily into a crescent moon shape. It's delicious. She mumbled a delighted compliment and then began to eat quickly, taking small bites. Her satisfied and adorable expression nearly melted the hearts of countless viewers in the live stream.
So cute. Even the way she eats is so adorable. Damn. I wish I could feed her. God, open your storage space and let me stuff all our snacks in there. Watching her eat makes me feel like a proud father. Chu Yi looked at her defenseless eating, and his smile grew even gentler. A small piece of compressed biscuit made her so happy. One can imagine how lonely and harsh her life must be when she was alone. Don't rush, take your time, there's plenty more. Chu Yi said as he took out a bottle of pure water from his storage space, opened the cap, and handed it over. Ling Er was enjoying her snack, and upon seeing the water, she didn't think much and took it, gulping down a couple of sips. After finishing, she suddenly realized she seemed to have lost her restraint. Her cheeks flushed again as she shyly handed the bottle back to Chu Yi and quietly said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Chu Yi took back the bottle and took a sip himself. This casual action made Ling Er's eyes flicker. He didn't mind that I drank from it? This thought was like a small stone, creating ripples in Ling Er's heart. A piece of biscuit and a bottle of water instantly narrowed the distance between the two. Ling Er's wariness towards Chu Yi had completely vanished. She even took the initiative to walk closer to Chu Yi, tilting her little face up, curiously examining him with her pure emerald green eyes. "Your name is Chu Yi, right?" "Yes." "Is there a lot of delicious food like this where you come from?" "Yes, countless." Chu Yi answered with a smile. Wow, countless little stars sparkled in Ling Er's eyes, filled with longing. A person and a cat began a casual chat in this quiet forest. This warm and sweet scene made the audience in the Yen Huang livestream break into smiles reminiscent of a doting aunt. But for viewers from other countries, this was simply the cruelest torture. In the livestream from a sand country, countless citizens watched the small, cute cat-eared girl on screen, then turned to see their own swamp where a crocodile queen, the size of a tank, was taking a nap on the shore, and their mindset completely shattered. No. Why? Why is this happening? God. You're unjust. Why did you give us that kind of monster while sending a ferry to the Yen Huang people? I'm so angry. I'm so jealous. That useless Do Long Tong ruined everything for us. In the live stream from Sakura country, it was even more sorrowful. Their country was suffering from an unprecedented mantis disaster. Cities had turned to ruins, and people were displaced. And the one who caused all this was their contestant, Yamamoto Takeshi, who rejected a gigantic mantis. Now, they saw the Yen Huang contestant, and not only were they not facing monsters. Instead, they encountered a cat-eared fairy, something only found in myths and legends. This stark contrast made every citizen of the Sakura nation feel a deep despair and resentment from the depths of their souls. Baka. Baka Yaru. The Yen Huang people, how do they deserve such good luck? Damn it. They all should die. Shanban-kun, did you see? If you hadn't refused back then, would we have turned into this? Regret, jealousy, anger, despair, various negative emotions spread in the hearts of countless people around the world. They couldn't understand why, participating in the same game, the gap of fate would be so huge. And all of this was just the beginning. In the forest, Chu Yi and Ling Er's relationship quickly heated up through pleasant conversation. When Chu Yi offered all the compressed biscuits he had brought along, watching Ling Er stuff her cheeks like a little hamster, he knew the time was ripe. He looked at Ling Er, his expression suddenly becoming incredibly serious. Ling Er. Ling Er raised her head, still chewing, and mumbled in response. Do you want to be my partner and go see my hometown with me? Chu Yi solemnly invited. There is endless delicious food, endless scenery, and me. Ling Er's movements paused. She looked into Chu Yi's sincere eyes, her heart racing thump-thump. Go to his hometown? With him? Become his partner? Her mind went blank, only Chu Yi's gentle smile and the tempting me remained. She nodded vigorously without a hint of hesitation. I am willing. The moment she spoke these words, a cold mechanical voice echoed through all live streams worldwide. Yen Huang player Chu Yi and the Nine Lives fairy cat girl Ling Er have mutual feelings, both agree to become partners. The marriage ceremony is now in progress. The following footage is not suitable for broadcasting, the system will automatically block it. Swipe. Before the eyes of 7 billion viewers around the world, the screen went black again. Chapter 13, 3 hours of waiting and global madness. Black screen. Familiar black screen, familiar white letters. But this time, the global audience's mood was completely different from when watching Asan Ji's livestream. If Asan Ji's black screen brought people shock, curiosity, and a hint of sympathy, then Chu Yi's black screen brought only endless envy, jealousy, and hate. In the Yen Huang livestream, after a brief silence, it was instantly flooded by a tsunami of comments. It's starting. It's starting. Finally starting. Ah. Although I can't see it, just thinking about it makes me so excited. God. Come on. Use all your partner happiness enhancement powers. Don't embarrass us, Yan Huang. The person above, thinking small. This isn't just about embarrassing or not. This is a great cause to expand our Yan Huang and continue our legacy. Whoa, my national wife, just like that was taken by God. My heart hurts, but why do I feel a little excited? Starting today, I declare that Chu Yi is my half-brother. Big brother. Please accept my bow. Across Yan Huang, from the 100-year-old elders to the few-year-old children, everyone is now waiting in front of their screens, their faces glowing with joy and pride. They know that after the black screen, an unprecedented massive reward awaits their Yan Huang civilization. And in the highest command center, although the atmosphere wasn't as frenzied as among the people, it was still filled with joy and anticipation. Finally, we have reached this step. The Yan Lord let out a long sigh, the tightly wound nerves finally able to relax a little. From the current situation, the marriage partner of player Chu Yi, whether in race, appearance, or personality, is top-notch. A strategic analysis expert excitedly said. According to the rules, the higher the quality of the matching partner, the more abundant the national fortune rewards we will receive. That's right, even an inferior crocodile like Asan can bring them the twisted reward of removing reproductive isolation. So, just imagine the rewards brought by our mythical 9 lives cat. What I care about more is the improvement for contestant Chu Yi himself after the matching is successful, a military leader said in a deep voice. In the end, this game still depends on the contestant's strength. The stronger the contestant, the further they can go and gain more benefits for our civilization. Everyone nodded, deeply agreeing. However, their discussion was soon interrupted by an unexpected situation. Time passed, second by second. 10 minutes. Half an hour. 1 hour. The screen remained dark. The matching ceremony had not yet ended. At this, everyone was stunned. What's going on? Why is it still not done? I remember Asan's lasted about 3 or 4 minutes, right? Yes, it ended in 3 or 4 minutes, and then they gave the rewards. It's been over an hour now, why is there still no movement? The audience began to feel something was off. The bullet messages in the live chat, which had initially been filled with excitement and blessings, gradually turned to confusion and strangeness. It's been an hour, guys, it's been an hour. This ceremony is taking quite a long time. Could it be that the ceremony duration varies by race? Cough, is there a possibility that it's related to the contestant's personal ability? This bullet message was like a key, instantly opening everyone's minds. Wow! You upstairs are a genius. I get it. Partner happiness ability enhancement. Significant enhancement. I can't believe it was this kind of enhancement. Asan was 3 minutes, and Arishan has been going for over an hour. The difference TSK. I declare that from now on, I will call Chu Yi 3-hour brother. No. Perpetual motion machine. The tone of the bullet messages shifted oddly in an instant. Countless people began to view this heroic figure from Yan Huang with a brand new, admiring gaze. This is no ordinary person, this is clearly a gifted war god. Time continued to pass. 2 hours. 3 hours. When the black screen had lasted over 3 hours, the entire world was stunned. In the live stream of the Free Federation, a Marine Corps captain named Jack was still circling around the blind box, evading tactics. When he saw the over 3 hours of black screen in the Yan Huang live stream, a hint of confusion and defeat appeared on his determined face. He prided himself on being the top warrior of humanity, with extraordinary physical strength. But 3 hours. He asked himself honestly, he could not do it. What kind of monster is this Chu Yi from Yan Huang? In Asan's livestream, Do Longtong was sitting bored by the swamp, watching his crocodile queen wife hunt in the water. When he learned that Yan Huang's Chu Yi's matching ceremony had lasted over 3 hours, he was completely dumbfounded. He recalled his brief and hasty 3-minute ceremony, and thinking of Chu Yi's 3 hours, a huge feeling of humiliation surged up. He lost. Lost utterly. Not only in the looks of the matching partner but also in his dignity as a male. Ah! Do Longtong let out an unwilling roar, punching the ground. Behind him, the crocodile queen seemed to sense his dissatisfaction, poking her massive head out of the swamp and sweetly said, "Dear, what's wrong? Do you want more?" Do Longtong. He looked at that huge mouth bigger than a water tank, his body shivered violently, waving his hands repeatedly. No, really not. Just when the global audience's discussions and speculations had veered far off course. That pitch-black screen, after lasting more than 3 hours, with a swish, finally lit up. The hearts of 7 billion people around the globe stopped. At this moment, the throat was mentioned simultaneously. It has come. The reward is about to arrive. Chapter 14, The Great Gift of Marriage. The light curtain lit up again. The scene was still that peaceful and beautiful forest. Sunlight spilled through the gaps in the leaves, everything was just as it was before. Chu Yi sat quietly, his expression calm, as if he was just lost in thought. But if you looked closely, you would find that his gaze was deeper and brighter than before, and his whole demeanor held an inexplicable mystery and strength. And in his arms curled a petite figure. It was Ling Er. At this moment, she was sleeping soundly like a well-behaved kitten. Her little head rested in Chu Yi's embrace, her silver hair splayed out, and her fluffy cat ears occasionally twitched unconsciously. Her long white tail affectionately wrapped around Chu Yi's waist. Her face, still carrying a hint of rosy contentment and fatigue, looked serene and beautiful in sleep. This warm scene once again stirred a wave of awe in the Yan Huang livestream. She's asleep. My wife is asleep. Look at that sleeping face, so satisfying. God is awesome. Voice cracking. There are only tired cows, not worn fields. God has worked hard. Look quickly. On Ling Er's forehead. A bold barrage caught everyone's attention. There, on Ling Er's smooth white forehead, a complex mark made of golden flames flickered and then disappeared. The shape of the flame was unmistakably the totem of the Yan Huang civilization. Is this a contract mark? I understand. This means that from now on, Ling Er is one of us in Yan Huang. Yay! Our national wife is officially naturalized. Just as the audience was excitedly discussing, a series of system prompt sounds rang out wildly in Chu Yi's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying the 9 lives immortal cat, mythical subspecies. Core function of the many children and many blessings system reproduction has been activated. Detected that the host has completed marriage for the first time, and the spouses of a mythical level race, now granting excessive rewards. Reward 1, congratulations to the host for obtaining SSS level passive talent Immortal Body, incomplete. Immortal Body, incomplete originating from the 9 lives immortal cat's racial talent 9 lives, you have gained an additional life. When you suffer fatal damage, this talent will automatically trigger, allowing you to resurrect on the spot and restore all statuses. After this talent triggers, it enters a cooldown state, and you must have offspring with your partner to reactivate it. Reward 2, congratulations to the host for obtaining A-level skill, Shadow Step. Shadow Step, consuming a small amount of mental energy, allows you to merge into shadows for short-distance teleportation. It's an excellent skill for stealth, assassination, and escape. Reward 3, congratulations to the host for obtaining a cultivation resource gift package. Package contents, low-grade spirit stones X100, body refining pills X10, gathering chi powder X10. Spirit stones, crystals containing pure heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, can be used for cultivation, driving formations, and restoring energy. Body refining pills, medicines that wash the marrow and strengthen the body. Gathering chi powder, a medicine that accelerates the absorption of spiritual energy and enhances cultivation efficiency. Reward 4, congratulations, the host's personal attributes have been enhanced. Charisma permanently plus 20. Random basic attribute plus 10. Automatically allocated to mental attribute. A series of reward messages flooded into Chu Yi's mind like a tidal wave, leaving him completely stunned. SSS level talent. 1 more life. This is simply the ultimate life-saving trump card. Though it's a one-time use that needs a child to refresh, it is already astonishingly powerful. Plus an A-level skill, Shadow Step, isn't this exactly the assassin's divine skill from novels? And a bunch of high-end sounding cultivation resources and tangible attribute points. Little Tiger document anti-theft stamp, find the book Robot Little Tiger, stable, reliable heavy checkmark no pit. Chu Yi felt an unprecedented sense of strength surging from every cell in his body. He could clearly sense that. Their bodies became lighter, their senses sharper, and their minds clearer. Especially after the spiritual attribute increased by 10 points, he felt as if he could see the colorful energy particles flowing in the air around him. Is this spiritual energy? Chu Yi looked down at Linger, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, his eyes filled with tenderness and gratitude. This is not just a marriage, it's clearly a celestial fairy descending from the heavens, eager to grant him extraordinary powers. Thank you, Linger, he whispered, carefully adjusting his position to make her more comfortable. At the same time, as Chu Yi's personal rewards were being distributed, a more grand and vast mechanical voice echoed through every corner of the world, resonating in everyone's mind. Due to the marriage between the contestant Chu Yi of the Yanhuang civilization and the mythic race 9 Lives Celestial Cat, a monumental contribution to the continuation of civilization has been made, celebrated by all. Now, national fortune rewards are being distributed to the Yanhuang civilization. It's here. The main event has arrived. In the Yanhuang command center, Yen Master and everyone held their breath, their fists clenching unconsciously. People from other countries also gazed intently at the light screen, eager to know what incredible boosts this myth-level marriage would bring to Yanhuang. Golden subtitles slowly appeared on everyone's screen. National Fortune Reward 1, Civilization Upgrade, all benefits.
All citizens of the Yanhuang civilization, limited to those of Yanhuang blood, permanently receive +3 to all basic attributes: strength, agility, constitution, spirit. National fortune reward 2, divine blessing cure all illnesses. Within the territory of Yanhuang civilization, all citizens, limited to those of Yanhuang blood, will have all diseases, pains, flaws, and hidden ailments healed, restoring their bodies to the healthiest and perfect state. As these two reward items were clearly presented before everyone, the entire world fell into a silence that lasted for 10 seconds. It was as if time had been paused at that moment. Chapter 15, The Nation Erupts. This is a miracle. While the entire Yanhuang was immersed in celebration, a new prompt sounded in Chu Yi's mind within the marriage space. Ding! National fortune rewards have been detected and distributed. As the initiator of the rewards, the host has the highest authority over the distribution. Do you need to filter the recipients of the rewards? Chu Yi paused for a moment. Control? Filtering? In front of him, a virtual settings panel appeared. It clearly displayed reward issuance whitelist and reward exclusion blacklist. Chu Yi's eyes lit up instantly. Without any hesitation, he immediately began to construct filtering criteria in his mind. System, permanently exclude the following types of people from the National Fortune Rewards whitelist. His voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. First type, all criminals who have violated Yanhuang laws and are currently serving sentences or on the run. Second type, all traitors who betray the country, sell national interests, and spread divisive rhetoric online. Third type, all who occupy national and public property through improper means, oppressing the common people for their own gain. Fourth type, all. Chu Yi listed, one by one, everyone whom he deemed unworthy of enjoying this honor into the blacklist. He was not a saint. This reward was earned through the happiness shared by him and Linger. It was a blessing for the 1.4 billion descendants of Yanhuang. Why should these scum, traitors, and parasites benefit? They do not deserve it. Conditions set successfully. Retesting reward list according to the criteria. Screening complete. A total of 13,425,761 people have been excluded from the reward list. As the system's prompt sounded, a dramatic scene unfolded in the real world. After the silence, a volcanic eruption of excitement followed. Boom! On the land of Yanhuang, 1.4 billion people, at the same time, felt the mysterious power from the 9 heavens above. A warm, gentle light, like a mother's embrace, enveloped everyone. In the hospital, countless patients lying on beds, tormented by pain and close to death, were astonished to find their suffering ebbing away like a receding tide. An elderly man with late-stage lung cancer, who was originally struggling to breathe and on the verge of death. Under the glow, he began to cough violently, expelling a large mouthful of black, stinking blood. Then, he was amazed to find that his lung, which felt like a broken bellows, was regaining its vitality, and breathing became smoother than ever before. He struggled to sit up from the bed, feeling the long-lost vitality within him, tears streaming down his face. I'm better? I'm better. Beside him, a young man who had lost both legs in a car accident watched in awe as, under the light, flesh and blood began to regenerate, visibly growing and forming beneath his pant legs. Bones, muscles, nerves, skin. In just a few tens of seconds, a brand new, intact pair of legs reappeared on him. He trembled, trying to stand up from the wheelchair. When his feet, after 3 years, once again firmly touched the ground, he could no longer suppress his excitement, bursting into tears. I can stand up. I can stand up again. In the nursing home, an elderly woman suffering from dementia, who could not recognize even her family, gradually regained clarity in her murky eyes. She looked at her son, who had cared for her for many years, trembling as she called his name. On a construction site, a worker who had suffered from lumbar strains for years and could not straighten his back felt a warm current in his lower back. The excruciating pain that had bothered him for over a decade disappeared without a trace. He tried to straighten his back, letting out an incredulous gasp. Countless programmers who had been anxious about hair loss in the dead of night were pleasantly surprised to find that their bare crowns had begun sprouting fine black hair. Countless men, who felt humiliated in front of their partners due to physical ailments, felt an unprecedented strength surging from deep within their bodies, making them excitedly howl at the sky, eager to find a place to prove that they had risen up. Cancer, AIDS, uremia, paralysis, blindness, deafness. All the pains that modern medicine considers terminal diseases, in this moment, were completely erased by an incomprehensible great power. And those healthy ordinary people also clearly felt that their bodies were undergoing earth-shattering changes. Strength became greater, and they could easily lift things that previously felt very heavy. Their bodies felt lighter, running like the wind, even feeling no fatigue. Their spirits were higher, their brains clearer than ever, with thoughts operating several times faster. All attributes +3. This is not just a simple number. For ordinary people, it means a comprehensive leap in physical quality. An ordinary person instantly possesses a physique close to that of a professional athlete. A miracle. This is a miracle. My God. My leukemia is gone. Look. All the indicators on the report are normal. Whoa whoa. Thank you. Thank you, Chu Yi. Thank you, country. My child, his eyes can see now. Long live Yan Huang. Chu Yi is awesome. In the cities, countryside, hospitals, and schools, every corner of Yan Huang erupted with deafening cheers and tears of joy. Countless people rushed to the streets, embracing strangers, sharing in this sudden joy. This day was called the Day of Divine Grace by future historians. It was an unprecedented collective evolution of Yan Huang civilization. In the highest command center, everyone was caught in a frenzy of celebration. An elderly academic, looking at his fingers, swollen for years because of arthritis, returning to normal in just a few seconds, he trembled with excitement all over. Incredible, this completely violates all physical laws and biological principles. This is truly the great power of the gods. The Flame Lord felt the surging power within him, his eyes shining brightly. He knew better than anyone what these two rewards meant for the Yan Huang civilization. All attributes +3, representing the combat power of the Yan Huang army, instantly multiplied several times. Every soldier turned into a super soldier. And removal of all diseases meant the nation could save astronomical amounts on medical expenses every year, putting these resources into more important national defense and technological development. More importantly, the overall improvement of the citizens' physical fitness meant a qualitative leap for the potential and future of the entire nation. Quickly gather the data. The Flame Lord suppressed his inner excitement, issuing the order, I want to know the specific effects of this national enhancement. I want the most accurate data. Chapter 16 not worthy of enjoyment? Then don't enjoy. In a luxurious villa in a city within the Yan Huang territory, a middle-aged man with a big belly was holding a young internet celebrity, excitedly watching the reward announcement on the light screen. Ha ha ha. All attributes +3. Removal of all diseases. My gout problem can finally be cured. Baby, watch how I handle you later. The man grinned lustfully, his hands wandering indecently on the internet celebrity. He was a notorious real estate mogul, having accumulated a huge fortune by cutting corners and delaying wages for workers, already being cursed by countless people behind his back. Just moments ago, that warm light enveloped him as well. He was expecting his weakened body, worn out from years of excessive drinking and indulgence, to rejuvenate. However, as the light swept over his body, it seemed to encounter something dirty and quickly avoided him. The pain in his body did not diminish in the slightest. The boost in power he felt also vanished without a trace. Ha! What's going on? The man was stunned, looking at the internet celebrity beside him, excitedly screaming, I feel like I can kill a cow, the smile on his face instantly freezing. Why? Why didn't I change? He incredulously pinched his fat belly, still so loose and weak. Meanwhile, in a prison, a death row inmate convicted of murder also felt no change at all. He watched as petty criminals in prison for theft and fighting gained improved physical fitness, even healing old injuries, while he felt like forgotten trash. No. Not fair. Why? Why not me? He frantically shook the iron bars, letting out a hysterical roar. And those who previously boisterously promoted separation online, clamoring for independence. They watched helplessly as those around them bathed in divine favor, while the light of grace perfectly bypassed them. As if they were branded with a mark of shame saying not a child of Yan Huang. At this moment, they panicked. I was wrong. I was wrong. I'm also a child of Yan Huang. We are blood related in family. I was just joking, I love my country. I love Yan Huang. Please, give me one more chance. Countless people began to frantically repent online, trying to make amends. But it was too late. When they made those choices, they were no longer worthy to be called children of Yan Huang. This dramatic scene quickly spread across the internet through various channels. Everyone understood. This national fortune reward was not indiscriminate. It had eyes. It could accurately discern who were the true sons and daughters of Yan Huang, and who were the pests and parasites mixed in. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Seeing our company's idiot boss not getting the reward and smashing his computer in anger, I laughed away all my good deeds for the year. So satisfying. Really so satisfying. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end, karma is real. If you don't believe it, just look up, who has been spared by the gods? Those criminals, those traitors, they deserve it. They are not worthy of enjoying the glory of our Yan Huang. I declare, this is the most precise targeted elimination I have ever seen in my life. The internet erupted in joy, everyone applauding this result.
Meanwhile, those removed from the rewards list fell into endless anger and despair. They cursed and shouted. Why? Why take away my right to enjoy the reward? Chu Yi. It must be his doing. What right does he have to decide who gets the reward? Wait until he comes out of the matchmaking space. I will make him pay. I will let him know what happens when you offend me. The real estate boss who was excluded was even more furious. On his social media account, he publicly posted a vicious curse, vowing to use all his connections and wealth to make Chu Yi and his family unable to live or die once he returned to reality. His comments were filled with resentment and threats. He thought he was just venting his emotions online as usual. After all, in the past, he had used this method to rid himself of negative emotions many times. However, he underestimated Chu Yi's current position in Yanhuang. He also underestimated the terrifying efficiency of the Yanhuang national machinery, after receiving the great power of the gods. His message had barely been sent for less than 5 minutes. Boom! With a loud noise, his custom-made anti-theft door, worth millions, was blown off by a massive force from the outside. Wood chips and metal fragments scattered everywhere. Then, a team of special forces dressed in black combat gear, holding the latest weapons and exuding a chilling aura of death, charged in like cheetahs. Their speed was astonishing, and each of them radiated an overwhelming aura that surpassed normal humans. The captain, with eyes like a hawk, instantly locked onto the plump man on the sofa, who was dumbfounded. Wang Haifu? The captain's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. You, who are you? What do you want? Breaking into a private residence is illegal. Wang Haifu shouted, terrified, his body shaking. The captain was too lazy to waste words with him and simply waved his hand. 2 members moved forward and picked up the over 200-pound Wang Haifu as if he were a chick. You are being arrested for multiple charges, including provoking trouble, openly threatening a national hero, and endangering national security. Come with us. No. You can't arrest me. I know XX leader. I am brothers with Director XX. Wang Haifu struggled wildly, shouting. But it was futile. Against the physically enhanced special forces, his strength was no different than a baby's. Additionally, the captain took out a document and coldly announced, according to the highest directive, all assets under your name will be frozen and managed. Upon investigation, your company has long been in arrears of wages for 1,200 workers, totaling 34 million yuan. This money will be settled from your assets. What? Wang Haifu's eyes widened in shock, his face drained of color. He knew it was over for him. Totally over. This scene was live-streamed by the accompanying official media. When the captain announced that Wang Haifu's assets would be used to settle all workers' wages, the whole internet erupted again. Instant karma. This is fucking instant karma. So fast. From him making threats to getting arrested to the announcement, all in under 10 minutes. Is this the speed of our Yanhuang now? Well done. I have long been dissatisfied with these blood-sucking capitalists. This is how they should be treated. Serve the people. This is the true people's army. This swift and fierce capture was like the sharpest sword, cutting off all the claws of the unscrupulous. And it declared a fact to the whole world. Today's Yanhuang not only possesses divine grace but also has the thunderous means to defend that grace. Anyone who dares to provoke the heroes of Yanhuang, who challenges the bottom line of Yanhuang, will face the most rapid and severe punishment. Chapter 17 Awakening Catmaid, New Home. The delicate body in his arms gently moved, and a soft, kitten-like whine echoed in Chu Yi's ear. He looked down and saw Linger's long eyelashes flutter, then slowly opened her pair of emerald green eyes. Just waking up, her gaze still carried a hint of daze, like a piece of jade shrouded in mist, incredibly adorable. Chu Yi? Linger tilted her little head, seeming not to fully grasp the situation yet. She only remembered feeling very tired and then falling asleep in a warm and comforting embrace. Awake? Chu Yi's voice was incredibly gentle as he reached out to gently brush away a strand of silver hair from her cheek. Did you sleep well? With Chu Yi touching her, Linger's cheeks instantly flushed red. The memory of the past 3 hours flooded into her mind like a tide, making her little heart race wildly. She instinctively wanted to break free from Chu Yi's embrace, but her body felt so soft and weak that she couldn't muster any strength. Moreover, the tail wrapped around Chu Yi's waist, for some reason, would not listen to her commands, tightening instead. I. Linger stammered, her little head almost buried in her chest, not daring to look into Chu Yi's eyes. Seeing her shy appearance, Chu Yi couldn't help but laugh. He did not tease her further, but carefully helped her stand up straight. Don't rush, take it slow. The moment Linger's feet touched the ground, she felt a weakness surge through her, almost losing her balance. Chu Yi was quick to support her again. See? I told you not to rush. Linger's face turned even redder. She could feel how strong Chu Yi's arms were, how broad his embrace was, and compared to him, she felt like a little one who needed protection. How frustrating. Clearly, the memory said that the 9-lives celestial cat is a very noble and powerful race. Why did she become so useless in front of him? While Linger was lost in thought, the system's notification tone echoed in Chu Yi's mind once again. Ding. Partner information has been updated, would you like to view it? View. Chu Yi silently thought. The next second, a virtual panel appeared before him that only he could see. Partner, Linger. Race, 9-lives celestial cat, mythical subspecies. Status, growing, married. Level, D+ level. Potential, SSS level. Talent, 9 lives, part of the original has been shared, forming indestructible body, incomplete. Skill, claw strike, D level, spirit cat agility, D level. Loyalty, 100, unwavering to death. Evaluation, she is a mythological catgirl with limitless potential, currently still in childhood, her strength has yet to be fully developed. She has 100% trust and dependence on you. Please take good care of her and grow together, she will become your strongest aid and most loyal partner. D+ level. Linger was only in her growing stage, and her strength had already reached D+ level. How terrifying would it be once she fully grows? SSS level potential is truly no joke. However, what mattered most to Chu Yi was the loyalty section that stated 100, unwavering to death. These simple words made a warm flow surge in Chu Yi's heart. He looked at the cat-eared girl in front of him, filled with dependence, and his gaze softened even more. He knew that from now on, they would be the closest family to each other. Let's go, I will take you to a place. Chu Yi held Linger's little hand. Her hand was small and soft, feeling cool and pleasant when held. Linger was led by him, her body stiffening for a moment but quickly relaxing, allowing him to guide her. Where to? To our home, Chu Yi said with a smile. Home? A hint of confusion and longing flashed in Linger's green eyes. For her, this was an incredibly unfamiliar word. Chu Yi did not explain much, a thought crossed his mind, and he chose to return to his exclusive room. In the next second, the scene before them changed instantly. The tranquil forest disappeared, replaced by a spacious and bright modern room. This was the starting point where Chu Yi was transported into the matchmaking game. After completing the matchmaking, this room was no longer the simple house it once was, but had transformed into a warm home. The room's area had expanded several times, becoming a small villa with a yard. The living room, bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom were all updated, decorated in a simple yet warm style. Wow! Linger looked at everything in front of her, her green eyes wide open, filled with curiosity. She was like a little countryside kitten entering the city for the first time, finding everything new and exciting. She carefully stepped on the smooth floor, feeling the difference from the grass beneath her feet. She stretched out her small hand, curiously touching the soft sofa, then poked at the cold glass window. Is this your home? Linger looked up at Chu Yi with her small face. No, Chu Yi shook his head. Linger's eyes dimmed slightly. This is our home, Chu Yi added, his face beaming with a brilliant smile. Linger's heart skipped a beat, an indescribable joy and sweetness instantly filled her entire heart. Our home. She looked at Chu Yi and vigorously nodded, her eyes slightly reddening. Come, let me show you the yard. Chu Yi tugged at her hand and pushed open the glass door leading to the yard. The scene outside made Linger gasp again in amazement. In the yard, there were no longer cold metal walls, but a lush green lawn. In the corner of the lawn, a small field was surrounded by a wooden fence. Chu Yi walked over and instantly brightened up. In the field, several rows of familiar crops were planted, vibrant green bok choy, yellow-flowered cucumber vines, and tomatoes hanging like little red lanterns. These are all common vegetables from Yen and Huang, right? Detected that the host's home has been built, the matchmaking space will automatically generate auxiliary facilities according to the characteristics of the host's civilization. The system's prompt sound echoed timely. Chu Yi understood it clearly. This game is quite user-friendly. With this plot of land, the source of food for him and Linger would be more secure. Next to the field, under an unknown tree, a white double swing had also appeared. The swing swayed gently with the breeze. Swing! Linger spotted the swing, her eyes lit up, and she immediately let go of Chu Yi's hand, running towards it like a joyful little deer. She curiously studied it and then carefully sat down, mimicking some vague images from her memory. She gently kicked the ground with her small white feet, and the swing began to sway leisurely. Hee. The sound of her bell-like laughter echoed in the yard. In the sunlight, the girl sat on the swing, her silver hair flying, her skirt fluttering, and those furry cat ears and long tail swaying with the swing, creating a breathtakingly beautiful picture. The audience in the Yen and Huang live broadcast room saw this scene, and the bullet comments exploded again. My God! So beautiful, I'm crying. What a fairy scene!
Ozzel. My wife's smile is too sweet. I'm out of blood. God. What are you still doing? Hurry and push. Such a great opportunity, what are you waiting for? Exactly. Hurry up. We want to see you two swing together. Chu Yi looked at Linger's happy face, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his own face. He walked behind the swing, stretched out his hand, and gently gave it a push. Ah! The swing soared higher, and Linger let out a small, surprised cry, instinctively gripping the ropes in front of her. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Chu Yi said softly. Once, then again. The swing traced beautiful arcs in the air. Linger's laughter grew louder and clearer. It seemed like she had completely let go and was enjoying this new, exciting experience. After playing for a while, she turned around, smiling sweetly at Chu Yi. Chu Yi, come play too. Saying this, she jumped off the swing, then grabbed Chu Yi's hand, trying to push him onto the swing. I'll push you. Linger patted her little chest, her face eager to try. However, it seemed she had overestimated Chu Yi's current physical strength and underestimated her own D+ level of power. With her tug, Chu Yi staggered and nearly fell. Hey, slow down. Chu Yi said, half laughing, half helpless. He felt like a scholar with no strength, being dragged around by a martial arts master. This cat girl, her strength is just too much. Even with his newly enhanced body, strengthened by the national boost, it was still no match for her. It looks like improving my own strength is urgent. Chu Yi thought. Linger seemed to realize she had used too much force, sticking out her tongue, a little embarrassed as she released his hand. Sorry. It's fine. Chu Yi waved his hand, smiling, I'm just too weak. He then sat on the swing, enjoying this rare moment of leisure. At that very moment, in the real world, discussions about Chu Yi and his cat-eared bride had completely exploded across the global internet. The people of Yenawang, after enjoying the enormous benefits brought by God's Blessing Day, had reached the peak of their gratitude and admiration for Chu Yi. Chu Yi had already become not just a hero of Yenawang, but also a god of Yenawang. Meanwhile, a nationwide cleanup operation, under the guidance of Yenawang's high-level officials, was being carried out with thunderous force. Countless spies, agents, and those social parasites and online scum who had been blacklisted by Chu Yi were being precisely hunted down in this operation. After the entire Yenawang population had undergone a leap in physical fitness, the national machinery demonstrated unprecedented terrifying efficiency. One after another, deeply hidden criminal gangs were destroyed, and one after another, heartless capitalists were investigated. On the internet, accounts that once spread negative comments with sarcasm were banned one by one, and the people behind them were also duly punished. In just one day, the social atmosphere of Yenawang was completely refreshed. All the people of Yenawang felt an unprecedented sense of unity and pride. They knew that a new and stronger Yenawang was rising. Meanwhile, in the marriage space, Chu Yi and Linger's warm daily life continued. Tired from playing, Linger, like a clingy little kitten, sat next to Chu Yi, resting her little head on his shoulder. Chu Yi, she suddenly spoke, her voice soft and sweet, my home is much bigger than here. Chu Yi was moved, turning his head to look at her. Oh? What is your home like? Linger's eyes lit up, and she began to describe with great enthusiasm. My home is a huge, huge forest. The trees are so tall. She stretched out her little hand, trying to gesture. In the forest, there are many, many rabbits and deer that run, and birds that fly. There's also a super big lake, with clear, sweet water. Chu Yi listened quietly, and a bold idea slowly took shape in his mind. No one knows that the protagonist can know the contents of the blind box, and the protagonist will never reveal it, nor will anyone else have such ridiculous guesses. Chapter 18, The National Wife's Curiosity. The world in Linger's words sparked Chu Yi's thoughts. A vast forest, with wild beasts, wild fruits, and a large lake. Isn't this a natural, resource-rich survival base? The national marriage game, although its core is matching, is essentially a survival game. The player's own survival and development are equally crucial. Although I started well, with food, water, and weapons, these are consumables, and there will be a day when they run out. If I can enter Linger's world, all the resources there would be like opening a door for me. Linger, can I go see your home? Chu Yi asked tentatively. Of course. Linger nodded vigorously without thinking, her emerald eyes full of anticipation. I'll take you hunting. I'm amazing at hunting. I can also take you to pick fruits. There's a kind of red fruit in the forest that is super sweet. Seeing her so cheerful, Chu Yi's smile grew even bigger. System prompt, the exclusive world portal of the marriage partner will remain open for players until the next refresh of the marriage blind box. With a thought, a pink portal appeared out of thin air on the lawn of the courtyard. This portal is the same one that appeared after he chose the marriage blind box earlier. Chu Yi felt a sense of calm. This meant that before the next marriage task began, he had plenty of time to freely enter and exit Linger's world, exploring and gathering resources.
This was simply like giving him a private garden of a special instance. Let's go, we'll go now. Chu Yi was somewhat impatient. Linger happily took Chu Yi's hand and ran towards the portal. The two of them stepped into that pink glow one after the other. Meanwhile, at the highest command center of Yanhuang, a gigantic screen showed two split images. One image showed Chu Yi and Linger hand in hand, vanishing into the portal. The other image displayed real-time data summaries from all over the country. Report, Lord Yen. The data statistics have been completed 24 hours after Divine Grace Day. A staff member stood up, reporting loudly. Speak. Lord Yen's voice was steady and powerful, but his eyes couldn't hide his excitement. Yes. According to the nationwide medical system feedback, all registered critically ill, hopeless, and disabled patients, totaling over 78 million, have been cured and restored to health. The national average health index has increased by 300%. According to preliminary sampling tests from the National Fitness Center, the average increase in our citizens' four basic attributes, strength, agility, physique, and spirit, ranged between 28% and 32%, indicating our citizens' average quality is a 10, and the increase aligns closely with the system's announcement of +3. This means our citizens' average physical quality has thoroughly surpassed the level of professional athletes. According to the Ministry of Defense report, the physical quality of all soldiers has skyrocketed. The combat effectiveness of regular troops now rivals that of past special forces. Single-soldier load-bearing, cross-country running, hand-to-hand combat shooting, and other assessments have all reset historical records. According to the Ministry of National Security report, the clean internet and sweep operations have captured 312 spies and agents from various countries in the past 24 hours. 71 criminal syndicates of evil forces have been dismantled. 108 major cases of financial crime and embezzlement have been investigated. All online users removed from the rewards list by contestant Chu Yi have had their true identities locked, and individual identification is currently proceeding. One shocking piece of data after another was reported. Everyone in the command center felt their blood surge with excitement. With great honor. This is an unprecedented leap. The Yanhuang civilization, in just one day, achieved an evolution that other civilizations could not complete in hundreds or even thousands of years. Good. 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 The Yen master suddenly slammed the table, stood up, his tiger-like eyes shining brightly. Send my orders. First, all information about the friends and family of contestant Chu Yi is classified as top secret. Activate the highest level protection plan. Ensure he has no worries behind him. Second, establish the Extraordinary Research Department and immediately begin researching the potential for the enhancement of the national physical fitness. We want to quickly explore a systematized path of cultivation and empowerment that belongs to our Yanhuang. Third, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will immediately announce to the world that Yanhuang will form the Blue Star Community of Destiny. We welcome any friendly civilization to join us against the Reaper in 5 years. But for those wolves with ill intentions, we will also let them know that today's Yanhuang is no longer something anyone can touch. The voice of the Yen master was powerful and resounding. Each order signaled the grand strategy of Yanhuang for the future. From today on, Yanhuang will no longer be passively defending but will take the initiative to seize the lead in shaping the future world order. Through the portal, Chu Yi and Ling Er returned once again to the tranquil forest. Upon returning to her territory, Ling Er instantly changed. She was like a fierce tiger returned to the mountains, exuding a kind of confidence and wildness. Chu Yi, wait for me here. She said to Chu Yi, then her petite figure flickered and darted away like a ghost. Her speed was astonishing, weaving through the woods, leaving behind only shadows. Chu Yi stood in place and activated the newly acquired shadow step skill, quietly following her. He wanted to see with his own eyes how powerful his D+ catgirl wife truly was. He saw Ling Er stop behind a large tree, her fluffy cat ears twitching, her tiny nose sniffing the air. Soon, she locked onto a direction. She bent down, lowered her body, like a cheetah ready to pounce, stealthily approaching. Chu Yi hid behind another tree, following her direction. Not far ahead, in a clearing, a gigantic wild boar was rooting around with its long tusks at the tree roots. That wild boar was bigger than any he had seen in a zoo in his previous life, its bristles standing up like steel needles, looking very aggressive. If it were the past Chu Yi, seeing such a monster would have terrified him into fleeing. But now, he watched with great interest. At that moment, Ling Er, having crept within attacking range, moved. Her figure shot out from the grass like an arrow released from its bow. The wild boar had obviously sensed danger, raising its head with an angry roar, turning to charge at Ling Er. However, Ling Er was faster and more agile. She twisted in mid-air, effortlessly dodging the wild boar's charge. At the same time, her fair little hands had 5 sharp black claws, like blades, extending from her fingertips. Swish! The claws slashed through the air, leaving a gleam of cold light. Put! A dull sound. The fierce wild boar, with its massive head, was struck down by Ling Er's claw, severed directly from its neck. Blood gushed out, and the enormous body collapsed to the ground. One strike to kill. Clean and neat. Hiding in the shadows, Chu Yi's eyelids twitched. Oh my goodness. Is this really the same cat girl who cuddled in my arms and was shy in front of me? This is clearly a little violent lowly. D-level strength, terrifying indeed. After finishing the battle, Linger shook off the blood on her claws, and those sharp nails retracted with a whoosh. She walked over to the wild boar's corpse and seemed to be in a bit of a dilemma. This pig was too big, she couldn't drag it back alone. Just when she was about to dismember the wild boar and carry it piece by piece, Chu Yi walked out from behind a tree. Linger, you are amazing. Chu Yi genuinely praised her. Ah. Chu Yi. You, how did you follow me here? Seeing Chu Yi suddenly appear, Linger was startled, and the fierce killing aura she had just displayed disappeared without a trace, turning back into the soft and cute little cat she was. I was worried you might be in danger, so I came to take a look, Chu Yi said with a smile, telling a little lie. I was never in danger. It was it that was in danger. Linger raised her little chin, looking quite proud. But the slightly reddened tips of her ears betrayed her inner shyness. She didn't want Chu Yi to see this ferocious side of her. Yes, our Linger is the strongest. Chu Yi smiled and ruffled her hair. What should we do about this pig? Do you want me to help? You? Linger sized Chu Yi up and down, her eyes filled with doubt. With your little frame, can you do it? Feeling belittled by his wife, Chu Yi instantly felt his dignity as a man challenged. Don't underestimate me. He walked over to the wild boar's corpse, took a deep breath, and used all his strength, trying to lift the wild boar that weighed at least 300 or 400 pounds. Then, he exerted himself with all his might, but the wild boar didn't budge at all. Chu Yi. The atmosphere became very awkward for a moment. Put. Linger finally couldn't help but laugh. Chu Yi's face turned red, and he coughed a couple of times to cover up his embarrassment. I just haven't eaten yet, so I don't have any strength. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. Linger smiled and walked over to him, patting his shoulder comfortingly. I can handle this. Saying that, she prepared to start dismembering. Wait. Chu Yi suddenly thought of something, his eyes lighting up. With a flick of his mind, a storage space panel, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes. This storage space was a basic feature of the matchmaking game, available to every contestant, roughly 10 cubic meters in size. He focused on the wild boar's corpse and silently thought, collect. In the next second, a miracle occurred. The huge wild boar corpse vanished into thin air under Linger's shocked gaze. Wow. Where's the pig? Where did it go? Linger widened her eyes, spinning around in place, sniffing with her little nose, but found nothing. It's right here. Chu Yi smiled, and with another flick of his mind, the wild boar's corpse reappeared with a bang in its original spot. As he stored and released, it was like performing magic. Linger was completely stunned. She circled Chu Yi, curiously turning around, and her little hands reached out to feel him, as if trying to figure out where he had hidden such a big pig. Don't touch, Chu Yi felt ticklish from her poking, helplessly grabbing her little hand. This is a kind of spatial ability that can store things. Spatial ability? How amazing. Linger's eyes were filled with stars of admiration. Chu Yi, you are so impressive. Chu Yi felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. Finally, he had regained a bit of face in front of his wife. Although this was just the game's basic feature, to Linger, this native, it was simply magical. Let's go, we need to continue hunting and stock up on food. Okay. With Chu Yi as the mobile warehouse, their actions became incredibly efficient. Linger was in charge of hunting, and Chu Yi followed behind to collect the corpses. In just a short hour, Chu Yi's storage space was filled with 5 wild boars, more than a dozen rabbits, and 2 unfortunate silly roe deer. Looking at the storage space full of spoils, Chu Yi felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. These foods would be enough for him and Linger to eat for several months. Let's solve the problem now. Although their home had a villa, Chu Yi felt there should be a stronghold in this forest as well. Linger, how about we chop some trees to build a wooden house? Chu Yi suggested. Build a wooden house? Sure. Linger was full of interest in everything new. The two of them arrived at a forest, and Chu Yi took out the knife he had gotten from a mystery box. He chose a tree that was not too thick and prepared to get to work. However, after chopping for quite a while, he only left a shallow white mark on the trunk with the knife. Chu Yi. This knife was okay for dealing with people or small animals, but it was too much to ask of it to chop down a tree. Just as Chu Yi was at a loss, Linger tilted her head to look at him, then walked over to a towering tree that would require 3 or 4 people to hug. Chu Yi, watch closely. She winked playfully at Chu Yi.
Then, in Chu Yi's shocked gaze, she extended her little hand, and her sharp claws popped out again. Swish, 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 swish. Cold light flashed, and wood chips flew everywhere. Linger's figure danced around the giant tree like a butterfly flitting through flowers, quickly swinging her claws. With every strike, she left deep claw marks on the hard trunk, visible to the bone. In less than a minute. Crack, boom. The towering tree that required several people to hug was abruptly cut down by her claws. The massive crown, accompanied by a whistling sound of the wind, crashed down, creating a big pit in the ground. Chu Yi stood in place, wide-eyed and speechless. The knife in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. He stared at the cat-eared girl standing on the tree stump, clapping her little hands with a face that said praise me, unable to utter a single word for a long time. This is a claw? This is clearly two humanoid chainsaws. Chapter 19. This world is too unfair. Staring at this shocking scene, Chu Yi's brain malfunctions for more than 10 seconds. He finally understood deeply what it meant to be a mythical subspecies, what it meant to be D+ level. This had completely exceeded his understanding of power. While he was still using a small knife to scrape the skin, she had directly finished off the boss. How was he supposed to play now? How about it? Am I powerful? Linger gracefully jumped down from the tree stump, ran up to Chu Yi, looked up with her little face like a child waiting for praise, her tail proudly wagging behind her. As amazing, Chu Yi struggled to swallow and sincerely said, so amazing. It was not just amazing, it was simply monstrous. Getting praised by Chu Yi made Linger even happier, her eyes squinting into crescent moons. Then let's start building the wooden house. What do you want? I'll chop the trees. She patted her little chest, taking it all on herself. Chu Yi looked at her tiny body and then at the giant tree lying on the ground. His mouth twitched. He had a feeling that his upcoming role might have to change from lumberjack to designer and construction foreman. Ahem, we don't need such a big tree for now. Chu Yi picked up the knife on the ground and steadied himself. Let's start with some simple furniture, like a table, chairs, and a bed. Table? Chairs? Bed? Linger tilted her head. These words were also very new to her. In her world, eating meant doing it directly on the ground, and sleeping meant finding a dry tree hole. Chu Yi patiently drew simple shapes of the table, chairs, and bed on the ground with the knife to explain their uses to her. Linger nodded continuously, her green eyes sparkling with curiosity. I understand. It's to make our meals easier and our sleep more comfortable, right? Smart. Chu Yi praised with a smile. Then let's get started. With Linger as a super lumberjack, the material issue. In an instant, it was resolved. Chu Yi was in charge of directing, and Linger was in charge of the work. This tree, yes, this one, cut it in half. Swish, swish. That branch over there, help me carve it into a wooden board, this thick. Swish, swish, swish. This trunk, help me hollow it out, make a storage cabinet. Swish, 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 swish. Under Linger's unstoppable claws, each hard piece of wood was effortlessly cut and shaped like tofu. Chu Yi only needed to stand by with a dagger to make some fine adjustments and polish. One was incredibly strong, and the other was cleverly thoughtful. The two worked together with an almost extraordinary tacit understanding. After an afternoon, a simple forest home took shape in the clearing of the woods. A thick wooden table, 2 wooden chairs with backs, and a wooden bed covered with soft hay. Though the craftsmanship was rough, it already had the feeling of home. Wow! We did it! Linger excitedly ran around the table, her little face filled with a sense of achievement. Chu Yi also sighed in relief, looking at the furniture he had made with his own hands, his heart equally full of joy. This feeling of creating something from nothing, of building something that belongs to oneself, was simply amazing. Viewers in the Yenhuan live stream room watched this warm yet hardcore scene, and the comments exploded. What the heck? What am I seeing? Ripping apart a giant tree? What kind of divine catgirl is this? This is not a catgirl, this is clearly a human-shaped mech. So fierce. Ishin, I'm in charge of directing. Linger, I'm responsible for massive slaughter. This is clearly a farming story with infrastructure building. I'm in love. I'm locking this CP. Whoa, watching them build their own home together, why is this single dog tearing up? Don't cry up front, I'm with you. This is what living is about. Much better than those fighting and killing scenes. Am I the only one who noticed that Ishin can only polish the scraps on the side? Family position, clear as day. Dog head. As the sun set, golden rays of light filtered through the gaps in the trees, casting a warm color over the small campsite. Chu Yi took out a processed rabbit from the storage space and placed it on the fire to roast. Soon, the savory smell of meat spread throughout the forest. Linger squatted by the fire, eagerly watching the rabbit sizzling and oozing with juices, her little nose twitching continuously, nearly drooling. Don't rush, it will be ready soon, Chu Yi said with a smile, sprinkling some unknown seasoning he brought from home onto the rabbit meat.
The aroma instantly became richer. After it was done, Chu Yi tore off a plump rabbit leg and handed it to Linger, who was already staring at it with longing. Be careful, it's hot. So delicious. Linger took the rabbit leg, ignoring the heat, and eagerly took a big bite, blowing on it but wearing a blissful smile. Looking at her satisfied eating, Chu Yi also felt a surge of appetite. The two sat by the fire, eating roasted meat and chatting leisurely. Surrounded by the peaceful forest, under the brilliant starry sky, with the crackling sound of the flames in their ears. The atmosphere was tranquil and beautiful. After filling their bellies, Linger let out a delicate yawn, seeming a bit sleepy. The wedding ceremony during the day, plus an afternoon of labor, left her feeling tired. If you're sleepy, go to bed, Chu Yi pointed to the wooden bed they had just assembled. Linger nodded, stood up, and walked obediently to the bedside. She lay down, then patted the empty space beside her, looking at Chu Yi with her emerald green eyes, and softly said, Chu Yi, you come too. Chu Yi's heart skipped half a beat. He looked at Linger's pure and a bit expectant gaze, feeling his throat dry. He walked over. He lay down beside Linger. The wooden bed was small, and the two of them lay together, their bodies inevitably close to each other. He could smell a faint, milk-like fragrance coming from Linger's body. He could feel her soft body and her slightly hurried breathing. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit ambiguous. Linger seemed to sense that something was wrong, her body becoming a little stiff, her small face as red as an apple. She subconsciously moved to the side, trying to create a little distance. But as soon as she moved, her disobedient white tail actively wrapped around Chu Yi's waist. Linger. She wished she could tie her own tail in a knot. So embarrassing. Chu Yi looked at her awkwardly cute expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He reached out and gently pulled her into his arms. Don't move, sleep like this. His voice was a little hoarse. Linger's body shuddered, but in the end, she didn't resist and obediently leaned against his chest, like a gentle little kitten. She found a comfortable position and rubbed her small head against Chu Yi's chest. Chu Yi only felt like he was holding a warm, fragrant, soft pillow, one with a furry accessory. Her pure white cat ears were right below his chin, trembling gently with each of her breaths. Chu Yi, inexplicably, reached out and lightly pinched one of her ears. The feeling. It was indescribably soft and warm. It was like touching the finest silk, still carrying the warmth of life. Linger in his arms let out a comfortable moan, and her body relaxed. It seemed like she didn't mind. Chu Yi became bolder and began gently massaging her cute cat ears. From the base of the ear to the tip. The delicate fur brushing against his fingertips was so addicting. As he massaged, Chu Yi suddenly felt something was wrong. Linger's breathing in his arms seemed to become more and more hurried. Her body began to tremble slightly, and her skin became burning hot. A strange, sweet, cloying scent wafted from her. Linger, what's wrong? Chu Yi stopped and asked, concerned. Don't stop. Linger's voice, with a suppressed, soft, sweet cry, sounded in Chu Yi's arms. Keep touching there. Chu Yi froze. He lowered his head and saw Linger tilting her small face up, her emerald green eyes covered with a layer of mist, her gaze blurry, her cheeks flushed, looking incredibly tempting. Chu Yi's mind went boom. He instantly understood. So, her ears were her weakness. And it was the kind of weakness that made her aroused as soon as it was touched. Having discovered this earth-shattering secret, Chu Yi's eyes immediately narrowed, flashing with a dangerous light. He looked at the little kitten in his arms who had voluntarily offered herself up, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Oh? Is that so? He deliberately slowed down his movements, drawing circles lightly on her ear's edge. Linger let out an even more unbearable moan, her body squirming uneasily, and the tail wrapped around Chu Yi's waist tightened even more. She took the initiative to move her little face closer to Chu Yi's hand, seemingly craving more. Seeing this, all the viewers in the global livestream went wild. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! What am I seeing? Ears. The weakness is the ears. Ishan discovered Hua Dian. Aha! Who can handle this? This cat is too skilled. Ishan. Don't stop. Increase the intensity. We want to see what's coming next. Just as all the viewers were excited and red-faced, anticipating what would happen next in this indescribable scene. Swish. The familiar black screen, the familiar white letters, once again appeared before everyone's eyes, without any warning. The following scenes are not suitable for broadcast. The Yenhuang live stream room, after a brief silence of 1 second, was instantly overwhelmed by a flood of wailing and cursing. Damn! I took off my pants, and this is what you show me? Dog system. I'll never forgive you. Give me back my wife. Ah. Why? Why is it black screen again? I hate this.
Meanwhile, in live streams of other countries, there was complete silence. Especially in the countries of players who were either unmarried or matched with monsters, their citizens completely broke down after witnessing that vivid and beautiful scene.
Why?
Why do the Yanhuang players get to live such a heavenly life with such a cute cat-eared fairy?
And their players either have to stay fearful, or face a crocodile or a praying mantis? It's unfair. This world is so unfair. Endless envy and jealousy finally turned into deep hatred and resentment.
They stared at the pitch-black screen, their eyes almost bursting with fire.
Chapter 20, The Weakness of the Catgirl. Black screen. Another black screen.
For the Yanhuang audience, this was the third time seeing this familiar scene. The first time was when Brother Asan and the Crocodile Queen sacrificed themselves. Everyone watched with horror, curiosity, and a little bit of schadenfreude. The second time was when Chu Yi and Linger's first marriage match happened. Everyone watched with excitement, anticipation, and a little bit of the sourness of seeing their own cabbage being stolen.
And this time,
all the Yanhuang viewers only felt a desperate, heart-wrenching urgency and furious anger towards the system.
Dog system. Are you playing games with us?
I suspect this black screen system was developed by the Free Federation.
It's specifically targeting us Yanhuang.
Exactly. Why does Brother Asan's only black out for 3 minutes, and our Asians keeps going on for so long?
Can't we get any sleep?
Upstairs, you don't understand. The longer it takes, the stronger our Asian is.
This is the honor of our Yanhuang. Right. Brother Asan's 3 minutes, that's called a quick gunman.
Our Asian, this is the third time, and it's longer every time. This is called a battle god.
An eternal engine. If you put it that way, it makes some sense. I feel much better now. Feel better my ass. What's the point of knowing the result if I can't see the process?
I want to see my wife cry out while being bullied.
You're wrong, but I support you.
The barrage tone, after a brief moment of anger, inevitably veered in a strange direction again. Countless LSPs started to dive into rich imaginations and detailed discussions in the bullet comments, the intensity comparable to an academic conference. And in the highest command center, the atmosphere was equally awkward. A group of experts and generals, all over 50, stared at the black screen, blinking at each other.
Ahem.
A white-haired strategic analysis expert cleared his throat, trying to break the awkwardness from the current situation. It seems that Chu Yi and his partner have a very harmonious relationship.
This is a good thing, beneficial to the long-term development of our civilization. Exactly.
A military officer beside him nodded seriously. The better the relationship between partners, the higher the chance of having offspring. According to the system rules, having offspring not only brings huge personal improvements to the players, but also brings new national rewards to our country.
Offspring.
When the Yin Lord heard this word, his eyes lit up. He remembered the SSS-level talent of Chu Yi, immortal body, incomplete, which required the birth of offspring as a condition for refreshing. This meant that as long as Chu Yi and Linger could have children, Chu Yi would gain an extra life. This was crucial for surviving in the perilous marriage game. Looks like our promotion of childbirth work should be brought forward. The Yen Lord stroked his chin, thoughtfully speaking. Upon hearing the words promotion of childbirth, the people around him, the expressions all became even more peculiar. On a national level, is the official push coming? If Chu Yi finds out about this, will there be pressure? Time, amidst the discussions and waiting of global viewers, passed 1 second at a time. This black screen lasted even longer than the last 3 hours. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. 4 hours. When the black screen was locked at 4 hours and 5 minutes, with a whoosh, the screen finally lit up. More than 7 billion viewers worldwide instantly focused their attention on the screen. In the footage, it was still that campsite in the woods. The sky was already faintly bright, with the morning mist swirling in the woods. The campfire had died down, leaving only a pile of warm ashes. On that simple wooden bed, Chu Yi was lying on his side, one arm being used as a pillow by the beauty in his arms. Linger was wrapped around Chu Yi like an octopus, sleeping soundly. Her little head was deeply buried in Chu Yi's embrace, her silver hair spread across the bed, with a pair of fluffy cat ears unconsciously pressed against Chu Yi's chest. Her long white tail had also moved from Chu Yi's waist to his leg, affectionately curling around it. On her face, there was still a hint of contented blush, and the corners of her eyes seemed to have a little shimmer. The whole person looked like a lazy little cat that had been thoroughly well fed, emanating a charming aura. Hiss. Seeing this scene, countless male viewers in the Yanhuan live broadcast room instinctively gasped. 4 hours. A full 4 hours. Ishin, truly extraordinary. Look at my wife's appearance, too endearing. Ishin, you were too harsh. Upstairs, you don't understand, this is proof of love. Just look at how sweetly my wife is sleeping, it shows how happy she is. Wah wah wah, although I feel heartbroken for my wife, why am I also a bit excited? Am I hopeless? Bro, you're not alone. We all are. Just when the audience was discussing this post-war scene. On the bed, Chu Yi slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the sky outside and then looked down at the little pig-like Linger who was sound asleep. A helpless yet indulgent smile appeared on his face. This little demoness is too clingy. Last night, after discovering her weakness, Chu Yi, in the spirit of scientific exploration, conducted thorough research. As a result, he accidentally studied until dawn. If it weren't for the partner happiness ability boost buff he received earlier, plus the significant improvement in physical quality after a successful marriage, he probably would have been done for today. Even so, he felt completely drained, with waves of weakness crashing over him. It seems that relying solely on physical fitness isn't enough. I must start cultivating as soon as possible to enhance my true strength. Chu Yi secretly made up his mind. He cautiously tried to pull his arm out from under Linger's head. However, as soon as he moved, Linger seemed to sense something, letting out a faint murmur, tightening her grip on him, and rubbing her little head against him, mumbling drowsily, "Don't go. Chu Yi. Well, it seems there's no imagining waking up this morning." He had no choice but to give up struggling, allowing this clingy little cat to hold him. After all, today's mission was to accompany his wife. He closed his eyes, prepared to catch some more sleep. However, he suddenly remembered something. After the marriage, he had not yet had the chance to look at the cultivation resource gift package rewarded by the system. Now that he had free time, he could explore it. With a thought, Chu Yi opened his storage space. That golden shining gift package was quietly lying in the corner. Open the package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining low-grade Spirit Stones X100. The Body Refining Pill X10, the Spirit Gathering Powder X10. A pile of things instantly appeared in Chu Yi's storage space. 100 crystal clear, emitting a faint white light crystals, were spirit stones. Also, there were 2 small white jade bottles, each labeled Body Refining and Spirit Gathering. Chu Yi's gaze first fell on those 2 pill bottles. Body Refining Pill, a pill that washes the marrow and strengthens the body, can enhance the user's physique and strength attributes. Spirit Gathering Powder, a pill that accelerates the absorption of spiritual energy and improves cultivation efficiency, can enhance the user's spirit attribute. Good stuff. This is simply tailor-made for his current situation. What he needs most now is to enhance his hard power. System, are there any restrictions on taking these 2 types of pills? Chu Yi asked in his heart. Multi-children multi-blessing system reminder, the Body Refining Pill and Spirit Gathering Powder are both basic pills, mild in nature, with no usage restrictions. However, repeated use of the same type of pill will result in diminishing effects. Special reminder, with the support of the multi-children multi-blessing system, the effect of any pill or exotic treasure taken by the host is doubled. Doubled effect. Chu Yi's eyes instantly lit up. This system is too powerful. Doesn't this mean that his 10 body refining pills and 10 spirit gathering powders are actually equivalent to 20 for others? What a huge gain! Chu Yi's heart was filled with excitement. He couldn't wait to try the effects of these pills. He glanced at Linger, still sleeping in his arms, and decided not to wait for her. Enhancing strength is urgent. He took out a brown pill, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance, from his storage space. It was the body refining pill. This scene was clearly presented to global viewers through the live broadcast. What is he God taking out? It's a pill. The one from the system's reward cultivation gift package. Oh my. Is it time to start cultivating? It's finally here. Quick, quick, quick. Aim the camera. I want to see God's upgrade. All the viewers instantly shook off their sleepiness, eyes wide open, afraid to miss any details. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Yi, without any hesitation, directly tossed the body refining pill into his mouth. The pill melted in an instant, turning into a warm current that flowed down his throat, spreading throughout his limbs and bones. Chapter 21, Cultivation and Strengthening. The moment the body refining pill entered his stomach, Chu Yi only felt an incredibly domineering heat flow explode within his body. This heat flow surged like flowing lava, madly washing through his meridians, bones, muscles, and even every single cell. Chu Yi let out a muffled groan as beads of sweat the size of soybeans immediately appeared on his forehead. It hurt. An indescribable severe pain. It was as if someone was smashing his bones with a hammer, then using a file to grind through his flesh. This agony of washing the marrow far exceeded ordinary imagination. However, Chu Yi gritted his teeth and remained silent. He knew this was the pill transforming his body, it was the necessary path for rebirth. He could clearly feel his bones becoming harder and denser under the wash of this heat flow. His muscle fibers were being torn apart and then reassembled in a stronger way. The impurities in his body were being forcibly pressed and expelled by this domineering force.
A layer of sticky, foul-smelling black dirt was seeping out of his pores, quickly soaking his clothes. The viewers in the Huan Yellow live broadcast room watched Chu Yi's painful expression and the continuous emergence of black substances with worried hearts. Oh my! What is happening? Are there side effects to taking the pills? That's not a side effect, that's washing the marrow. It's written like this in novels. This is expelling impurities from the body and reshaping the flesh. Look at God's face, it's so intense. He's thriving. So painful. I can feel the pain through the screen. Of course. Transcending oneself is not that easy. Hold on. Yi Shen. If you get through this, a whole new world awaits. But, he's holding his wife. This won't affect her, right? This comment reminded everyone. Everyone then realized that even while enduring such immense pain, Chu Yi remained in the same position, completely unmoving. His arm, resting under Linger, was as steady as a rock, showing no sign of trembling. He feared that any movement would wake the beloved sleeping in his arms. This detail caused countless viewers, especially female viewers, to lose their composure instantly. Whoa, so heartwarming. What a heavenly man. Even in such pain, he still protects his wife. I'm crying. This is a real man. Responsible and full of duty. Linger did not choose the wrong person. From today on, anyone who dares to speak ill of Yi Shen, I will fight them first. And while Chu Yi silently endured the pain, the system's notification sound rang in his mind again. Ding! The effect of the more children, more blessings system is triggered. The effect of the body tempering pill is doubled. Strengthening the host's physique. Strengthening the host's power. With the sound of the system notification fading, Chu Yi felt the hot current inside his body suddenly grow stronger by one more time. The already excruciating process of refining the marrow instantly upgraded to a new level of intensity. Ah! Chu Yi finally could not hold back, letting out a suppressed low roar. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, all his muscles tight like iron blocks. This sudden movement finally startled Linger awake from her sleep. Chu Yi? What happened to you? Linger rubbed her sleepy eyes and saw Chu Yi's face twisted in extreme pain. She instantly became alert. Chu Yi! Don't scare me! Seeing Chu Yi covered in sweat, emitting a bad odor, she felt a pang of panic that nearly made her cry. She did not know what had happened and thought Chu Yi had fallen seriously ill. I'm fine. Chu Yi squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Don't worry. You look like this and still say you're fine. Linger felt helplessly anxious, wanting to help but not knowing where to start. She stretched out her small hand, wanting to touch Chu Yi's forehead, but she was scared back by his burning temperature. It's the pill. Chu Yi explained with great difficulty. I'm absorbing the power. Pill? Linger was stunned for a moment, then she noticed a faint herbal fragrance in the air. Tilting her head, she sniffed gently at Chu Yi's body. The inherited memory told her that this was a miraculous elixir capable of strengthening the body. But, why is absorbing the pill so painful? In her understanding, absorbing spirit energy or consuming rare treasures should be a comfortable and enjoyable experience. How could she know that Chu Yi was currently enduring double the power of the pill? This was no simple process of refining the marrow, it was like violent demolition and reconstruction. Seeing Chu Yi's face becoming paler and his body trembling more violently, Linger felt her heart twist in agony. Suddenly, she thought of something. She bit her lip, then stretched out her small hand, placing it on Chu Yi's chest. A pure, gentle energy, filled with the breath of life, slowly flowed from her palm into Chu Yi's body. This was the most original life energy of the 9 Lives Immortal Cat Clan. As soon as this energy entered Chu Yi's body, it felt like rain after a long drought, rapidly nurturing his veins and flesh, which had been tormented by the violent pill energy. The once ferocious drug force gradually became docile under the calming influence of this gentle energy. Chu Yi only felt the heart-wrenching pain rapidly receding. It is a warm, incredibly comfortable feeling. He can feel that his body is being strengthened and transformed at a faster speed. Linger. Chu Yi opened his eyes and looked at the worried cat-eared girl in front of him, her small face a bit pale from the energy transfer, filled with emotion. I'm fine now, stop. Don't waste your own energy, he hurriedly said. No. Linger stubbornly shook her head. I want to help you. Not only did she not stop, but she also increased the energy flow. She could feel that Chu Yi's body was becoming stronger and stronger. She wanted to help him become even stronger. With Linger's help, the medicinal power that originally needed more than an hour to fully absorb was completely refined by Chu Yi in less than 10 minutes. When the last trace of medicinal power merged into his limbs and bones, Chu Yi felt a bursting power filling his body. He felt that with one punch, he could kill a cow. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the body refining pill, double effect. Host's constitution attribute +4. Host's strength attribute +4. Host's current level is rated as E level. E level. Just one pill allowed him to leap from an ordinary person with no level to E level. Although it's just the lowest level, it is a qualitative leap. This means he has officially stepped onto the extraordinary path. Chu Yi clenched his fist, feeling the unprecedented power within him, filled with high aspirations. He was about to rush and consume the remaining 9 body refining pills all at once. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt something soften in his arms. He saw Linger's body sway and then fall straight into his arms, fainting. Her small face was pale, without any blood color. To help him, she consumed too much of her own energy. Linger! Chu Yi's heart tightened sharply. He hurriedly held Linger and anxiously called her name. But Linger showed no reaction, just sleeping deeply. Chu Yi panicked, immediately shouting in his mind to the system, "System! Hurry! Check on Linger! Is there any way to save her?" Ding! Detected partner Linger is in a weakened state due to excessive consumption of energy. Solution 1, rest. Estimated recovery time, 72 hours. Solution 2, use items containing pure energy for replenishment. Seeing Solution 2, Chu Yi's eyes instantly lit up. Items containing pure energy? He immediately thought of those 100 low-grade spirit stones. Without any hesitation, he took out a spirit stone from his storage space and carefully placed it in Linger's hand. As soon as the spirit stone touched Linger's body, it seemed to encounter an endless vortex. The transparent spirit stone quickly dimmed at a visible speed and then it turned into a pile of useless powder. And Linger's pale face began to regain a bit of redness. It worked! Chu Yi was overjoyed, immediately taking out another spirit stone and placing it in Linger's hand. Another flash of light, then it turned to powder. 1, 2, 5, 10. When Chu Yi consumed the 10th low-grade spirit stone, Linger's face finally returned to normal. Her even breathing became strong again. Only then did Chu Yi let out a long sigh of relief, feeling almost drained. He looked at the silly girl in his arms who used her source energy for him, glances filled with affection and guilt. It was all his fault for being too eager for quick results. He reached out his hand, gently stroking Linger's cheek, silently vowing to never let her take such risks for him again. Just then, he suddenly noticed that something wonderful seemed to be happening on Linger's body. Her breath seemed stronger than before. Chu Yi felt a stir in his heart and opened Linger's attribute panel again. When he saw the information on the panel, he was stunned. Partner, Linger. Race, 9 live celestial cat, mythical subspecies. Status, growth stage, married. Level, C level. Potential, SSS level. Her level changed from D+ to C level. After absorbing the energy of 10 low-grade spirit stones, Linger not only recovered from weakness, but her strength actually broke through. Looking at this result, Chu Yi couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless. This silly cat truly turned misfortune into fortune. However, now that his wife had reached C level, the joy of his recent breakthrough to E level was instantly diluted. With her being C level, he, at E level, still felt like a junior in front of her. No way. I must keep taking pills. Chu Yi's fighting spirit was ignited once again. He glanced at Linger, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, and decided not to disturb her. He carefully moved Linger's head from his arm, then covered her with a layer of hay. After doing all this, he stood up and walked outside the camp. He sat down cross-legged and took out another body-refining pill from his storage space. This time, he wanted to push straight up to D level. Chapter 22 Strength Soars. With the experience from the first time and the nourishment from Linger's life energy, Chu Yi's second use of the body-refining pill went much more smoothly. Although the excruciating pain of transforming his body still existed, it was within his tolerable range. The double potency of the medicine galloped through his body, continuously strengthening his physical form. 1 pill. 2 pills. 3 pills. When Chu Yi absorbed the 5th body-refining pill, he felt as if his body had reached a bottleneck. Continuing to take the body-refining pills, while still effective, the increase had significantly weakened. Ding! Congratulations, host has absorbed 5 body-refining pills, double effect. Host's physique attribute +10. Host's strength attribute +10. Host's current level assessment, D level. D level. Leveled up twice. As Chu Yi felt that powerful strength inside him, multiplied several times from before, his heart was filled with joy. He could sense that his body had undergone earth-shattering changes. His skin became tougher, his muscles filled with explosive power, and his bones were as hard as iron. He was confident that if he had to lift that wild boar weighing hundreds of pounds now, he could do it effortlessly.
The remaining 5 body refining pills have diminished effect, I should save them. Chu Yi was not greedy, he shifted his gaze to another white jade bottle. Spirit Gathering Powder. A pill that boosts mental attributes. In this mysterious pairing space, the importance of mental attributes even surpassed the other 3 basic attributes. Whether using skills like Shadow Step or various spells he might learn in the future, they all required mental power. The stronger the mental energy, the more skill uses one could perform, and the greater the ability to sustain combat. Without hesitation, Chu Yi poured out a blue spirit gathering powder, tossing it into his mouth. Unlike the overwhelming potency of the body refining pills, the spirit gathering powder melted in his mouth, turning into a refreshing current that surged into his brain. Instantly, Chu Yi felt his mind become clearer than ever. His 5 senses also became sharper. He could even see countless colorful specks of light floating in the air around him. These were the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Under the effect of the spirit gathering powder, these specks of spiritual energy seemed to be attracted by something and began to frantically rush towards Chu Yi's body. They entered his body through his skin and breath, then gathered in his mind, nourishing his spiritual essence. Ding! More offspring means more blessings. System effect triggered. Spirit gathering powder effect doubled. Strengthening host's mental capacity. Host's mental attribute +2. 1 pill, and his mental power directly increased by +2. And it was a double effect. Chu Yi was overjoyed. Immediately began to absorb the second pill. This time, he didn't feel any pain, the whole process felt more like soaking in a hot spring, so comfortable that he almost moaned. One by one, the gathering energy pills were continuously swallowed into his stomach. His mental strength was also skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. After absorbing the 10th gathering energy pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 10 gathering energy pills, double effect. Host's mental attribute increased by 15. Host's current level evaluated as D+ level. D+ level. After popping all the pills, Chu Yi's strength had finally soared from an ordinary person to D+ level. He stood on the same starting line as his catgirl wife, who had just awakened. Ha! Chu Yi took a long breath, exhaling a cloud of turbid air, and opened his eyes. A flash of brilliance passed through his eyes, and his entire aura underwent an indescribable transformation. If he was merely a lucky ordinary person before, now he had truly become an extraordinary being. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and heard a series of crackling sounds from his bones. He felt his body filled with an unprecedented sense of strength and lightness. Is this the power of D+ level? Chu Yi clenched his fist, a confident smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He concentrated his thoughts and activated the Shadow Step skill. In the next second, his figure instantly blended into the shadow of a nearby large tree, disappearing without a trace. Then, in another shadow 10 meters away, his figure quietly emerged again. The whole process flowed smoothly, without the slightest pause. So fast. And the consumption is so low. Chu Yi felt delighted in his heart. After his mental power skyrocketed to D+ level, the consumption of using Shadow Step became almost negligible. He even felt that he could teleport continuously hundreds of times without feeling tired. This A-grade skill could finally show its true power in his hands. Chu Yi? At that moment, a surprised voice came from the direction of the wooden house. Chu Yi turned his head to see Ling Er had woken up at some point, standing at the door of the wooden house with a face of astonishment, looking at him. Your aura. Ling Er took small steps, running to Chu Yi, circling around him, her emerald eyes full of disbelief. How could your strength improve so fast? You are already D+ level? In her inherited memories, even the most talented clan members took several years to cultivate from 0 to D+ level. And Chu Yi only took one night. This is simply a monster. I just ate some pills. Chu Yi smiled as he looked at her shocked and cute appearance, ruffling her hair. Pills? Ling Er recalled the earlier overwhelming potency, saying with some lingering fear, but absorbing pills is supposed to be very painful? It's okay, I got used to it. Chu Yi replied nonchalantly. He didn't want this silly cat to worry about him anymore. You, on the other hand, how could you be so foolish to help me, even giving up your own source of energy? Chu Yi pretended to be angry as he pinched her little nose. I just didn't want to see you in so much pain. Ling Er's voice became muffled as he pinched her nose, her eyes looking a bit wronged. Looking at her like this, how could Chu Yi still feel anger? His heart was filled with love and affection. No doing that next time, understand? Oh, Ling Er obediently nodded. However, you also gained something from this misfortune, now you are a C-level little expert. Chu Yi teased with a smile. He. Mentioning her strength, Ling Er became proud again, her little tail proudly curled up behind her. But looking at Chu Yi, she couldn't help but sigh. Chu Yi, you are really a genius. I've never seen someone cultivate this fast as you. A genius, huh? Maybe. Chu Yi smiled and didn't explain too much. He knew that his rapid improvement was entirely due to the more children, more blessing system and its freakish double effect ability. Without this golden finger, with just those 20 pills, he could only improve to E level at most, and the process would be 100 times more painful. By the way, here's something for you. Chu Yi suddenly remembered something and took out the remaining 90 low-grade spirit stones from his storage space. He stuffed them all into Linger's arms in one go. Wow! So many! Linger was taken aback by this sudden pile of spirit stones and almost couldn't hold on. Looking at these transparent, dazzling spirit stones that emitted pure energy, her eyes turned into starry eyes. For the 9 Lives Immortal Cat Clan, spirit stones are the best food and supplements. You gave them all to me? What will you use? Linger looked up, puzzled. I don't need them for now. Chu Yi said with a smile, you need them more than I do. Hurry up and improve your strength, so you can protect me better in the future, right? Chu Yi said playfully. He knew that Linger could directly absorb the energy from the spirit stones to improve her strength, which was much more efficient than him, a human. Rather than keeping these spirit stones as reserve currency, it was better to let Linger's strength improve to the next level. After all, her potential was SSS level. But that's too much. Linger, holding a pile of spirit stones, was still a bit hesitant. These spirit stones were priceless treasures to her. Be good, listen. Chu Yi reached out and patted her head, using a tone similar to coaxing a little cat, hurry up and take them, or I will be angry. Then, okay. Upon hearing what Chu Yi said, Linger finally stopped refusing. Her cheeks flushed as she carefully stored those 90 spirit stones into her storage space, which no one really knew where it was. Seeing her obediently accept them, Chu Yi nodded in satisfaction. This scene, seen by global viewers, once again stirred up a huge wave. I can't believe it. Did I see wrong? Gotti gave all the remaining spirit stones to his wife? 90 low-grade spirit stones. Just like that, all given away? This is way too pampering. This is not pampering, this is clearly a strategic investment. Linger has SSS level potential, giving her the resources to develop first is definitely the best choice right now. That's right. God Yi's operation is too grand. I would call him the pioneer of wife nurturing. Whoa, I also want to be raised by Gotti like this. Don't say 90 spirit stones, I'd go with him for 9. Wake up upstairs, you don't have cat ears or a cat tail. The Yanhua live stream room was filled with admiration and envy. However, the atmosphere in other countries' live streams was completely different. In the command center of the Free Federation. F***CK. This Chu Yi's speed of improvement has completely exceeded our estimates. Not only has he leveled up by using pills himself, but he's also given precious spirit stones to his partner. After absorbing 10 spirit stones, his partner's level broke from D+ to C-. Now he's given her 90 more. God knows how strong that cat girl will become. We must take immediate action. We can't wait any longer. If we wait longer, the gap between us and Yanhua will only widen. Jack. How's our contestant Jack doing? Has he chosen his blind box? The screen switched to the live stream room of the Free Federation's contestant, Marine Corps Captain Jack. At this moment, Jack, after a long period of observation and tactical evasion, finally made his decision. He looked at the 10 white random blind boxes in front of him, his eyes became incredibly determined. Yanhua's Chu Yi can gain resources and powerful abilities by opening blind boxes. I, Jack, as the strongest warrior of the Free Federation, have no reason not to be able to do it. He took a deep breath and mimicked Chu Yi's previous action. He strode confidently toward one of the white mystery boxes he had chosen. He believed that with his own strength and luck, he could surely get something good. Not just Jack. At this moment, the Gallic Rooster, John Bull, the Polar Bear, almost all the participants from countries that had not yet taken action made the same choice. They were stimulated by Chu Yi's success. They wanted to imitate Chu Yi's path, starting with the less risky white mystery boxes to accumulate resources, improve their strength, and then challenge the matchmaking mystery boxes. A global wave of imitating Chu Yi had officially begun. However, they did not know. The gifts of fate had already been marked with a price in the shadows. Not everyone is a child of destiny. Nor does everyone have a cheat that can see through everything. Chapter 23 Global Imitation, Dongshi Mimicking Pan. Jack, the contestant from the Free Federation, stood in front of a white random mystery box. His face, chiseled like it was carved from stone, was filled with confidence. As an elite from the Marine Corps, he had faced countless life and death tests, having absolute faith in his judgment and luck. In his view, what that seemingly weak and gentle Han person, Chu Yi, could do, he had no reason not to be able to do. Let's see what power the gods will grant me.
Jack shouted, showing no hesitation, and punched the white mystery box in front of him. Bang! The mystery box broke apart. A massive green, foul-smelling, viscous liquid forcibly sprayed out from the broken box, coating Jack's face. Jack? In the Free Federation's live broadcast room, all the audiences who were cheering for Jack froze, their smiles turning to shock in an instant. Oh my god. What the hell is that? Is it poison? Jack! Quick! Get it off! What the hell? Why is it like this? Why did Chu Yi get cookies and water, and our Jack got this thing? Jack reacted quickly. The moment the liquid hit his face, he held his breath and swiftly scraped off the gooey liquid with his tactical knife. Ding! You have been attacked by slime's saliva, entering nausea status, all attributes temporarily -1, lasting 10 minutes. Hearing the system's prompt, Jack's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Although it only temporarily lowered his attributes by 1 point and did not cause real damage, the feeling was truly disgusting. Especially since this was happening during a global live broadcast. He, the pride of the Free Federation and elite Marine Corps member, was hit in the face by a mouthful of slime. What a disgrace! Damn! 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 Jack cursed under his breath, feeling like his lungs were about to explode. Meanwhile, in the live rooms of other countries, they erupted in unabashed laughter upon seeing this. Ha ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. The chosen one of the Free Federation gets hit in the face with goo right from the start. Is this the fate of the imitators? It's so ridiculous. I declare, this is the funniest scene since the start of the matchmaking game. Compared to Jack's bad opening, it seemed like some other contestants were having a bit of luck. The contestant from the Gallic Rooster, an elegant fencing champion, opened a black loaf of bread. Though it was as rough as chewing on tree bark, at least it was food. The contestant from the Polar Bear, a 2-meter-tall strongman, opened a bottle of vodka. He chugged half the bottle in one go, let out a burp, and exclaimed with delight. However, many other contestants were not so fortunate. A contestant from a small Southeast Asian country opened a treasure chest. He opened it with joy, only to have a monster with sharp teeth jump out and bite him on the arm. Although he fought hard to kill the monster, a deep wound, visible to the bone, remained on his arm. Blood flowed freely. Another contestant from a tribe in Africa opened an ancient ceramic pot. He thought there was water or food inside, but as soon as he opened it, a swarm of fist-sized black poisonous bees buzzed out, chasing him and stinging him until his head was covered in welts, screaming in agony. In an instant, the live broadcasts from various countries were chaotic, like a chicken flying and a dog jumping. Those who had laughed at Jack earlier now found it hard to smile. They finally realized that this white random blind box was not as safe as they had imagined. Inside it was also filled with all sorts of traps and dangers. Chu Yi's 3 consecutive good fortunes were not the norm at all. How could this happen? Why is this happening? Chu Yi must be cheating. He definitely has some ability we don't know about. Exactly. This is unfair. We demand a full investigation of the Yinhuang contestant. Countless doubts and curses began to spread across major live broadcast rooms around the world. They couldn't accept that their country's elite contestant was struggling in the game, while that seemingly ordinary person from Yinhuang could sail smoothly and win the girl he loved. This huge disparity drove them to madness with jealousy. However, their protests were destined to be in vain. The National Luck Marriage Game would not care about their outcries. And just when the world was plunged into chaos, a more terrifying and despairing piece of news came. A contestant from a small country in South America called Koto encountered a trap when opening his first white blind box. What sprayed out of the blind box was not the slime's saliva, but a colorless, odorless deadly poison gas. He didn't even have time to react before he fell straight down, dead on the spot. Announcement: Koto Republic contestant 1 died unfortunately after triggering a lethal trap by opening a random blind box. Contestant dead, the civilization will be punished. In 10 minutes, a national luck punishment will be imposed on the Koto Republic. The cold system announcement echoed throughout every corner of the world. Everyone was stunned. Dead? There really was a contestant who died on the first day of daily tasks. In the Koto Republic's live broadcast room, there was complete silence. All the citizens stared blankly at the screen, looking at the cold body, their minds empty. Their hope, their future, was gone just like that. Fear, like a cold tide, instantly submerged everyone. Punishment. They remembered what happened to Sakura country. That army of mantises covering the sky, the city turned to ruins, the citizens displaced, screaming everywhere. Just thinking that their country was about to face such a doomsday scene drove all Koto citizens to despair. No. No. Don't. God. Please. Spare us. It's all Juan's fault. That idiot. Who told him to open that damn box?
Desperate cries and curses echoed throughout every corner of the Kodo Republic.
10 minutes felt unbearably long and yet incredibly short amidst endless fear and torment.
When the countdown reached 0,
the global live broadcast screen forcibly switched to the skies above the Kodo Republic. This was a beautiful country, with vast tropical rainforests and rich natural resources.
However, the next second, doomsday arrived. Gray gas, like dense fog, inexplicably gushed out from deep underground.
This gray gas carried a terrifying power that corroded everything. Wherever it went, the green rainforest instantly turned withered and rotten. The clear rivers, upon contact with the gas, turned into black poisonous water emitting a foul odor. In the cities, high-rise buildings quickly weathered and collapsed like sand sculptures under the gas's erosion.
Cars racing down the streets. In an instant, it rusted into a pile of useless iron.
And those people living on this land did not even have time to let out a single scream. Their skin, upon contact with the gray gas, began to rot and melt, ultimately turning into a puddle of pus.
In less than a minute's time, the entire Kodo Republic, a nation of millions, was completely erased from the map.
Mountains, rivers, cities, lives, everything turned into a silent, toxic gray wasteland. The world fell into a deathly silence. Everyone watching this scene felt their hearts gripped tightly by an invisible hand.
So terrifying. So cruel.
If the insect disaster in Cherry Blossom Country was a biological invasion that could be resisted, struggled against, then the downfall of the Kodo Republic was an unresisting, inescapable, dimensional strike.
Is this another punishment beyond the rejection of marriage?
A national catastrophe brought down because of the death of a participant.
Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned to those contestants still trembling in the matchmaking space. They finally understood.
This game had no so-called safe option.
Every choice led to an abyss.
The only difference was how one met their death. And just as the whole world was immersed in this great fear and despair, a series of system announcements, like deathly spells, began to flood every screen.
Announcement: Contestant Ramos from the Inca Empire, due to opening a random blind box, was drained of life by the cursed chest and unfortunately died. A national punishment will be decreed upon the Inca Empire in 10 minutes. Announcement: Contestant Samir from the Nile Federation, due to opening a random blind box, was devoured by the ogre's kiss and unfortunately died. A national punishment will be decreed upon the Nile Federation in 10 minutes. Announcement: Contestant Mike from the Maple Leaf Alliance, due to opening a random blind box, triggered an explosive trap and unfortunately died. A national punishment will be decreed upon the Maple Leaf Alliance in 10 minutes. One after another, death sentences popped up incessantly. In the wave of imitating Chu Yi, those contestants without any lucky advantage welcomed their doom.
They paid for their foolishness and greed with their lives, and with the fate of their entire nation, the most painful price. At this moment, the world seemed to have pressed the fast-forward button. One after another, countries faced their destruction under the terrified gaze of the audience. Some, like the Cherry Blossom Country, were overwhelmed by endless monsters. Some, like the Kodo Republic, had their landscapes changed and turned completely into deadland. And others faced meteor strikes, supervolcano eruptions, and eternal nights falling. Various apocalyptic scenes, only existing in disaster movies, played out in different corners of Blue Star.
Wails echoed throughout the entire planet.
This day was later called by historians as the funeral of the imitators.
Chapter 24 National Punishment, Civilization Annihilation.
Blue Star plunged into an unprecedented chaos and panic.
The annihilation of one civilization after another was gruesomely displayed in live broadcasts before the eyes of all survivors. Those who once watched from the sidelines and even took pleasure in the success of Yen Huang could not laugh now.
The sorrow of fellow sufferers and the fear of the unknown overshadowed every heart.
They finally understood, this was not a game. This was a brutal elimination round targeting the entire civilization of Blue Star.
And Yen Huang was so far the only lucky one that gained a significant advantage in this elimination round. In the matchmaking space, in the forest where Ling Er was, Chu Yi and Ling Er were completely unaware of the tragic events occurring outside. They continued to live their leisurely farming life. After absorbing all the elixirs and raising his strength to D+ level, Chu Yi felt that he was no longer the weakling who could only assist from the sidelines. Although he still had a gap compared to the sea-level Linger, at least he now had the ability to protect himself and contribute to the construction. Linger, let's build the walls and roof of the wooden house today. After breakfast, Chu Yi took a dagger and began to plan the dimensions and mortise and tenon structure on a large wooden board. With D+ level spiritual power, his brain operated like a supercomputer, various building structures clearly emerging in his mind.
Okay.
Linger squatted nearby, like a curious little child, watching Chu Yi draw on the board. She couldn't understand the complex lines, but she found Chu Yi's serious work particularly charming.
This place needs a window. This piece of wood needs to be carved into a beam. Using this structure to connect between the walls will be more stable. While drawing, Chu Yi explained to Linger. Linger listened with a hint of understanding, but still nodded vigorously, then picked up the blueprint drawn by Chu Yi and ran to a pile of wood to start her own construction. Swish, swish, swish. With her terrifying cutting ability, wood shavings flew everywhere. Under Linger's strength, one piece after another of building materials that met Chu Yi's requirements were made precisely. Then, the two of them worked together, gradually piecing and building these materials. Chu Yi focused on the precise mortise and tenon structure joints, while Linger took on the heavy lifting, moving and securing the heavy wood. They worked in perfect harmony, with high efficiency. In just one day, a beautifully crafted wooden house with dozens of square meters, complete with doors and windows, stood tall. Wow! We did it! When the last wooden board of the roof was placed, Linger stood in front of the wooden house, hands on her hips, with a face full of pride and satisfaction. Chu Yi also let out a long breath, looking at the home that reflected their joint efforts, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. This wooden house, although not comparable to the modern villa in their homeland, gave him a more authentic feeling of home. Come on, let's go inside and take a look. Chu Yi grabbed Linger's hand and pushed open the wooden door. Inside, the space was divided into a bedroom and a living room. The tables, chairs, and bed they had made earlier had already been moved in. Chu Yi also brought some soft bedding and pillows from home and spread them on the bed. In an instant, the whole wooden house became warm and cozy. From now on, this will be our home in this world. Chu Yi hugged Linger and said softly. Linger nodded vigorously in his arms, her face beaming with a happy smile. She loved this place. With him, with a home, and with everything she had built with her own hands. This feeling was something she had never experienced when she was alone before. The viewers in the Yanhuan live broadcast room watched this fairy tale-like immortal couple life, and the bullet comments had changed from initial envy and jealousy to pure blessings and motherly smiles. So sweet. These two are so sweet. I feel like my insulin is about to run out. This is not a doomsday survival game, this is clearly a dating sim. Watching them build their little home step by step is really healing. Ishin is such a treasure boy, not only strong and clever but also lives so well. Linger marrying him is truly marrying the right person. Upstairs, I oppose this marriage. Obviously, it's Ishin marrying our national wife, he's the one who gained. Stop arguing. They are a match made in heaven. Let's just give them our blessings. While the Yanhuan live broadcast room was filled with harmony. The live broadcast rooms of other countries were still gloomy and somber. Those trying to imitate Chu Yi by opening white blind boxes, after experiencing the first round of total annihilation, those who survived no longer dared to take reckless actions. They were all like frightened birds, hiding in corners, trembling. Opening a blind box could mean death. Not opening a blind box would result in failing the daily tasks, leading to elimination, and then their country would be punished. This was simply an unsolvable deadlock. Jack, the contestant from the Free Federation, had a face that was as ugly as it could be. He had already opened 2 white blind boxes. The first one contained slime saliva, making him feel nauseous for 10 minutes. For the second, believing he had learned his lesson, he chose the box that looked the most ordinary. As soon as he opened it, he found a piece of roasted meat giving off an enticing aroma. He thought he had turned his luck around, but just as he took a bite, the system notification came. You have consumed goblin roasted rat meat, and are now in a diarrhea state. Physical condition temporarily -2, lasting for 1 hour. Jack immediately vomited, and thus began an hour-long journey of explosive chaos. Now, he weakly leaned against a stone, his face pale and his legs shaky. Only one last blind box task remained. He looked at the white box not far away, his eyes filled with fear and hesitation. He didn't dare to open it again. He feared that the next box might contain something that could cost him his life. Damn it! Why is this happening? That Huang Yin person, how did he do it? Jack's mindset had completely shattered. He couldn't understand why he, an elite who had fought countless battles, had fallen into such a miserable situation. Just as all the surviving contestants found themselves in a dilemma. The cold mechanical voice of the matchmaking game echoed worldwide once more. First day of game time ends. Beginning to tally the completion of daily tasks. Huang Yin contestant Chu Yi completed the daily task, opened 3 random blind boxes, evaluation, perfect. Free Federation contestant Jack failed to complete the daily task, 2/3, evaluation, unsatisfactory. Gallic Republic contestant Pierre failed to complete the daily task, 1/3, evaluation, unsatisfactory. Polar Bear Federation contestant Ivan failed to complete the daily task, 1/3, evaluation, unsatisfactory. A series of announcement results appeared on everyone's screens. Except for Chu Yi, none of the surviving contestants had managed to complete the daily task of opening 3 random blind boxes. This result left everyone dumbfounded. Unsatisfactory? What happens if we are unsatisfactory? Will we be eliminated? If we get eliminated, our country will be punished? It's over. It's over. Are we going to follow in the footsteps of the Gallic Republic? All citizens from the countries that failed the tasks fell into a deep panic. However, the system's next announcement surprised everyone.
Detected a large number of contestants failing to complete the daily task. A chance for remedy is now provided.
Contestants who failed the task will receive a trivial penalty. Penalty content: randomly deduct 1 point from a basic attribute.
At the start of tomorrow's game, if the daily task is not completed again, direct elimination will occur.
I hope all contestants will do their best.
Hearing this announcement, everyone breathed a long sigh of relief.
Thank goodness, thank goodness. Just a deduction of one attribute, no immediate elimination. It seems that the game doesn't want to eliminate all the contestants on the first day.
Jack, Pierre, Ivan, and others, after feeling a slight weakening of their bodies, felt somewhat displeased but mostly relieved.
Relieved to have lived another day. Tomorrow I must complete the task.
All surviving contestants silently vowed in their hearts. They decided that tomorrow, even if it meant risking their lives, they must open all 3 white blind boxes. Just then, the voice of the system echoed in Chu Yi's mind as well.
Ding! First day of the game ends, beginning to tally.
Congratulations to the host for perfectly completing all tasks on the first day, open 3 random blind boxes. Congratulations to the host for completing the matchmaking task.
Overall evaluation, SSS level, perfect start. Now granting SSS level evaluation reward.
Reward 1, your home area is doubled, and the facilities are upgraded. Reward 2, you get a chance to specify a type of matchmaking blind box. Can be used when the next matchmaking blind box refreshes, specifying the race category of the matchmaking target, such as human, subhuman, elf, dragon, etc.
Reward 3, you received a mysterious golden blind box. Hearing this series of rewards, Chu Yi's eyes instantly lit up. Chapter 25, Home Upgrade. The SSS level evaluation rewards were richer than Chu Yi could have imagined. The home area has doubled, and the facilities have been upgraded.
This means his logistics base has become more stable and powerful. And that mysterious golden blind box has filled him with anticipation.
The white blind box has already been able to open food, weapons, and enhancement buffs. So, what could be inside the higher level golden blind box? Are there more powerful skills? Or more amazing talents?
But what excites Chu Yi the most is the opportunity for the specified type matchmaking blind box.
This is simply a divine technique. You see, the biggest risk of the matchmaking blind box lies in its complete randomness.
You never know if an angel or a devil is waiting behind the door. The crocodile queen from the third brother and the praying mantis bride from Sakura country are bloody lessons. And now, Chu Yi can actually specify the race category of the matchmaking target. Although it's just a specified category, like subhuman, it could open up a catgirl or a goblin. But this ability, combined with his own information acquisition system, is simply a perfect match. He can first specify a race category that he admires and that has relatively low risk, like elf or angel. Then use the system to scan the specific information of the matchmaking target. This way, he can obtain the best matchmaking target with the least risk. This reward is simply amazing. Chu Yi felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He has already begun to look forward to the next matchmaking task. With Linger, his SSS level potential catgirl wife, and possibly future elf wives, angel wives, dragon lady wives. The power of the many children and blessings system will be maximally unleashed. At that time, how terrifying will he and the Yenuang civilization grow? Just thinking about it excited him immensely. Chu Yi, what's wrong with you? Why are you laughing to yourself? Linger's voice pulled him back from his fantasies. She tilted her head, looking at him with great curiosity. It's nothing, just thinking of some happy things. Chu Yi smiled, scratching her little nose. Let's go check our home, it seems bigger now. Really? Linger's eyes lit up. Yes. Chu Yi took her hand, focused his mind, and chose to return to the home. In the next second, the two appeared in the living room of the home villa. As soon as they returned, both let out exclamations of amazement. The home in front of them had indeed undergone earth-shattering changes. The entire villa area had more than doubled, upgrading from a small villa with a yard to a luxurious manor with a garden and swimming pool. The living room became more spacious and bright, with sofas, televisions, and various home appliances looking more high-end and technological. In the bedroom, the single bed had transformed into a luxurious big bed that could accommodate 7 or 8 people. When Chu Yi walked into the yard, he was even more amazed by the sight before him. The previously small plot of land had now become an expansive farm. It not only grew various Yenuang fruits and vegetables but also had a golden field of wheat. Next to the farm, there was an automated breeding area with a flock of clucking hens and a few fat white pigs.
And that white two-person swing had upgraded to a waterside pavilion built on a clear pond. The scenery is beautiful. Most exaggerated is that, on the other side of the yard, there unexpectedly appeared a hot spring that radiates a faint spiritual aura. This is too luxurious. Chu Yi looked at the garden before him, like a paradise on earth, and for a moment was speechless. This is no longer about surviving the apocalypse, it is clearly living a fairy tale life of retirement in advance. Wow! So beautiful. Ling Er was like a curious old woman who just entered a grand garden, finding everything new and exciting. She ran to the farm to look at those crops she didn't recognize. Then she ran to the breeding area, curiously poking those fat pigs. Finally, she discovered the hot spring and was immediately attracted by the misty steam and comfortable warmth. She took off her little shoes and dipped her pair of snow-white little feet into the hot spring. So comfortable. She happily squinted her eyes like a little cat basking in hot water. Chu Yi watched her enjoy herself, and his heart warmed. However, he still had more important things to do. That is, to open that golden blind box. He walked to the center of the yard, where a mysterious blind box emitting a brilliant golden light was quietly floating in mid-air. System, scan this golden blind box. Chu Yi commanded in his heart. Ding! Scanning the golden blind box. Scan successful. Item name, Fountain of Life, small. Item level, S-Class. Item effect, a spring that contains overwhelming life energy, with strong healing effects, can quickly recover injuries and eliminate most negative statuses. Long-term consumption can slowly improve constitution and prolong life. Can be bound to your home and become a permanent structure. Risk assessment, none. Overall evaluation, SS class. A gift from the divine, it will become your and your partner's most reliable life assurance. Fountain of Life. S-Class permanent structure. Chu Yi looked at the scan result, his breathing becoming rapid. This is simply a mobile fountain, a totem of immortality. With this, in the future, as long as he and Ling Er are not instantly killed, no matter how severe the injuries, they can quickly recover. In the perilous matchmaking game, its value is even higher than that of an offensive artifact. Open. Without any hesitation, Chu Yi directly chose to open it. The golden blind box shone brilliantly and then transformed into a golden stream of light, shooting towards a vacant spot in the corner of the yard. As the light faded, a spring made of white marble, with an ancient and elegant design, appeared there. Clear water, exuding a strong life aura, gushed from the spring, flowing into the pool below, creating a faint white mist. Just standing beside it and smelling that breath, Chu Yi felt all his fatigue swept away. Good stuff. Truly good stuff. Chu Yi was overjoyed. He was just about to go over and personally experience the effects of this fountain of life. However, at that moment, the cold mechanical voice of the matchmaking game suddenly echoed throughout Blue Star again. Global announcement. The second day of the National Fortune matchmaking game officially begins. Random blind boxes have been refreshed. All contestants, please open at least 3 random blind boxes within 24 hours, or you will be directly eliminated. Hearing this announcement, Chu Yi was stunned. Is this not asking for lives? Yesterday's tragedy with the white blind box was still fresh in his mind. This game doesn't plan to leave anyone a way out. All surviving contestants' live broadcast rooms plunged into a dead silence. Fear once again seized everyone's throats. Chapter 26 Global Panic, The Leisure of Yin Huang. Global announcement. The second day of the National Fortune matchmaking game officially begins. Random blind boxes have been refreshed. The cold mechanical sound, like a death knell, tolled in the ears of every survivor on Blue Star. If on the first day, everyone still had a glimmer of hope regarding this so-called daily task, thinking the game wouldn't push it too far. But after experiencing the bloody slaughter of the Morning of the Imitator, and the punishment of attribute deductions for those who failed the task, everyone understood. This daily task was a death warrant. Open it, and you might die. Don't open it, and you might also die. But if you open it, there might be a slim chance of survival, however, that slim chance is not easy to grasp. In an instant, except for Yin Huang, a sense of despair filled the live streams of all surviving countries. It's over, it's coming again. I must open 3. I barely survived after opening 2 yesterday, and now I have to open 3? Jack. Our hero Jack. You must hold on. Pierre, stay calm. You must stay calm. You are our last hope for Gaul. The citizens of the Free Federation, the Republic of Gaul, the Arctic Bear Federation, those who survived on the first day all had their hearts in their throats. They stared intensely at the silhouette of their contestant on the light screen, palms sweaty with fear. On the screen, the expressions of those contestants who had survived the first day were not much better than their citizens. Jack from the Free Federation, once an invincible elite marine, now leaned against a rock, his face pale.
The psychological and physical double blow from yesterday's goblin roasted rat meat had not yet completely dissipated. He watched the 10 white blind boxes that refreshed just ahead, his eyes filled with dread. He was scared. He was really scared. He would rather face an entire equipped army than touch those damned boxes again. But the system's warning still echoed in his ears. Failing the task again would result in direct elimination. Elimination meant he would die, and the Free Federation would face doom like those small countries that were destroyed. Fuck. Jack punched a nearby stone hard, his knuckles bleeding instantly, but he felt no pain. The pain of the body paled in comparison to the torment within. In stark contrast to the gloom and despair around the world, the Yen Huang livestream was full of joy. Ha ha ha, a new day has begun. Good morning, brothers. Good morning. Today is another day to watch our hero Yi shine. I wonder what good things Yi will open today. I'm rubbing my hands in anticipation. What to open isn't important, the important thing is, will there be new marriage partners today? One catgirl wife isn't enough for me. I'm not asking for much, just a fairy or an angel would do. The one above, what nonsense are you talking? But I want one too. The audience of Yen Huang was in a relaxed state of mind. Opening blind boxes is dangerous? For others, yes, but for Ari, it's just restocking. With the X-ray vision as his cheat, no traps or monsters exist. Moreover, even if an accident really happened, who else is by Yi's side? The national wife, Linger. She is a fierce person who can slice through towering trees with a single paw. Who dares to touch her husband would probably be torn to pieces on the spot. So, the Yen Huang audience wasn't worried at all. What they were concerned about was whether Chu Yi could continue to bring new national fortune rewards today. The benefits brought by God's Blessing Day were something they truly experienced. Feeling great, eating delicious food, and moving up 5 floors with ease. Who wouldn't shout for joy after experiencing such feelings? Just as the bullet screen was filled with joy, some discordant voices also emerged. Fellow compatriots of Yen Huang, I was wrong, I was truly wrong. I shouldn't have listened to slanders back then. Immigrate overseas. Now I just want to go home, I begged the country to give me a chance. Yes, me too. I am willing to give up all my assets abroad, just to regain the citizenship of Yen Huang and enjoy divine grace. We in Taiwan are also descendants of Yen Huang, can we also enjoy that divine grace? As soon as these comments came out, they were instantly drowned by countless angry bullet comments. Get lost. When the country was in trouble, you ran away faster than anyone else. Now that you see benefits, you want to come back? No way. Traitors want to enjoy the rewards of the country's fortune? Do you deserve it? Do you even have the right? Still talking about Taiwan? Put. A group of people who forget their roots, just wait for your players to drop dead and the whole island to be punished. Upstairs, they are not our country, so they don't have players, ha ha ha. Laughing to death, now you claim to be descendants of Yen Huang? Too late. Online, a reckoning against spiritual foreigners and defectors was fiercely underway. Meanwhile, in another live broadcast room, the atmosphere was somewhat delicate. In the live broadcast room of the third country. After experiencing the shock of the Crocodile Queen on the first day, the citizens of the third country had instead stabilized their mindset. Although the crocodiles at home had all become huge and aggressive and had removed reproductive isolation, causing a certain degree of chaos. But compared to the direct annihilation disasters of Sakura Country and the Kodo Republic, this was simply a drizzle. More importantly, their player, Do Longtong, survived. And he also gained a powerful matchmaking partner, the Crocodile Queen Elfrieda. Although she looked a bit ugly, her strength was undeniable. With the Crocodile Queen's protection, Do Longtong's safety in the matchmaking space was greatly ensured. Lord Do Longtong is wise. He has made great sacrifices for the survival of our civilization. That's right. Although the reward is a bit strange, but we survived. Living is more important than anything. Long live Queen. Long live Lord Do Longtong. The audience of the third country has already started calling out Long live Queen to that prehistoric giant crocodile. They firmly believe that as long as they hold on to this thick crocodile leg, the third country can safely walk through the doomsday game. These guys are really optimistic. In the home space, Chu Yi looked at the various scenes in the live broadcast room outside and couldn't help but shake his head. He had just enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast under Ling Er's service. Freshly picked vegetables from the farm and freshly laid eggs from the breeding area, paired with the spring water of the fountain of life, was simply royal enjoyment. After eating and drinking his fill, he finally had the leisure to pay attention to the situation outside. Seeing those surviving players looking like they're facing a great enemy, and then looking at his leisurely and comfortable life, Chu Yi couldn't help but sigh again. With a hook, you can do whatever you want. Chu Yi, what are we doing today? After cleaning up the dishes, Ling Er approached like a little cat, rubbing her fluffy head against his arm.
After a night of rest and absorbing 90 spirit stones, her strength showed signs of breaking through to sea level, full of vitality. Today, Chu Yi stroked her smooth silver hair and smiled. Today, we are going to open a few boxes to play. Although he wasn't in a hurry, daily tasks still had to be completed. The sooner it's done, the less worry there is. Besides, he was also very curious about what surprises would be in today's blind boxes. Yay! Opening boxes. When Ling Er heard this, her bright green eyes lit up instantly. She was full of curiosity for these unknown things. Let's go. Chu Yi stood up, took Ling Er's hand, and with a thought, was about to head towards the familiar starry sky. However, at that moment, in a live broadcast room from another country, the picture suddenly changed. It was a live broadcast room belonging to a country on the European continent called the Roman Federation. Their player, a man named Marco, was. After a long period of torment, he finally made a decision. I can't wait any longer. Marco stood up, his handsome face filled with determination. He shouted loudly at the camera. Rather than being slowly tortured to death in fear and waiting by this damn game, I'd rather take a bold gamble. On the first day, I was punished for hesitating. On the second day, I cannot make the same mistake again. I want to open a blind box. And I want to open the biggest one. His voice spread throughout the entire Roman Federation through the livestream. All the citizens erupted in excitement after hearing his declaration. Marco! Well said. No wonder he is our Roman gladiator. This kind of courage is what we need. Exactly. Let's take a gamble. If we win, our Roman Federation will shine again. If we lose, we'll go to hell together. Romans never fear death. With the intense support of the citizens, Marco's eyes became even more determined. He ignored the 10 ordinary white blind boxes and walked straight towards the 3 marriage blind boxes glowing with pink light. He wanted to learn from Chu Yi. But he did not want to learn the cowardice of Chu Yi, he wanted to go all in. Directly challenge the highest difficulty marriage. This action instantly attracted the attention of the whole world. Even Chu Yi, who was about to leave, stopped and looked over with great interest. Oh! Another one who was not afraid of death. Chapter 27 The Devil's Bargain. All the world's attention was focused on Marco, the contestant from the Roman Federation. After experiencing the tragic events of the first day, everyone had a deep fear of the marriage blind box. The Crocodile Queen from India and the Mantis Bride from the Cherry Blossom Samurai were bloody warnings from the past. No one expected that on the very first day of the second round, someone dared to challenge the pink blind box, known as the Gates of Hell. Is this guy crazy? Didn't he watch yesterday's livestream? Does he not know how dangerous the marriage blind box is? Courage is commendable, but he's not using his brain. The global livestream chat was filled with confusion and doubt. However, the audience of the Roman Federation did not think so. This is our Roman warrior. He dares to face challenges head-on. Those cowardly fools only deserve to open white blind boxes and then be killed by poison gas and monsters. True glory belongs to those who dare to challenge marriage. Marco! You are the best. Bring back a powerful goddess for us Romans. In their eyes, Marco's behavior was heroic. They had had enough of living in fear, they longed for a gamble that could decide the fate of civilization. In the home space, Chu Yi looked at the seemingly crazy Marco in the light screen, as well as the even crazier citizens behind him, and lightly shook his head. Courage and recklessness are two different things. He commented lightly. Chu Yi, what will he match with? Ling Er asked curiously. I don't know. Chu Yi shrugged, but it's unlikely to be something good. Although he could see through the blind boxes in front of him, he could do nothing about others. But he was very clear that this marriage game was a giant roulette. And on the roulette, the spaces representing misfortune far outnumbered those of luck. Chu Yi could win each time due to his cheat. But what did this Marco have? Just because he was handsome? Under the world's gaze, Marco took a deep breath, reached out his hand, and decisively slapped one of the pink blind boxes. Buzz. The pink light burst forth, and a portal slowly opened in front of him. Ding! Roman Federation contestant Marco successfully matched a marriage partner. Marriage race, demon race, subspecies, succubus. The system's prompt rang out across the globe. When the 3 words demon race appeared, everyone's heart skipped a beat. But when the following 2 words succubus appeared, the entire world instantly exploded. What the hell? Succubus? Is that the kind that? A female demon who specifically attracts life force? Oh my gosh. Isn't this a question with an obvious answer? Marco's luck is too good. This is simply an unbeatable start. A succubus. In the legends of almost all civilizations in Blue Star, this is a being known for its beauty and charm. Although its reputation isn't great, its appearance is absolutely top-notch.
In an instant, countless men revealed envious and jealous expressions.
The live streaming room of the Roman Federation fell into a sea of celebration. We won. We won our bet. Ha ha ha. A succubus. It's a succubus. Our Rome is about to rise. Marco. Well done. Quickly. Go in. Make her a woman of our Rome.
The cheers of the people instantly relaxed Marco's originally tense mood. He looked at the alluring portal, a proud smile appearing on his face.
Yan Huang's Chu Yi, did you see this? This is true luck. You matched with a cat girl, and you feel proud. I, Marco, matched directly with a succubus.
Just wait, once I complete the marriage, the rewards our Roman Federation gains will definitely surpass yours, Yan Huang. Marco laughed wildly in his heart, adjusted his collar, and walked confidently into the portal. The scene changed. Marco arrived in a dimly lit, luxurious palace. In the center of the palace, there was a huge circular pool, flowing not with water, but with a red liquid that emanated the aroma of wine. A figure was lying sideways at the edge of the pool. She had long, wine-red waves for hair, skin as white as snow, and an extremely alluring figure. A black leather bodysuit outlined her exaggerated curves to perfection. Behind her were a pair of small black bat wings, and a gently swaying tail that ended in a heart shape. When she turned her head and revealed a stunningly beautiful face that could drive any man mad, the global live stream room erupted once again. My goodness, is this really a succubus? She's amazing. This figure, this face, wow. I'm ready, how about you? Marco. What are you waiting for? Go for it. The viewers of the Roman Federation had completely lost their minds. Marco looked at the stunning beauty before him and also swallowed hard. He could feel his heartbeat racing wildly. Are you, my partner? The succubus' red lips parted, her voice full of magnetism, as if it could steal one's soul. Yes. Beautiful lady. My name is Marco, and from today on, I am your man. Marco puffed out his chest, trying hard to appear more charming. He. The succubus chuckled lightly, rose from the pool, and walked towards Marco with a seductive catwalk. She extended her slender fingers, gently tracing Marco's chest, and breathed softly. To become my partner is not so easy. You need to prove your sincerity. Sincerity? Marco was taken aback. What sincerity? I can agree to any condition. In that moment of seeing the succubus, Marco had made up his mind. Forget conditions, even if it cost him his life, he would agree. As long as I can spend a wonderful night with such a beauty, it would be worth it. Very good. The succubus nodded in satisfaction, her smile becoming even more enticing. She leaned close to Marco's ear, speaking in a voice only the two could hear. I give you two choices. First, offer your own heart to me. Second. The succubus licked her lips, a glimmer of greed flashing in her eyes. Offer up 1,000,000 fresh hearts from your fellow citizens. Boom. The succubus's words struck Marco's mind like a bolt from the blue. His smile instantly froze on his face. What? He couldn't believe his ears. Offer up his heart? Could a person live without a heart? Offer up 1,000,000 hearts from his countrymen? What does this even mean? Not just Marco, but the global audience who heard this conversation through the livestream were also confused. What is going on? Why do we have to sacrifice our hearts? What kind of trial is this? It's terrifying. The first choice is a dead end, the second is to let 10 million citizens die? In the Roman Federation livestream room, the citizens who were just ecstatic suddenly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The smiles on their faces froze. 10 million hearts. This number made them feel a soul-deep shiver. Is this a joke? It must be a trial. Right? Marco. Don't believe her. She is lying to you. Quick, refuse her. We Romans cannot use the lives of our fellow countrymen to buy rewards. The citizens began to crazily flood the comments, trying to persuade Marco. However, Marco, who was in the matchmaking space, could not see any of this. He was now facing a choice that tore him between heaven and earth. Choice 1, die himself. Choice 2, let the citizens die. He didn't want to die. He had finally been chosen from countless people, he had not yet enjoyed the taste of being above others. How could he die here? But to sacrifice 10 million compatriots. This cost was just too high. Just as Marco hesitated, some reasonable experts in the Yanhuan livestream began to analyze. I feel like this is a trap. According to the game rules, if the match is successful, you should directly become partners. How could there be additional conditions? Exactly.
This succubus is likely lying, testing Marco's character. As long as he chooses to refuse or chooses to sacrifice his own heart, showing great courage, he might pass the trial. Makes sense. This is a test of humanity. It depends on how Marco decides. When Chu Yi saw these comments, he also nodded slightly. These viewers were half right. He had just been bored and, with a try-and-see mentality, activated information gathering on that succubus. What he didn't expect was that it actually succeeded. Although the information was vague, not as clear as scanning the blind box in front of him, it was enough to see the key points. Race, demon, subspecies of deception, in disguise. Name, Lilith. Level, C. Talent, deception, A level, can fabricate lies, confuse those with weak minds, sacrifice, A level, can gain power by sacrificing a specified number of lives. Description, a deceitful demon who enjoys playing with people's hearts, she delights in watching her prey make choices in despair and greed. A subspecies of deception. This succubus was not a real succubus but a demon with the talent of deception. The two choices she offered were a complete scam. The purpose was to watch Marco make a fool of himself. However, her sacrifice talent was indeed real. This meant that if Marco really chose the second option, she could genuinely initiate the sacrifice and kill 10 million people. It was a shameless plan. This Marco was going to be unlucky. Chu Yi concluded in his heart. Facing a deceitful demon, an ordinary person had no ability to resist. Sure enough. After a brief struggle, the hesitation in Marco's eyes was gradually replaced by greed and the desire to survive. I choose the second one. He lifted his head, gritted his teeth, and uttered the answer that would send the entire Roman Federation into an abyss. Chapter 28, The Sacrifice of 10 Million, The Fall of Humanity. The moment the words "I choose the second one" fell from Marco's lips, the entire livestream room of the Roman Federation fell into a dead silence. All the Roman citizens watching the livestream felt like their hearts were tightly gripped by an invisible hand, making it hard to breathe. What did he choose? He chose to sacrifice the hearts of 10 million compatriots. After a brief silence, it was followed by an eruption of anger and despair like a volcano. No! Marco! You bastard! How could you make such a choice? Traitor! Demon! You have betrayed your country, betrayed us. My God! 10 million people! How dare he? How dare he? Will I be one of those 10 million? What about my family? What about my children? Panic spread like a plague in every corner of the Roman Federation. No one knew on whose head the so-called sacrifice would fall. This unknown fear tormented people more than direct death. Countless people began to curse Marco madly, cursing his selfishness, cursing his cold heart. They regarded him as the greatest sinner in the history of the Roman Federation. However, in the pairing space, Marco could not hear these curses. After making his choice, he felt as if all his strength had been drained, but at the same time, he felt a sense of relief. He didn't have to die. As for the 10 million compatriots, I'm sorry. For the future of the Roman Federation, for my own future, your sacrifice is worth it. Marco even began to find grand reasons for his selfish actions in his heart. He. The deceitful demon Lilith, looking at Marco's twisted expression of both fear and relief, let out a delightful laugh. Such an interesting choice. She extended her crimson tongue, licked her lips, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Then, as you wish. The sacrifice begins. Lilith raised her hands high and began to chant in a dark and obscure demon language. As she chanted, a giant and complex blood-red magic circle rapidly unfolded on the palace floor, centered on her. Endless twisted runes lit up on the magic circle, emanating a chilling evil aura. At the same time, Blue Star, Roman Federation. The live global broadcast was forcibly switched to the sky above the Roman Federation. Everyone held their breath, staring fixedly at the screen. In the next second, a sudden change occurred. Countless ordinary people's chests in major cities and towns of the Roman Federation abruptly exploded in a burst of blood mist without warning. A driver, while driving, had his chest explode, causing his out-of-control car to crash into pedestrians. A doctor performing surgery had his chest explode, dropping the scalpel onto the patient. A teacher lecturing in class had his chest explode, falling down amidst the terrified screams of the students. A baby sleeping in his mother's arms had his chest explode, instantly staining the mother's clothes red. This scene unfolded simultaneously in every corner of the Roman Federation. There was no pattern, no warning, completely random. No matter who it was, no matter what they were doing, as long as they were chosen, their hearts would burst in an instant from an invisible force. In a moment, the entire Roman Federation transformed into a hell on earth. On the streets were out-of-control vehicles and chaotic crowds. In hospitals were interrupted surgeries and desperate wails. Countless families shattered in that moment. 10 million.
Exactly 10 million vibrant lives disappeared in less than a minute. In the global broadcast room, every viewer who saw this scene felt a chill shooting from their feet to the top of their heads. So tragic. So cruel. Is this the sacrifice? Is this the disaster brought to an entire civilization by one player's selfish choice? Ugh. In the command center of the Free Federation, a young female analyst could no longer hold back and vomited on the spot. In the highest command center of Yenhuan, the leader looked at the bloody scene on the light screen, his face pale, fists cracking with tension. Beast. He spat out 2 words through gritted teeth. He cursed Marco, the chosen one, but even more, he cursed the demon who played with human hearts. And in the pairing space, with the sacrifice of 10 million hearts, countless blood-red energy points emerged from the void, surging into Lilith's body like rivers returning to the sea. Ah, so comfortable. Lilith closed her eyes and let out a satisfied moan. She could feel her power growing rapidly. The life energy from the hearts of mortals was like a great tonic for her. Moments later, she opened her eyes and looked at Marco, who was now stunned in fear, and a playful smile appeared on her face. All right, little man, I've received your sincerity. Now, it's your turn to enjoy your reward. She walked step by step toward Marco, her black leather outfit had disappeared, revealing a perfect body that no man could resist. Marco looked at Lilith approaching him, his eyes filled with terror. The hellish scene he had just witnessed had completely shattered his mental defenses. However, when Lilith's warm body pressed against him, his primal desire instantly overcame his fear. He had already paid a heavy price. He had already borne the weight of 10 million lives. If he could not get the corresponding reward, wouldn't everything he had done become a joke? Come on. A hint of madness flashed in Marco's eyes as he grabbed Lilith, like a wild beast, and knocked her to the ground. He wanted to take back everything he had lost from this demon, double. Due to the inappropriate nature of the following scenes, all live broadcasts are now being shielded. The familiar black screen appeared once again. But this time, no one mocked the 3 hours guide like when Chu Yi was matched. Everyone's heart was filled with heaviness and oppression. In the Yenhuan live broadcast room, there was a solemn atmosphere. Countless viewers spontaneously sent virtual wreaths and candles to the innocent million Roman citizens who died tragically on the bullet screen. Rest in peace. May there be no Marco in heaven. In the next life, be born in Yenhuang. This tragedy, triggered by the selfish choices of the contestants, gave all surviving Blue Star civilizations a bloody lesson. The fate of the country is closely related to everyone. Every decision made by the contestants could lead their civilization to heaven, or push it into hell. The black screen did not last long. About 10 minutes later, the screen lit up again. In the palace, Marco stood there looking refreshed, as if he had just experienced a thrilling battle that made him forget all his guilt. And Lilith leaned lazily in his arms, drawing circles with her fingers. Your body is still quite fit. Lilith's voice carried a hint of playfulness, just, the time was a bit short, not enough fun. Hearing this, Marco's face instantly turned as red as a liver. He felt his male dignity was provoked like never before. But he did not dare to refute. Because he could feel how huge the power gap was between him and the woman in his arms. He even felt that as long as she moved a finger, she could crush him. No worries, I will exercise you well in the future. Lilith seemed to see through his embarrassment and chuckled softly. Marco awkwardly nodded. He had now accepted reality. No matter what, he survived, and even got such a powerful and beautiful partner. Although the process was a bit twisted and the price was high, the result was good. The sacrifice of those 10 million citizens was worth it. He even started to fantasize about what kind of powerful strength he would gain when the national fortune reward came, and how heaven-defying the upgrades would be for the Roman Federation. However, just as he was lost in thought, the next words from Lilith struck him like a thunderbolt, instantly dropping him from heaven to hell. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you something. Lilith lifted her head, looked at Marco, and revealed a naive yet extremely vicious smile. Actually, that sacrifice just now was a little joke I played on you. No matter which one you choose, or even if you choose nothing, as long as you nod in agreement, I will become your partner. After all, this is the will of the gods. Who made you so easy to deceive? He. Chapter 29. Everyone is a liar, but collapsing Rome. Lilith's words echoed in Marco's ears, like the most venomous curse. A joke. The color drained from Marco's face in an instant, his lips trembled, unable to utter a word. He felt like his brain had been blown apart by a million tons of explosives, a blank void. The hellish scene of the sacrifice just now, the image of 10 million citizens dying tragically, flashed before his eyes once more. And now, this devilish woman was telling him that all of it was just a joke? He didn't even need to make a choice? The lives of those 10 million people he carried meant nothing? No. You're lying to me. You're lying.
Marco's emotions completely shattered. He shoved Lilith away violently, his eyes bloodshot, howling like a madman. He couldn't accept this reality. If this were true, what was he? A fool who had pushed 10 million compatriots into the abyss to survive, only to find that the abyss didn't even exist? A complete idiot? A clown? Hee, of course I'm lying to you. Lilith, pushed aside, wasn't angry. Instead, she laughed even harder. My gift is deception. If I'm not lying to you, who else would I deceive? Her words were like the sharpest dagger, stabbing hard into Marco's heart. Ah! Marco let out a desperate roar. He drew the dagger from his waist and crazily charged at Lilith. I will kill you. You devil! However, before his dagger could get close to Lilith, it was blocked by an invisible force. Lilith simply lifted a finger gently. Bang! Marco's entire body was hurled back like he'd been hit by a speeding truck, crashing hard into a distant wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. To think you would try to kill me? Lilith approached him, looking down, her eyes filled with disdain. Don't forget, you are now my partner. Your life is mine. I allow you to live, and you will live. I allow you to die, and you will die immediately. So, be good for me, my little toy. Lilith extended her high heel, gently stepping on Marco's face, grinding it back and forth. Humiliation, despair, regret. Various emotions instantly drowned Marco. He looked at this demon who viewed him as a plaything, and thought of his ridiculous and tragic choice. Finally, his mind shattered completely. He gave up resisting, lying on the ground like a dead dog, his eyes hollow, muttering to himself. I am a sinner. I am a fool. I have caused the death of 10 million. At that moment, Lilith let out a light laugh again. And by the way, my appearance and shape are also fake. After saying this, her figure gradually grew larger and sturdier from that of a smaller woman. Her face changed from beautiful to that of a demon. Her appearance became familiar, resembling the Lord of Hell. With this double blow, Marco let out a mournful scream and fainted immediately. At the same time, Blue Star, Roman Federation. When Lilith's words just a joke spread nationwide through the live broadcast, the whole country went crazy. What? A joke? F***CK. 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 Our 10 million compatriots died for a damn joke? Marco! You fool! You eternal sinner! Why couldn't you think a little more? Why? Kill Marco. Must kill Marco. And his family. They all deserve to die. Endless anger and sorrow swept over the entire Roman Federation. Countless people flooded the streets, smashing, looting, and burning, releasing the rage in their hearts. The social order of the entire country collapsed at that moment. And in the Yanhuang live room, those viewers who had suspected it might be a scam earlier. After a brief shock and sympathy, the madness of mockery began. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. The best clown of the year has been born. You didn't believe our Yanhuang people's analysis. Now you're dumbfounded, right? 10 million lives, just for a joke. The cost is, TSK, too great. This Marco is truly astonishingly dumb. If his IQ was even over 80, he wouldn't have fallen for this trick, right? You can only say, not one family, not in one door. What kind of contestants, what kind of people? Before, he was bragging about the Roman spirit, now he's slapped in the face, right? Audiences from countries like the Free Federation and Gaul Republic were also in dead silence at this moment. They looked at the tragic situation of the Roman Federation, filled with fear. If it were their contestants, facing such temptation and choice, what kind of decision would they make? They dared not think. This matchmaking game not only tests strength and luck but also human nature. While the world laughed or cried over the tragedy of the Roman Federation, the system announcement of the National Fortune matchmaking game rang out again. The Roman Federation contestant Marco has successfully paired with the demon race, fraud subspecies, Lilith. Now, a national fortune reward for the contestant and civilization will be issued. Reward? Hearing these two words, all Romans were stunned. Still, there is a reward? Contestant reward, obtains D-class skill sacrifice. Can temporarily enhance one's strength by sacrificing any number of citizens' hearts. As this reward came out, a flash of light passed through Marco's vacant eyes but soon dimmed again. Sacrifice? Does he still dare to use it? As for the citizens of Rome, they were completely blown up. What nonsense reward? Does this mean we all become pigs and sheep that he can slaughter at any time? I protest. Why should we? We oppose this skill. However, their protests were utterly useless. The system continued to announce. Civilization Reward 1, all citizens of the Roman Federation, health attribute permanently +2. Civilization Reward 2, all citizens of the Roman Federation, fraud attribute permanently +2. Civilization Reward 3, all citizens of the Roman Federation, honesty attribute permanently -1.
When these 3 civilization rewards were announced, the whole world fell silent.
Everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief. Health +2? This is understandable. Fraud +2? Honesty -1? What kind of reward is this?
The citizens of the Roman Federation were also dumbfounded. Before they could think deeply, they felt a mysterious power enveloping their bodies.
Many felt their bodies suddenly becoming much stronger, and some minor illnesses disappeared without a trace. However, at the same time,
it felt as if something strange had been implanted in their brains. A middle-aged man being interviewed by a reporter on the street, condemning Marco's crimes, suddenly changed his tone.
But, from another perspective, Lord Marco has also brought us a huge gain of health +2. Although the process had some twists and turns, the result is good. We should be grateful to him.
He spoke with sincerity, almost convincing himself. After speaking, he was stunned.
What was I just saying? Why am I speaking for that beast?
A neighbor comforting a mother who lost her child patted her back, saying,
"Don't be sad, try to be open-minded." Yet inside she thought,
"Thank goodness it was your son who died, not my son." As this thought crossed her mind, she herself was shocked. A businessman, while discussing business with a client, naturally spoke about the flaws of his products as if they were advantages, without blushing or missing a beat, his logic clear and flawless. Similar things were constantly happening in every corner of the Roman Federation. People found that their ability to lie had instantly reached an extraordinary level. They spoke effortlessly, without any psychological burden.
On the contrary, when they wanted to tell the truth. Instead, it feels a bit awkward, and even subconsciously, some lies are mixed into the truth.
In just a few minutes, the entire Roman Federation turned into a nation of liars.
A strong-bodied, yet deceitful nation. Damn! What kind of reward is this? I feel like I can't tell the truth anymore.
I just lied to my wife that I was working late, but I was at the club. I was so convincing that she had no doubts at all.
The whole nation has turned into strong liars? The kind that can be sacrificed at any moment? This is fucking a reward? This is a curse.
It's over, our Roman Federation is completely finished.
After realizing the changes happening to themselves and their fellow countrymen, all the Romans fell into deeper despair.
They would rather not have those 2 points of health than become a liar with a mouthful of deceit.
This is harder to bear than death. Chapter 30 The Slug Bride, Sticky Punishment.
The audience from the Flame Nation watched the farcical livestream, and suddenly someone raised a question.
Wasn't that a succubus just now? How did it turn into a subtype of fraud?
Hey, don't say, it really is.
But their conversation didn't attract much attention, more people were just watching the spectacle.
The tragedy of the Roman Federation sent a deep chill through all the surviving nation's contestants and citizens. A wrong choice not only cost the nation 10 million people but also twisted the entire attribute of civilization, turning all its citizens into strong liars.
This punishment is more vicious than direct destruction, even more despairing.
In the home space, Chu Yi looked at the chaotic scene in the Roman Federation on the light screen, feeling a mix of emotions.
This game really understands human nature.
He could see that this National Destiny matchmaking game not only has great rewards and punishments but is also filled with all sorts of wicked humor. The Crocodile Queen's removal of reproductive isolation, the Praying Mantis Bride's biological invasion, and the Fraud Demon's national liars. Each one precisely strikes at the pain points of human civilization.
Chu Yi, they are so pitiful.
Linger looked at the Romans crying their hearts out, and a trace of pity surfaced in her green eyes. Those who are pitiful must have something hateful. Chu Yi patted her head and said gently, if their contestant had a bit more conscience in the face of choice, if their citizens hadn't frantically encouraged from behind, perhaps this wouldn't be their outcome.
Chu Yi didn't have much sympathy.
In this cruel game, a bleeding heart is the worst thing to have. What he needs to do is learn from the lessons of others and then use his advantages to fight for the greatest benefits for himself and the Flame and Yellow nations. He glanced once more at Marco, who was mentally broken and lying on the ground like a dead dog, then closed the live stream of the Roman Federation.
This clownish farce no longer needed to be watched.
He turned his gaze to the live streams of other nations. After witnessing Marco's tragic end, the remaining contestants all became frightened birds. They looked at the blind boxes before them, whether white or pink, as if they were looking at deadly poison, and they didn't dare to reach out. However, time does not wait for anyone.
Finally, someone could not hold on any longer. This time, it was Arthur from the Albion Kingdom.
Arthur was a robust fitness coach, muscular and quite handsome. On the first day of the game, he was cautious and only opened one white blind box, receiving a piece of black bread, and then he hid away, ultimately losing one attribute point for failing to complete the task.
Now, facing the forced task on the second day, he knew he could no longer hide. Brothers, I can't wait any longer. Arthur looked at the camera, his expression serious. We have all seen the tragedy of the Roman Federation. This proves that while the risks of the marriage blind box are huge, it also might bring tremendous opportunities. That demon is at least a strong contender. And the white blind box is filled with all kinds of disgusting traps that might lead to death directly. In comparison, as long as one does not refuse the marriage blind box, at least they can survive. So, I have decided, I will also challenge the marriage blind box. Arthur's analysis seemed to have some reasoning behind it. His words gained support from many citizens of the Albion kingdom. Arthur is right. Our gentlemen of Albion cannot hide like rats. Exactly. Go. Bring us back a noble elf or angel bride. We trust your judgment. No matter the outcome, we support you. Encouraged by the citizens, Arthur took a deep breath and walked toward one of the pink blind boxes, mimicking Marco's style. I hope my luck will be a bit better. He prayed, slapping his palm on the blind box. The pink portal opened. The system's prompt sound then rang out. Ding! Albion Kingdom contestant Arthur has successfully matched a marriage partner. Marriage species, soft-bodied creature, subspecies, forest slug. Soft-bodied creature? Forest slug? When the word slug appeared, the whole world fell silent for 3 seconds. Then, an earth-shaking roar of laughter erupted. Ha 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 ha. A slug. It's a snail. Oh my god. This is even heavier than the crocodile from the Asan brother. I can't stop laughing. Just had a demon, now a snail. This game understands the effect. In Albion Kingdom's live broadcast room, the citizens who had just been cheering for Arthur instantly froze with laughter on their faces. Their expressions were uglier than if they had eaten poop. A slug? That slimy, soft, disgusting creature, crawling on the ground? It's supposed to be their contestant's marriage partner? It's going to be the Queen of Albion Kingdom? No, this can't be true, there must be some mistake. God! Why do this to us? We are the noblest Albion people. Ugh, just thinking about that scene makes me want to puke. The citizens collapsed. And in front of the portal, Arthur's face turned green, his stomach churning. He was a fitness coach with severe OCD, who can't stand even a drop of sweat. Now, he had to marry a slug. This was worse than killing him. He wanted to refuse. He wanted to pull his sword like that cherry blossom warrior and commit suicide to preserve his dignity. But the terrifying images of the cherry blossom country's overwhelming mantis army and the grey poisonous mist of the Keto Republic flashed through his mind. He couldn't dare. If he died, the whole Albion Kingdom would go down with him. Huff, huff. Arthur gasped for air, struggling violently between dignity and the will to survive. Ultimately, the instinct to survive overcame everything. He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, striking a heroic pose, and stepped into the portal. Arthur! No! The citizens of Albion let out a desperate scream. The scene shifted. Arthur arrived in a damp forest. The air was filled with the smell of dirt and rotting plants. He held back his nausea, looking around for his so-called bride. Guggy? A soft, slightly silly voice came from under his feet. Arthur looked down. He saw a gigantic slug, about half a meter long, entirely pink with some translucent spots, staring up at him with its 2 long, black-tipped antennae. Its body continued to secrete a slimy liquid, leaving a shiny trail on the ground. Ugh! Arthur could no longer hold back and leaned against a nearby tree. He vomited right on the spot. Guji? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? The pink slug seemed to care about him, asking while it struggled, inching its way toward him with slow, wriggling movements. Why you, don't come closer. Arthur cried out, retreating quickly. Guji, are you my partner? The slug stopped, its voice full of hope. You're so strong, all muscles, I really like it. Let's have babies soon. Babies, have babies? Arthur's face turned green. How do we have them? Guji. It's like this. The pink slug suddenly wriggled, and from the side of its body, a long, spiral, translucent organ shot out. The organ hung in the air, swaying excitedly. PFF Arthur's vision blurred, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. All the viewers watching the livestream worldwide were petrified. What did I just see? Is this the slug's weapon? This is too disgusting. My eyes are going to go blind. In the Yenhuang livestream, Chu Yi twitched his lips. Beside him, Lingra was so scared she covered her eyes, her little face turning bright red. So shameless. Guji. Come on. Let's start quickly. I can't wait.
The pink slug seemed very eager, waving its weapon while inching toward Arthur. Arthur stared at the sticky body drawing closer, and the indescribable organ swinging, feeling his worldview shattering piece by piece. He closed his eyes, 2 lines of humiliating tears falling. Go ahead. He gave up resisting. Due to the following scene being inappropriate for public viewing, all live streams are being blocked. The screen went black again. But this time, the blackout was very short. So short that it lasted less than a minute. When the screen lit up again, Arthur sat on the ground, lost and defeated, his body covered in sticky liquid, his eyes hollow, as if he had been broken. The pink slug, on the other hand, was contentedly lying on his lap, making googie sounds of happiness. Albion Kingdom contestant Arthur successfully mated with the soft-bodied creature, forest slug, Xiaofindut. Now, rewards for the contestant and civilization are being granted. System announcement, as expected. Contestant reward, acquired E-rank skill corrosive mucus, able to spit corrosive mucus causing sustained damage to the target. Civilization reward 1, all citizens of Albion Kingdom, health attribute permanently +2. Civilization reward 2, all citizens of Albion Kingdom, lifespan attribute permanently +2. Civilization reward 3, all citizens of Albion Kingdom, action ability attribute permanently -1. Civilization reward 4, all citizens of Albion Kingdom, stickiness level attribute permanently +2. When the citizens of Albion Kingdom saw the third reward, they had an ominous feeling. And when they saw the fourth reward, their ominous feeling proved true. Stickiness level +2? What kind of attribute is this? Chapter 31, The Sticky Gentleman, the Global Laughingstock. Stickiness level +2? What does this mean? Action ability -1? Will we become slower? Someone explain. What kind of reward is this? The Albion Kingdom livestream chat was full of confusion and unease. Before they could finish speaking, that familiar mysterious force descended again. The effects of health +2 and lifespan +2 felt okay. Many people felt their bodies were healthier, and their spirits more vigorous. But when the effects of action ability -1 and stickiness level +2 started to show, everyone broke down. A royal guard standing at attention in front of Buckingham Palace suddenly felt his body become unbearably heavy. His proud, unmoving posture was impossible to maintain. His legs gave way, and his whole body collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. He wanted to stand up, but he found that his movements became as slow as in a movie's slow motion, incredibly sluggish. What broke him even more was that he felt his skin constantly oozing oil. That handsome red uniform was soon soaked with sweat and grease, becoming sticky and tightly clinging to his body, indescribably uncomfortable. An aristocratic old lady enjoying afternoon tea elegantly raised her cup of red tea, wanting to bring it to her lips. But her movements became slow and awkward. With a tremble of her hand, the scalding red tea spilled all over her expensive custom gown. Oh no, she gasped, wanting to reach for a tissue. But she found that her skin had, she didn't know when, already become unbearably greasy. One touch and her hand was covered in oil. That sticky feeling almost made this cleanliness-obsessed aristocrat faint on the spot. A supermodel walking on the catwalk, strutting confidently, suddenly stumbled and almost fell. Her steps were no longer light and powerful as before, instead, they became somewhat dragging and sluggish. Under the spotlight, people could clearly see that oil was incessantly oozing from her exquisite face, quickly turning her perfect makeup into a mess. The entire Albion Kingdom was in chaos. Everyone felt like they were soaked in an oil tank. Their bodies became sluggish, and their skin became greasy. No matter how much they washed, they couldn't wash away that sticky feeling. Some cleanliness-loving ladies broke down and cried outright. They could not accept that they had turned into slow-moving greasy ants. Fuck. My body. What happened to my body? So disgusting. I feel like a walking slug. Mobility -1, stickiness +2. This is punishment. This is our punishment for mating with a slug. Kill Arthur. It's all his fault. He turned us all into monsters. Angry roars and desperate cries echoed throughout the Albion Kingdom. Their proud gentlemanly demeanor and noble appearance were shattered by the sticky debuff. Meanwhile, the live streams from other countries erupted in laughter at the ridiculous yet tragic scene from the Albion Kingdom. Ha ha ha. Sticky gentleman. This scene is too beautiful for me to look at. Slow-moving greasy monsters? This has more entertainment value than the nationwide fraudsters of the Roman Federation. I declare that from today on, the Albion Kingdom shall be renamed the Slug Kingdom. Especially in the Roman Federation's livestream. The Roman citizens, who had just been wailing about their fate, suddenly found psychological balance after seeing the downfall of the Albions. Look at them. Look at those sticky guys. Compared to them, we just lie a bit, what's the big deal? Exactly. We are just honest -1, while they are mobility -1.
We merely have our minds polluted, but they have their bodies polluted. We are strong and tough liars, while they are slow-moving greasy monsters. We are much better than them. Albion's lazy bugs. Are you okay? Do you need our Roman warriors to help wipe off some oil? Ha ha ha. The Romans instantly forgot their pain and began to laugh wildly at the Albions. And the mocked Albions were naturally unwilling to back down. Although they moved slowly, their typing speed was anything but slow. You damn liars. What right do you have to mock us? You sacrificed 1,000,000 comrades to survive. You are the disgrace of the whole Blue Star. We just became a bit greasy, while you guys have rotten souls. You are the most disgusting. Yeah, your player Marco was stepped on by a woman as a toy, while our Arthur is at least still on top. A century-long grand debate sweeping the globe about who was more miserable, the fraud or the slug, has just begun. Two brothers, who had just shared their struggles, suddenly became sworn enemies, exposing each other's weaknesses online and arguing madly. The scene was even more exciting than the matchmaking game itself. In the home space, Chu Yi, while drinking the spring water of the Fountain of Life, watched this farce with great interest. Dog bites dog, both covered in fur, he commented with a smile. They are so strange. Ling Er lay on his lap, asking in confusion, why, even when they are so miserable themselves, do they still find time to laugh at others? Because, sometimes, a person's happiness is built on the suffering of others, Chu Yi explained while stroking her fluffy ears. Seeing someone worse off than themselves makes them feel balanced. Oh. Ling Er nodded, somewhat understanding. She still felt that humans were truly complicated creatures. Unlike their 9-life celestial cats, who like what they like and hate what they hate, simple and direct. Chu Yi looked at the chaotic state of these two countries and gained a deeper understanding of the game's rules. This game seemed to intentionally amplify the contradictions between different civilizations. The rewards and punishments it offered were imbued with strong racial characteristics. Yan Huang received national physical enhancement and the cure for all diseases, based on the Yan Huang civilization's emphasis on health and collectivity. The Roman Federation inherited the fraud demons' lies and sacrifices, possibly linked to their history of unscrupulous power struggles. Yet the Albion kingdom, once the empire on which the sun never set, had now become sluggish, sticky, and full of irony. It seems that the breed of the matched partner not only determines the type of reward but may also deeply influence the future direction of a civilization. Chu Yi contemplated silently. He felt increasingly fortunate that he had matched with Ling Er. A 9-life celestial cat, a mythical subspecies, not only perfect in appearance and strong in talent, but the national fortune reward was also incredibly positive. This was simply a heavenly chosen start. Alright, the excitement has been watched, it's time for us to do the real work. Chu Yi stood up and stretched. The contestants from the Roman Federation and Albion Kingdom had already paved the way for him with their tragic experiences. This proved that the matchmaking blind boxes were indeed high risk and high reward. But for Chu Yi, who possessed X-ray vision, risks could be avoided. He glanced at the matchmaking space. Today's refresh still showed 10 white random blind boxes and 3 pink matchmaking blind boxes. System, first help me scan all the blind boxes refreshed today. Chu Yi gave the command in his mind. He wanted to overview the situation before making the best choice. Ding. Scanning. Scan complete. Soon, the information for the 23 blind boxes appeared clearly in his mind. Chu Yi first looked at the 10 white random blind boxes. Number 1 white blind box, a box of expired canned lunch meat. Risk, low, may cause diarrhea. Number 2 white blind box, a surprise box disguised as a treasure chest. Risk, low, will pop out a ghost-faced doll when opened. Number 3 white blind box, a rusty iron sword. Risk, low, weapon strength barely exists. After looking over the 10 white blind boxes, Chu Yi already had a plan in his heart. Chapter 32 My wife is too strong, I feel like a useless person. Chu Yi looked at all the blind box information refreshed today in his mind, and had a general idea. Today's 10 white blind boxes were mostly useless little trinkets, like expired cans, rusty iron swords, and purely scary surprise boxes. There weren't many valuable things, but they were enough to complete the daily tasks. As for the 3 pink matchmaking blind boxes, Chu Yi lost interest after just a glance. One is a rotten tree spirit, and the way of mating is to plant people in the ground as fertilizer. One is a swamp fishman, ugly as can be, with a stench all over, living in a filthy mud pit. The last one is slightly better, a centaur, but unfortunately, it is male. Chu Yi had no such special preferences. It seems today's blind box quality is not great. Chu Yi muttered to himself, temporarily giving up the idea of rematching. He decided to finish his daily tasks first. Linger, let's get to work. Chu Yi stood up and patted off the grass clippings from his clothes. Linger obediently jumped down from his lap, her bright green eyes full of anticipation. She also found the idea of opening blind boxes very interesting.
Chu Yi's gaze swept over 10 white blind boxes, and in the end, he locked onto a seemingly ordinary white blind box. According to the system's scanning results, the contents of this blind box were somewhat interesting.
White blind box number 4, a frantic horned bull monster. Level, E+.
Description: a common otherworldly creature, with firm flesh, chewy texture, rich in energy, and a high-quality protein source.
Risk assessment, none, for the host and partner.
Seeing the information given by the system, Chu Yi couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Once upon a time, these otherworldly monsters were filled with unknown horror in his eyes. But now, with the rise of his and Linger's power, the system's evaluation of these monsters had directly turned into the texture and taste of food.
The risk assessment was surprisingly simple, none.
This made Chu Yi deeply realize that strength is the only truth for survival in this game. Perfect, I increased my strength dramatically yesterday, and I haven't had a chance to test it yet. Let's use you to train.
Chu Yi decided in his heart. His current strength was D+ level, and dealing with an E+ level monster should be an easy task. He wanted to use real combat to test his control over the explosive power and speed. Chu Yi, are you going to open this one?
Linger curiously leaned closer. There's a little guy inside, it's just right for our lunch. Chu Yi said with a smile as he took out the dagger he got from the white blind box from his storage space. Seeing Chu Yi take out his weapon, the audiences in the Yenhuan livestream instantly became excited.
Is he going to fight? Finally going to see Chu God in action.
Yesterday, we just watched Chu God train, we didn't know how strong he is now.
It's time to have our eyes opened. Go, Chu God. Show the world how powerful our Yenhuan contestants are.
Under the gaze of countless eager eyes, Chu Yi took a deep breath, stepped forward, and slapped the white blind box.
Bang! The blind box opened with a bang, a flash of white light appeared, and a huge monster appeared before the two.
This monster looked like a giant bull, but its size was much larger, over 3 meters tall, covered in a black horn layer, with 2 thick, curved horns on its head, glinting with a metallic shine. Upon its appearance, it let out a deafening roar, with a pair of crimson eyes fixed on Chu Yi, steam billowing from its nostrils.
Moo!
The horned bull monster stomped its hooves on the ground, creating a series of dull thuds, clearly entering a combat state.
Bring it on!
Chu Yi wasn't surprised but rather delighted. He took up a stance, slightly bending his legs, lowering his center of gravity, with the dagger held horizontally across his chest, his whole body like a drawn bow, full of momentum. He could feel the power surging within him, a strong desire for battle rising from the depths of his heart. However, just as he was about to rush forward in battle this horned bull monster for 300 rounds,
a white shadow was faster than him. Swish! Linger transformed into a blur and instantly disappeared from her spot. In the next second, she had already appeared above the horned bull monster's head. Puff! A cold light flashed.
Linger's seemingly delicate cat paw transformed at this moment into the sharpest weapon in the world, easily slicing through the horned bull monster's tough skull. The E+ level horned bull monster that had just been roaring fiercely, as if it would destroy the world, didn't even have time to let out a scream before its massive body collapsed with a crash, twitching a couple of times before completely ceasing to breathe.
Instant kill. A thorough instant kill. The whole process was smooth and swift, so quick that people couldn't even react. In the matchmaking space, it instantly fell into silence.
Chu Yi still maintained the fighting stance, with the dagger held across his chest, his whole body frozen in place.
He opened his mouth, looking at the giant corpse on the ground, then glanced at Linger, who had landed lightly and was tilting her head with an innocent expression looking at him, and felt that his brain was a bit insufficient. This is over? I was all set, my blood was boiling, and you show me this? A deep sense of powerlessness surged into Chu Yi's heart. He felt like a fool ready to show off in front of a goddess, only to see the goddess take down 100 strong men right in front of him. This made him feel like a waste. After a brief silence, the Yenhuan live broadcast room erupted into a tremendous roar of laughter. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Chu God's posture is just too silly. I declare, this moment is the most embarrassing since the start of the National Fortune matchmaking game. I request the psychological shadow area of Chu God. What should I do if my wife is too strong? Waiting online, very urgent. Feeling sorry for Chu God for 1 second, just wanted to show off, and was overshadowed by his wife. This is not overshadowing, it simply destroyed the stage. Didn't give Chu God a chance to perform at all. Linger wife V587. So cool. 1 claw per bull-headed monster, this fighting power is incredible. The audience laughed so hard they were rolling on the floor, and the bullet comments were filled with joyful energy. Even in the highest command center, Yen Lord and several high-ranking officials couldn't help but chuckle as they looked at Chu Yi's dumbfounded expression on the screen, with corners of their mouths wildly rising. Ahem, Yen Lord cleared his throat, trying to maintain his authority. Comrade Linger's combat awareness is very strong, worthy of praise. The secretary beside him suppressed a laugh and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, very decisive, very efficient. In the homeland space. Chu Yi felt the mockery from 70 billion global viewers, and his cheeks couldn't help but flush a little. He put away his dagger and awkwardly coughed twice. Well. Linger. Linger ran in small steps to his side, looking up at him with her small face, her bright green eyes blinking. Next time, if there are such small monsters, could you let me go first? Chu Yi suggested. Why? Linger tilted her head in confusion. I helped you solve it, isn't that good? Then you can take a break. In her simple worldview, solving troubles for her partner was simply the right thing to do. It's good, but, Chu Yi rubbed his forehead, I also need to practice, otherwise how can I protect you when I meet stronger enemies in the future? Oh, Linger nodded, seemingly understanding. Alright then. Next time if it's a weaker one, let you, Chu Yi, come and fight. If there's a really strong one, I'll help you out. It's settled then. Chu Yi finally regained a bit of face. He walked to the corpse of the horned bull monster, waved his hand, and stored the massive body into the storage space. Although the process was a bit awkward, at least he had earned a bonus meal today. Furthermore, this also made him more clearly aware of the power gap between him and Linger. Linger was now C level, while he was only D+ level. Though they were only one major tier apart, the performance in combat was simply worlds apart. It seems I need to continue working hard on my training. Chu Yi quietly encouraged himself. He can't just hide behind his wife forever, living off her, right? He adjusted his mindset and focused on the next target. Chapter 33, The Golden Legend? This is a disguised monster. After completing a third of his daily task, Chu Yi did not stop. He turned his attention to the next white blind box. With the experience from before, he decided to set some rules with Linger first. Linger, no matter what we get later, you must not act first. Just stand behind me and watch my performance, okay? Chu Yi said seriously. Okay, Chu Yi. Linger nodded vigorously, her expression one of obedient cuteness. Seeing her like this, Chu Yi felt relieved and walked toward the second white blind box he had chosen. He chose this blind box because the information provided by the system was very interesting. Number 7 white blind box, a disguised monster specializing in camouflage. Level, E level. Description, a cunning being from another realm that loves to disguise itself, luring prey closer, then delivering a fatal blow. Extremely resilient, it makes a perfect sparring partner. Risk assessment, low, for the host, but be careful of its disguise. A disguised monster? Perfect, I'll use you as my first sparring opponent. Chu Yi sneered inwardly. He approached the number 7 white blind box, took a deep breath, and then slammed a hand down onto it. Bang! A flash of white light burst forth, and the blind box disappeared. In its place was a massive treasure chest shimmering with gold and embedded with various gemstones, looking incredibly luxurious. As soon as this treasure chest appeared, it radiated an aura of I am very valuable. A golden halo even swirled around the lid, looking both sacred and extraordinary. The instant they saw this chest, the entire Yenhoan live broadcast room erupted. Wow! 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 A golden legend! My gosh! This treasure chest is way too gorgeous. This has to be a top-tier treasure. We struck gold. Chu God is really going to hit the jackpot this time. With this appearance, it must at least be an S-level item, right? Does this even need to be said? Just look at that light. Look at those gemstones. It's practically screaming, I'm a treasure. Boo-hoo-hoo, I'm so jealous, I'm really jealous. Why does Chu God's luck have to be this good? Opening a white blind box can also yield a golden treasure chest? The viewers in Yenhuang were swept away in joy and envy, the bullet comments filled with 666 and Chu God is amazing. Meanwhile, live broadcasts from other countries remained utterly silent. Especially the viewers from the Free Federation, the Roman Federation, and the Albion Kingdom, looking at that golden treasure chest in the Yenhuan live broadcast room, while thinking about the slime slobber, the fraudulent demon, and the gooey slug their own contestants drew, felt their mental state collapse completely. Not fair. This is so unfair. Why? Why can their Yenhuan contestants keep having good luck while we have one misfortune after another? Cheating. He must be cheating. How else could he be this lucky? Damn it. I wish I could rush in right now and snatch that treasure chest away. Jealousy gnawed at their hearts like a venomous snake. Seeing you down and out, I laugh, seeing you glorious, I feel anxious. This was the true reflection of the majority of viewers from other countries on Blue Star at this moment. In the home space. Looking at the golden treasure chest before him, Chu Yi was also momentarily stunned. Wait a minute. Didn't the system say there was a disguised monster inside? How come? Oh. Got it.
Chu Yi quickly realized and a smile spread across his face. Goodness, this disguised monster is really clever. It directly disguised itself as a shiny treasure chest, clearly priceless. This captures the greed psychology of humanity. If any contestant who was unaware of the details sees such a golden legend in front of them, they would probably lose their rationality at the first moment, excitedly rushing to open the treasure chest, and then, there would be no more. Chu Yi. Chu Yi. Look! How beautiful is this treasure chest? Ling Er was also attracted by the gorgeous appearance of this treasure chest. She excitedly shook Chu Yi's arm, her big eyes sparkling like little stars, and the cat tail behind her wagged like a rattledrum. Let's open it quickly and see what good things are inside. As she said this, she was about to rush over with her short legs. Wait! Chu Yi pulled her back. What's wrong? Ling Er looked back at him in confusion, her face full of doubt. Not just her, but the audience in the livestream was also puzzled. What's wrong with God Chu? Why won't he let Ling Er go? With such a big treasure in front of us, what's there to hesitate about? Open it. Could it be? God Chu thinks there's a trick here? No way. It doesn't look like a trick. This is a golden treasure chest. Chu Yi ignored the audience's urges. He squatted down and patiently explained to Ling Er, you must remember, in this game, the more beautiful something looks, the more likely it is to be a trap. He pointed at the golden treasure chest and continued, just like the brightly colored mushrooms in the forest, they often contain deadly poison. This treasure chest is the same, it's dressed up so beautifully just to lure us in. Huh? Is this treasure chest a bad guy? Ling Er was stunned to hear this. Exactly, it's not a treasure chest, it's a monster that eats people, Chu Yi confirmed. Upon hearing this, Ling Er immediately took a step back, hiding behind Chu Yi, peeking out her little head and cautiously looking at the golden treasure chest, making a threatening sound. Seeing her adorable look, Chu Yi couldn't help but smile and patted her head. Meanwhile, the audience in the livestream was in an uproar upon hearing Chu Yi's explanation. A monster? God Chu says this golden treasure chest is a monster? Are you kidding? How could this possibly be a monster? Is God Chu overthinking it? Yeah, I think he has a psychological shadow from the previous traps, seeing traps everywhere. If it were me, I would have rushed over to open it long ago. Wealth and risk go hand in hand. Sigh, God Chu is still too cautious. Most of the audience did not believe Chu Yi's judgment. After all, that treasure chest looked too good, nobody could associate it with the word monster. Chu Yi naturally saw these comments, but he just smiled and didn't mind. He turned around and said to the live stream camera, I know everyone might not believe it, but my instinct tells me this treasure chest is very dangerous. So, before I open it, I must test it first. As he said this, he took out that ordinary dagger from his storage space again. He held the dagger carefully, step by step, approaching the golden treasure chest. The 70 billion global viewers held their breath, staring intently at the screen. Everyone wanted to see if this golden treasure chest, deemed a monster by Chu Yi, really had a trick up its sleeve. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Chu Yi walked very slowly and steadily. He reached the side of the treasure chest, and instead of directly touching the lid, he lifted the dagger in his hand, aiming it at the body of the chest. Making a fuss. I think he's just scared. Hurry and open it. Stop dawdling. In other countries' live streams, impatient mocking voices had already started to echo. However, just at the moment these comments were sent, a sudden change occurred. Just as Chu Yi's dagger was about to touch the chest's body, that once divine and gorgeous golden treasure chest, suddenly, it came to life. Crack. The lid of the treasure chest suddenly flipped open. But inside, there was not gold or silver, nor any divine weapons. Instead, there were rows and rows, densely packed, sharp as sharks, pure white teeth. A long, crimson, slimy tongue stretched out from between the teeth, curling in the air. In that moment, the whole treasure chest transformed into a terrifying giant mouth ready to devour. Roar. A roar that sounded nothing like a human came from the mouth of the chest. It seemed to be enraged by Chu Yi's probing action, leaping violently off the ground, opening its bloody maw wide, and fiercely biting towards Chu Yi. This scene happened too fast, too suddenly. All the viewers worldwide watching the live stream had their brains crash in that instant. Everyone's pupils shrank to pinprick size, their faces marked with shock and disbelief. A monster, the glittering treasure chest actually, was truly a monster. Chapter 34 Perfect Sandbag, Start Training. What the hell? Oh my god. You scared me to death. It really is a monster. What Chu God said is true. When that giant mouth full of fangs appeared on the screen, a collective gasp echoed through the global livestream. Countless viewers were startled and jumped from their chairs, their hearts racing wildly.
Especially those who had just mocked Chu Yi in the comments for being timid and overly cautious. At this moment, they felt as if they had been slapped hard, their faces burning with pain. Cold sweat instantly broke out on their foreheads. Just the thought that if they were the ones standing there, they probably wouldn't even have time to react before being swallowed by that horrifying giant mouth, sent chills down their spines. My god, thank goodness it's Chu God. Yeah, if it were our country's competitor, seeing such a golden treasure chest, they would definitely rush in without a second thought, and the consequences. Too scary. The traps in this game are simply impossible to guard against. I take back what I said earlier, Chu God's caution is not cowardice, it's wisdom. It's the rule of survival. Starting today, I'm a diehard fan of Chu God. His anticipation ability is simply amazing. In the Yanhuang live stream, praise and relief for Chu Yi surged in like a tide. Everyone felt immensely proud and reassured to have such a calm and wise competitor representing their country. At that moment, Chu Yi, who was in danger, displayed an extraordinary calmness. At the instant the treasure chest monster launched its attack, he did not retreat. Instead, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Bring it on! He shouted lowly, suddenly exerting force beneath his feet. A-level skill, Shadow Step, his body instantly transformed into a blurred shadow, narrowly dodging the monster's deadly bite at an incredible angle. Bang! The treasure chest monster's bite missed, its hard teeth crashing together, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. It seemed taken aback that this tiny prey could evade its attack, momentarily stunned. And that brief pause gave Chu Yi the chance to counterattack. Now's the time. Chu Yi's figure appeared like a ghost at the side and rear of the treasure chest monster. His dagger carved a shining arc in the air, fiercely stabbing toward the box body of the monster. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing echoed. Chu Yi felt a massive recoil from the dagger, making his hands go numb. He focused and saw that his full force strike only left a shallow white mark on the treasure chest monster's golden body. The defense wasn't even broken. What a tough shell! Chu Yi was taken aback. This treasure chest monster was clearly only E rank, a whole level lower than himself, yet its defense was beyond his expectations. Roar! The treasure box monster was completely furious after its attack was blocked. It suddenly turned around, its lid snapping open and shut, and once again lunged towards Chu Yi. This time, its speed was even faster, and its assault was more ferocious. Chu Yi dared not be careless. He once again activated Shadow Step, constantly dodging around the treasure box monster, searching for chances to attack. For a moment, in the wedding space, a black shadow and a golden box were exchanging blows vigorously. Clang! 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 The sound of the dagger clashing against the box echoed endlessly. The audience in the Yanhuan live broadcast room watched with their hearts racing. This treasure box monster is too tough. It seems like Chu God's attacks have little effect. Yeah, its level is clearly lower than Chu God's. Why does it feel like Chu God is struggling so much? Is Chu God in danger? Why hasn't Ling Er made a move yet? Some viewers began to worry for Chu Yi. Meanwhile, Ling Er, although a bit nervous and clenching her little fists tightly, remembered Chu Yi's instructions well and did not step forward to help. She only kept her green eyes fixed on the battlefield, ready to rush in if Chu Yi encountered danger. Everyone, don't worry. At that moment, in the highest command center of Yanhuan, a military extraordinary research expert analyzed in front of the camera. Chu Yi is not in a desperate battle, he is training. Training? The host was somewhat puzzled. That's right. The expert nodded, pointing at the light screen. Look, Chu Yi's strength only surged yesterday. He is still very unfamiliar with this new body and the mastery of his skills. And this treasure box monster, although not high in level, has two very distinct characteristics. First, its defense is extremely strong. Second, its method of attack is simple, just pounce and bite. This is simply a perfect live target that cannot cause fatal damage but is extremely durable. It's what we often call a heavy bag. Chu Yi is using this treasure box monster to quickly familiarize himself with his power, speed, and skill application. Look at his movements, aren't they becoming increasingly smooth and natural? After the expert's reminder, the audience also noticed the clue. At first, when Chu Yi used Shadow Step, he stumbled a bit, his landing and timing were not precise enough, nearly getting bitten by the treasure box monster several times, appearing quite dangerous. However, as time passed, his movements became increasingly fluid. Every dodge was perfectly timed, avoiding attacks while creating the best position for the next counterattack. The speed and angle of his blade strikes were also becoming more cunning. Although they still couldn't deal substantial damage to the treasure box monster, each strike accurately hit the same spot. He was learning and improving through battle. Wow! So it's like this. That's why Chu God's fighting looks so strange. So he's using the treasure box monster as a sparring partner. What a brilliant idea! In the Life and Death national game, being able to calmly utilize the enemy to improve oneself, Chu God's mental strength is too powerful. I've learned something. This is the true mindset of a strong person. Once the audience understood Chu Yi's intention, all their worries were swept away, replaced by endless admiration and awe. They were no longer watching a thrilling battle but appreciating a top-notch teaching session. Time passed second by second. Chu Yi had completely immersed himself in the rhythm of the battle. He could clearly feel that his control over this D-plus grade body was improving at a visible speed. The power that was once a bit clumsy could now be wielded freely. The speed that was once difficult to control had now become as easy as moving one's fingers. The skill shadow step was played by him to perfection. Sometimes appearing on the left, sometimes on the right, sometimes even directly above the treasure chest monster, forcing the poor creature to exhaust itself in a futile chase, yet it couldn't even brush against the corner of his clothes. Almost there. After circled around for another 10 minutes, Chu Yi felt he had fully adapted to his current body and skills. Continuing to fight this treasure chest monster would not bring any more progress. It was time to end this teaching. He took a step back, creating distance from the treasure chest monster. The treasure chest monster thought he was trying to escape, letting out an angry roar, leaping up suddenly with its gaping maw aimed directly at Chu Yi. It was going to swallow this little bug that had toyed with it all day. However, facing this fierce final strike, a smile appeared on Chu Yi's face. He didn't dodge anymore. Instead, he took a deep breath and channeled all his strength into his right fist. D-plus level power erupted without reservation. "Break for me!" he shouted and swung his fist. This punch used no techniques, just pure, extreme power. The fist, accompanied by the whistle of tearing air, smashed hard into the center of the treasure chest monster's wide-open mouth. Boom! A heavy, muffled explosion echoed in the matchmaking space. Chu Yi's seemingly not-so-brawny fist collided solidly with the treasure chest monster's fangs, which could crush steel. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The next second. Crack, crack. A series of cringing cracking sounds followed. The treasure chest monster's proud teeth, that even D-plus level daggers couldn't pierce, shattered like fragile glass under Chu Yi's straightforward punch. The cracks spread rapidly from the point of impact like spider webs across the entire chest. Roar! The treasure chest monster's roar abruptly stopped, and in its disguised golden eyes flashed a hint of confusion. It seemed unable to comprehend why this tiny creature before it could unleash such terrifying power. But it no longer had time to think. Bang! With a loud bang, the entire treasure chest monster's body exploded from within. Countless golden fragments, mixed with some indescribable sticky liquid, scattered and flew everywhere. The E-level treasure chest monster he had practiced on for half a day was turned into flying debris with just one punch from him. Phew! Chu Yi slowly withdrew his fist and let out a long breath. There wasn't even a scratch on his fist. Feeling the still surging power within him, a satisfied smile spread across his face. This battle, although a bit winding, had brought him great rewards. Not only did he perfectly adapt to the D-plus level body, but he also gained a clear understanding of his own strength. Pure power can sometimes be more effective than any technique. Wow, so awesome. Beside him, Linger watched this shocking scene, admiration sparkling in her emerald eyes. Even though she could also kill that treasure chest monster in an instant, Chu Yi's direct and explosive fighting style undoubtedly had a greater visual impact and made her feel more secure and fascinated. In the global livestream, the excitement had already reached a fever pitch. Wow! One punch. He exploded it with one punch. So cool. This is how a man should fight. Straightforward and brutal. Who said Chu Yi was just brushing? Stand up. Is this brushing? This is a goddamn nuclear bomb. Special effects. This is definitely special effects. It's more exciting than any Hollywood blockbuster I've seen. Wah, wah, wah. When my mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the livestream, I said I was watching a god fight. I really envy Chu Yi. Chosen by national fortune. Not only can I have a catgirl wife, but I can also become a superhero and reach the peak of my life. This world is so unfair. Don't be so sour upstairs. Letting you in, you're already on the path of the dead, the kind that's swallowed whole by a treasure chest monster. The audience was excitedly discussing, and the entire barrage had turned into a praise group for Chu Yi. This punch completely established his status as the god of war of Yin Huang. In the home space, Chu Yi ignored the noise from the outside world. His gaze was drawn to a few items that dropped after the treasure chest monster died. In the center of the explosion of the treasure chest monster, several fragments were quietly lying, glimmering softly, along with an ancient piece of parchment. Chu Yi stepped forward and picked them up. You have obtained treasure chest monster fragment X5. You have obtained weapon forging blueprint, tooth of armor piercing. Weapon forging blueprint? Chu Yi's heart stirred, and he immediately checked the details of the parchment. Weapon forging blueprint, tooth of armor piercing. Type, dagger. Quality, D grade. Attributes: Sharpness plus 15, Armor piercing plus 10. Special effect: deal an additional 20% damage to creatures with shell, scales, or carapace defenses. Forging requirements: Shadow Iron Ore X10, Low Quality Spirit Stone X5, Treasure Chest Monster Fragment X5. After reading the introduction of this blueprint, Chu Yi's eyes instantly lit up. A D-grade quality weapon. And it comes with an armor-piercing effect. This is simply tailor-made for him. What he was currently using was just an ordinary dagger obtained from a white blind box, with no quality at all, struggling even to chop a corner beast. If he could forge the tooth of armor-piercing, his combat power would definitely rise to another level. Then when he encountered a hard-shelled creature like the treasure chest monster, the fight wouldn't have to be so hard. Great! This is a win. Chu Yi felt ecstatic. However, after the joy, he felt a bit troubled. In the forging requirement materials, he already had the treasure chest monster fragments, and the low-quality spirit stones he had left over from previous cultivation were enough. But this shadow iron ore, he had never even heard of. Where could he find it? While he was worried, Ling Er came over, curiously looking at the blueprint in his hand. Chu Yi, what is this? A weapon blueprint, but it's missing a material called shadow iron ore, Chu Yi replied helplessly. Shadow iron ore? Ling Er tilted her little head and thought for a moment, then her eyes brightened. I know where to find it. You know? Chu Yi immediately perked up. Yes. Ling Er nodded vigorously. In the forest where our 9 Lives Mystic Cat Clan lives, there is a mountain mine full of those black, glowing stones. I played with them as toys when I was little. Black and glowing. Chu Yi's heart moved. This description sounds familiar. It seems his wife is not only incredibly powerful, but also a portable resource detector. That's great. After we complete today's task, let's go see your world. Chu Yi immediately made the decision. He had become more and more curious about Ling Er's world. Not only are there rich animal and plant resources, but now it seems there are also abundant mineral resources. That's simply an undeveloped giant treasure trove. Yay! Ling Er jumped up happily. She also wanted to take Chu Yi to see her home. With the material problem solved, Chu Yi's mood was greatly improved. Now, only the last task for today remained. Open the third white blind box. He turned his gaze towards the remaining white blind boxes. This time, his goal was very clear. According to the system's scan, there was something in the remaining blind boxes that was crucial for him right now. Without any hesitation, he walked directly to that blind box. Under the expectant gaze of countless viewers, he reached out and gently tapped it. A flash of white light. The blind box disappeared, and another ancient parchment appeared. Floating in mid-air. Chu Yi reached out to catch it. You have obtained Basic Forge Manufacturing Blueprint. Basic Forge, a fundamental forging facility that can be placed in your home, capable of forging E and D grade quality equipment. Manufacturing requirements: quality wood X100, common stone X50, horns of the horned bull monster X2. The moment Chu Yi saw this blueprint, he smiled. Perfect. This is like a pillow being sent to someone who was just sleepy. Just after getting the weapon blueprint, the forge blueprint followed right after. Moreover, the materials needed to make the forge, quality wood and common stone, are all over Ling Er's world. As for the horns of the horned bull monster, the corpse of the one from earlier is still lying in his storage space. Everything is connected flawlessly. It seems today is destined to be a day for my strength to increase. In a great mood, Chu Yi couldn't wait to go to Ling Er's world and make his very first D-grade weapon. Ling Er, let's go. We're going home. Chu Yi grabbed Ling Er's hand and said with enthusiasm. The two transformed into a beam of white light, disappearing from the matchmaking space and returning to their exclusive home. Just as Chu Yi and Ling Er were about to start farming in building mode. On Blue Star, the contestants from other surviving countries were not idle either. Chapter 36 The Decisions and Struggles of Other Contestants. While Chu Yi marched ahead, constantly creating miracles, the contestants from other surviving countries on Blue Star were experiencing unprecedented torment and struggle. The tragedies of the Roman Federation and Albion Kingdom, along with the terrifying Mimic's burial, rang alarm bells for everyone. This game is far more brutal than they imagined. A single wrong step could lead to ruin, possibly dragging an entire civilization down with it. However, the new mandatory mission, like a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads, forced them to make a choice. Within 24 hours, open 3 blind boxes, or be eliminated. Elimination means death and punishment for the country. Under the threat of death, the instinct for survival overcame fear. Some contestants from various countries began to take action. The contestant from the Gallia Republic, Pierre, is a romantic artist. He looked at the ominous blind boxes before him and finally steeled his heart. Rather than be eliminated in fear, I'll bravely fight for the glory of France. He didn't choose the pink matchmaking blind box that looked richly rewarding but highly risky. Instead, he followed Chu Yi's method from the first day and focused on the white random blind boxes. However, he was much wiser than those contestants who died in the mimic's burial. He did not directly use his hand to open it. Instead, he returned to his home space, dismantled a sturdy-looking wooden table, and turned it into table legs to use as makeshift weapons and tools. He held a long table leg and poked at a white blind box from a distance. Bang! The blind box opened, releasing a plume of yellow gas. Pierre was prepared, and at the moment the box popped open, he quickly dodged far away, avoiding the gas. After the gas cleared, he cautiously approached to check. The blind box was empty, except for a small piece of paper. This is a fart. Pierre. Viewers in the Gallia livestream. Although he got nothing, at least he was unhurt and not poisoned. Pierre sighed in relief, at least proving that his caution was useful. He pressed on and used the same method to open the second white blind box. This time, a palm-sized scorpion with wings jumped out and lunged at him. Pierre was already on guard, swinging the table leg in his hand while flailing around. It took a lot of effort to finally crushed that scorpion. You have killed a flying scorpion, task progress +1. Breathing heavily, Pierre sat on the ground, a smile of relief spreading across his face. Though the process was messy, he had survived and completed 2/3 of the task. On the other side, Ivan, a 2-meter-tall strongman from the Polar Bear Federation, chose a completely different approach. He looked at the blind box before him, without saying a word, directly pulled out a bottle of vodka from his home, and gulped down more than half. Yura! He shouted loudly, fueled by the alcohol, and charged directly at a pink matchmaking blind box. Come on! No matter what it is, I will accept it. For our great motherland. Ivan's thoughts were very simple and very rough. The white blind box was filled with all sorts of ridiculous things, some of which could be deadly. Although the matchmaking blind box had bizarre partners, as long as he didn't refuse out of self-destruction, he could at least survive. He could also bring rewards to his country. He was taking a gamble. The pink portal opened. Ding! The Polar Bear Federation contestant Ivan has successfully matched a partner. Matched species, mountain giant, female. When the audience from the Polar Bear Federation saw the words mountain giant, their hearts sank. But when they saw the female in the parentheses afterward, they breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's a woman, it's okay. The scene shifted, and Ivan found himself in a desolate mountain area. A massive figure, at least 10 meters tall and made of rock, sat on the hillside. When that figure stood up, the entire earth trembled. You are my partner? A deep, booming voice, like thunder, came from the mountain giant's mouth. Ivan looked up at the mountain before him and swallowed hard. But he did not hesitate at all, he puffed out his chest and shouted loudly, yes. Beautiful lady. From today on, I am your man. He even thought that this partner wasn't bad. Big enough, strong enough, providing a sense of safety. It met the aesthetic of their Polar Bear Federation. Due to the content of the following scene being inappropriate for public broadcast, all live streams are now blocked. The familiar black screen reappeared. Minutes later, the screen lit up. Ivan stood unharmed at his spot, even wearing a satisfied smile. And the national rewards came pouring in. Civilization reward, all citizens of the Polar Bear Federation, Constitution +3, Strength +3, Permanent Cold Resistance +5. This reward plunged the entire Polar Bear Federation into celebration. Yura! Ivan is our hero. Ha ha ha. Our bodies are stronger. In the winter, we won't even need to wear cotton jackets anymore. Ivan's success pointed the way for other contestants who were still hesitating. That was to calmly accept their first matchmaking partner, no matter who or what it was. Thus, in the following hours, live streams from various countries showcased marvelous interactions between man and nature. Contestants from the Nile Federation matched with a human-faced scorpion. Contestants from the Ganges Federation, after the Brother A, challenged matchmaking again and matched with a sacred cow. Contestants from the Maple Leaf Alliance matched with a yeti. Although the partners matched were increasingly heavyweight, leaving global audiences wide-eyed and exclaiming too shocking. Fortunately, these contestants learned a lesson from the Cherry Blossom Samurai and none dared to refuse. In the end, they all successfully matched and survived, bringing various quirky rewards to their countries. Though some rewards, like everyone grows scorpion tails and milk production increases by 100%, seemed rather ridiculous. Compared to the obliterated Kodo Republic and the chaotic realms of Rome and Albion, they were undoubtedly lucky. Thus, after enduring the chaos and panic of the second day, the surviving contestants, they all found their own ways to survive. Except, the contestants from the Free Federation, Jack. Since yesterday, he's been hiding in his home space.
Yesterday, he was sprayed in the face by slime saliva, causing a -1 to all attributes, leaving a significant psychological shadow. He dared not try the white blind box again. And the strange marriage partners of the other contestants made him terrified of the pink blind box. He was stuck in a dilemma. Open the box, and he might die. Not opening it means mission failure, and still death. Time passed, minute by minute. As he watched the 24-hour countdown, only a few hours were left. Jack knew he couldn't wait any longer. He looked at the live stream, at the hopeful yet anxious faces of the Free Federation citizens on the screen, took a deep breath, and finally made up his mind. I, Jack Anderson, as the chosen son of the Free Federation, can no longer be weak. He stood up, adjusted his clothes, and showed an unprecedented look of determination. I am ashamed of my hesitation and fear yesterday. I did not fulfill the responsibility of a contestant. I have let down my country, and I have let down all the people who support me. He bowed deeply to the camera. But now, I have awakened. Since fate has chosen me, I must shoulder this responsibility. No matter whether the road ahead is a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, no matter whether my marriage partner is an angel or a devil, I will march forward for the continuation of the Free Federation, for our great spirit of freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, from now on, I will fight for freedom. Jack's words were passionate and firm. In an instant, they ignited the entire Free Federation live broadcast room. Well said, Jack. This is the warrior of our Free Federation. We believe in you. Go. Show the world our determination. Jack. You are the best. USA. USA. Amid the thunderous support of the citizens, Jack felt filled with strength. He felt, at this moment, like a hero about to march into battle. However, just as the atmosphere reached its peak, he shifted his tone, and a trace of worry and indignation appeared on his face. But, we not only need to fight against the threats from other worlds, but we also need to be wary of enemies from within our own ranks. Recently, our great Free Federation has been facing worsening public security, and society is becoming increasingly chaotic. All of this is because of those damn N-words. They are polluting our pure land. They are destroying the freedom we are proud of. This sudden racial discriminatory remark immediately caused the atmosphere in the live broadcast room to freeze. Chapter 37, Fight for Freedom in the Free Federation. Jack's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly causing a huge ripple in the Free Federation's public opinion. Some viewers who advocated political correctness immediately began to argue. Oh my God, what is Jack saying? How can he openly make such racist comments? This is wrong. Black people are also part of our Free Federation. He's dividing our country. I protest. I demand Jack apologize immediately. However, these rational voices were quickly drowned out by an even larger wave of support. Jack is right. Those N-words are the cancer of our country. I was robbed by a black guy last week. The police haven't caught him yet. My community has been a mess ever since a few black families moved in. There's trash and graffiti everywhere. They don't work, just take welfare, and spend all their money on drugs and cheap alcohol. They are a bunch of parasites on society. Support Jack. We must drive these N-words out. Give us a truly free federation. Countless long-standing grievances and resentments toward the black community were completely ignited by Jack in this moment. As a white man who grew up in a wealthy area and received elite education, Jack himself was an extreme racist. In his eyes, black people were synonymous with laziness, ignorance, and violence. Now, he was the hope of the Free Federation, the hero in the spotlight. He felt it was his responsibility and duty to use his influence to correct the distorted values of this country. He wanted everyone to know who the true owner of this country was. Jack's statements and the huge reactions they sparked quickly reached the ears of the highest command of the Free Federation. In the White House, a group of high-ranking officials stared at the screen, where comments supporting Jack were flooding in, almost overwhelming the server, and fell into silence. Mr. President, what should we do now? A worried aide asked. Jack's statements have caused huge social division. If we mishandle this, it could lead to nationwide riots. The one sitting in the top position was an elderly man with graying hair, looking a bit drowsy. After hearing the aide's words, he slowly opened his eyes, his murky pupils flickering, and then spoke slowly. Division? No, what I see is the people's will. He pointed at the comments supporting Jack on the screen, and a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. The people have made their choice with their voices. Jack is our hero. The words of a hero are the truth. Immediately issue an official statement. The old man paused, speaking each word deliberately. Just say, to maintain the purity and freedom of our federation, we will take some necessary measures. As for those opposing voices, a glimmer of coldness flashed in the old man's eyes. Freedom is not for everyone. Yes, Mr. President.
The aides understood immediately and went down to draft the document.
Soon, an official announcement issued in the name of the Free Federation government appeared before all citizens.
The content of the announcement was written very obscurely, filled with words like freedom, order, and purification.
But everyone understood the message hidden within the lines.
Black people are no longer protected by the law.
At this moment, history seemed to rewind. The so-called racial equality that countless people once prided themselves on was shattered in the face of apocalyptic crisis and human selfishness. A top-down reckoning against the black community was about to unfold on the land of the Free Federation. And the instigator of it all, Jack, showed a satisfied smile upon seeing the government's announcement. He felt that he had done something incredibly right and incredibly great. He was not only the hero saving the country but also the saint purifying the nation. After completing this grand endeavor, he finally turned his attention back to the blind boxes in front of him. He wanted to celebrate his holy war with a glorious victory, the perfect cannon for his triumphant battle. He walked to the 3 pink marriage blind boxes, a rare seriousness and devotion appearing on his face. He knelt on one knee, clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and began to pray to the God he believed in. Almighty God, please listen to your most devout believer, Jack Anderson's prayer. Please bless me with a powerful, beautiful, and noble partner. I vow to you, no matter what race she is or what she looks like, I will treat her with my true heart, love her, and respect her. Everything I do is for our great Free Federation. For freedom. After finishing his prayer, Jack stood up, his eyes filled with a sacred light. He took a deep breath and resolutely slapped his hand on the middle pink blind box. Buzz. A gentle green light radiated from the blind box. A green portal full of life slowly opened before him. Seeing this green light, the entire livestream room of the Free Federation erupted in excitement.
It's green. The light is green. Green represents life and nature. This is definitely a good omen.
I remember when Yenowang's Chu Yi matched with the 9 Lives immortal cat, he entered a forest.
This scene is so similar. Could Jack also be matching with a mythical partner? An elf. It must be an elf princess. Only noble elves deserve our Free Federation warriors.
The citizens were excitedly guessing, and everyone was filled with endless anticipation for this matchmaking. Jack looked at the green portal before him, his heart also stirred. He seemed to see a beautiful elf princess waving to him on the other side of the door. He adjusted his collar and took confident and elegant steps, resolutely stepping into the portal. After a dizzying whirl, Jack found himself in a dense primal jungle. Tall trees blocked the sky and shielded the sun. Clear streams flowed gently. Warm sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light. The air was filled with the fragrance of earth and grass. Everything was so beautiful, so full of life.
Awesome! This environment is definitely the standard for a top-level matchmaking partner.
Jack felt a surge of joy in his heart. He even began to fantasize about what heartfelt opening line he would use to win the heart of that beautiful elf princess when he saw her. Then, he imagined enjoying a passionate encounter with this wonderful girl in this picturesque jungle. He walked along the small path by the stream, daydreaming as he went forward. As he walked, he suddenly saw a figure not far ahead by the stream. The figure looked very strong.
Broad shoulders, bulging muscles, covered all over with shiny black hair. Jack's smile froze slightly.
He stopped, a sense of foreboding surging in his heart.
No, it can't be. This looks like a giant gorilla? He kept praying in his heart.
It can't be her, she's just a normal gorilla passing through the forest. However, things took a turn for the worse. As if sensing his arrival, the strong figure slowly turned around. It was a face standard for a primate. A protruding mouth, wide nostrils, and a pair of surprisingly lively eyes. That's right, it was a gorilla. A gigantic female gorilla, at least over 2.5 meters tall, covered in bulging muscles.
Jack's body instantly stiffened.
He felt his blood stop flowing at that moment. His mind went blank.
It's over. Where is my elf princess? Where is my wonderful girl? How could it be a gorilla? Just as Jack's inner world was about to collapse, the female gorilla spoke.
A sweet, clear young voice, completely at odds with her rough appearance, came from her mouth.
Are you the partner chosen for me by the gods? Puff.
Hearing this voice, Jack almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, nearly suffering a heart attack on the spot.
This huge contrast felt even more crushing than facing a monster directly. My name is Alala, and I come from the great ancient ape tribe.
The female gorilla named Ulala walked toward him, taking heavy steps. The ground shook beneath her feet. From today, I am your bride. She walked up to Jack, extending her hand, which was as large as a fan, covered in black fur, seemingly wanting to caress Jack's face. Jack looked at the approaching, furry hand, his stomach churning violently.
He wanted to vomit. He wanted to escape. He wanted to refuse. But the image of the cherry blossom warrior being cut in half by the praying mantis, his brain devoured like jelly, flashed across his mind. He dared not. He knew that if he said no, in the next second, he would be torn to pieces by this gorilla-like woman before him. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. Jack's face muscles were twitching uncontrollably. He struggled to force out a smile that was uglier than crying. Yes, yes, beautiful, beautiful Urara. I accept. I am honored to become your partner. As he said these words, he felt his soul screaming in agony. Great! Urara let out a joyful cry. She picked Jack up in one swoop, holding him tightly in her broad arms. You smell so good. Let's hurry up. I can't wait to give birth to a bunch of strong little gorillas for you. With that, she hugged Jack and turned, walking deep into the jungle. Due to the inappropriate nature of the upcoming scene, all live broadcast rooms are now being blocked. A black screen descended once more. In the Free Federation's live broadcast room, there was complete silence. All the viewers were petrified. Their expressions were like they'd been hit with a hammer, frozen in shock. After several minutes, the black screen ended. The screen lit up. Jack lay on the grass, limbs spread out in the shape of a big character, eyes hollow, completely lost to life. The system's reward announcement followed as expected. Ding! Free Federation contestant Jack has successfully completed his marriage with the ancient ape tribe Urara. National luck rewards are now issued to both the contestant and the civilization. Contestant reward obtains sea-level talent frenzy, which greatly increases strength and durability in a short period, but results in a loss of rationality. Civilization reward 1, the probability of all citizens of the Free Federation changing their skin color to black has permanently increased by 50%. Civilization reward 2, all citizens of the Free Federation receive +2 to Constitution, Strength, and Speed. Civilization reward 3, all citizens of the Free Federation suffer a -2 to Mentality, -2 to Intelligence. Chapter 38, Everyone is a Nigger, Intelligence Pool. When the Free Federation's national luck reward spread to every corner of the globe through the system announcement, the entire world fell silent. All the viewers watching the live broadcast widened their eyes, their faces full of disbelief. They repeatedly looked at the lines of text on the screen, wondering if they had misread it, or if the system had malfunctioned. Civilization reward 1, the probability of all citizens of the Free Federation changing their skin color to black has permanently increased by 50%. Civilization reward 3, all citizens of the Free Federation suffer a -2 to Mentality, -2 to Intelligence. What the hell is this reward? After a brief silence, live broadcast rooms around the world exploded with thunderous laughter. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying. I can't stop laughing. The probability of skin color turning black increased by 50%? And it's permanent? Ha 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 ha. Wasn't that Jack just talking about racial discrimination, trying to purify their nation of niggers? Well, now look. He got exactly what he deserved. The official system is giving him a nationwide skin color change. This is absolutely the darkest humor of the year, no, of the century. So ironic. So entertaining. Mentality -2, Intelligence -2? Doesn't this mean that in the future, the people of the Free Federation will turn into muscle-brained idiots? Ha 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 ha. A nation of liars, a nation of greasy monsters, and now a nation of dumb black idiots. I declare, Rome, Albion, and the Free Federation can form a foolish squirrel group and debut right here. Especially in the Yanhuan live broadcast room. The audience laughed until tears came out. They had just been feeling angry about Jack's shameless racist remarks, and in the blink of an eye, they witnessed such a heartwarming retribution. This was even more refreshing than drinking ice water on a scorching summer day. The way of heaven is just, who can escape its cycle? You discriminated against others. Now you're dumbfounded, huh? I would like to call it the divine move. This reward is simply a precise strike, hitting the nail on the head. Shouldn't the slogan of the Free Federation change now? Make America black again? Ha 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 ha. You up there, you really are a talent. The entire internet turned into a sea of joy. However, at this moment, the citizens of the Free Federation could not even manage to smile. They stared blankly at the reward content on the screen, feeling as if their worldview was being crushed little by little. Before they could recover from the shock of the mate is a female gorilla, they were hit with an even deadlier blow. Skin color turning black? Intelligence declining? What kind of vicious curse is this? No. This isn't true. There must be some mistake. I don't want to turn into a black man. I don't want to. Our intelligence is going to decline? Are we going to become fools? Oh God, this is worse than killing me. Panic and despair spread like a plague in every corner of the Free Federation.
Yet, no matter how they howled and resisted, that mysterious national luck power still arrived on schedule. An invisible force enveloped the whole Free Federation. Everyone felt their bodies become significantly stronger in an instant. Strength, speed, and physical condition all saw noticeable improvements. Ordinary people almost had the physical quality of professional athletes. But at the same time, their brains seemed to be wrapped in a thick fog. Thinking became sluggish. Memory started to decline. Some previously clear logic now seemed impossible to grasp. An elite involved in complex financial transactions on Wall Street looked at the dense data and curves before him and suddenly felt his head turn to mush, completely unable to understand. A professor teaching quantum physics at a university suddenly forgot what he was about to say while standing at the podium, looking bewildered. A top hacker trying to crack complex codes gazed at the lines of code on the screen, scratching his head, feeling as though it was like reading an ancient script. The entire Free Federation's IQ was abruptly pulled down a notch in that instant. From a superpower leading the world in technology, finance, and culture, it became a basin of low intelligence. And what made them crumble even more was yet to come. Ah! My hand! What's wrong with my hand? A white lady applying expensive nail polish suddenly let out a scream. She saw, in horror, her originally fair and tender hands visibly turning dark. My face! Oh no! My face is black too! Me too! Oh God! I've turned into a black man! A chorus of screams erupted in cities across the Free Federation. Countless white people panically discovered that their skin was uncontrollably changing to black. Although not everyone transformed, that 50% probability was enough to throw the entire nation into chaos. Countless people rushed to mirrors, looking at the dark-skinned, vacant-eyed figures reflected back at them, letting out desperate wails. Their proud noble bloodline turned into a joke at that moment. Inside the White House, the old man who had just been spirited, ordering to purify the nation, now looked on in terror at his hands that were turning black. No. No. This can't be. The aides beside him were also all ashen-faced. Most of them. Not even the 50% chance could escape, turning them into the Nico they once despised. Mr. President, what should we do now? A dark-skinned aide asked laboriously with his already dull mind. I don't know. The old man slumped in his chair, his gaze hollow, murmuring to himself. He felt his brain had also become utterly sluggish, completely unable to think. A country led by idiots, with the entire populace turning into Nico. The Free Federation, once the dominant power of Blue Star, welcomed its decline on this day in the most ridiculous and saddest way. And the instigator of all this, Jack, also saw the rewards for his country in the mating space. Upon seeing 50% chance of skin color turning black and intelligence -2, he was completely stunned. He paid such a huge price, betrayed his own aesthetics and dignity, and this is what he got in return? Not only did he fail to purify his country, but he also personally pushed it into the abyss of darkening? Puff! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Jack's mouth. The immense blow and irony made it impossible for him to bear any longer. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed straight down, fainting on the spot. Not far from him, his new wife, the mother gorilla Urala, was happily devouring a huge banana. She glanced at the fainted Jack, tilted her head, seemingly puzzled. Why is this new partner's body so weak? Is it fainting just after starting? It seems that I will have to exercise him properly in the future. While Urala thought this, she stuffed another large mouthful of banana into her mouth, making a satisfied chewing sound. Chapter 39, Infrastructure Mania, Ready to Forge. While the entire Blue Star was still immersed in the shock and joy brought by the dramatic tragedy of the Free Federation, our protagonist, Chu Yi, had already returned to their luxurious estate with his catgirl wife, ready to begin a new infrastructure project. Chu Yi, what are we going to do now? Ling Er followed behind Chu Yi, watching him take out a bunch of random things from his storage space, curiously asking. There were the corpses of the horned bull monster, various woods and stones, and the 2 blueprints that had just arrived. First, we need to build a forging table. Chu Yi spread out the beginner forging table blueprint on the ground. While checking the contents, he commanded. Ling Er, help me take down the horn from this bull, it needs to be intact. Okay. Ling Er complied and walked to the corpse of the horned bull monster. She extended her claws and gently sliced at the connection between the horn and the skull. Snap. The huge horn, harder than steel, snapped off with a smooth cut like a mirror. Chu Yi's eyes twitched while watching. This claw is just too sharp. It's simply a human-shaped cutting machine. Now, help me cut these woods into the size of the wooden boards on the blueprint. Chu Yi pointed at the image on the blueprint. No problem. Ling Er ran to the pile of huge logs brought back from her world, her small figure contrasting sharply with the immense timber. She extended her claws again towards the logs, her hand rising and falling. Swish, swish, swish. A dazzling series of afterimages appeared, accompanied by flying wood chips. The huge log was accurately cut into standard wooden boards of the required thickness and size in less than a minute. Chu Yi was left dumbfounded by this efficiency. What lumberjack, what electric saw? In front of Ling Er's claws, they are all insignificant. The audience in the Yenuan live streaming room was also in awe. Wow! Ling Er's wifey, your ability to work is just too strong. This isn't a catgirl, this is clearly an infrastructure mania. The power of Demacia, Garen, looked at the silence, while the hand of Noxus, Darius, shed tears. This is the true human-shaped cutting machine. Wowo, able to enter the hall, able to manage the kitchen, can fight against bullies, and can even use a carpenter's bed. God of Chu, what kind of virtue did you accumulate in your last life? With the help of Linger, this super tool, the materials for the forge table were quickly prepared. Next came the assembly process. In this process, Linger was of no help anymore. This required careful planning and operation, just right up Chu Yi's alley. His current D+ level mental power made his brain comparable to a supercomputer. Every structure and every step on the blueprint, he could remember perfectly with just one glance, and he could create a three-dimensional model in his mind for simulated assembly. He picked up pieces of wood and stone, starting to build in an orderly manner. His movements appeared slow, but they were filled with a sense of rhythm, precise and efficient. Each piece of material was placed exactly in the most suitable position. An hour later, a professional-looking forge table made of stone and wood, decorated with two huge bull horns, appeared in the manor's yard. Ding! You have successfully created Beginner Forge Table X1. You have gained Beginner Forge Experience plus 100. Your life skill forging has been unlocked, current level, Beginner, 0 out of 1000. Looking at this forge table that condensed his hard work, Chu Yi's face revealed a satisfied smile. This was the first big guy he had personally crafted in this world. Wow! So impressive. Chu Yi, you are amazing. Linger clapped her little hands beside him, her eyes filled with admiration. In her view, turning a pile of broken wood and rotten stones into such a strange yet powerful thing was even more remarkable than her smashing a monster with a single claw. Receiving praise from his wife made Chu Yi feel quite pleased inside. Seizing the moment, he immediately took out the materials needed to forge the armor-piercing tooth from his storage space. Shadow iron ore, inferior spirit stones, and fragments of treasure chest monsters. He threw 10 pieces of dark shadow iron ore into the forge table's furnace. Then, he placed 5 inferior spirit stones in the energy slots beneath the furnace. The room. With the energy of the spirit stones injected, the entire forge table lit up with a faint glow. The temperature inside the furnace began to rise sharply. The hard shadow iron ore slowly melted under the scorching heat, turning into pools of black molten iron. Now! Chu Yi seized the moment, throwing the 5 fragments of treasure chest monsters into the furnace. As the fragments touched the scorching molten iron, they instantly transformed into streams of golden light and fused into it. The originally pure black molten iron began to change color, transforming into a unique metallic liquid of a deep hue with a hint of dark golden sheen. Next was the most critical step, shaping and quenching. Chu Yi focused his mind, controlling the mechanisms of the forge table. The mold closed, and the scorching metallic liquid was poured into the dagger-shaped mold. Then, he immediately opened the nearby pipe connected to the fountain of life. Sizzle! Clear and cool spring water instantly poured over the hot mold, creating a large cloud of white steam. Under the extreme alternation of high heat and extreme cold, the metal in the mold emitted a light humming sound. When the steam dissipated, Chu Yi opened the mold. A brand new dagger, entirely dark golden, with a blade edge shimmering with a menacing cold light, lay quietly inside. The dagger's shape exuded a sense of power, with a unique pattern resembling interlocking teeth on the blade. A sharp and unmatched aura emanated from the dagger. Ding! You have successfully forged Fong Breaker's Tooth X1. Your life skill forging experience plus 50. It's done. Chu Yi felt a surge of joy within his heart as he reached out to hold the dagger that still had a hint of warmth. Fong Breaker's Tooth. Type, dagger. Quality, D-class. Attributes, sharpness plus 15, armor break plus 10. Special effect, deals an extra 20% damage to creatures with shell, scales, or outer coating defenses. Binder, Chu Yi. Note, a weapon specifically used to deal with hard-shell turtles, crafted by a novice blacksmith. Though the work is slightly rough, the materials are solid. Looking at the dagger's attributes, Chu Yi nodded in satisfaction. Though the remarks in the note left him somewhat speechless. But he could feel the immense power contained within this dagger. He casually picked up a piece of extremely hard stone left over from cutting and lightly sliced it with the dagger. Swish! The hard stone was effortlessly split in two, like tofu. The cut was smooth as a mirror. So sharp. Chu Yi couldn't help but exclaim. With this D-class weapon, his attack power would at least increase by more than 30%. Chu Yi, this looks really impressive. Ling Er also came over, curiously looking at the new weapon in his hand. Of course, this was crafted by my own hands, Chu Yi said proudly. He played with the dagger a bit, then stored it in his inventory. With a new weapon, he felt more confident. He glanced at the sky, it was still early. Let's go, Ling Er, let's head to your world and collect more materials. Chu Yi held Ling Er's hand and said enthusiastically. He planned to hunt a few more monsters and gather some high-level materials to see if he could forge something even better. By the way, it was also time to check out the mine Ling Er mentioned and bring back those black stones. The two of them set off, entering that vast primeval forest again through the portal. Chapter 40, Deep into the Forest, New Discoveries. Stepping into Ling Er's world again, Chu Yi's mood was completely different from last time. Last time he came, he was here for a picnic and logging. This time, he was here for stocking up and mining. With a clear objective, Chu Yi's actions became more efficient. Ling Er, which direction is that mine you mentioned? Chu Yi asked. Over there. Ling Er pointed with her little hand towards the depths of the forest. We need to walk a long, long way. No worries, we have transportation. Chu Yi smiled mysteriously. With a thought, a swirling shadow appeared beneath his feet. Shadow step. He quickly held Ling Er in his arms, and then the two of them melted into the shadows of the ground. Swish. Their figures instantly vanished from sight. The next second, they appeared under the shadow of a large tree, 100 meters away. Wow! Ling Er exclaimed, tightly holding onto Chu Yi's neck, feeling both new and thrilling. Hold on tight, we're speeding up. After saying that, Chu Yi did not stop, continuously using the shadows of trees on the ground for short-distance teleportation. His figure flickered in and out of sight in the forest, like a ghost, moving at astonishing speed. What originally took over half a day to walk, with the aid of Shadow Step, they arrived at the heart of the forest in less than half an hour. The trees here were taller than those on the outskirts, and the light was dimmer. A dangerous aura lingered in the air. Occasionally, roars from unknown monsters could be heard from the depths of the forest. This is it. Ling Er jumped down from Chu Yi's arms and pointed to a pitch-black mountain ahead. There are lots and lots of black stones in that mountain. Chu Yi looked in the direction she pointed and saw a mountain completely covered in black. Like a silent giant, it stood not far away. The entire peak was barren, devoid of any grass, forming a stark contrast to the vibrant scenes in other places. Let's go check it out. The two walked towards that black mountain. The closer they got, the more Chu Yi could feel a peculiar energy fluctuation emanating from the mountain. He reached the foot of the mountain and gently scraped the surface with his newly forged fang of the armor breaker. Clang! A crisp sound echoed, with sparks flying. On the hard mountain surface, only a shallow scratch remained. So hard. Chu Yi was taken aback. His D-class dagger, with all his strength, could only inflict this level of damage. The hardness of this mountain was probably higher than that of the outer shell of the treasure box monster before. He squatted down and carefully observed the composition of the mountain. Amid the black rock, he saw many metal particles shimmering like stars. He used his dagger to pry off a small piece with difficulty. You have obtained Shadow Iron Ore X1. Shadow Iron Ore, a mineral containing the rare metal Shadow Iron, an excellent material for forging high-quality equipment. Indeed, it is Shadow Iron. Chu Yi felt a surge of joy. It seemed he had found the right place. However, looking at the gigantic and hard mountain before him, he felt a bit troubled. This thing is too hard, relying solely on him to pry it little by little with a dagger. When would he finish? It seems he still needed to call upon his super tool. He turned to Ling Er, wearing a kind and friendly smile. Ling Er. Ling Er blinked her eyes, and seeing Chu Yi's expression, she knew she was going to have to work again. Well, look at this mountain, it's big and black, and super hard. Not cute at all. Chu Yi began his gentle persuasion. What if we took it apart? Took it apart? Ling Er froze for a moment. Yes, took it apart. Turn it into a pile of small stones, and then we can bring home all the shiny good stuff inside. Sure. Sure. As soon as she heard shiny good stuff, Ling Er's eyes lit up. For things that could help Chu Yi and cause destruction, she was always enthusiastic. She dashed to the black mountain wall and extended her indestructible claws. Ha! With a small shout, her tiny body unleashed a terrifying power that was completely disproportionate to her size. Her claws, accompanied by the howl of tearing air, fiercely grabbed the hard mountain wall. Boom! A loud sound echoed. Debris flew everywhere. That hard wall, which even a D-class dagger found hard to penetrate, was easily ripped open by Ling Er's claws like tofu. A large amount of shadow iron ore tumbled down from the opening. Wow! This is violent demolition. Chu Yi watched in awe.
With such a powerful wife around, no difficulty was an issue. Next, the two began to collaborate. Ling Er was responsible for using her sharp claws to violently mine the ore, while Chu Yi followed behind, collecting the falling ores into the storage space. Their efficiency was astonishingly high. In less than an hour, Chu Yi's storage space was already piled high with shadow iron ore like a small mountain. That's enough. If we get more, it won't fit. Chu Yi quickly called to stop Ling Er, who was still excitedly demolishing. Looking at the mountain that Ling Er had gnawed a large chunk off of, Chu Yi felt a sense of joyful harvest in his heart. With so much shadow iron, he could forge as much equipment as he wanted in the future. Alright, the materials are collected, we can. Just as Chu Yi was about to say go home, his words suddenly halted. His gaze was drawn to a particularly unusual glimmer deep within the huge gap torn in the mountainside. It was a stroke of purple light. Although very faint, in this pitch-black mine, it appeared especially striking. What is that? A wave of curiosity surged in Chu Yi's heart. He had a feeling that the source of that purple light was definitely not an ordinary thing. Linger, wait for me here for a moment, I will go take a look. Chu Yi instructed Linger and then lit a lighting crystal that he had taken from a white blind box, cautiously walking into the mine that Linger had torn open. The audience in the Yanhuan live broadcast room also felt their hearts race. What did Lord Chu discover? What is that purple light? It looks so mysterious, could it be some treasure? It could also be a dangerous monster. Lord Chu, be careful. Under everyone's gaze, Chu Yi followed the mine and walked deeper. The mine was deep and twisted with many turns. After walking about 100 meters, the scene before him suddenly opened up. He arrived in a huge, naturally formed underground cave. In the center of the cave, a fantastic scene entered his eyes. There was a huge crystal, as big as a grinding disc, entirely purple, quietly floating in mid-air. The surface of the crystal was swirling with a mysterious purple halo, illuminating the entire cave into a dreamlike purple world. And below the crystal was a small water pool. The water in the pool was clear to the bottom, also emitting a faint purple glow, and it was bubbling as if boiling. An incredibly pure and rich spiritual energy was emanating from that purple crystal and water pool, filling the entire cave. Chu Yi took a deep breath and felt all the pores of his body open up, his spirit invigorated. This is... Chu Yi looked at the scene before him, shocked to the point of speechlessness. He quickly activated information retrieval on that purple crystal in his heart. Name, Supreme Spirit Stone Heart. Quality, SS level. Description: the core of a spiritual energy crystal formed by the sediment and compression of vast amounts of natural spiritual energy over tens of thousands of years. It is the hub that maintains the operation of the entire spirit stone vein, containing unimaginable pure energy. Note: direct absorption may lead to death due to overwhelming energy, please use cautiously. SS level. Supreme Spirit Stone Heart. Chu Yi's heart raced wildly. He never dreamed that just on a whim to mine a bit would lead him to discover this legendary treasure. His gaze shifted to the bubbling water pool below. Name: 10,000 Years Spirit Essence Liquid. Quality: S level. Description: a essence formed from the spiritual energy continuously diffused from the Supreme Spirit Stone Heart over long ages, liquefied into a concentrate. It has miraculous effects of cleansing the marrow and transforming the body, significantly enhancing cultivation. Note: the medicinal properties are extremely overbearing, not for the weak of constitution to consume lightly. S level 10,000 Years Spirit Essence Liquid. He struck gold. This time it was truly a big fortune. Gulp. Chu Yi looked at the SS level Supreme Spirit Stone Heart and S level 10,000 Years Spirit Essence Liquid, unable to stop himself from swallowing hard. His breathing became somewhat rapid. Happiness came too suddenly. He originally thought finding shadow iron ore would be a huge gain. But now, compared to these two items, that mountain-high shadow iron ore was simply worthless junk. 1 SS level, 1 S level. These were the highest quality items he had ever seen since entering the National Fortune game. They were countless times more precious than any reward he had previously obtained. Calm down. Calm down. Chu Yi forced himself to settle down. He knew that at times like this, he must not lose himself in complacency. The system note stipulated clearly that these two items possess incredibly overbearing energy. It cannot be easily used. Especially that ultimate spirit stone heart, directly absorbing it even has the risk of exploding and dying. However, the greater the risk, the higher the reward. If he can safely utilize these two treasures, then his strength will surely reach a earth-shattering leap. System, is there any way to safely absorb the energy of these two items? Chu Yi asked in his heart. Ding! High concentration energy source detected, planning the best utilization plan for the host. Plan 1, recommended use the water from the S-Class building Fountain of Life to dilute the 10,000 Year Spirit Essence Liquid.
The diluted spirit essence liquid will have a milder medicinal quality, allowing the host to safely consume it for body refinement, expected to raise the host's strength and physical attributes to the C-class bottleneck. Plan 2, recommended, place the ultimate spirit stone heart next to the fountain of life in the home space. The spirit stone heart will automatically absorb the natural spirit energy, transforming it into pure spiritual liquid, which will merge into the fountain of life. At that time, the fountain water will upgrade from having strong healing effects to having strong healing effects and can slowly enhance all attributes of a spirit spring. This plan can provide benefits for the host and partner continuously. Plan 3, high risk. The host can attempt to directly use the ultimate spirit stone heart as the energy core to drive the beginner forging table, having a 70% chance of forging equipment that exceeds the blueprint quality limit, but there is also a 30% chance that due to energy overload, the forging table will explode, causing unpredictable consequences. The system quickly provided 3 plans. After reading them, Chu Yi's eyes became brighter and brighter. Each of these 3 plans made his heart race. Plan 1 could directly make his physical strength soar to the C-class bottleneck. This meant that his strength would have another huge leap. Plan 2 was even more unbelievable. It would directly upgrade his S-class building fountain of life to a spirit spring that could continuously enhance all attributes. This was simply a permanent super buff that could be refilled infinitely. Drinking water daily to become stronger, is there anything more exhilarating than this? As for Plan 3, although it had risks, the 70% chance to forge equipment beyond the quality limit was equally tempting. Just imagine, forging a C-class or even B-class weapon using a D-class blueprint. What kind of experience would that be? Choosing is for kids, I want them all. A sense of ambition surged in Chu Yi's heart. These 3 plans were not mutually exclusive. He could completely enhance his strength with Plan 1 first, then execute Plan 2 to upgrade his home, and finally consider whether to take the thrilling equipment gamble with Plan 3. With this thought, Chu Yi no longer hesitated. He carefully approached the ultimate spirit stone heart floating in midair. Instead of directly touching it with his hand, he activated the storage space function, trying to gather it into his possession. With a flash of purple light, that purple crystal the size of a grinding disc instantly disappeared from its location, successfully being collected into the storage space. Done. Chu Yi breathed a sigh of relief, then turned his gaze to the pool below. He took out several large buckets that he had opened from a white blind box long ago, and began to transport the S-class 10,000-year spirit essence liquid into the storage space bucket by bucket. Before long, the entire pool was emptied by him. After doing all this, Chu Yi looked at the empty cave and revealed a satisfied smile. This mining trip had yielded results far beyond his imagination. He hummed a little tune and walked out of the cave with a light step. Chu Yi, you're back. Ling Er, who was anxiously waiting at the cave entrance, rushed up to him as soon as she saw him, nervously sniffing around him. Are you okay? Were there any dangerous big guys inside? Don't worry, there are no monsters inside, only a big treasure. Chu Yi smiled as he scratched her little nose. Big treasure? What is it? Ling Er asked curiously. I'll tell you when we get back. Chu Yi kept them in suspense, took her hand, and activated the shadow step again, returning home with a full load of harvest. Once back at home, Chu Yi wasted no time. Following the instructions of System Plan 2, he went to the Spring of Life in the courtyard. He took out the SS-grade Heart of Ultimate Spirit Stone from his storage space. Boom! The purple crystal, the size of a grinding wheel, appeared and brought with it a heavy aura, landing beside the Spring of Life. The ground of the entire manor trembled slightly. Wow! What a beautiful stone! Ling Er looked at the huge crystal that emitted a dreamy purple glow, her eyes filled with little stars. At the moment the Spirit Stone heart hit the ground, an unexpected change occurred. The Heart of Ultimate Spirit Stone seemed to have a life of its own, automatically rooting into the earth and connecting with the energy veins of the entire home. Immediately, a visible, pure purple spirit energy began to pour out from the Heart of Spirit Stone, like a stream, slowly flowing into the nearby Spring of Life. The originally clear spring water began to change color, gradually taking on a light purple halo after blending with the purple spirit energy. The entire spring water emitted a refreshing fragrance. Ding! Your S-grade building Spring of Life has successfully upgraded to S+ grade building Purple Ultimate Spirit Spring. Purple Ultimate Spirit Spring. Quality, S+. Effect 1, Healing. Drinking the spring water can quickly heal internal and external injuries, remove all illnesses, and purify negative states. Effect 2, Spirit. Nourishing. Long-term drinking can wash the marrow, enhance spirit affinity, and slowly boost all attributes. Effect 3, Spirit. Gathering. The spirit spring will automatically gather the surrounding natural spirit energy, increasing the spirit energy concentration within the home. Seeing the upgraded attributes of the spirit spring, a look of ecstasy appeared on Chu Yi's face. S+ grade. Not only had it retained its powerful healing effects, but it also gained the extraordinary ability to enhance all attributes and spirit energy concentration. This practically turned the entire home into a top-tier cultivation paradise. From now on, even if he and Ling Er did nothing, just staying at home drinking water and breathing, their strength would steadily grow. Come on, Ling Er, try our upgraded immortal water. Chu Yi couldn't wait to fill a cup with the purple spring water and handed it to Ling Er. Ling Er took it curiously and took a small sip. Her eyes widened instantly. A pure, gentle energy flowed down her throat, spreading throughout her limbs. She felt warm all over and indescribable comfort. The source of life energy she had consumed earlier to help Chu Yi cultivate was perfectly replenished at this moment. She even felt her recently broken through C-grade bottleneck showing signs of loosening. It tastes so good. And it feels so nice. Ling Er exclaimed joyfully. If it's good, drink more. Chu Yi also filled a cup for himself and drank it in one go. The spring water was sweet, turning into a warm current that flowed into his body. He felt all his fatigue from the day vanish in that moment, leaving him completely energized. This is amazing. This is definitely something great. Chu Yi couldn't help but exclaim. With this purple ultimate spirit spring, he and Ling Er's future had become incredibly secure. After enjoying the surprises brought by the spirit spring, Chu Yi swiftly began to execute Plan 1. He was going to use the 10,000-year spirit marrow liquid to refine his physical body. Chapter 42, Transformation, Body Refinement. After enjoying the surprises brought by the spirit spring, Chu Yi's gaze became fiery. The upgrade of the home was now complete. Next, it was his own transformation. He directed his gaze towards the storage space, where large water buckets contained the S-grade 1000-year spirit essence liquid, glowing with a faint purple light. The system's plan was very clear. The spirit essence liquid diluted with purple extreme spirit spring could be used to temper his body, pushing his strength and physique straight to the C-grade bottleneck. The temptation was too great. His current strength was D+ grade, although he seemed like a monster in the eyes of ordinary people and others competitors. Chu Yi knew very well that this was far from enough. Especially with C-grade Ling Er by his side as a comparison, his little bit of strength sometimes really looked inadequate. A real man cannot always hide behind his wife. Ling Er, come here for a moment. Chu Yi waved to Ling Er, who was curiously studying the ultimate spirit Stoneheart. What's up, Chu Yi? Ling Er ran over with light steps, her cat ears twitching. I plan to use that great treasure I found earlier to enhance my strength. Chu Yi's expression became serious. However, this process might be a bit dangerous, and I need you to stand guard beside me. No matter what happens, do not let anything disturb me. He didn't elaborate too much, fearing that Ling Er would worry. But Ling Er was very clever. Seeing Chu Yi's solemn expression, she knew the matter was not simple. Okay. I understand. She did not ask much, just nodded heavily, her golden eyes filled with seriousness. Chu Yi, rest assured, with me here, not even a fly will get in. Seeing Ling Er like this, Chu Yi felt warmth in his heart. He rubbed her head and smiled. All right, then I'll rely on you. After settling Ling Er, Chu Yi began to prepare. He had previously opened a huge oak bathtub from a white blind box, which had been idle until now, and it was just the right time to put it to use. He moved the bathtub to the open space in the courtyard, then carefully took out a bucket of 1000-year spirit essence liquid from the storage space. As soon as he opened the lid, a dense and pure spiritual energy, 100 times stronger than what he had smelled in the cave, burst forth, almost forming a tangible mist. Just by smelling it, Chu Yi felt as if the blood in his body was flowing faster. What dominating energy! Chu Yi's heart tightened. This was just the S-grade spirit essence liquid. He couldn't imagine how terrifying the energy of the SS-grade spirit Stoneheart would be. He did not dare to be negligent and immediately ran to the purple extreme spirit spring, filling a large bucket with the gentle purple spring water. Then, following the system's instructions, he poured a small portion of the 1000-year spirit essence liquid into the bathtub in a 1:10 ratio, and slowly poured in 10 times the amount of purple extreme spirit spring water. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As the two liquids made contact, they immediately produced a sound like oil hitting water. The purple liquid in the bathtub began to churn violently, and an astonishing wave of energy spread out, as if something was about to explode inside. Ling Er watched in fright, her small hands clenched tightly, nervously staring at the bathtub. The audience in the Yenuan live stream room also held their breath. What is God Chu doing? Is it a chemistry experiment? What is that purple liquid? It looks amazing. Why do I feel a bit of danger? That water in the bucket looks like it's boiling. God Chu, be careful. Don't blow yourself up. Chu Yi did not pay attention to the outside reactions, all his focus was on the energy changes inside the bathtub. He could feel that the violent energy in the spirit essence liquid was gradually stabilizing under the gentle power of the purple extreme spirit spring. After about 10 minutes, the liquid in the bathtub finally stopped churning, transforming into a deep purple, calm liquid that emitted an alluring glow. Ding! The diluted spirit essence refining fluid has been successfully prepared, and the energy intensity has been reduced to a safe range. Please use it as soon as possible. It worked! Chu Yi felt a surge of joy in his heart and no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath, stripped off his clothes, revealing his body that had been reinforced many times, now with clear muscle lines, and then lifted his leg and stepped into the bath barrel. Almost the moment his body touched the liquid. Ah! An unimaginable, intense pain suddenly surged from every inch of his skin, piercing deep into him. Chu Yi's eyes instantly bulged wide, veins popping out on his forehead, and an uncontrollable scream of pain erupted from his throat. It hurts. So damn much it hurts. This is not a bath, it's like being thrown into a pool of sulfuric acid. He felt his skin, muscles, fascia, and even bones being violently torn, crushed, and dissolved by an incredibly fierce force. It felt like billions of ants were gnawing at his bone marrow, while countless burning knives were slicing at his flesh. Chu Yi. Linger heard his scream and turned pale with fear, taking a step as if to rush over. Don't come over. Chu Yi squeezed out 2 words with all his strength through clenched teeth. He knew this was a necessary process to temper his body, a trial of destruction and rebirth. Once interrupted, not only would all his previous efforts go to waste, but the energy might go berserk in his body, leaving serious aftereffects. He had to endure. Linger's footsteps came to a sudden stop. She watched Chu Yi, who was struggling in the bath, his skin starting to turn red, even emitting wisps of white steam, and tears immediately welled up in her eyes. Her little face was filled with anxiety and heartache, but she dared not disobey Chu Yi's command and could only pace anxiously in place. Chu Yi, you must hold on. The audience in the global live streaming room was also stunned at that moment. Just a moment ago, everything was fine. Why did it suddenly turn into a torture session upon entering the bath? My God! What's happening to God Chu? Is that liquid toxic? His whole body is red. It's even smoking. So terrifying. Is this strengthening or suicide? Command Center. Hurry and analyze. What is God Chu doing? In the Yanhuang Command Center, all the experts stood up, staring intently at the screen. The elderly Li Jinghua clenched his fists tightly, palms sweating. From the energy readings, the energy reaction in the bath barrel is extremely intense, but it seems not fatal, rather as if it is transforming contestant Chu Yi's body structure in an extreme way, a young expert responsible for data analysis said, his voice trembling. Transforming? There's no way this is transformation. It's more painful than the most brutal punishments of ancient times. Contestant Chu Yi's willpower is simply beyond imagination. Any other person would have passed out from this kind of pain. Right now, there's nothing we can do but trust him. Trust our Yanhuang dragon soul. Li Jinghua said with a steady tone, worry filling his eyes, but more so, a strong belief. In the bath barrel, Chu Yi's consciousness was beginning to blur. He felt his body slowly being dissolved, turning into the most primitive particles. The pain peaked, even giving him a fleeting thought of I'd rather be dead. But at that moment, a cool and gentle energy surged from the depths of his limbs, firmly protecting his last shred of clarity. It was the power of the purple extreme spirit spring. While diluting the spirit essence liquid, a portion of the spirit spring's power also infused into his body, now coming into play. I cannot lose. I still have Linger to protect. I want to lead Yanhuang to stand atop the world. One thought after another flashed through Chu Yi's mind, turning into his last line of defense to persist. He suddenly bit his tongue. The excruciating pain brought a glimmer of clarity to his mind. He gave up resisting, no longer fighting against the force that tore at his body, but instead opened his spirit, actively guiding the raging energy to wash over every inch of his flesh and every bone. No destruction, no construction, break before you rebuild. Since he was undergoing a transformation, he might as well make it more thorough. As his thoughts shifted, the originally violent energy seemed to become a bit more gentle. It was no longer just pure destruction. After the destruction, it immediately began a higher level of reconstruction. Chu Yi could clearly see his shattered bone cells reorganizing into a denser, tougher structure. The torn muscle fibers were being rewoven in a more perfect manner. Even the meridians in his body were being widened and reinforced under the onslaught of this energy. This was a rebirth process. The pain remained, but hope was quietly taking root in this endless suffering. Time passed by second by second. Chu Yi in the tub no longer screamed, he tightly shut his eyes, gritting his teeth, and although his body still trembled violently, he stood firm and did not fall down. The skin on his body, which began as bright red, slowly started to ooze layer upon layer of black, smelly greasy impurities. These were the toxins and impurities from the deepest part of his body that he could never expel on a normal day. Now, under the domineering medicinal power of the 10,000 years spirit essence, they were being forcibly pushed out of him. The entire process was clearly displayed before the eyes of the world through live streaming. Everyone was left speechless by this shocking scene before them. They witnessed with their own eyes a mortal body undergoing the cleansing of marrow and bones that only appeared in myths and legends. Chapter 43 Power Surge, C-Class Bottleneck. Time passed, seemingly an eternity. The heart-wrenching pain in the tub finally began to ebb like a tide. In its place was an unprecedented warm and powerful sensation, flowing like a gentle stream through Chu Yi's limbs and bones. He slowly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through them. At this moment, he felt that his world had changed. His hearing could clearly pick up Ling Er's frantic heartbeat from 100 meters away due to her nervousness. His sight was able to see the clear veins on a fallen leaf in the yard. His sense of smell could distinguish the fragrant scent of the purple extreme spirit spring in the air, the fragrance of the earth, and the unpleasant odor from his own body. Chu Yi looked down and saw that the originally deep purple refining liquid had now turned into a pool of jet black, viscous liquid emitting a nauseating stench. His own body was also covered with a thick layer of black grime. This is all the impurities inside me? Chu Yi frowned in distaste. He never expected that even with his body having undergone multiple enhancements, so much garbage was still hidden inside. He stood up, stepping out of the tub. As he moved, that layer of black grime peeled off like cracked mud, revealing skin beneath that was as fair and delicate as a newborn baby, even faintly glowing with a treasure-like sheen. His physique had also undergone significant changes. Muscle lines became more fluid and perfect, each muscle seemingly calculated and sculpted with precision, filled with explosive power yet with no hint of bulk. Standing there, he resembled a perfect battle statue carved from divine jade. Chu Yi. Ling Er, who had been keeping vigil by his side, could no longer hold back when she saw him finally finish, rushing over with tears in her eyes, tightly hugging him. "Wah, you scared me to death. I thought you." The little cat girl's head. On his chest, she rubbed back and forth, tears soaking his skin. "Silly, I'm fine, aren't I?" Chu Yi felt the trembling of the delicate figure in his arms, his heart filled with guilt and emotion. He gently patted Ling Er's back and softly comforted, "Don't cry anymore, or you'll become a little flower cat." "I don't care. You must not do such dangerous things in the future." Ling Er raised her head, looking at him with tearful eyes, her tone full of fear and command. Okay, I promise. Chu Yi quickly raised his hands in surrender. After calming Ling Er down, Chu Yi finally had time to check the specific changes in his body. He focused his mind and pulled up his personal attribute panel. Player, Chu Yi. Civilization, Yan Huang. Strength rating, C+. Strength, C, 85. Mentality, D+, 49. Physique, C, 88. Agility, D+, 45. Talent, Information Acquisition, SSS level. Skill, Shadow Step, A level. Living skill, Forging, Beginner. Partner, Ling Er, 9 lives Immortal Cat. Home level, Level 2 Manor. National Luck Points, 1100. C+ level. Seeing the strength rating, Chu Yi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. His overall strength had soared from D+ directly to C+. This was like riding a rocket of improvement. Looking at the specific attributes below, both his strength and physique had broken through the D level, reaching C-. And the values were all nearing the peak of C-. This was exactly what the system referred to as the C-level bottleneck. As long as he had one more small breakthrough, these two core attributes could officially step into the door of C-level. Although agility and mentality did not directly improve, Chu Yi could feel that his body had become lighter and his mind clearer. This should be the indirect benefit brought by the overall enhancement of his physical body. Is this the power of C-level? Chu Yi slowly clenched his fist, feeling that explosive power within him, as if it was about to overflow. He had a feeling that now he could kill the previous 10 versions of himself with just one punch. To test how much he had grown stronger, he walked to a corner of the yard, where there was a piece of hard rock the size of a grinding disc left over from building the forging platform. He took a deep breath, using no techniques at all, simply gathering power in his right fist and then swinging it out with great force. Whoosh! Before his fist arrived, the sharp wind from his punch pressed down on the air, creating a dull roar. Bang! With a loud bang, that incredibly hard rock shattered under Chu Yi's fist as if it were made of paper, instantly breaking into countless pieces. And on Chu Yi's fist, not a single red mark was left. Hiss! This scene not only widened Ling Er's eyes beside him, but also made all the viewers in the global livestream gasp in shock. I didn't see wrong, did I? One punch shattered such a large rock? Is this power something a human can possess? This is even more outrageous than Captain America's power. So terrifying. The Yan Huang player has completely turned into a monster. Before, he couldn't even defeat that E-level treasure box monster. Now I feel like he can take down a treasure box monster with a single punch. The Yan Huang livestream had already turned into a boiling ocean. Wow!
Wow! Chu God is amazing. Yan Huang War God. Truly a Yan Huang War God. Who just said Chu God was committing suicide? This is called rebirth. Do you understand? This is called transformation. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live stream. I showed her Chu God's fist, and now she's kneeling too. A huge sense of joy and pride filled the heart of every Yan Huang citizen. They knew that from this moment on, Yan Huang had a true guardian god who could suppress everything. Chu Yi himself was also slightly shocked by the power of this punch. He knew he had become stronger, but he didn't expect to be this strong. His pure physical strength was already comparable to a human-shaped mech. If he combined it with the A-level skill Shadow Step and the newly forged D-level weapon Tooth of Armor Breaking, his actual combat power was probably already able to wrestle with a real C-level powerhouse. Chu Yi, you are so amazing. Ling Er ran to his side, looking at his unscathed fist, her eyes filled with stars of admiration. It's okay. Chu Yi pretended to be calm as he withdrew his fist, but inside, he was overjoyed. In front of his wife, he could finally stand tall. He felt the surging power inside him, and unprecedented confidence and pride arose within him. He glanced at his storage space, where the SS-level, Ultimate Spirit Stone Heart, lay quietly. The third plan given by the system, the equipment gamble with a 70% success rate, resurfaced in his mind. Before, he was a bit hesitant, as a 30% failure rate meant the forging platform could explode, possibly injuring him. But now, with his strength skyrocketing to C+ level, and his mental power rising along with it, he had stronger confidence in his control. Perhaps, it was time to take a big risk. Using a D-level blueprint to strive for higher quality equipment. Just as Chu Yi was calculating his next step, the cold prompt sound from the nation's fortune game rang out unexpectedly in the ears of everyone worldwide. Global announcement: there are only 3 hours left until the mandatory task ends. Currently, some participants have not completed the task, please execute promptly. After the time limit ends, those who have not completed it will be directly eliminated. This life-threatening announcement suddenly awakened the global audience, who had just been immersed in the shock of Chu Yi's explosive strength. Yes, Chu Yi was advancing rapidly, but other candidates from different countries were still struggling on the brink of death. Chapter 44, A New Match, Despair of Sakura Country. The screens of major global live streams simultaneously switched to the live room of Sakura Country's contestant, Tanaka Koji. At this moment, Tanaka Koji was huddled in the corner of his cramped wooden house, his face pale, trembling like a leaf. Since the second day of the game, he had been in this extreme state of panic. He dared not open the random blind boxes, fearing the monsters that might come out. He was even more afraid to touch the eerie-looking pink marriage blind boxes. He just watched helplessly as time passed, witnessing other contestants either succeed or fail, while he couldn't even take a single step. In Sakura Country's live room, curses and insults filled the air. Baka! This Tanaka is just a coward. Useless. He has embarrassed the entire empire. Marco from Rome and Arthur from Albion, although they fell hard, at least had the courage to challenge. What about you? All you do is shake? Hurry up and make a choice. If you don't move, our entire country will be dragged down with you. The rage of the people at home and the deathly prompt from the game weighed heavily on Tanaka Koji, nearly suffocating him. He knew that he had no way out. Either he was eliminated by the system in fear, or he made a desperate bet and gambled on a future in that life or death blind box. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Tanaka Koji let out a desperate wail. The instinct to survive finally overcame his inner fear. He struggled to climb up from the ground, his reddened eyes fixed firmly on the 3 pink marriage blind boxes in the center of the courtyard. He saw Ivan from the Polar Bear Federation match with a mountain giant, bringing tremendous benefits to his country. He also saw Jack from the Freedom Federation, who matched with a female gorilla, but at least kept his life and gained a C-level talent. In his mind, although the marriage blind boxes were terrifying, they didn't seem to directly cause death. As long as he accepted the match, he could live. I'm betting. This is the only gamble I can take. Tanaka Koji seemed to have made a certain determination. Unsteadily, he reached out with a trembling hand towards one of the pink blind boxes. Great Amaterasu, please. Grant me a powerful, beautiful partner. Just like Chu Yi from Yanhuang. He prayed frantically in his heart, then suddenly slapped down onto the blind box. Ding! Contestant Koji Tanaka from Sakura Country chooses to open the pink matchmaking blind box. Matching your partner. Match successful. Match partner, Hakashaku-sama. When the words Hakashaku-sama appeared on the global livestream screen, the whole world fell into several seconds of silence. Immediately, a coldness surged from the depths of the soul, sweeping over all viewers watching the live broadcast. Especially for those familiar with East Asian cultural circles, particularly urban legends from Sakura Country, they were terrified, their hair standing on end. Hatch. Hakashako-sama? I can't be seeing this wrong, right? It's that monster from legend who specifically abducts children and emits a creepy popopo laugh? My god. How could I match with something like this? This is 1,000 times scarier than a fraudulent demon or forest slug. This thing is purely a mental pollution monster. Physical attacks would be useless against her. It's over. Sakura Country is completely finished this time. Why did we provoke this lady? The live streaming room of Sakura Country was instantly drowned in overwhelming despair and fear. No. How could it be her? This is one of our country's most terrifying legends. Why would the game system do this to us? Run. Tanaka. Run now. However, it was all too late. The moment the match was successful, the scene before Koji Tanaka changed dramatically. He was teleported to an incredibly oppressive space. It seemed to be a countryside at dusk, surrounded by desolate fields and dilapidated cottages, with a blood-red setting sun hanging in the sky. In the air, there was a foul and ominous smell of decay. Tanaka looked around in terror but saw no living beings. At that moment, a strange sound, as if produced by mechanical friction, came from not far away. Pa 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 pa. The sound was not loud, but it pierced into Koji Tanaka's eardrum like a cold dagger, causing his whole body to shiver. He stiffly turned his head, little by little. At the end of the field ridge stood a disproportionately tall white figure, silently standing there. It was a woman. A woman over 2.5 meters tall, wearing a pure white dress and a wide-brimmed white hat. The brim was pulled down low, concealing her face, revealing only a long flow of black hair, hanging down to her waist. She stood there quietly, motionless, looking incredibly eerie and ominous under the blood-red dusk. Hakashako-sama. Koji Tanaka's pupils instantly contracted to the extreme, a cold wave of fear coursing from his tailbone to the crown of his head. As a citizen of Sakura Country, he understood better than anyone the terror of the existence before him. Ah! He let out a heart-wrenching scream and turned to run. But his legs felt as heavy as lead, completely not obeying him. An invisible, chilling force held him firmly in place. He could only watch helplessly as the white figure began to approach him step by step, in a disjointed, twisted manner. Each step seemed to stomp on Koji Tanaka's heart. Pa 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 pa. The eerie laughter grew closer, clearer. Finally, the massive figure arrived right before him. The huge shadow completely enveloped him. Koji Tanaka even smelled a nauseating odor from her, a mix of perfume and rotting corpses. He trembled and slowly lifted his head, wanting to see the face beneath the brim of the hat. Then, he saw that the wide-brimmed hat. Slowly, it lifted up. Beneath the blood-red sunset, a face that was beyond words, twisted and terrifying, revealed to him an extraordinarily radiant yet eerily strange smile. I found you. A voice that was ethereal yet filled with malice echoed directly in his mind. Papa pa 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 po. That eerie laughter played in his mind in an infinite loop, like a power drill crazily drilling into his nerves. Tianjong Koji's eyes instantly lost their focus, rancid drool dripped from the corners of his mouth, and he stood there like a puppet whose soul had been taken away. On the global livestream screen, at that moment, a line of blood-red warnings suddenly popped up. Warning, the images ahead may cause severe psychological discomfort. Viewers with weak mental endurance are advised to close the livestream immediately. But it was already too late. Countless viewers, upon seeing that face and hearing that laughter piercing their souls, felt as if their brains were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Some viewers with poor mental resilience screamed like Tianjong Koji on the spot, and some even foamed at the mouth and fainted. This was a scene of indiscriminate spiritual pollution targeted at global viewers. Chapter 45 Spiritual Pollution, Twisted Love. In Tianjong Koji's marriage space, time seemed to stretch infinitely. He had completely lost his self-awareness, like a marionette toyed with by a tall figure. That tall white figure sometimes turned into the shadow that terrified him most in childhood, and at other times became the deepest unspeakable desires in his heart, cruelly tormenting his already fragile mental defense with the most vicious words, over and over again. After the system issued the warning, the global livestream image was covered by a thick mosaic. Yet even so, the intermittent, eerie popopo laughter, along with Tianjong Koji's inhuman screams, still sent shivers down every viewer's spine. This was a one-sided, brutal training. In the Yanhuang homeland space. Chu Yi and Linger also witnessed this scene. Linger was so frightened that she immediately hid in Chu Yi's arms, covering her ears with her small hands, not daring to look or listen any longer. Chu Yi's brow furrowed tightly. This national fortune game is getting more and more ridiculous, he said in a deep voice. From the fraudulent demon, to the forest slug, to the mother gorilla, and now a pure spiritual pollution monster has emerged. These marriage candidates do not seem to appear randomly. Their appearances are all filled with strong malice aimed at various cultural and psychological weaknesses of each civilization. The Romans, with their arrogance and greed, were given a deceiving demon to toy with people's hearts. The Albion people, who emphasized so-called gentlemanly demeanor and had obsessive cleanliness, were given a sticky slug. The Free Federation's racial discrimination led to a universal darkening along with a mother gorilla. And now, it was the turn of the Sakura country. This country possesses the most developed horror culture in the world, revolving around ghosts and urban legends. Thus, the game manifested one of the most terrifying existences from their own culture, the Yaosija, or the Tall Man. It was like a precise and highly targeted punishment. This game is forcing all civilizations to face the darkest fears and terrors deep within their hearts. Chu Yi thought to himself. He couldn't help but feel some relief that the Yanhuang civilization had a history of thousands of years, and though it had its own ghost stories, it focused more on the admiration of heroes, the reverence for righteousness, and the spirit of self-improvement. Thus, he could match with Linger, a pure and powerful celestial spirit. No one knew how long it had been. The hair-raising screams finally ceased. The system's prompt sound. Once again, it rang out. Ding! Player Koji Tanaka from Sakura Nation has accepted marriage. The marriage ceremony is complete, rewards are being distributed. Everyone held their breath, eager to see what creative rewards Sakura Nation would receive this time. Player reward, Koji Tanaka receives D-level skilled Mental Distortion. Mental Distortion can launch a mental attack on a target, with a certain chance to confuse or instill fear, among other negative statuses. Note, each use of this skill permanently reduces the user's sanity, rationality, by 1. Seeing this skill, everyone fell silent. A skill that harms the enemy 1,000 times while damaging the user 800 or even more. The more it is used, the crazier one becomes. This was not a reward, it was clearly another curse. Following this, the civilization rewards were announced. Civilization Reward 1, all citizens of Sakura Nation, average height permanently plus 5 centimeters. Civilization Reward 2, all citizens of Sakura Nation, mental state -1. Civilization Reward 3, all citizens of Sakura Nation gain the passive trait Distorted Aesthetics. Distorted aesthetics, you will find it easier to perceive unique beauty in grotesque, strange, and incomplete things. When these 3 rewards were announced, the entire world fell into an eerie silence. Height plus 5 centimeters? This was a tangible benefit, slightly compensating for their physical shortcomings. Mental -1? This was similar to the intelligence -2 of the Free Federation, though less severe. Its impact on the entire civilization was still negative. But what was most chilling was the third item, Distorted Aesthetics. What does this mean? Before the global audience could figure it out, a change had already occurred within the borders of Sakura Nation. That mysterious national fortune power descended on every corner of the island nation. Countless citizens of Sakura Nation, surprised by their height increased by 5 centimeters, suddenly felt as if their heads were gently touched by something. Then, when they looked at the broadcast image, the pixelated outline of the 8-foot-tall figure, a strange feeling welled up in their hearts like never before. Wait, don't you all feel that? The tall stature of the 8-foot-tall figure has a unique beauty? Yes, that otherworldly non-human proportion is simply too perfect. And her popopo laughter, if you listen closely, actually has a rhythm to it, like a unique kind of music. I suddenly think that being able to marry someone like the 8-foot-tall figure is an honor for Tanaka-kun. That's right. This is the extreme, twisted aesthetics that our Yamato people should pursue. On the internet in Sakura Nation, the public opinion turned 180 degrees in just a few minutes. Just moments ago, the citizens had been cursing Koji Tanaka and fearing the 8-foot-tall figure, and now they started madly praising this terrifying monster. They began to draw various fan art of the 8-foot-tall figure online. In the images, the 8-foot-tall figure was no longer that horrifying monster but a tall, elegant, slightly twisted older sister. They even began to create love stories about Koji Tanaka and the 8-foot-tall figure, romanticizing the horrific mental torment as a dominant ghost wife falling in love with me encounter. At that moment, the entire nation's aesthetic had been forcibly twisted. They began to seek beauty from horror, to find art in the grotesque. On the streets, some young people even started to mimic the clothing of the 8-foot-tall figure, wearing white dresses and wide-brimmed hats, wandering the streets, laughing popopo, and taking pride in it. Audiences from other countries watched the chaotic scenes in the Sakura Nation's livestream, stunned. They're crazy, they've all gone mad. I take back what I said, this distorted aesthetics is a million times scarier than the Free Federation's intelligence -2. Losing intelligence just makes you dumb. But this, it directly attacks the roots of perception. You've polluted the spirit of a civilization. A nation of universal fraudsters, a nation of greasy monsters, a nation of foolish idiots, and now, yet another nation of perverts. This game is playing us. Chu Yi watched all of this, and the chill in his heart grew even stronger. He deeply realized that the most terrifying aspect of this national fortune game might not be those powerful monsters, but this mysterious and great power that could silently twist a civilization and change a race. He held the spirit girl tightly in his arms, feeling incredibly grateful in his heart. Fortunately, he chose the right path.
Fortunately, what he brought to Yan Huang was pure strength, health, and longevity. A truly righteous, kingly path. Chapter 46 Yan Huang's Request, New Deal. Just as the whole world was still immersed in the shock and horror brought by Sakura country's collective alienation, a different system prompt suddenly rang in Chu Yi's ears. Ding! It has been detected that player Chu Yi's influence in the game has reached a specific standard, and the civilization communication function has been activated for you in advance. You have received a highest priority communication request from the Yan Huang Civilization Command Center. Would you like to connect? Civilization communication? Chu Yi was taken aback. What new function is this? It sounds like a way to directly communicate with the real world, with his own country? He had been thinking that while he was fighting for his life here, his country could only watch helplessly, with the information completely unequal, making it very inconvenient. Unexpectedly, now there was a direct communication channel. This was great news for him and for the entire Yan Huang. Connect. Chu Yi chose to agree without hesitation. In the next second, a virtual light screen appeared in front of him. On the screen, several faces, both familiar and unfamiliar, appeared. At the forefront was that elderly man he often saw on television, with gray hair but a vibrant spirit, his eyes filled with wisdom and authority, Li Zhanghua, the top head of the Yan Huang Command Center. Next to Li Zhanghua sat several military big shots with military stars on their shoulders, as well as a few scholars who looked like top scientists. Each of them was a true pillar of Yan Huang. At this moment, these usually unflappable figures, who would not change their expression even when faced with great danger, looked at Chu Yi on the light screen with undisguised excitement and relief on their faces. Comrade Chu Yi, can you hear me? Li Zhanghua spoke first, his voice trembling slightly with emotion. Old Li, I can hear you. Hello, leaders and experts. Chu Yi stood straight and solemnly responded. Although he was in another world, facing these elders who dedicated their lives to the country and the people, he gave them the highest respect from the bottom of his heart. Good. That's wonderful. Li Zhanghua repeated the word good 3 times. Comrade Chu Yi, first of all, on behalf of the command center and all the people of Yan Huang, I express my highest respect and sincere gratitude to you. As he spoke, Li Zhanghua and everyone around him stood up from their seats and solemnly saluted Chu Yi on the screen. Chu Yi's heart shook, and he hurriedly returned the salute. He knew that he deserved this gesture. What he brought to Yan Huang in terms of national fortune rewards, allowing all citizens to physically leap forward and countless patients to recover, was a feat worthy of being recorded in history. Comrade Chu Yi, we have been watching your performance closely. You are the undisputed hero of Yan Huang. Li Zhanghua said emotionally, this time we are using the highest authority to contact you mainly to discuss a deal. Deal? Chu Yi was a little surprised. Exactly. Li Zhanghua nodded, his expression becoming serious. We know that you are fighting alone in that unknown world, it is very difficult. While we, although on Blue Star, also have the strength of the entire country as our backing. We hope to establish a cooperative relationship with you based on shared intelligence and resource sharing. Specifically, we can provide you with the most comprehensive information support from Blue Star. For example, any monster, plant, or mineral you encounter, as long as you can provide relevant information, we can mobilize experts from the entire nation to analyze and research them, finding their weaknesses and uses. We can also provide tactical support, gathering the country's top military advisory team to analyze the situation and formulate operational plans for you. In fact, we can organize all the myths, legends, and historical documents of civilizations around the world, establishing the most comprehensive otherworldly biological database to help you better utilize your gifted abilities. Li Zhanghua's words made Chu Yi's eyes shine brighter and brighter. This was simply like having someone provide a pillow when one was sleepy. His own knowledge and energy were ultimately limited. And a country, especially a large one like Yan Huang, possesses knowledge reserves and analytical capabilities that no individual can compare to. With the nation acting as his super think tank, his advantages would be infinitely magnified. So, what do I need to pay? Chu Yi asked. He knew that there is no free lunch in the world. Our request is very simple, Li Zhanghua said. We hope that in your future choices, if conditions permit, you will prioritize bringing some more strategically valuable civilization rewards to us in Yan Huang. For example, divine soil that can improve soil, special seeds that can increase crop yield, or manufacturing blueprints that exceed Blue Star's technology. Of course, all of this must be based on the absolute guarantee of your own safety. Your safety is always the top priority. We are merely making a request, a direction, the final choice remains in your hands. Chu Yi understood. What the nation meant was that it hoped he wouldn't only focus on improving personal combat power but also consider more about the country's infrastructure and long-term development. This request was reasonable. In the national luck game, the binding was precisely between the player and the country. The stronger the country, the more stable his backing would be. This is a virtuous cycle.
I understand, Mr. Li, Chu Yi nodded solemnly. I agree to this transaction, and from now on, we will be comrades fighting side by side. Great. Everyone on the other side of the screen showed sincere smiles. This alliance meant that Yanhuan's advantage in the national luck game would be further expanded. So, Comrade Chu Yi, is there anything you need us to do right now? A military bigwig asked eagerly. Yes, Chu Yi said immediately, I urgently need two things. First, I have obtained a type of metal or called shadow iron, along with some special materials from another world. I need you to quickly help me analyze their physical properties, chemical composition, and potential uses. Second, please immediately organize personnel to compile a database of all non-human entities that have appeared in myths, legends, and strange stories from all civilizations around the world throughout history. The more detailed, the better. Including their appearance, habits, weaknesses, and related legends, etc. Chu Yi's two requests were precise and clear. Analyzing materials was to better utilize resources for forging. And establishing a biological database was to maximize the power of his SSS-level talent, information acquisition. As long as he knew the name of a certain being or its general origin, and combined it with information acquisition, he could instantly get the most precise intelligence and anticipate the enemy's moves. No problem. Li Jinhua agreed immediately. We will take care of these two matters right away. We guarantee to give you results in the shortest time possible. Additionally, Chu Yi thought for a moment and added, I just completed a physical refinement. My strength has greatly increased, but I am not quite used to the new power. I need some scientific and efficient power control training methods. This is easy, a bespectacled scientist immediately said. We have the world's top kinesiologists and biomechanics experts. I will have them tailor a training plan for you right away. Both sides quickly hammered out a series of cooperation details. A groundbreaking otherworld exploration and development plan, centered around Chu Yi and supported by the entire Yanhuan, took shape. After ending the communication, Chu Yi let out a long breath. With the powerful backing of the country, he felt much more confident. He again turned his gaze to the SS grade, Supreme Spirit Stone Heart, in his storage space. And to the third option given by the system, filled with temptation but also risks. A 70% success rate gamble on equipment. The corners of Chu Yi's mouth slightly lifted. Now, I feel like my success rate is at least 90%. Chapter 47, The Gamble on Equipment, SS Grade Core Drive. Determined, Chu Yi no longer hesitated. He wanted to strike while the iron was hot, using his newly surged power and peak spirit, to make an earth-shattering gamble. He would use the SS Grade, Supreme Spirit Stone Heart, to challenge the impossible miracle using a D-grade blueprint to forge equipment that surpassed all quality. Linger, step back a bit, stay away from me. Chu Yi's expression was more serious than ever. He pointed to the edge of the manor. Go wait for me at that pavilion over there. What happens next may be extremely dangerous, and even I am not 100% sure. Linger looked at Chu Yi's grave expression, her heart filled with worry, but she still obediently nodded. She knew that whatever Chu Yi decided, there must be a reason behind it. What she could do was unconditionally trust him and not cause him any trouble. Chu Yi, you must be careful, she urged, turning back 3 times. Don't worry. Chu Yi gave her a reassuring smile. Once Linger ran to a safe distance, Chu Yi took a deep breath and walked to the beginner forging table he had abandoned. This shabby platform, built of wood and stone, had just recently held his hard work. But now, it was about to face its most glorious and possibly its final mission. Chu Yi did not rush to act. Instead, he closed his eyes and recalled the power control technique called Dragon Elephant Micromanipulation that had just been transmitted by the command center, running through it quickly in his mind. This method was carefully crafted by Yanhuan's top experts specifically for his current physical condition. Its core was to use mental power to precisely control every muscle and every bit of strength output in his body, achieving effortless control and effective release. This was crucial for the high-difficulty maneuvers that would follow. A few minutes later, Chu Yi opened his eyes again. His gaze became extremely focused and sharp. Let's begin. With a thought, he took out the disc-sized SS Grade, Supreme Spirit Stone Heart, glowing with a dreamy purple light, from his storage space. Boom! The heavy crystal hit the ground, shaking the entire manor's floor. Immediately after, Chu Yi held it with both hands, using his powerful D+ level mental strength to lift the 1,000-pound Spirit Stone Heart into the air. Then, he carefully aligned it with the energy slot below the beginner forging table, which was originally meant for low-grade spirit stones. This was undoubtedly a mad act. Using a bowl-sized slot to connect to a disc-sized energy core. It was like trying to use a charger for a size 5 battery. It was as absurd and dangerous as trying to charge a nuclear power plant. In the global live broadcast room, everyone was stunned. My God! What does player Chu Yi want to do? Is he trying to cram that huge purple crystal into that tiny forging platform? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. The sizes don't match at all. Has he gone crazy? Such a massive energy source, if it goes out of control, our entire home could be blown to bits. Stop him. He is playing with fire. In the Yanhuang Command Center, Li Zhuguat and a group of experts had their hearts in their throats. Through the energy detector, they could clearly sense how terrifyingly destructive the energy contained in that purple crystal was. Once that energy detonated, its power would be absolutely no less than a small nuclear bomb. However, there was not the slightest hint of panic on Chu Yi's face. His mental power was highly concentrated, like countless invisible tendrils, gently yet firmly enveloping the ultimate spirit stone heart. He did not attempt to stuff the entire spirit stone heart into it. Instead, he guided the spirit stone heart, separating a strand as fine as a hair, pure to the extreme purple energy, then, accurately and precisely, injected this strand of energy into that tiny slot. Buzz. At the moment the energy was injected, the entire, beginner forging platform seemed to be injected with the blood of gods and demons, instantly exploding with an unprecedented, dazzling brilliance. Originally ordinary stones and wood suddenly erupted into countless dense and profound energy patterns. The entire forging platform trembled violently, as if unable to bear the terrifying energy from the SS level core, ready to fall apart at any moment. Inside the furnace of the forging platform, the temperature soared to an unimaginable height in just 1 second, even the surrounding air twisted due to the high heat. The first step succeeded. Chu Yi felt a surge of joy in his heart but dared not let down his guard at all. He knew this was just the beginning, and the real test was yet to come. He quickly took out a large amount of shadow iron ore from his storage space, along with the treasure monster fragments obtained from killing the treasure chest monster. Without any hesitation, he tossed all these materials into the already bright as day furnace. Zzzz. Those incredibly hard materials, upon coming into contact with the terrifying high temperature in the furnace, didn't even melt, they were instantly gasified. They transformed into a mass of the purest metallic energy liquid, shimmering with dark gold and golden light. Now is the time. Chu Yi's eyes widened, his mental power pushed to the extreme. He used his mental power to imprint the D-level, weapon forging blueprint, Tooth of Armor Breaker, onto the core of the forging platform. Then, he slammed his hands together. Congeal. As he shouted softly, the molding mechanism of the forging platform violently closed. That raging metallic energy liquid was forcefully injected into the mold. However, an unexpected accident still occurred. SS-level energy was simply too massive, too violent. Even just a strand far exceeded what this beginner forging platform could withstand. Crack. Crack, crack. The surface of the forging platform began to show clear cracks, rapidly spreading at a visible speed. A destructive aura frantically seeped out from the gaps. The entire forging platform was like a balloon blown to its limit, ready to explode at any moment with a boom. At this moment, the cold system warning sound echoed crazily in Chu Yi's mind. Warning! Warning! Energy overload detected. The forging platform structure is collapsing. Collapse countdown, 10, 9, 8. Please host immediately stop forging and move away from the explosion range. Please host immediately stop forging. The harsh alarm sounded, and the continuously decreasing countdown felt like heavy hammers. Savagely struck at Chu Yi's nerves. In the distant pavilion, Linger also felt that destructive aura, her little face paling in fear, screaming, Chu Yi! Run! It's going to explode! The hearts of viewers around the world were all in their throats at this moment. Everyone thought that Chu Yi had gone too far this time, he was going to pay a heavy price for his madness. However, facing this life and death crisis, Chu Yi's face showed not a trace of fear, instead, it revealed a smile that was almost insane. Want me to give up? No way! Explode for me! Blow up! Even if a god comes today, don't think you can stop me. Come on, become. He let out a roar that shook the heavens, not only refusing to back down but instead pouring in all his magnificent power, which had just broken through to C+ level, along with that D+ level of spiritual energy, without reservation, into the forging platform that was about to explode. Chapter 48, Defying Heaven to Change the Map, Birth of B-Rank Divine Weapon. Boom! The moment Chu Yi poured all his power in, the already teetering forging platform seemed to be pressed down by the last straw, unable to maintain its form any longer. But, it did not explode as everyone expected, causing a shocking blast. Instead, after a dull, extreme roar, the entire platform, along with the SS-level ultimate spirit stone heart and all the power Chu Yi infused, suddenly shrank inward. All the light, all the energy, all the sound, were compressed into a fist-sized singularity radiating chaotic light in that instant. The entire home space fell into a strange deathly silence and darkness. Only that singularity flickered wildly, devouring everything around it. What is happening? Where's the explosion? Why didn't it explode? What is that? A black hole? Global audiences, including experts from the Yanhuang Command Center, were all stunned. The scene unfolding before them had completely surpassed their realm of understanding. And Chu Yi, who was in the eye of the storm, was currently enduring unimaginable pressure. He felt his spirit, his power, his soul, were almost being sucked into that tiny singularity. His brain felt like it was being pierced simultaneously by 10,000 needles, excruciatingly painful. But he knew he had bet correctly. Using his own power as a container and the SS-level spirit Stoneheart as fuel, he forcefully reversed the collapse of the forging platform from external explosion to internal implosion. This was a more dangerous process, but it also contained greater opportunities. He could clearly see that inside that chaotic singularity, the D-level weapon forging blueprint, armor-piercing tooth was being torn apart, restructured, deconstructed, and evolved by the terrifying energy of collapse. On the blueprint, the originally simple dagger lines began to become complex and smooth. The structure of the weapon was continuously optimized, becoming more in line with mechanics and more lethal. Even the concept of the weapon was undergoing sublimation. The original armor-piercing was evolving into more advanced concepts like penetration, tear, and annihilation. Ding! Unknown mutation detected in the forging process. D-level blueprint armor-piercing tooth is being forcibly upgraded. Upgrading. D+. C-. C. C+. The system prompt sounded in Chu Yi's mind like a flood, echoing crazily. Not enough. It can go higher. Chu Yi's eyes turned red as he squeezed the last bit of potential from his body and forcefully injected it in. Rise to B rank for me. Boom. Inside the singularity, it felt like something had been completely shattered. Ding. Blueprint upgrade successful. Quality has been raised to B level. Just as the blueprint upgrade was completed, the singularity that had collapsed to its extreme finally reached a critical point. It no longer absorbed energy but began to release it. Buzz. A sound that could not be expressed in words, as if coming from the sword chant of the universe's dawn. The sound echoed throughout the entire homeland space. Immediately after, a sword light, piercing the heavens and the earth, mixed with deep shadows and brilliant purple light, shot up from that singularity. The light was so sharp, so domineering, that even space was carved with fine black cracks. In the distance, Linger was startled by this aura, causing her to fluff up and uncontrollably fly away with her small body. All the viewers around the world watching the livestream felt as if their eyes were pierced by sharp blades, causing unbearable pain and tears to flow. Countless live broadcasting devices instantly went black due to the overwhelming energy impact. Only the Yanhuang Command Center, relying on national-level broadcasting equipment, barely captured that shocking moment. The light came quickly and left just as fast. When all the dust settled, the place where the forging platform was originally set has turned into a huge deep pit. The forging platform, along with the SS-level, superior spirit Stoneheart, has completely disappeared, as if it had never existed. Only a uniquely shaped dagger quietly hovered in the center of the deep pit. It was a dagger that was all black like ink, seemingly capable of absorbing all light. Its blade was longer and narrower than the armor-piercing tooth, with smooth and deadly lines, filled with a streamlined beauty. On the blade of the dagger, mysterious deep purple patterns flowed like blood vessels. These patterns would occasionally light up and then dim, as if they had life, breathing slowly. A heart-pounding, terrifying aura that seemed capable of devouring souls spread from the dagger. Chu Yi gasped heavily, his whole body soaked in sweat, as if he had been pulled out of water. The short dozens of seconds just now had consumed more of him than all the battles he had previously experienced combined. But as he looked at the dagger hovering in the air, an incredibly bright smile appeared on his face. He trembled as he reached out and grasped the handle of the dagger. In his hand, it felt cold, yet it seemed to be tightly connected to his bloodline. At the moment he held the dagger, the system's prompt sound arrived as expected. Ding! Congratulations! Forging successful. You used the SS-level Superior Spirit Stoneheart as the core, with all your strength as the furnace, reversing the forging rules, successfully creating a weapon that surpasses the blueprint limits. You have obtained a B-level weapon, Shadow Devouring Tooth. B-level. It worked. He really used a D-level blueprint to gamble on a B-level divine weapon. A wave of overwhelming joy surged in Chu Yi's heart. He could not wait to check the attributes of this divine weapon. Shadow Devouring Tooth. Type, dagger. Quality, B-level. Attributes, sharpness plus 50, penetration plus 35, speed plus 20. Special Effect 1, Shadow Strike, active, can consume mental energy to merge the dagger into the shadows, launching a surprise attack that cannot be detected by conventional means. This attack must critically hit and adds shadow damage. Special Effect 2, Soul Devour, passive, the soul of the creature killed by this dagger will be partially devoured, used to permanently slightly enhance the holder's mental attributes. Special Effect 3, Spirit Break, passive, deals an additional 100% damage to energy shields, magical barriers, and other energy forms of defense. Binder, Chu Yi.
Note, this is a sinister blade that has drunk the blood of gods and demons, birthed from the ashes of rules. It longs for shadows and desires souls. Hiss. After reading the attributes of the dagger, even though Chu Yi was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Too powerful. These attributes are simply unreasonable. B-level quality adds 3 main attributes directly, with a total of 105 points. This is more than 10 times stronger than his previous D-level, armor-piercing tooth. And those 3 special effects are each extraordinary. Shadow Strike, a skill for stealthy assassinations, must critically hit while adding extra damage. It is simply a nightmare for all squishy targets. Soul Devourer, killing monsters can permanently enhance mental strength. This is simply a super attribute that can grow infinitely. Although it is a slight increase, over time, it will definitely become a terrifying number. Spirit Breaker is especially the nemesis of all mages and turtle shells. Energy Shield directly doubles the damage. Who can withstand it? I hit the jackpot. This time it's really a big hit. Chu Yi stroked the cold blade of the Shadow Devourer, feeling the terrifying power contained within, excited to the point of trembling slightly. With this B-grade divine weapon, his combat power will once again leap qualitatively. Now, even if a true peak C-grade powerhouse stands in front of him, he is confident that he can kill with one strike using Shadow Strike. Just as Chu Yi was overjoyed with his new weapon, the long-dormant, cold National Fortune game system once again released a new announcement. This time, the content of the announcement froze the smiles on the faces of all survivors around the world. Chapter 49, Global Shock, A New Storm. When Chu Yi forged the B-grade divine weapon Swordlight and broke through the clouds, the entire world fell silent. In front of countless recently repaired live broadcast equipment, everyone widened their eyes and dropped their jaws, as if witnessing a miracle. B-grade? Am I seeing things? That dagger's quality is B-grade? It's only the 3rd day of the game. How could he forge B-grade equipment? It doesn't make sense. It's not scientific. Monster. He is a complete monster. Are we really playing the same game as him? It's over, completely over. How can we catch up? We can't even see his taillights. Despair. An unprecedented despair hung over the hearts of all nation's citizens, except for Yenhuang. They watched helplessly as Chu Yi transformed from an ordinary person into a terrifying being holding a divine weapon in just 3 days. The gap between them had grown so large that it was suffocating, leaving no room for even jealousy to arise. Only a deep sense of powerlessness remained. After seeing the attributes of the Shadow Devourer, some national leaders turned ashen, collapsing into their chairs. They knew that from this moment on, the landscape of the National Fortune game had been completely rewritten. Chu Yi had transformed from a leader into a disruptive leader. He possessed the absolute power to crush all other participants by himself. In the Yenhuang Command Center, there was the sound of cheers like mountains and tsunamis. It worked. He really succeeded. B-grade weapon. We Yenhuang have a B-grade strategic weapon. It's unbelievable. This is simply a miracle. A legend. Li Zhenghua was so excited that his face turned red, tightly clenching his fists and waving them vigorously. He knew that the birth of this dagger was more significant than all previous National Fortune rewards combined. It represented that Yenhuang contestant Chu Yi had the qualification to set rules in this brutal game. However, just as the whole world was still immersed in the shock of the power storm raised by Chu Yi, the cold prompt sound of the National Fortune game fell like a bucket of ice water, abruptly halting everyone's ecstasy and despair. Global announcement. On the 3rd day of the game, it is about to start. New mode unlocked, Home Defense Battle. Rule explanation: starting from the 3rd day, every 24 hours, the system will analyze all contestants' comprehensive strength ratings, home level, and historical performance to generate a wave of siege monsters that will launch a forced attack on the contestants' homes. Successfully defending against monster attacks will earn generous rewards based on defensive performance, including but not limited to National Fortune points, rare blueprints, special buildings, etc. If defense fails, the home will be damaged, and the home level will decrease. If the core of the home is destroyed, the player will be directly erased. The first wave of the home defense battle will officially begin in 24 hours. Please, all players, be prepared. This announcement exploded like a heavy bomb, igniting a new wave of panic around the world. What? Home defense battle? We have to be attacked by monsters every day? How can we live like this? We just resolved the crisis of opening blind boxes, and now there's an even deadlier one. This game is intent on not giving us a way out. Moreover, the monsters are matched based on the player's strength? Does that mean that strong players like Chu Yi will face even more terrifying monsters? This is trouble. Although Chu Yi has great personal strength, his home is so big, how can he possibly defend it by himself? The citizens of Yenhuang who were just cheering for Chu Yi now had a shadow cast over their hearts. They were right. Chu Yi's home, after upgrading, had already become a vast luxury manor. To defend such a large place alone against a wave of monster attacks is far more difficult than mere one-on-one combat or opening blind boxes. This test is not just about personal martial power but also strategy, resources, building layout, and sustained combat ability. Damn it! This game is too insidious. It just can't stand to see us Yanhuang doing well. As soon as God Chu got his divine weapon, it immediately raised the difficulty for him. What now? God Chu can't possibly defend all directions by himself, can he? On the internet, feelings of worry began to spread. And in the home space. Chu Yi looked at this announcement, and the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression. The home defense battle. He muttered to himself. The appearance of this new mode, although unexpected, made sense upon careful consideration. The National Fate game wouldn't let players stay comfortably in their safe homes, farming and building. Combat and crisis were the eternal themes of this world. Monsters matched based on comprehensive strength. Chu Yi glanced at his impressive C+ strength rating and the B-level weapon in his hand, the shadow-devouring Feng. He could almost be certain that in 24 hours, what awaited him would definitely not be low-level E or D monsters. It was very likely to be an army made up of C-level monsters. Moreover, there was also a chance that a B-level boss could appear. This is a bit troublesome. Chu Yi looked around his luxurious yet empty manor. Villa, farm, breeding area, hot spring, spiritual spring. These things are nice to look at, and comfortable too, but none of them had defensive functions. The entire manor, aside from a symbolic fence wall around it, was almost completely undefended. Once monsters rushed in from all directions, he would truly be at a loss. Comfortable life seems to be completely over. From today on, his home is both a fortress and a battlefield. He looked up at the sky of the manor, where, he didn't know when, a bright red countdown of 24 hours had already appeared. Time is running out. He must transform his home into a real steel fortress before the monster siege begins. The battle is about to start. Chapter 50, Ready for Battle. Major home renovation. The sense of urgency loomed over Chu Yi's heart like a dark cloud. 24 hours, he only has 24 hours to transform this empty luxury manor into a solid fortress capable of withstanding an army of sea-level monsters. This is almost an impossible task. But in Chu Yi's dictionary, there's no such word as give up. He felt no panic at all. Instead, he immediately began the most efficient thinking and planning. First, I need to understand my battlefield. A thought crossed Chu Yi's mind, activating his SSS-level talent information acquisition, but this time, his target was not the enemy, but his own home. Ding! Performing a comprehensive strategic scan on Level 2 manor. In the next second, a complete, three-dimensional model of a manor appeared before Chu Yi. On the model, different colored lines and markers clearly indicated the entire manor's terrain, building structure, energy nodes, and defense weaknesses. Defense weakness analysis. 1. Eastern farm area, the terrain is open, without any cover, making it easy for large-scale armies to launch surprise attacks. 2. Back door of the western villa, the defensive facilities are weak, with only a wooden door that can be easily forced open. 3. Northern breeding area, the fence is fragile, unable to withstand the impact of large monsters. 4. Core area, purple extreme spring and main villa, the energy reaction is the strongest, and will be the primary target of monster attacks. Looking at the model, where each deadly weakness was highlighted in red, Chu Yi's brow furrowed into a knot. It can be said that besides the S+ level purple extreme spring being quite tough, other places in his home were nearly all vulnerable. I must immediately carry out renovations. Chu Yi's gaze swept quickly across the model, his brain working like an overclocked computer, rapidly churning. Defense plans quickly took shape in his mind. Step 1, build basic defense works. Dig trenches, build high walls. He immediately turned his gaze to the super tool person who was curiously studying the model not far away. Linger. Here. Linger ran over immediately. Do you see this red line on the model? Chu Yi pointed to the circle of lines around the model. I need you to dig a deep and wide trench along this line. Then, pile the dug-up soil and stones on the inside of the trench to form a high wall. Can you do it? Dig trench and build wall? Linger tilted her head, then confidently patted her chest and said, no problem. Count on me. She was best at this kind of pure physical work and destructive tasks. Linger ran to the edge of the manor, extended her indestructible claws, and began a frantic digging frenzy at the ground. Boom! Soil flew, and rocks scattered. Under Linger's claws, which were comparable to the most advanced shield machines, a huge trench 5 meters deep and 10 meters wide was extending visibly toward the distance. The efficiency left the global live stream audience once again dumbfounded. Wow! This is a humanoid excavator. The principal of Blue Xiang Technical School would cry and shout, asking Linger to become an honorary professor. Chu God handles the brain work, Linger handles the physical work. This combination is simply amazing. While Linger was forcefully at work, Chu Yi was also not idle. He opened his storage space and began to take stock of the resources he currently possessed. Shadow Iron Ore XN, Horned Bull Monster Horn X2, Treasure Chest Monster Fragment X0, used up, various wood and stones XN. There were also some strange drawings opened from the white blind boxes. Blueprint, Spike Trap, E level. Blueprint, Beast Catching Net, F level. Blueprint, Simple Arrow Tower, E level. These items had previously seemed like garbage, taking up space. But now, they became the life-saving straw in Chu Yi's hands. Not enough materials, and the blueprint levels are too low. I must find a way to upgrade. Chu Yi immediately contacted the Yanhuang Command Center through Civilization Communications. Oldly, I need help. Comrade Chu Yi, please speak. We are on standby at any time. On the other end of the light screen, Li Zhengguo was extremely serious. I need all materials related to ancient city defenses, traps, and formation layouts. The more obscure, the older, the better. Chu Yi spoke rapidly. Also, I need your physicists and materials scientists to immediately, right now, analyze how to construct the most solid alloy formula using shadow iron ore and regular stones. Understood. We will handle it at once. The efficiency of the Yanhuang national machinery manifested vividly at that moment. In just 10 minutes. A massive amount of data, including the long-lost MO family mechanism art, was in the chapter on city defense from the essentials of military techniques, along with modern physics material mechanics model, endless knowledge poured into Chu Yi's mind. While crazily absorbing this knowledge, Chu Yi directed Linger to adjust the details of the trenches and walls. For example, using a more defensible reverse slope design for the wall's angle. At the bottom of the trench, sharp wooden stakes were laid, forming pitfalls. An hour later, under Linger's terrifying efficiency, a simple yet initially scaled moat and city wall, encircling the entire manor, had risen abruptly. This defense line, although it couldn't stop sea-level main force monsters, was enough to deal with some low-level cannon fodder and delay time. Next, Chu Yi began his second plan. Creating traps and defensive structures. Although he no longer had a forge, the shadow iron ore itself was an extremely hard material. He instructed Linger to use her claws to cut large quantities of shadow iron ore into sharp iron plates and spikes. Then, he personally set to work, following the records from the moisture techniques of the Mo family, combining these iron plates and spikes with wood to create large activated traps filled with the scent of death. He cleverly arranged these traps at several main entrances of the manor and at weak points in the defenses. Any enemy stepping into the trap's range would be greeted with a feast of blades and flames. Afterward, he used the simple arrow tower blueprint, obtained from a blind box, combined with the freshly acquired alloy formula, to build 4 10-meter-height shadow arrow towers that gleamed with a metallic luster at the 4 corners of the wall. Although there were no archers, these arrow towers themselves were excellent vantage points and defensive platforms. He and Linger could easily stand atop them and strike remotely at the monsters below. Time passed rapidly in the tense and busy infrastructure work. The entire manor, under the joint transformation of Chu Yi and Linger, was gradually changing from a leisurely resort into an armed war beast. When the countdown in the sky had only 10 minutes left, Chu Yi and Linger stood on the rooftop of the villa, overlooking their masterpiece. The circular moat, towering walls, glimmering arrow towers, and countless deadly traps hidden in the shadows. A three-dimensional, multi-layered defense system filled with death and danger had begun to take shape. Ha! Chu Yi let out a long breath, although his body was exhausted, his eyes burned with fierce battle intent. He patted Linger beside him, who was also somewhat tired but full of excitement in her gaze. Are you ready, my little kitty? Linger nodded heavily, extending her claws and cutting through the air with a cold glint. Let those bad guys come and go without return. Chu Yi laughed heartily, taking out the B-grade divine weapon, Fong of Shadow Devourer, from his storage space. Holding the cold dagger, he pointed far at the manor's boundary. There, the sky had been torn apart, and a huge dark portal, emitting the scents of sulfur and blood, was slowly forming. Countless monstrous roars and growls came faintly from the other side of the portal. At that moment, the countdown in the sky reached 0. The first wave of the home defense war officially begins. Chapter 51, The First Wave of the Beast Tide, A Feast of Traps. At the moment the countdown hit 0, the massive black portal floating at the manor's boundary shook violently. Then, like a floodgate bursting open, endless monsters roared and screeched as they surged from the portal. It was a ragtag army composed of various bizarre creatures. There were the gigantic ground-going armored dragons covered in a carapace. There were the speedy razor ghost wolves leaving trails of afterimages on the ground. In flocks, they spread their wings, letting out harsh and piercing screams of the corpse vulture. Their numbers reached into the thousands, stretching beyond the horizon. Although most were only E-level and F-level cannon fodder, their overwhelming momentum could scare any ordinary person to the core. Ding!
The first wave of siege monsters has been generated. Monster composition: Earthwalking Armored Dragon, E+ level, X500, Swift Ghost Wolf, E level, X2000, Corpse Vulture, F+ level, X5000. Boss Unit, Hellhound, C level, X1. System Evaluation, Difficulty Medium, please prepare for defense. C-level boss. Chu Yi looked at the information given by the system, his eyes slightly narrowing. As expected, it was roughly what he had anticipated. Although this was only the first wave, the system had directly thrown in a C-level boss, showing no mercy at all. Roar! The vanguard of the beast tide had already charged to the outskirts of the manor. Seeing the giant trench that was 5 meters deep, they did not stop but instead charged forward even more frantically. The first few hundred swift ghost wolves and earthwalking armored dragons did not have time to break, falling into the trench like dumplings, screaming in terror. Puff! Puff! At the bottom of the trench, those 2-meter-long wooden stakes and shadow iron spikes, sharpened by Chu Yi and Linger, instantly revealed their ferocious side. Countless monsters were impaled like sugar-coated haws, blood and entrails splattered everywhere. However, death could not stop the steps of the beast tide. The monsters behind simply stepped over the bodies of their comrades, continuing forward. Soon, that 5-meter-deep trench was half-filled with the bodies of monsters. As expected, relying solely on the trench can only provide temporary obstruction. Chu Yi had foreseen this. His gaze calmly turned to the area behind the trench, the place he had carefully set up. There lay a feast of death traps. A swift ghost wolf that had managed to rush past the pile of corpses suddenly found the ground beneath its feet give way. A massive beast trap, cleverly disguised with leaves and loose soil, sprung up instantly, capturing it and 7 or 8 nearby companions, hanging them in midair. The net was smeared with the corrosive slime produced by the forest slugs earlier. The trapped ghost wolves let out heart-rending cries, their bodies visibly corroding and melting away. This was just the beginning. Boom! A group of earthwalking armored dragons, relying on their thick skin, charged recklessly, eventually triggering a series of connected traps. The ground collapsed, revealing a deep pit filled with shadow iron spikes. At the same time, dozens of thick wooden logs tied with giant boulders swung down from the trees on either side like pendulums, howling as they came. Bang! 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 The dull crashing sounds were relentless. Those earthwalking armored dragons, thinking their defenses were invincible, crumbled into nothing more than eggshells before the boulders filled with terrifying kinetic energy, instantly shattered and reduced to a bloody mess. In the sky, those trying to fly over the city walls faced their own troubles. Chu Yi had pulled up invisible tripwires made from monster tendons above the walls. Countless vultures, flying at high speed, crashed into these tripwires, falling like planes with broken wings, landing in a jumbled heap. In just a few minutes, the various traps set by Chu Yi acted like an efficient meat grinder, crazily harvesting the lives of the beast tide's vanguard. In the global live streaming room, everyone was left in awe. My God, this is the art of traps. So strong. Not only is God Chu's personal strength terrifying, but his tactical mind is equally horrendous? Those traps look simple, but they are intricately linked and incredibly powerful. It's like a live version of an ancient war movie. In the Yanhuang Command Center, the white-haired expert responsible for researching ancient military tactics was so thrilled he slapped the table in excitement. Wonderful! Truly wonderful! He has implemented the crossbow and various traps and mechanisms, perfectly combined with the terrain, forming a crossfire coverage. This little guy is a natural-born commander. A true commander. However, traps are ultimately consumables. After the monsters paid a heavy price with their lives, the main force of the beast tide finally broke through the outer trap area and came under the towering city walls. They began to crazily claw and slam their bodies against the city wall made of dirt and stones. Boom! 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 The entire city wall trembled violently, with rubble and dirt continuously falling down. Linger, it's your turn. With a command from Chu Yi. Linger, who had long been waiting impatiently on the arrow tower, flashed with golden light in her eyes. Watch me. She opened her small mouth, and huge white energy balls, the size of human heads, created from high-density energy, were fired like a machine gun toward the pile of monsters at the base of the city wall. Boom! 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 Each explosion of the energy balls was comparable to a small grenade. The intense explosions unleashed a storm of death in the densest area of the monsters. Countless monsters were blown to bits, body parts flying everywhere. Linger, all by herself, on the arrow tower, formed an insurmountable and terrifying line of fire suppression. Roar! At that moment, a deafening roar, as if from the depths of hell, echoed from the back of the beast tide, shaking the sky. Then, a terrifying giant beast, over 5 meters tall, with 3 enormous dog heads engulfed in raging flames, stepped heavily out from the horde of monsters. The Hellhound. A C-rank boss.
It had finally made its appearance. Its three heads simultaneously opened their bloody mouths, and three huge dark red fireballs, like meteorites, howled as they smashed toward the arrow tower where Chu Yi and Linger were located, along with the core of the estate, the villa radiating an alluring aura. It struck with a display of intelligence and destructive power, completely different from ordinary monsters. Good timing. Chu Yi looked at the approaching giant fireballs, surprisingly pleased instead of frightened. He had been waiting for it. He suddenly stomped his foot, and his entire body leaped off the 10-meter-high arrow tower like a bolt from the blue. In midair, he gripped the shadow-devouring tooth tightly. The B-rank divine weapon seemed to sense its master's fighting spirit at this moment, and the dark purple patterns on the blade suddenly lit up. Shadow Strike. Chu Yi's figure instantly blended into the shadows in midair, disappearing without a trace. The next second, he appeared like a ghost behind the hellhound. The shadow-devouring tooth in his hand emitted a terrifying aura of soul-devouring, silently and fiercely stabbing toward the back of the middle head of the three-headed dog. Chapter 52 The first trial of the divine weapon, the might of a single strike. At this moment, time seemed to be pressed into slow motion. Over 5 billion pairs of eyes around the world were glued to the live screen. They clearly saw Chu Yi leap down from the 10-meter-high arrow tower like a hunting falcon. In midair, the dagger in his hand, the B-rank divine weapon that had just been born and caused an anomaly in the world, glowed with a strange and deep purple light. Then, his figure just vanished into thin air. It was not a mere afterimage of extreme speed but truly blended into the shadows, completely erased from everyone's sight. Where is he? Where did God Chu go? My eyes aren't deceiving me, are they? He went invisible? In the Yen Huang live broadcast room, the audience, who had just been anxious due to the appearance of the hellhound, immediately erupted in excitement. They knew Chu Yi had the skill Shadow Step, but the previous Shadow Step was more of a high-speed movement, still leaving traces. But this time, combined with the dagger named Shadow-Devouring Tooth, Chu Yi's stealth become untraceable, just like a true ghost. At the moment when everyone was madly searching for Chu Yi's figure, in the next second, he appeared. Without any warning, he showed up behind the massive hellhound that was as big as a small mountain. That was an absolutely blind spot. The three heads of the hellhound were occupied, one was spitting fireballs attacking Lingair, one was attacking the villa, and the last one was vigilantly scanning the front battlefield. It never expected that the enemy would launch a deadly surprise attack from behind. Poochie! A dull yet clear sound of blade-piercing flesh echoed, sending shivers down everyone's spine, broadcasting through the live stream to the entire world. The B-grade Fong of Shadow Devourer, under Chu Yi's terrifying C+ level power, encountered no obstacles and smoothly sunk deep into the back of the middle head of the hellhound. The incredibly tough black fur and muscle that could withstand cannon fire were as weak as paper against this divine weapon. Ow! A shrill and distorted wail erupted from the mouth of the middle head of the hellhound. Its massive body suddenly stiffened, the huge fireball it was spraying at the villa instantly lost control, careening off the roof of the villa with a tilt, and with a loud boom, exploded in a distant farm, sending dirt flying everywhere. 15888, critical hit. Armor break. Weak point attack. A bright red 5-digit damage number floated above the hellhound's head. One hit. Just one hit. Had knocked off nearly 1/6 of this C-grade boss's health. At this moment, the entire world fell completely silent. Everyone watching the livestream, whether they were gloating, jealous, hateful, or worried and praying, all widened their eyes, mouths agape, with blank minds. Just what was that number? A viewer from the Free Federation stammered. 15. I saw it, 15,888. The person beside replied in a dreamy tone. Oh my god. He dealt 15,000 in one strike? We, the players, hit an E-grade monster for only a few points of damage with one blow. Is this even the same game? B-grade weapon? Is this the power of a B-grade weapon? Too outrageous. This is completely a dimensional strike. It's over, completely over. How can we play now? He alone is an army. Despair, deeper than ever before, spread like a plague in major live streaming platforms around the globe. If before, Chu Yi's strength was still within their understanding, now, holding a B-grade divine weapon, he had completely surpassed their cognition. In the Yanhuang Command Center. Hiss. Li Zhenghua took a deep breath, tightly clenching his fists, veins popping on the back of his hands, not from nervousness, but from extreme excitement. Good. Good. What a Fong of Shadow Devourer. The military experts and data analysts behind him were even more flushed with excitement. Report. According to the model calculation, Chu Yi's recent strike triggered the Shadow Strike invisibility critical effect, as well as the dagger's own bonus against weak points. What's more crucial is the spirit breaking effect. The hellhound's surface was covered with a layer of flame energy shield. We initially estimated this strike would cause at most around 5,000 damage, but the spirit breaking effect rendered double damage to the energy shield, directly tearing through its defense. This dagger is simply the divine weapon born to hunt energy-type monsters. On the battlefield. With a successful strike, Chu Yi showed no greed for more hits. He didn't even look at that terrifying damage number. At the moment the dagger pierced, he used the force to push off, his body flipping back as lightly as a civet cat, instantly creating distance from the enraged hellhound. Roar! The pain and humiliation drove the hellhound into a complete frenzy. Its remaining two heads suddenly turned around, their crimson eyes locking onto Chu Yi, who had just landed. The left head opened its massive mouth, unleashing a thick, dark red flame that swept towards Chu Yi like a high-pressure water gun. The right head, with a powerful shake, launched fireballs the size of human heads, burning with black flames, covering all of Chu Yi's possible escape routes like a barrage of cannon fire. One head attacked, while the other blocked, their coordination seamless. This is the intelligence of a sea-level boss. Facing this apocalyptic assault, Chu Yi's eyes, however, were filled with calm. Good coming. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward, charging directly into the oncoming flame breath. The ground exploded beneath him. His figure brushed against the edge of the flames, darting past just in time. The scorching heat curled the tips of his hair and sent waves of burning pain across his skin. But he dodged it. At the same time, Linger atop the tower displayed an incredible synergy with Chu Yi. As the hellhound attacked Chu Yi, she stopped her firepower suppression on ordinary monsters. She opened her small mouth, rapidly gathering an energy ball that glowed pure white, more solid than any before. Bad dog. Don't bully Chu Yi. With a sweet shout, the energy ball shot like a white lightning bolt, hitting the black fireballs aimed at Chu Yi with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! A violent explosion erupted in mid-air. The white holy light and black evil flames annihilated each other, creating a brief energy vacuum. Linger's precise interception created a precious opportunity for Chu Yi to advance. Well done, Linger. Chu Yi praised in his heart, his feet unwavering as he activated the A-level skill, Shadow Step, again. His figure left behind blurry afterimages on the battlefield, maneuvering around the hellhound's front and cutting toward its flank. He knew very well that to deal with such a gigantic enemy, mobility and harassment were the keys. However, the hellhound, having learned from its previous mistake, would clearly not make the same error again. Just as Chu Yi was about to close in, its enormous, bone-covered tail lashed toward him like a steel whip, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. This strike, swift and vicious, sealed off all of Chu Yi's paths of attack. Chapter 53 Perfect Coordination, Hunt. The hellhound's giant whip-like tail rushed towards him with tremendous force. If this strike hit, even a C+ level body would suffer greatly. The hearts of the global audience rose to their throats once again. Be careful. Quick, dodge. However, facing this inevitable blow, Chu Yi's face bore no trace of panic. His mind was frighteningly calm at this moment. The techniques of the Dragon Elephant Micro-Movement Power Technique flowed instantly through his limbs. His body twisted in a way that was impossible for an ordinary person, suddenly folding backward. His upper body was nearly parallel to the ground. Whoosh! The giant tail, covered in vicious bone spikes, swept past, almost grazing his nose. The fierce wind stung his cheeks painfully. That was close. Chu Yi quietly thought. The reaction speed and battle intelligence of the C-level boss indeed far surpassed those of E-level and D-level minions. It had learned to predict and block. In the split second he avoided the tail swipe, Chu Yi's waist tensed, and his entire body sprang upright like a spring. Without pausing, he pushed off the ground, transforming into an arrow released from a bow, following the giant tail that had not yet fully retracted. Swim against the current, directly pounce on the three-headed helldog's hind legs. Since your head is on guard, let's first cripple your ability to move. PFF. Shadow Devourer achieves another success. The sharp dagger effortlessly slashed through the thick skin on the three-headed dog's hind leg, deeply cutting its key tendons. Oh whoa! The hellhound let out a painful howl, its massive body staggered, almost falling to the ground. The intense pain and weakness in its hind leg caused its movements to slow down instantly. There's a chance. Chu Yi's eyes brightened. He was ready to pursue and completely cripple this hind leg. Suddenly, a weak but incredibly clear warm flow came from the Shadow Devourer in his hand, surged through his arm, and flowed into his mind. Ding! Soul Devour effect triggered. You have absorbed the remnant soul of Swift Ghost Wolf. Your mental strength slightly increases. Ding! Soul Devour effect triggered. You have absorbed the remnant soul of Earthwalker Armored Dragon. Your mental strength slightly increases. A series of system prompts rang in Chu Yi's mind. He was stunned for a moment. He had just killed the three-headed helldog, so why was he absorbing the souls of those minions? He quickly realized. So that's it. The range of Soul Devour is not single target, but all the dying units within a certain radius around me. In the short 1 or 2 minutes he had been entangled with the hellhound, there were already over 100 monsters killed by traps and Linger's energy balls around the city wall. The remnant souls of these monsters were forcibly absorbed by the Shadow Devourer, transforming into purest mental energy, feeding back to Chu Yi. Although each minion provided only a tiny bit of mental strength, in accumulation, it replenished and even slightly increased his spirit, which had been slightly depleted from high-speed combat.
This is simply a perpetual motion machine. Chu Yi felt a fire burning in his heart. As long as there are monsters dying on the battlefield, his mental strength could be replenished endlessly.
This made him no longer worry when using skills like Shadow Step that consumed mental power.
Kill. The more I kill, the stronger I become. Realizing the true use of the Soul Devour effect, Chu Yi's tactics instantly became bolder and more aggressive.
He was no longer satisfied with just attacking the three-headed dog, but instead issued a new command to linger on the tower through civilized communication.
Linger. Forget about the boss, use your strongest firepower to clear those minions for me. The more, the better. The faster, the better. Ha? Not going to hit that bad dog anymore? Linger was a bit puzzled but immediately executed Chu Yi's command.
For Chu Yi, she had complete trust.
Watch me. Energy storm.
Linger took a deep breath, and a terrifying energy erupted from her small body that was completely disproportionate to her size. She stopped single-target firing and opened her mouth, unleashing high-concentration energy in a fan shape towards the sea of monsters below the city wall.
Boom boom boom.
The white energy beam, like a divine punishment light, vaporized everything in its path, whether it was Z-rank swift ghost wolves or tough-skinned earthwalker armored dragons, all in an instant without even a scream.
In an instant, a large area was cleared out beneath the city wall.
And hundreds of thousands of monster remnant souls transformed into invisible energy torrents, rushing frantically towards the center of the battlefield where Chu Yi was.
Ding. Mental strength plus 0.1. Ding. Mental strength plus 0.1. Ding. Mental strength plus 0.2.
The dense system prompts rang like the most beautiful symphony in Chu Yi's mind.
He could clearly feel his mental power growing at an unprecedented speed.
His brain became clearer, his thinking sped up, and his control over his body became even finer.
This is the feeling. So refreshing. Chu Yi excitedly let out a low roar.
He gave up attacking the back legs of the three-headed hellhound and instead locked his target back onto its head. The injured back legs of the hellhound slowed it down, and it could no longer keep up with Chu Yi's speed.
The remaining two heads were madly spewing flames and fireballs, trying to push Chu Yi back.
But at this moment, Chu Yi, with a continuous supply of mental energy, was able to almost seamlessly perform the shadow step. His figure moved between the flames and explosions like the most elite dancer, twisting and turning, each time brushing past death at the most dangerous moment. The global livestream audience was completely stunned.
This positioning. Is this something a human can do? So smooth. I feel like my eyes can't keep up with his movements at all. He seems to be enjoying this battle.
In the Huang and Yan command center,
Li Zhenhua and a group of experts also noticed Chu Yi's change. His mental energy seems to be not consumed?
A data analyst looked at the nearly unchanged mental energy bar on the screen, incredulously. No, it's not that it hasn't been consumed, but the rate of replenishment actually exceeds the rate of consumption.
The white-haired military expert pointed out the problem directly. It's that dagger. That dagger is absorbing the souls of other monsters on the battlefield and feeding them back to Chu Yi. Using war to nurture war. What an incredible attribute.
Everyone was deeply shocked by the terrifying effects of the fangs of Shadow Devourer. On the battlefield, Chu Yi's hunt continued. He was like a patient hunter, constantly using his speed advantage to wear down the hellhound's stamina and energy. Finally, after dodging another flame burst, he seized the moment when the left head of the hellhound gasped for air.
Now is the time. Chu Yi's figure instantly merged into the shadows. Shadow strike. When he reappeared, he was already beneath the left head of the hellhound. He exploded from the ground, leaping high into the air, and the fangs of Shadow Devourer, in his hand, thrust upward like a curved fong, fiercely pierced into the lower jaw of that head. Puff! The dagger penetrated through the entire skull, emerging from the top.
Minus 18,999.
Critical hit. Armor break. Weak point attack. Another terrifying damage number floated up.
That head couldn't even let out a scream before the flames in its eyes rapidly extinguished, drooping weakly.
The second head had been killed. Chapter 54, Frenzy. The final madness. With the second head instantly pierced, the massive body of the hellhound trembled violently. The last remaining head, the initial one that had been heavily injured by Chu Yi, suddenly tilted back and let out a roar filled with pain, anger, and unwillingness. Roar. The sound wave was like a tangible force, sweeping across the entire battlefield, even causing Ling Air on the tower to cover her ears, a painful expression appearing on her small face. The next second, a strange change occurred. The muscles of the hellhound began to writhe and expand in an abnormal manner.
The wounds on its body, which were originally burning with dark red flames, began to change to a strange pale white. The surrounding temperature rose instead of falling, distorting the air due to this intense heat. Warning! The boss unit Hellhound has entered a near-death frenzy state. All attributes temporarily increase by 30%, attacks will carry the soul burn effect, please respond carefully, contestant. The system's warning echoed in Chu Yi's mind. Chu Yi's pupils shrank. He could clearly sense that the breath of this giant beast was rising at a terrifying speed. This is trouble, this guy is going to go all out. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless, immediately retreating to create a safe distance from the raging Hellhound. Roar! The enraged Hellhound completely abandoned its defense. Its only remaining eye flickered with the madness of annihilation, locking onto Chu Yi. It opened its blood-red mouth, but this time, it wasn't fire breath or fireballs that spewed forth. Instead, wave after wave of pale, beam-like energy rays shot out. Whoosh! 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 The pale rays traveled at an incredible speed, almost as if they were summoned by thought. Chu Yi's heart raced with alarm. He barely had time to activate Shadow Step and had to rely on his C+ level physical instincts to roll away clumsily. Sizzle! One ray grazed his shoulder as it flew past. His combat suit disintegrated into ash instantly, leaving a charred scar on his skin. A piercing pain shot through him from the wound, and this pain was not merely fleshly but felt as if countless red-hot steel needles were stabbing into his soul. Ding! You have received the effect of soul burn, and your mental power is continuously decreasing. -10. -10. -10. A series of negative status alerts turned Chu Yi's face grave. What a domineering effect! Not only does it harm the body, but it also directly attacks the soul. He glanced at his mental power bar, which was steadily decreasing at an alarming rate. Although the soul devour effect was still siphoning mental power from the fallen minions around, the rate of replenishment was gradually falling behind the rate of consumption. I can't drag this out any longer. I must end it quickly. A fierce glint flashed in Chu Yi's eyes. He looked at Linger atop the tower and shouted, "Linger! Use your strongest attack to strike its legs. Make it immobile." Got it. Linger also recognized Chu Yi's predicament, her small face filled with urgency. No longer holding back, she unleashed her internal energy furiously, forming an unprecedented pure white energy ball the size of a grinding disc in her mouth. The terrifying energy contained within the energy ball caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Go! Super Vitality Bomb! Linger shouted, hurling the powerful energy ball directly at the intact front leg of the Hellhound. Roar! The three-headed dog seemed to sense the threat of the energy ball. It attempted to dodge, but its injured back leg severely hindered its movements. It could only watch helplessly as the white sun crashed down onto its leg. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the entire home space. The terrifying blast created huge shockwaves and billowing clouds of dust. As the dust settled, the Hellhound's front leg had completely vanished, leaving behind only a huge, bloody gash. With its legs rendered useless, its massive body could no longer support itself and collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Its ability to act was utterly lost. Well done, Linger. Chu Yi seized this rare opportunity, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He no longer danced around but charged forward head-on. Despite being unable to move, the downed Hellhound's attacks became even more frenzied. Its one remaining head acted like a fixed cannon, firing pale soul rays relentlessly as if they were free. In an instant, a barrage of death beams formed a dense curtain before Chu Yi. In the global live stream, everyone held their breath. They knew that victory or defeat hinged on this moment. Chu God. Charge. Kill it. For Yan Huang. Under the gaze of billions, Chu Yi's figure danced on the edge of a knife. He pushed Shadow Step and Dragon Elephant micro-manipulation method to their limits. His body traced dazzling zigzag patterns through the dense death rays. Several times, rays almost skimmed his body, sending chills down the spines of the viewers. But in the end, he broke through. The mere distance of dozens of meters felt like an insurmountable chasm in this moment. When Chu Yi finally rushed in front of the Hellhound, his body was already marked with several burn scars from soul rays, and his mental strength had also been consumed by more than half. But he didn't care at all. In his eyes, there was only the single eye, burning with a pale white flame, just within reach. Die for me. Chu Yi let out a furious roar, pouring all the remaining strength in his body, without reservation, into his right arm. He leaped high, twisting his body in an astonishing angle in the air, the Shadow Devourer's fang transforming into a purple lightning that split the darkness. This blow gathered all of his spirit and energy. For the first time, a hint of an emotion called fear appeared in the single eye of the Hellhound. It twisted its neck wildly, trying to make a final struggle. But, it was too late. Puff. The Shadow Devourer's Fong, carrying an unmatched force, from above, accurately and cruelly pierced through its single eye, deeply nailing into its brain. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The Hellhound's furious roar suddenly stopped. The pale white flame burning in its single eye flickered violently like a candle in the wind, and finally, it was completely extinguished. Its massive body twitched heavily once, and then it made no more sound. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the boss unit Hellhound. Soul Devour effect triggered. You have absorbed the C-grade boss remnant soul, greatly enhancing your mental strength. Your mental attribute permanently +5. As the system notification sound rang out, an even more massive and pure soul energy than ever before surged out from the Hellhound's corpse, crazily pouring into Chu Yi's body. Chu Yi only felt his head buzz, as if washed by a cool spring. The fatigue and pain from the battle and soul burns were instantly swept away. His mental strength not only recovered instantly but also broke through the original limit, skyrocketing up. Ha! Chu Yi exhaled a long breath, pulling out his dagger from the Hellhound's head. He glanced at his attribute panel. Mental, 50, D+ grade, mental, 55, C- grade. Just by killing a C-grade boss, his mental attribute had directly broken through a small segment. This Soul Devour effect is simply divine. Chu Yi's heart was filled with surprise. At this moment, with the boss's death, the remaining monsters on the battlefield instantly lost their command and fell into chaos. They no longer frantically attacked the city wall but instead ran around like headless flies, even starting to kill each other. The first wave of the home defense battle had determined the winner. Chapter 55, S-Rank Evaluation, Rich Rewards. With the thunderous fall of the Hellhound, this thrilling boss battle finally came to an end. On the battlefield, the remaining thousands of miscellaneous monsters were leaderless, completely thrown into chaos. They lost their unified command, and their aggressiveness and threat level dropped significantly. Chu Yi. Are you okay? Lingyao's petite figure leaped down from the tall tower, morphing into a white shadow, and in a few flashes, reached Chu Yi's side. Her big eyes were filled with worry, circling around Chu Yi, carefully checking his injuries. When she saw the charred wounds caused by soul rays on Chu Yi's shoulder and arm, her little nose turned sour, and her eyes instantly reddened. It's all my fault, I didn't protect you well. Silly girl, what are you saying? Chu Yi smiled as he rubbed her little head, feeling a warmth in his heart. His injuries looked frightening, but under the passive recovery effect of the S+ grade purple spirit spring, they had already started to heal slowly and didn't harm him fundamentally. I'm fine, see? We won. Chu Yi pointed at the huge corpse of the boss on the ground and the beast tied in disarray in the distance, and besides, thanks to your super energy bomb, otherwise I wouldn't have solved it so easily. Hearing Chu Yi's praise, Lingya sniffled and turned her tears into a smile. Then, what about those little monsters, she asked, pointing at the monsters still running around. What else can we do? Chu Yi's lips curled into a cold arc, of course kill them all. These are all walking spiritual energy experience packs. Not a single one can be spared. The following battle turned into a one-sided massacre. With no threat from the C-level boss, the remaining E-level and F-level minions were no match for Chu Yi and Lingya. Chu Yi didn't even need to use his killing move, Shadow Strike. He simply urged Shadow Step, like a ghost moving across the battlefield, every flicker taking away multiple lives with the Fong of Shadow Devourer in his hand. With each kill, a faint soul energy flowed into his body, replenishing his consumed mental energy. Lingya was even more direct. She stood on the city wall, transforming into a moving artillery platform, energy balls precisely dropping in the densest areas of monsters, harvesting lives in large batches. The global livestream audience watched in astonishment as the intense boss siege battle seamlessly switched to the relaxed and joyful grass-cutting mode. This is starting to clear the small monsters? That C-level boss just disappeared like that? I feel like I'm dreaming. While other contestants are still worried about how to fend off the first wave of small monsters, God Chu has already soloed the boss. The gap, is this the gap between man and God? In the live streams of other countries, grim clouds hung heavy. Their contestants were facing merely an E-level monster-led beast tide and were already being beaten back, with their homeland defenses shattered to pieces. Several contestants from different countries had even been breached by the monsters, hiding in their homes, shivering as they watched their homeland being destroyed. In contrast, the scene in the Yin Huang livestream, where one man and one cat easily slaughtered thousands of monsters, felt so glaring, so unreal. This grass-cutting operation lasted about half an hour. When Chu Yi beheaded the last sneaky ghost wolf hiding in the corner, the entire battlefield finally fell silent. The ground was covered with monster corpses, laying a thick carpet around the entire manor, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood and char. Just then, the cold system announcement from the National Fortune game echoed around the world. Global announcement. The first wave of home defense battle has ended. Performing defense evaluation settlement. Yin Huang contestant Chu Yi, defense evaluation, S level. Evaluation reason: contestant Chu Yi, facing medium difficulty beast tide, achieved a perfect record of 0 casualties and 0 damage to the homeland, successfully resisting and annihilating all invading enemies. His exceptional tactical planning, strong individual strength, and perfect cooperation with his partner can be called a textbook-level defensive counterattack. Thus, an S-level evaluation is granted. S-level. When these two words appeared, the whole Yan Huang instantly boiled. S-level. Another S-level evaluation. Awesome. God, Chu is awesome. 0 casualties. 0 damage to the homeland. This is simply a miracle. No, this is a divine miracle. Countless Yan Huang citizens jumped up from their seats, cheering with raised arms. In the command center, Li Xinghua and the senior officials were also moved to tears of joy. They knew what this S-level evaluation meant. That would be an unimaginably rich reward, enough to make all countries envious. As expected, the next second, the reward announcement arrived as scheduled. Due to Yan Huang contestant Chu Yi receiving an S-level defense evaluation, the following rewards are distributed. 1. Individual rewards for the contestant. Reward National Luck Point x 5,000 points. Reward Rare Building Blueprint, Elemental Arrow Tower, C grade, x1. Reward Special Item, Home Restoration Hammer, B grade, x1. 2. Civilization Rewards. 1. All citizens of the Yanhuang Civilization, Spirit Attribute permanently +1. 2. Within the territory of the Yanhuang Civilization, all discovered mineral resource reserves permanently increased by 20%. Boom! At the moment when the civilization rewards were announced, the entire world went crazy with jealousy. What? All citizens' spirit +1? Mineral resource reserves increased by 20? Permanently? How is that possible? Fuck! This is not fair. Our contestant fought to the death, homes were destroyed, and the citizens' attributes were deducted. Why does Yanhuang get such incredible rewards? Inside the White House of the Free Federation, the president, who had just become a bit dull due to -2 intelligence, smashed the coffee cup in front of him onto the floor in anger upon seeing this reward. Mineral resources. That is the lifeline of a nation's industry and development. Yanhuang is vast and rich, and now, all mineral resources increased out of thin air by 1/5. What does this mean? This means their oil, their iron ore, their rare earth, everything becomes even more abundant. Under this change, Yanhuang's national power will once again welcome a qualitative leap. And in the home space, Chu Yi looked at this series of rewards, feeling excited in his heart. 5,000 national luck points, that is a huge fortune. The B-grade home restoration hammer, although not used this time, is definitely an essential artifact for defending the city in the future. What surprised him the most was that C-grade building blueprint. Building blueprint, elemental arrow tower, C-grade. Effect, can consume spiritual stones or monster crystal cores, automatically firing energy arrows with penetrating, slowing, burning effects, having powerful lethality against units at C-grade and below. Material requirements, Shadow Alloy X500, Stone X2000, Purgatory Core X1. An automatic attacking defense tower. Still at C-grade. Chu Yi's eyes instantly lit up. This item is simply tailor-made for him. With it, when facing the beast type next time, he won't even need to let Linger become a cannon platform. He can completely liberate her to focus on dealing with the boss alongside him. This thing must be built immediately. He glanced at the material requirements. Shadow alloy and stone were easy to get, but that purgatory core. Chu Yi's gaze slowly turned to the ground, to the corpse of the purgatory three-headed dog, still exuding warmth. It's time to loot the body. Chapter 56, Huge Harvest, Hell Roar. After the battle, cleaning the battlefield and counting the loot is always the most enjoyable part. Chu Yi suppressed the urge to immediately build the elemental arrow tower, and walked over to the massive corpse of the purgatory three-headed dog. This is a C-grade boss, with treasures all over its body. System, collect. Chu Yi issued the command. A beam of white light flashed, and the massive corpse of the purgatory three-headed dog was instantly broken down into piles of materials shimmering with different lights, along with an ancient skill book quietly floating in mid-air. Chu Yi immediately activated Information Acquisition. You have obtained Purgatory Core, C-grade, X1. Type, Special Material. Description, an energy core highly concentrated from hellfire and the power of vengeful spirits, containing violent fire elements and negative energy, a core material for making advanced fire attribute weapons and defensive buildings. Certainly got it. Upon seeing the Purgatory Core, Chu Yi's eyes shone bright. The most critical material for building the elemental arrow tower is in his hands. He suppressed his excitement and continued looking at the other dropped items. You have obtained Hellfire Skin, C-grade, X15. Type, Rare Material. Description, the fur of the purgatory three-headed dog, tempered by the hellfire, has extremely high resistance to fire attribute attacks, an excellent material for making C-grade fire-resistant armor.
Great stuff! Now I can upgrade. Chu Yi's heart was filled with joy. The combat suit he was currently wearing was still the ordinary combat suit given by the system at the beginning. It was about time for a change. With this Hellfire skin, he could completely contact the Yanhuang Command Center and have them design a set of sea-level exclusive battle armor. You have obtained Vengeful Spirit Canine Tooth, sea-level, X6. Type, weapon material. Description: the teeth of the infernal Cerberus, incredibly sharp, carrying the resentment that bites at souls, can be used to make weapons or arrows. This is also good, it can be used to make spare ammunition for the elemental arrow tower. Chu Yi nodded in satisfaction, and finally, turned his gaze to the floating skill book, radiating a dark red glow. This was also the loot he looked forward to the most. Skill book, Hell Roar, sea level. Type, active skill. Learning requirements, Spirit D+ level, Physique D level. Effect, consumes a large amount of mental power, emits a roar containing Hell's Might, dealing a mental impact and flame damage to all enemies in a fan-shaped area ahead, with a certain probability of causing them to fall into fear and confusion states. Description: a greeting from Hell, the wailing of the weak. A control skill that does dual damage with mental and fire effects in a wide area? Chu Yi stroked his chin, analyzing carefully. This skill looked very powerful. Wide AoE damage, plus 2 strong control effects, it was simply a godly skill for clearing the battlefield against beast tides. The only drawback was consuming a large amount of mental power. Chu Yi glanced at his newly broken through sea-level 55 points of spirit, estimating that with his current mental power, using the Hell Roar, would probably drain almost half of it. Moreover, the style of this skill seemed a bit out of place with his dagger-wielding assassin style. He preferred the silent and lethal hunting style of Shadow Strike. This grand skill, like that of a mage, always felt a bit dissonant. Forget it, I'll learn it first. Having more skills doesn't hurt. Without much hesitation, Chu Yi chose to learn it. A flash of red light passed, and the skill book transformed into countless shards of information, pouring into his mind. In his skill bar, a new icon appeared. After finishing all of this, Chu Yi contentedly stored all the materials in his storage space. Chu Yi, look at the sky. At that moment, Linger suddenly pointed at the sky and exclaimed. Chu Yi looked up, and saw above the manor, a huge leaderboard made of golden light had appeared out of nowhere. National Destiny Match Game, Home Defense Battle, Day 1, Leaderboard. First place, Yanhuang Civilization, Player, Chu Yi. Defense Evaluation, S level. Home Damage Degree, 0%. Total Monsters Killed, 7,501. Overall Score, 10,000. Second place, Arctic Bear Federation, Player, Ivan. Defense Evaluation, A level. Home Damage Degree, 5%. Total Monsters Killed, 2,345. Overall Score, 5,000. Third place, Gall Chicken, Player, Pierre. Defense Evaluation, B level. Home Damage Degree, 12%. Total Monsters Killed, 1,567. Overall Score, 3,000. Fourth place, A3 Nation, Player, Do Long Tong. Defense Evaluation, C level. Home Damage Degree, 25%. Total Monsters Killed, 988. Overall Score, 1,500. 132 place, Free Federation, Player, Jack. Defense Evaluation, F level, failed. Home Damage Degree, 85%. Total Monsters Killed, 56. Overall Score, minus 2,000. 133 place, Cherry Blossom Nation, Player, Tanaka Koji. Defense Evaluation, F level, failed. Home Damage Degree, 92%, core damaged. Total Monsters Killed, 12. Overall Score, minus 3,500. The entire leaderboard was densely packed, listing the performance of all surviving players in the first wave of the defense battle. Chu Yi's name hung high at the top with a dramatic lead. His overall score was 10,000 points. While the second place, the Arctic Bear Federation, only had 5,000 points, a full half less. As for the once world hegemon, the Free Federation, the situation was even worse. Defense Evaluation, F level, failed. Home Damage Degree, a shocking 85%. Overall score pushed into the negatives. The most miserable was the Cherry Blossom Nation. Not only had their home been ruined beyond recognition, but even the core of their home had been attacked. The evaluation is the lowest among all countries. TSK Tisk, there's truly no harm without comparison. Chu Yi looked at this ranking and couldn't help but sigh. He fought fiercely, navigating traps and turrets, and after battling the C-class boss for 300 rounds, he finally received an S-class rating. Meanwhile, the players from other countries faced waves of beasts that were clearly of much lower difficulty, yet their results were more pitiful than each other's. Global major live streaming rooms fell into an eerie silence upon seeing this ranking.
Especially in the Free Federation and Cherry Blossom countries' streams, the bullet comments had come to a standstill. Their citizens, witnessing their players' extremely tragic records and the shocking negative scores, had lost even the strength to curse. All that remained was a deep sense of powerlessness and numbness.
Why is this happening? Our hero Jack didn't match with a powerful gorilla companion? Didn't he obtain the C-class talent Rage? Why can't he even fend off a group of E-class monsters?
The people of the Free Federation were completely puzzled. What they didn't know was that although Jack had gained great power, his spirit and intelligence were permanently -2. A brute with a dull mind, facing a coordinated wave of beasts, had no understanding of tactics or terrain. He simply activated rage and crazily dashed into the crowd of monsters, hacking wildly. As a result, he was physically drained by the monsters, almost torn to pieces, and could only awkwardly escape home, watching helplessly as his home was destroyed. As for Koji Tanaka from Cherry Blossom Country, there was no need to say more. Ever since he matched with the 8-foot men, his sanity had been on the brink of collapse. When the wave of beasts came, he didn't even have the courage to resist, hiding directly in his house, clutching his head like an ostrich, praying for the monsters to leave on their own. Naturally, the result was the destruction of his home, and he nearly faced immediate deletion by the system. This ranking was like a mirror, clearly reflecting the huge gap between various civilizations. It also made people worldwide deeply realize once again just how terrifying Chu Yi from Yanhuang truly was. He was no longer just a leader. He was a god. Chapter 57 Yanhuang's Advisor, New Armor. The emergence of the ranking was like a loud slap, partially striking the faces of those countries that had previously mocked and envied Yanhuang. After a brief silence, the global internet completely exploded. Negative points? What am I seeing? The Free Federation's score is actually negative. Ha, this is killing me with laughter. This is the world's strongest power? Can't even beat a bunch of E-class minions, and their homes are destroyed. And Cherry Blossom Country, the core of their homeland is damaged, they will probably be eliminated in the next wave, right? Truly satisfying. The facts prove that only our Yanhuang's god Chu is the real savior. The others are just clowns. The Yanhuang netizens, who had been suppressed for so long, now completely raised their heads and started a frenzied mocking mode on major international forums. And the citizens of those mocked countries, though feeling frustrated, had no words to retort. Because the facts were right in front of them, as solid as a mountain. Inside the homeland space, Chu Yi was indifferent to the outside world's chaos. He turned off the ranking and contacted the Yanhuang Command Center through civilization communication. The screen lit up, revealing the excited, glowing face of Li Jinghua on the screen. Comrade Chu Yi. Well done. So beautiful. Li Jinghua started with a wave of generous praise, and the experts and staff behind him cast looks of admiration and respect at Chu Yi. S-class rating. Mineral resources increased by 20%. You have set an extraordinary achievement for the motherland. Oldly, there's no need to be polite, this is what I should do. Chu Yi smiled and directly got to the point. I have some new trophies, and I need your expert team to help analyze and design them. No problem. Please go ahead. Li Jinghua immediately became serious. With a thought, Chu Yi shared the detailed information of the recently acquired Hellfire skin and grieving soul dog tooth. His C-class rare materials. From the other side of the screen, a gasp of cold air echoed. An old expert wearing a white coat, with graying hair, looking like a top expert in the field of materials science, immediately leaned closer to the screen, adjusted his glasses, and gazed excitedly at the attributes of Hellfire skin. Perfect material. Simply perfect material. The old expert spoke excitedly, extremely high fire resistance, flexible yet sturdy. Comrade Chu Yi, with this, we can completely customize a multifunctional armor for you. Oh? Tell me more. Chu Yi became interested. We can use Hellfire skin as the main material to create a close-fitting inner armor that provides you with core defense and fire resistance, the old expert spoke rapidly. Then, we can cover the outside of the inner armor with a layer of modular exoskeleton armor made of shadow alloy. This outer exoskeleton armor can be modified at any time based on your combat needs. For example, we can add small arm shields on the arms, increase jumping assist devices on the legs, and even integrate a small crossbow on your back, using grieving soul dog tooth as ammunition. We will name this armor Xuanwu. Listening to the old expert's description, Chu Yi's eyes became brighter and brighter. Inner armor plus exoskeleton. Modular design. Isn't this the armor he had long dreamed of? With powerful defense, yet still flexible, and with the ability to switch different functional modules based on various combat scenarios. These top scientists truly did not let him down. Great. Let's do it your way. Chu Yi made the decision on the spot. Immediately draw up the design, the faster the better. The next wave of Beast Tide is coming in 24 hours, and I need to wear the new armor before that.
We guarantee to complete the task. Li Jinghua and the expert team immediately made a military pledge. The top scientific strength of Yanhuan began to operate wildly for Chu Yi's Xuanwu armor. After confirming the armor, Chu Yi shared the information of the skill book Hell Roar. Old Li, do you think this skill would be very useful if I learned it? Inside the command center, the white-haired military expert carefully studied the skill's effects and gave his opinion. Comrade Chu Yi, from a purely assassin perspective, this skill is indeed somewhat unsuitable for your combat style. Its wind-up and consumption are quite large, making it easy for enemies to exploit weaknesses during casting. However, the expert switched his tone. From a strategic point of view, the skill's value is immeasurable. When facing large numbers of enemies, especially when we need to defend a position, a powerful area control skill often plays a decisive role. My suggestion is to learn it. Furthermore, use it as your ace in the hole. To turn the tide in the most critical moment. The expert's analysis coincided with Chu Yi's own thoughts. I understand. Chu Yi nodded. It seems that this mage skill should not be underestimated. Finally, Chu Yi also communicated the plan to build Elemental Arrow Tower with the command center. I've gathered all the materials, and we can start construction now. With this C-class automatic defense tower, my pressure will be much lower in the next wave of defense. That's great. Li Jinghua exclaimed with joy. Comrade Chu Yi, regarding the placement of the defense tower, our formation experts also have some suggestions. Soon, an elderly man, appearing wise and ethereal, with the demeanor of an ancient Taoist, appeared on the screen. Young friend Chu Yi, I just observed the layout of your home and found that your 4 shadow arrow towers, while occupying the high ground, lack synergy and are merely 4 isolated fire points. I may not be talented, but here is an ancient military formation called 4 Symbols Locking Spirit Formation. If you can use this new, elemental arrow tower, as the center and make slight adjustments to the positions of the other 4 towers, you can unify the firepower of all 5 towers. Once the formation is activated, it will greatly enhance the attack range and power of the towers, and also form an energy shield that covers the entire core area. Its defense can withstand the full force of a sea-level strongman. As he spoke, the old man sent a complex formation map to Chu Yi. Chu Yi looked at the incredibly mysterious formation map, dense with annotations, and felt overwhelmed. Fortunately, he possessed an SSS-level talent called Information Acquisition. Ding! Analyzing 4 Symbols Locking Spirit Formation. Analysis completed. The optimal construction plan and arrow tower positioning adjustments have been generated for you. In the next second, the 3-dimensional sand table model in his mind reappeared. On the sand table, the 5 towers' best locations and the energy flow paths were clearly marked in red lines. Everything became simple and clear. All right. Let's do it this way. Chu Yi laughed heartily and ended the communication. Linger, let's get to work. A major construction project. With great enthusiasm, Chu Yi waved his hand, and together with the equally excited Linger, they began a new round of home renovation. Chapter 58, Global Wailing, Heaven and Earth Apart. While Chu Yi was enthusiastically renovating his home and preparing for the next wave of beast tide. In the live streams of other countries around the world, however, there was a heavy gloom and widespread sorrow. The end of the first wave of home defense battles was, for them, not a joy of victory but the beginning of a new round of suffering. Global announcement. Freedom Federation contestant Jack, defense failed, home damage level 85%, overall rating F grade. Punishment, Freedom Federation civilization, all citizens' physical attribute permanently -1. Within the territory, all crops yield decreases by 10%. When this punishment announcement appeared before all the citizens of the Freedom Federation, the entire nation fell into a deathly silence. Physical -1. Crop yield decreased by 10%. These 2 punishments were undoubtedly a crushing blow to a country that had just experienced the IQ basin and nationwide blackening. No. Why did this happen? Our physical state had just improved a little because of Day of Divine Grace, and now it has been taken back. Crops are decreasing? Oh God. Will we not be able to get enough to eat in the future? Panic spread like a virus in every corner of the Freedom Federation. Countless people rushed to the streets, looking around in confusion, uncertain of what the future held. Inside the White House, those officials who had just adapted to their darkened skin and dimmed minds completely broke down upon seeing this announcement. Mr. President, our food reserves are only enough for the nation to eat for 3 months. If production decreases again, we will face a massive famine, an aide cried out, his voice trembling. However, the intelligence -2 president merely stared vacantly out the window, mumbling to himself, why does Chu Yi from Yanhuan get rewards while our hero Jack has to face punishment? This is unfair. His brain could no longer comprehend the complex cause and effect relationship involved. He instinctively felt that all of this was Yanhuan's fault. The situation was equally tragic for Sakura Nation. Global announcement. Sakura Nation contestant Tanaka Koji, defense failed, home damage level 92%,
core area damaged, overall rating F grade. Punishment, Sakura Nation Civilization, all citizens mental attribute permanently -1. Within the territory, the probability of distorted monsters appearing. Spirit -1. The citizens of Sakura country, already somewhat driven mad by twisted aesthetics, at this moment, felt as if their brains had been brutally stabbed by a red-hot iron rod. Countless people held their heads and let out painful screams. Their reason was being further stripped away. What terrified them even more was the second punishment. The probability of distorted monsters appearing increased by 30%? What does that mean? Could our country have monsters appear like in the games? Their doubts were quickly answered. The next second after the announcement was made. In Tokyo, on the bustling streets of Shibuya, a girl who was imitating Hachijiran suddenly began to twitch violently. Her limbs crazily elongated and twisted at angles that violated human anatomy. Her mouth split open to the roots of her ears, producing a strange laugh of pa. In the terrified gazes of the onlookers around her, she transformed into a true monster, over 3 meters tall with limbs as long and thin as bamboo poles. Similar scenes continued to unfold in various cities of Sakura country. Countless ordinary people, without any warning, distorted into various monsters that only existed in their terrifying legends. The entire country, in an instant, transformed into a hell on earth. In contrast, those countries that had suffered damages but barely held on through defense were in slightly better circumstances. They did not face punishment, but neither did they receive any rewards. Looking at the outrageously rich rewards from Yenhuang and their own homes that had been devastated by monsters, their hearts were a mix of emotions. In the Polar Bear Federation, contestant Ivan and his giant mountain companion with a powerful physique managed to withstand the beast tide's impact. Although their home was also somewhat damaged, they successfully killed an E+ level leader and obtained an A-level evaluation. Polar Bear Federation Civilization Reward, all citizens, cold resistance +2. This reward was undoubtedly a timely help for the cold climate Polar Bear Federation. The entire country was immersed in joy. Hooray! Ivan is our hero. With this reward, we no longer fear the cold waves of Siberia. However, when they saw Yenhuang's reward of mineral resources +20%, their smiles instantly froze. Damn it, this gap is too big. We just don't fear the cold, they are about to become fabulously wealthy. Countries like Gaul and India faced similar situations. They gave it their all, only to receive some paltry attribute boosts. Yenhuang, however, received rewards that could change the fate of their nation, strategic level rewards. Heavenly difference. These 4 words were deeply etched in every citizen's heart of each nation. They finally, in despair, recognized. In this cruel game of national fate, the so-called competition never existed from the beginning. What was present was only one person, Yenhuang's Chu Yi, leading far ahead in a solo performance. And they, alongside their contestants, were just the pathetic supporting characters used to highlight the protagonist's brilliance in this grand play. Leaders of smaller nations, after realizing this reality, even held emergency meetings that night. The content of the meeting had only one focus. From today, our country will unconditionally and fully turn towards Yenhuang. Immediately establish the highest level strategic partnership with Yenhuang. At all costs, cling tightly to Yenhuang's thigh. They knew very well that in the future doomsday games, only by following Yenhuang could they possibly share in a drop of soup, could they possibly survive. A new global structure centered around Yenhuang was quietly forming. And the one who triggered all this, Chu Yi, was completely unaware. At this moment, he was sweating profusely, directing Ling Air in a grand project. Build the Elemental Arrow Tower. Chapter 59, the Arrow Tower is completed, bird guns changed to cannons. In the central area of the manor, there was a bustling scene. Under Chu Yi's precise command, Linger's indestructible claws transformed once again into the most efficient engineering tools. A large amount of shadow iron ore and ordinary stones were effortlessly cut and shaped by her, then stacked together according to Chu Yi's requirements. Linger, a bit to the left, yes, 3 centimeters higher. This piece of shadow alloy needs to form a 37-degree angle with the stones below. Pay attention to the energy circuit's reserved interface, it must not be blocked. Chu Yi stood by, his brain working like a supercomputer, constantly comparing and correcting the complex blueprints of the 4 symbols locking spirit array with the actual construction scene. His mental strength was highly focused, even more so than when he fought the 3-headed hellhound before. Because he knew that for this C-grade precision defense building, any single detail that went wrong could lead to minor malfunctions or, at worst, a self-detonation upon activation. He didn't want his hard-earned materials to go to waste like that. Although Linger did not fully understand the complex terms that Chu Yi mentioned, she executed with no error. When Chu Yi asked her to go east, she never went west. When he instructed her to cut 3 centimeters, she would not cut 3.1 centimeters. This mutual understanding and trust made the entire construction process remarkably smooth. The audience in the global live streaming room watched as a uniquely designed Aero Tower, filled with sci-fi and fantasy elements, rose steadily from the hands of the two. This elemental Aero Tower stood 15 meters tall, significantly higher than the previous Shadow Aero Tower. Its tower body was constructed of a mix of shadow alloy and special stones, presenting a deep metal black color, with intricate golden lines engraved on the surface, faintly glowing as if alive. Those were the energy circuits of the four symbols locking spirit array. At the top of the tower, instead of a platform, was a massive core, resembling an eyeball, made from a single piece of polished crystal. It's the last step. Chu Yi took a deep breath, carefully retrieving the still pulsating C-grade Hellfire core from his storage space. He could feel the ferocious energy contained within this core. He walked to the base of the Aero Tower, where there was a specially reserved groove. He gently placed the Hellfire core into the groove. Buzz! As the core settled into place, the entire elemental Aero Tower shook violently. The golden energy circuits on the tower immediately lit up. A surge of violent fire elemental energy erupted from the Hellfire core, quickly soaring up through the circuits and ultimately merging into the crystal core at the top of the tower. The crystal core, previously transparent, instantly transformed into a blinding crimson color. A wave of terrifying energy radiated from the top of the tower. Ding! C-grade building elemental Aero Tower has been completed. Linking with the other four Shadow Aero Towers for formation. For symbols locking spirit array activated. As the system notification sounded, the other four Shadow Aero Towers, repositioned by Chu Yi and Linger, also began to glow simultaneously. Between the 5 Aero Towers, it felt as if an invisible connection was formed. Visible streams of energy darted back and forth among the 5 Aero Towers, ultimately forming a massive, inverted golden energy shield, enveloping the entire villa and the core area of the purple extreme spirit spring. We did it! Chu Yi looked at the magnificent scene in front of him, excitedly raising his fist. With this 4 symbols locking spirit array and the C-grade elemental Aero Tower, his home finally had a semblance of being as solid as gold. His gaze? He aimed at the brand new Element Aero Tower. Element Aero Tower, C-grade. Status, activated, supported by 4-element lock spirit array. Attack mode, auto-targeting/manual control. Current energy reserve, 100%, powered by the Purgatory Core. Attack range, 1000 meters, after array support. Attack power, C, after array support. Attack effects, penetration, slow, burn, effects increased by 50% after array support. Hiss. This attribute is just too luxurious, right? Chu Yi looked at the new attributes of the Aero Tower after the array support and couldn't help but gasp. The attack range had doubled directly. The attack power was stabilized at sea level. Even the effects were enhanced by 50%. This was simply a moving fortress of war. Come on, let's test its power. Chu Yi excitedly pulled Ling Air and climbed into the Element Aero Tower. Inside the tower, the space was small but well equipped. A device similar to a control console faced the crystal core at the top of the tower. Chu Yi probed his mental strength into the control console. The next moment, his vision instantly linked with the crystal core at the top of the tower. A 360-degree unobstructed, ultra-wide-angle high-definition view appeared in his mind. He could even clearly see a small bug gnawing on a monster's corpse 1,000 meters away. This view is simply better than a satellite. Chu Yi marveled in his heart. He locked his vision on a mountain of monster corpses outside the manor. Switch to manual control for attack mode. Target, 800 meters ahead, coordinates XXX. Fire. With the command in his mind, the crystal core at the top of the tower shone brightly. A fireball-sized energy arrow, burning with fierce flames, instantly condensed into form. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking air, the energy arrow, trailing a long tail of flames, soared through the sky like a cruise missile. In less than a second, it accurately hit the target set by Chu Yi. Boom! A violent explosion occurred. The blast was several times more terrifying than Ling Air's Vitality Bomb. A giant pit over 20 meters in diameter appeared on the spot. Inside the pit, all the monster corpses, along with the soil, were burned into a glass-like state by the terrifying high temperature. Looking at this astonishing destructive power, both Chu Yi and Ling Air were left speechless. Wow, this isn't just an Aero Tower, it's simply a cannon. Chu Yi murmured to himself. With this great god stationed here, when the next beast tide comes, he felt he could even grab a small stool, munch on seeds, and watch the show. Just as Chu Yi was ecstatic about the new weapon, his civilization communication rang again. It was the Yanhuan Command Center. Report, Comrade Chu Yi. The design drawing of your Xuanwu battle armor has been completed. The screen lit up, and a researcher excitedly transmitted an incredibly precise and cool 3-dimensional design blueprint. It was a full-body armor that appeared in dark gold color, filled with streamlined shapes and a sense of power. Whether it was the helmet, chest armor, arm armor, or leg armor, each part was designed perfectly to fit the lines of human muscles. At the joints of the armor, interfaces were reserved for adding external skeletal modules. What satisfied Chu Yi the most was its helmet. It was a full-cover type helmet, and the face shield could open and close freely, designed based on the mythical armor of ancient gods, full of majesty and killing intent. Good. So cool. Chu Yi instantly fell in love with this set of armor. I have prepared the materials. Shall we start forging now? A forging expert asked. Wait. Chu Yi suddenly thought of something. Don't rush to forge, I have something here. Can you see if it can be added? Saying that, he shared the information about the SS grade, top quality spirit stone heart he had obtained in the mine. Of course, he concealed the SS grade rating and merely mentioned that it was a special spirit stone with extremely high energy purity. Even so, when the group of experts in the command center saw the attribute analysis of the supreme spiritual heart, they were collectively petrified. This what a perfect energy crystal. Purity. Activity. Energy conductivity. Every single piece of data far exceeds any substance we know. God. If we use it as the energy core for the Xuanwu armor. Everyone's breathing became rapid. Chapter 60 Xuanwu armor, a new goal. Use it as the core of the armor? When Chu Yi heard the expert's suggestion, his heart stirred slightly. He originally planned to integrate this piece of supreme spiritual heart waste into the armor to enhance energy conduction efficiency. After all, this is an SS-grade heavenly treasure, and using it as the core for a C-grade armor feels like a waste. However, the words of the old materials expert completely dispelled his doubts. Comrade Chu Yi. Never underestimate the importance of the core. The old expert said excitedly, the strength of an armor indeed depends on its material and design, but its upper limit is determined by its energy core. A powerful energy core can not only provide a continuous source of power for the armor but also greatly enhance its various performances. For example, your Xuanwu armor, if we use a normal spiritual stone as the core, its overall performance would be at most C-grade. But if we use this super spiritual stone you provided as the core, combined with our latest microarray carving technology, we are confident we can forcibly improve this armor's performance to B-grade. Even higher. Moreover, the old expert paused, throwing out an even more enticing possibility: this armor will possess growth potential. As you acquire better materials in the future, we can continuously upgrade and modify it. And this super spiritual stone will always be its most stable and powerful heart. B-grade. Growth potential. These two words struck Chu Yi in the heart. What he needed most now was a high-level armor. If he could directly obtain a set of B-grade armor, his survivability would take a qualitative leap. Moreover, this armor could constantly be upgraded, meaning it would not be outdated for a long time. This is an absolutely worthwhile investment. Do it. Chu Yi no longer hesitated and decisively made the call: use it as the core. Use as much as you need. Don't save it for me. Great. With Chu Yi's authorization, all the researchers in the command center cheered with excitement. To personally handle an SS-grade divine object and use it to create a groundbreaking piece of equipment is the highest honor for any researcher. Next, a luxurious cloud forging led by the highest level of technology from Yanhuang began. Following the expert's instructions, Chu Yi took out the hellfire skin, the shadow alloy, and that fist-sized supreme spiritual heart, placing them on the empty ground of the manor. Then, the Yanhuang command center used remote data transmission to project precisely calculated lasers containing special energy into their home space. These lasers were like the sharpest surgical knives. They carefully cut out the most critical part, about the size of a fist, from the supreme spiritual heart. Then, they began to perform precise cutting and stitching on the hellfire skin. Microarrays carved by lasers were imprinted on the inner side of the leather. The entire process was filled with a wonderful beauty of combining technology and fantasy. Linger watched on the side, her eyes wide open, her mouth forming an O shape. Chu Yi, they are cutting things with light. So amazing. Chu Yi smiled and patted her head, his heart filled with pride for the powerful technological strength of his homeland. This cloud forging lasted a full 5 hours. When the last laser dimmed, a dark golden battle armor, filled with a sense of power and mystery, quietly floated before Chu Yi. Xuanwu battle armor, B-level. Type, full body armor. Defense, B. Attributes, Constitution +10, Strength +5, all element resistance +30%. Core, Premium Spirit Stone Heart, Mini. Effect 1, Self-Repair, passive consumes core energy to slowly repair damage to the armor. Effect 2, Energy Shield, active instantly activates an energy shield to block one lethal attack under B-level, cooldown time 24 hours. Effect 3, Growth Potential, passive can be upgraded by replacing or adding modules. Description: the perfect crystallization of Yanhuang wisdom and otherworldly divine objects, it will be your strongest barrier. B-level. It really is B-level. Chu Yi looked at the luxurious attributes of this armor, his breathing becoming a bit hurried. A defense level of B-. 3 incredible effects. Especially that energy shield, it's like an extra life. He couldn't wait to act, his thoughts moving. The floating Xuanwu battle armor instantly broke down into dozens of parts, and then, as if it had a life of its own, it covered Chu Yi piece by piece, perfectly fitting together. Click. 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 Accompanied by a series of crisp metal clinks, when the last piece of face armor closed, a figure over 2 meters tall, wrapped in dark golden armor, appeared at the spot like a god descending. Chu Yi moved his body slightly. Although the armor was metallic, it felt exceptionally light and comfortable when worn, with no sense of heaviness at all. A continuous stream of power flowed from the core of the armor, spreading throughout his limbs. He felt that with one punch, he could even break through a small mountain. So strong. I feel ridiculously powerful now. Chu Yi clenched his fist, feeling the surging strength within him, and let out a heartfelt sigh. With this set of Xuanwu battle armor, combined with the B-level shadow-devouring Fong, he was truly balanced in both offense and defense, with no weaknesses. Congratulations, Comrade Chu Yi, congratulations. Li Zhanhua and others in the command center watched with boiling blood. Very good. Chu Yi nodded with satisfaction. The armor issue is solved, the defense tower is built, next, we should consider the next problem. He paused and uttered a word that energized everyone. Marriage. Yes, it was marriage. The more children, more blessings system was the source of all his powers. He had not engaged in a new marriage for 2 days. One Linger had already brought him SSS level potential and C level powerful combat strength. What if he got another one, or even 2? How terrifying would his strength leap to then? Moreover, he still had an S-level rated reward, an unbeatable privilege that he had not used. Opportunity to specify next marriage partner's racial category. This opportunity, combined with his SSS level talent information acquisition, was simply a match made in heaven. It would allow him to avoid the risk of matching with monsters to the greatest extent and accurately select the most suitable, high-potential partner for himself. It's time to find a new sister for myself and Linger. Chu Yi's eyes sparkled with the light called ambition. He couldn't wait to launch his family expansion plan. Chapter 61 Yanhuang's Ambition, Global Database. Marriage. When Chu Yi said these 2 words, the entire Yanhuang Supreme Command Center instantly fell silent. Everyone's breath became slightly rapid. Li Zhanhua clenched his fists, his eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. They all knew that these 2 words meant a lot to Chu Yi, and to all of Yanhuang. What does it mean? That is the foundation of Chu Yi's power, the source of Yanhuang's repeated rewards from the heavens. Comrade Chu Yi, are you ready? Li Zhengguo's voice trembled slightly. Yes. Chu Yi, dressed in the Xuanwu battle armor, spoke through his faceplate, sounding steady and powerful. The equipment and home defenses have been upgraded, and my strength has reached a bottleneck. It's time to seek a new breakthrough. He paused and continued speaking. I need your help. I mentioned before about establishing a global database of non-human entities. How is the progress now? This question was like a switch, instantly igniting the passion of all the experts in the command center. Report, Comrade Chu Yi. It has been completed. An elderly professor in charge of the project stood up excitedly, adjusting his reading glasses. We have integrated the top experts in mythology, folklore, biology, religious studies, and even online novels and game settings from across the country. In 48 hours, without sleep, we have established the first version of the Encyclopedia of World Races database for you. This contains detailed information on over 13,000 different races and creatures, from the dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins of Eastern mythology to the angels, demons, elves, and dragons of Western mythology, as well as various monsters from folklore. Including their habits, abilities, personality traits, potential risks, and possible civilization reward estimates. As the words fell, the entire command center was filled with an atmosphere of pride. This is Yanhuang. With a single command, the entire nation became a precise war machine, unleashing unparalleled execution power and creativity. Chu Yi's heart also surged with emotion. This is why he chose to cooperate with the country. No matter how strong an individual's power, it cannot compare to the crystallization of a civilization's wisdom. Very good, send it to me immediately. Chu Yi issued the command. Yes. A massive data stream flowed continuously into Chu Yi's system through the civilization communication function. At the same time, on the other side of the world, in the Free Federation. In the Oval Office of the White House, the atmosphere was at an extreme low. The president, whose skin had completely darkened and mind increasingly dulled, was shouting hoarsely at the screen. Jack! I order you. Immediately accept the strategic guidance of the command center. Do you know, because of your stupidity, we have already faced 2 punishments. You are about to destroy the country. On the screen was Jack, the contestant from the Free Federation. He was sitting on the shoulder of a female gorilla, wearing a manic and arrogant smile. Order? Sir, you have no right to order me. I am fighting for freedom. Not for you bureaucrats sitting in offices, knowing nothing. Jack raised his arms to the live camera and shouted, Jack, only listen to my own will and the will of the Free Federation people. What do those so-called experts know about fighting? They only understand compromise and retreat. His words instantly ignited the live stream of the Free Federation. Countless similarly impaired and simple-minded citizens began to flood the screens with comments. Jack is a hero. He is right. We do not need guidance locked in cages. What we need is the victory of freedom. Down with the bureaucrats. Long live freedom. Watching those frenzied supportive comments on the screen, Jack's smile became even more arrogant. He felt that he was the great hero resisting tyranny and fighting for the people. Did you hear that, Mr. President? This is public opinion. Jack said contemptuously, put away your ridiculous orders. Don't bother me anymore, I have more important things to do. After saying this, he unilaterally cut off the communication. Bastard. This damned bastard. The president was shaking with rage. A fist slammed onto the table, but due to declining health, it caused a painful grimace. Mr. President, what should we do now? A staff member asked with a mournful face. What to do? How should I know what to do? The president sat hopelessly slumped in his chair. This country is finished, completely finished. They could only watch helplessly as the athlete they regarded as a hero took the entire nation, charging toward the abyss of destruction. Inside the homestead space, Chu Yi was completely unaware of the farce happening outside. He was explaining his upcoming plans to Ling Er. Ling Er, our home needs to become stronger, just the 2 of us is not enough. Chu Yi took off his helmet, looking seriously into Ling Er's eyes. Ling Er tilted her head, her cat ears twitching, somewhat confused, but, we are already very powerful, right? Chu Yi, you are so strong now, and there are those arrow towers. Not enough. Chu Yi shook his head, patiently explaining, this wave of beasts is only sea level, what about next time? It might be sea level, or even B level. And, our enemies are not just monsters. He brought up the leaderboard, pointing at the names of other countries. The stronger we are, the more rewards we get, and the safer Yin Huang will be. But at the same time, we will also become everyone's target. I need more helpers, more trustworthy family members, to help guard our home. Chu Yi didn't mention the more children bring more blessings system, but explained from the perspective of building power and protecting home. This was not a lie, but his true feelings inside. He indeed needed more powerful partners to face the increasingly cruel challenges of the future. Ling Er nodded, somewhat understanding, though she was pure, she was not stupid. She could sense the seriousness in Chu Yi's tone. Then, do you want to find another sister like Ling Er? She asked softly, her tone carrying a hint of curiosity and barely noticeable tension. Yes. Chu Yi gently patted her head, I will find a kind and strong new partner, just like you. At that time, you will be the big sister, and we will live in harmony and protect this home together, okay? Hearing the word sister, Ling Er's eyes brightened, and the little tension she felt vanished immediately. She puffed out her small chest and nodded vigorously, yes. Ling Er will be a good sister. I will protect her and also protect Chu Yi. Seeing her adorable appearance, Chu Yi smiled. Having resolved the issue of the backyard, he could finally proceed to the next step with peace of mind. He shifted his gaze back to the 3 matchmaking blind boxes emitting a pink glow in the homestead space. At that moment, the communication from the Yin Huang Command Center came in again. Report, Comrade Chu Yi. The World Species Illustrated Handbook version 1.0 version has been fully transmitted. Very good. Chu Yi took a deep breath, a flash of excitement gleaming in his eyes. Everything was ready. Next, it was time to witness the moment of miracles. Chapter 62 Designated Race, Elf Race. A massive flow of data coalesced in Chu Yi's mind, forming an immensely thick virtual illustrated handbook. With a thought, the handbook automatically flipped open. Dragon Race, mythical creature, a symbol of supreme strength and dignity. Potential upper limit SSS. Successful matchmaking may gain talents like Dragon Might, Dragon Language Magic, Dragon Scales Body, and civilization rewards may include favorable weather, national prosperity, mineral deposits visualization. Risk assessment, extremely high. The dragon race is inherently proud, extremely difficult to acknowledge mortals. If the test fails, one may be directly burned to ashes. Angel, mythical creature, an embodiment of light and order. Potential upper limit SSS. Successful matchmaking may gain talents like Holy Light Affinity, Divine Judgment, Healing Wings, and Civilization rewards may include Faith Endowment, National Purification, Holy Light Protection. Risk assessment, extremely high. Most angels belong to the Order faction, requiring very strict criteria for their partner's temperament and character. Once deemed evil or chaotic, divine punishment will descend upon you. Elves, fantasy creatures, the darlings of nature, synonymous with elegance and art. Potential ceiling S+. Successful mating may grant talents such as natural affinity, archery proficiency, elemental magic, with civilizational rewards including land greening, crop yield increase, extended lifespan for citizens. Risk assessment, medium. Most elves love peace, with gentle personalities, but some subspecies like dark elves and blood elves have extreme temperaments, requiring careful discernment. Chu Yi flipped through the pages, feeling utterly shocked. This is not a database, it is simply an all-encompassing encyclopedia. The power of the Yenuang think tank exceeded his imagination. Comrade Chu Yi, based on your current combat style and future development direction, we have screened several high-potential races for you as primary recommendations. Li Zhengguo's steady voice echoed. On the screen, the options of dragon race, angels, and elves were highlighted. Dragons and angels have the highest potential but also the greatest risks. With your current strength, the chance of success in challenging their tests may be less than 30%, an expert analyzed. In contrast, the elves are a more stable and cost-effective choice. Elves are mostly skilled in archery and nature magic, which can perfectly complement your assassin style in long-range combat. Moreover, the civilizational rewards they bring, like land greening and crop yield increase, hold great strategic value for us in Yenuang's current situation. Chu Yi nodded, the expert's analysis matched his thoughts. He was currently focused on melee burst damage, Linger was a mid-range energy output, and the team lacked a long-range control and sustained damage dealer. Elven archers or elven mages are undoubtedly the best choice. Furthermore, the elf race generally has appealing appearances, making it pleasant to look at as family. I've made my decision. Chu Yi declared, I choose the elven race. Received. Good luck, Comrade Chu Yi. Everyone in the command center held their breath. Chu Yi took a deep breath and called up his attribute panel. In the first day game settlement, one of the SSS level evaluation rewards he received was a chance to specify the race category of the next mating partner. This incredible privilege, he had kept until now, just to wait for this moment when everything was ready. System, use the designated mating race privilege, target race category, elven race. Ding. Privilege confirmed. Designation successful. From now on, within 24 hours, the 3 mating blind boxes refreshing in your homeland space will all be limited to elven race. As the system notification sound faded, the 3 pink blind boxes in front of Chu Yi displayed rings of light green patterns made from leaves and vines, filled with a natural atmosphere. It worked! Chu Yi felt a rush of joy inside. This moment reduced the risk from the world's monsters and evil spirits down to just the elf category, significantly lowering the probability of pulling out odd creatures like slugs or female gorillas. Of course, this did not mean absolute safety. As mentioned in the database, there are also dark elves and wraiths among the elves, which are dangerous elements. The final screening will still rely on his information acquisition. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room of the Free Federation, Jack stood on the ruins of his homeland, passionately delivering a speech. His homeland had been destroyed by the last wave of beast tide by 85%, with ruins scattered everywhere. His female gorilla companion, Ulala, sat nearby, casually picking her teeth with her toes, a scene of utter desolation. But Jack himself did not feel any sense of awareness. My dear compatriots, do not be intimidated by the difficulties before you. And do not be deceived by Yenuang's false prosperity. Their power is built on dictatorship and oppression. Their contestants are just soulless puppets. And I, Jack, am free. Every choice I make represents the free will of our great federation. His passionate speech reignited the enthusiasm of the reduced intelligence crowd. Jack is right. We are free. We don't need those bureaucrats pointing fingers at us. Let the puppets of Yenuang go to hell. Amid thunderous cheers, Jack felt as if he was floating on clouds. To showcase his bravery and uniqueness, he decided to open another blind box. But he wouldn't open the pink marriage blind box, because the last mother gorilla left him with a huge psychological shadow. He wouldn't open the golden one either, because he didn't have one. He decided to open the most ordinary white random blind box. Comrades, watch closely. I will prove to the world that a true warrior dares to face the purest fate. I do not need flashy bonuses, the courage of the Free Federation is our strongest weapon. With those words, he strode confidently to a white blind box and, under the gaze of thousands, smashed it with his fist. Bang! The blind box shattered with a resounding sound. A wave of yellow-brown powder, carrying a strong smell, sprayed all over Jack's face. Ding!
You have opened expired curry powder. You have entered severe sneezing state, temporary all attributes -1 for 10 minutes. Achoo! 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 Jack uncontrollably sneezed, tears and mucus streaming down his face, utterly embarrassed in front of a global audience. The live room of the Free Federation fell into a deathly silence. Those who had just cheered for him were now dumbfounded. This is the courage of freedom? In the end, a diehard fan forcefully tried to save face. Ahem, look how brave Jack is. He is telling us in his own way that even when facing curry powder, a freedom warrior never backs down. This absurd statement surprisingly garnered support from many. In other countries' live rooms, laughter had already erupted. Ha ha ha. Free curry powder. I'm going to die laughing. Is this guy a clown hired by a monkey? Such great entertainment. Yenhuang contestant is ready to open a Sprite, while the Free Federation contestant opens curry powder. No comparison, no harm done. Amid uproarious laughter, Chu Yi had already turned his gaze toward the 3 marriage blind boxes of the fairy race. Chapter 63 3 Fairies, Worlds Apart. System, scan these 3 marriage blind boxes. Chu Yi's tone was calm, but his heart was filled with anticipation. This was like an ultimate card drawing game. He had locked the card pool to the fairy race of the SSR level using his designated race privilege. And his SSS level talent information acquisition was the strongest cheat, allowing him to see the specific attributes of each card in the pool in advance. Ding! Information acquisition in progress. Scanning completed. 3 information panels that only Chu Yi could see appeared from the 3 pink blind boxes. Chu Yi's gaze first fell on the leftmost blind box. Partner information. Race, Wood Elf, subtype. Name, Fina. Level, D. Potential, D. Status, elderly, 3 years of life remaining. Personality, gentle, kind. Description, an elderly wood elf close to the end of her life, she wishes to find a partner to quietly spend her last moments. Risk assessment, none. Expected rewards for successful match. Contestant reward, acquire E-level talent plant whisper, can communicate simply with ordinary plants. Civilization reward, all citizens of the Yenhuang civilization gain gardening skill +1. After reading the information from the first blind box, Chu Yi couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Goodness, this is simply a pitfall. With a potential of only 3 years of life left, and rewards that are all useless. Although there is no risk choosing her. It is simply a waste of this precious matchmaking opportunity. It is just that he has information gathering. If it were any other contestant, seeing the words Elf Clan, they might be overjoyed and choose it, but in the end, they would get an elf grandma, and probably cry fainting in the bathroom. The National Fate game is indeed full of traps everywhere. Chu Yi shook his head and shifted his gaze to the second blind box in the middle. Matchmaking partner information. Race, Dark Elf, fallen subspecies. Name, Rose. Level, C. Potential, A. Status, healthy. Personality, cruel, sadistic, very strong desire for control. Introduction, a dark elf matron from the shadowy realm, she is seeking a strong enough slave and partner to satisfy her twisted desires. Talent, soul drain, passive, when bonding with a partner, she unconsciously drains their soul energy to replenish herself. Risk assessment, high. Matchmaking success reward prediction. Contestant reward, obtain C-level skill Shadow Whip, but the spiritual attribute will be permanently weakened. Civilization reward, the Yenhuang civilization gains the traits Betrayal Tendency +2, Conspiracy Skills +1. Hiss. Chu Yi took a sharp breath. This one is even worse. On the surface, it appears to be a decent choice with C-level strength and a potential. But this personality and talent are absolutely toxic. A queen with a strong desire for control is looking for a slave, not a partner. That soul drain passive talent is insidiously the worst, unconsciously draining a partner dry. Not to mention that civilization reward, Betrayal Tendency +2? What does it want to turn all of Yenhuang into? A nation of traitors? This is not just a pitfall, it's poison wrapped in chocolate. Chu Yi's expression became serious. He felt increasingly grateful for his information gathering ability. Without this talent, in this game, one misstep would lead to eternal regret. With a final shred of hope, he turned his gaze to the blind box on the far right. The moment he saw the information panel, his pupils suddenly shrank. Matchmaking partner information. Race, Moonlight Elf / High-level Elf, Royal Bloodline. Name, Ella Moonsong. Level? Current status, sealed by Eternal Winter Curse, Energy Fluctuation E. Potential, SSS. Status, severely injured / sealed. Personality? Consciousness asleep. Introduction: a noble high elf princess who seems to have suffered serious injuries in a disaster, sealed by a powerful curse, waiting for a savior of fate. Risk assessment: unknown. Matchmaking success reward prediction. Contestant reward? Depends on the partner's awakening level and recognition. Civilization reward? Depends on the partner's awakening level and recognition. A series of question marks and unknown terms made Chu Yi's heart beat wildly. SSS level potential. This is on the same level as his catgirl, Linger. High Elf Princess. Just hearing this title fills the air with prestige. But in contrast, is that equally glaring unknown risk assessment and the completely question-marked reward prediction. This is entirely a gamble. Win the bet, and it might directly yield a second Linger, or even a being stronger than Linger, ascending in one step. Lose the bet, heaven knows what will happen. The unknown risk is often more terrifying than extremely high risk. Because you can't even predict what the consequences of failure will be. Chu Yi's brain began to race. He immediately pulled up the Myriad Realms racial encyclopedia and searched for keywords like High Elf, Moonlight Elf, Eternal Winter Curse. A massive amount of information surged in an instant. High Elves, also known as Moonlight Elves, are the oldest and noblest branch of the Elf clan, naturally possessing powerful magical talents and long lifespans. They are favored by the Moon God, and every royal member possesses innate powerful capabilities. Eternal Winter Curse, an extremely vicious S-class soul curse, can freeze both the body and soul of a living being, trapping them in eternal sleep. Unless counteracted by pure life energy of the same or higher level, it cannot be lifted. Otherwise, there's no solution. S-grade curse. Chu Yi's heart sank. No wonder the risk assessment is unknown. This is not a problem that an ordinary contestant can solve. Without special means, even if he matched with this princess, he could only obtain a sleeping beauty ice sculpture that would never wake up. Moreover, during the attempt to break the curse, he might be backfired by the cursed power. In the global live broadcast room, all the audience could only see Chu Yi standing in front of three identical pink blind boxes, lost in long silence. What's going on? Why isn't God Chu moving? Yes, it's been 5 minutes already. What is he hesitating about? Could there be a problem with this matchmaking blind box? At the Yanhuang Command Center, the atmosphere also became tense. Comrade Chu Yi seems to have encountered a problem. Li Zhenghua furrowed his brow. He has called up all the information in the database about high-level elves and curses. The situation may not be optimistic, an expert analyzed. While most elves are gentle, royal members often come with great troubles and tests. Adding the keyword curse, this matchmaking bears significant risks. Should we remind him that he can choose to give up and wait for the next opportunity? Someone suggested. No way. Li Zhenghua immediately rejected. We cannot interfere with his choices. All we can do is trust him. Trust our Yanhuang contestants. Everyone fell silent. They knew Li Zhenghua was right. In this game that determines the fate of civilization, they were just support. The one truly standing at the center of the stage, facing all unknowns and risks, was only Chu Yi. And at that moment, Chu Yi had made his decision. Chapter 64 Chu Yi's choice, global attention. Give up? This thought only flashed through Chu Yi's mind for a second before he completely extinguished it. What a joke. A living, SSS-grade potential high-level elven princess was right in front of him. How could he give up? Risk? Chu Yi had been dancing on the edge of a knife every step of the way. Since opening the first blind box and getting Linger, he had tightly bound his fate to this gamble. Besides, now he had the capital to bet. S-grade Eternal Winter Curse. Chu Yi's gaze landed on those words in the introduction, and a confident curve slowly rose at the corner of his mouth. An S-grade curse sounds intimidating. But he just happened to have something that could counter it. S+ grade Purple Extreme Spirit Spring. That was a top-grade treasure formed by the fusion upgrade of SS-grade Ultimate Spirit Stone Heart and S-grade 10,000-year Spirit Essence Liquid. What it contained was the most pure, vast life energy in this world. Using S+ grade life energy to break an S-grade soul curse, Chu Yi felt this was a sure win. This was simply an opportunity tailor-made for him by the system. Heaven does not take back what is given, but rather punishes those who do not seize it. Linger, come here. Chu Yi waved to the catgirl not far away. Chu Yi, have you made up your mind? Linger ran over to his side, looking up at him. Chu Yi nodded, pointing to the rightmost blind box, and said seriously to Linger, I plan to choose this one. But this one might be a bit dangerous. He gave Linger a heads up in advance. Inside sleeps a very powerful elven princess, and she carries a terrible curse. I need to wake her up, but the process may be very difficult. I'm not afraid. Linger said without hesitation, tightly gripping the hem of Chu Yi's clothes. As long as it can help Chu Yi, Linger is not afraid of anything. If she dares to hurt you, I will help you fight her. Looking at Linger's eyes filled with trust and courage, Chu Yi's heart warmed. He smiled and rubbed Linger's head. Silly girl, she's asleep now and can't hurt me. Moreover, she might become our new family member in the future, we must not hit her. Oh. Linger nodded in a way that seemed to show she understood, then. Linger will wait outside for Chu Yi to cheer him on. Okay. Having reassured Linger, Chu Yi had no more worries. He took a deep breath. Under the gaze of countless viewers around the globe, he stepped forward, firmly, towards the marriage blind box filled with unknowns and opportunities on the far right. At this moment, the eyes of the whole world were focused on him. The people of Yanhuan clenched their fists nervously, silently praying for him in their hearts. The people from other countries, on the other hand, held various complex feelings: jealousy, curiosity, and schadenfreude. They all wanted to see if this Yanhuan person, who had been creating miracles, could continue his legend this time. In the Free Federation, contestant Jack, after being baptized by the curry powder of freedom, felt that the pent-up frustration and anger in his heart had reached its peak. Especially when he saw that the focus of the global live broadcast had once again returned to Chu Yi, his eyes turned red with jealousy. Why? Why does all the spotlight belong to him? Jack yelled in anger. Beside him, the female gorilla Urala was startled by his shout, paused her banana eating, and tilted her head to look at him. I, Jack, am the hero of the Free Federation. I am the child of destiny. Driven by enormous jealousy and unwillingness, Jack made a crazy decision. You think you're the only one who dares to open a marriage blind box? You think I don't dare? He looked at the marriage blind box at home, which was also radiating a pink glow, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Last time he got matched with a female gorilla, he thought it was just bad luck. This time, he would prove to God that his luck, Jack's luck, was definitely not worse than anyone else's. Comrades, he shouted loudly into the live broadcast camera, the coward of Yanhuang hesitated for over 10 minutes when choosing a blind box. This is simply the behavior of a coward. And I, Jack, will show you what true decisiveness and courage are. The wheel of fate will be spun by me. The invisible hand of the free market will choose the most suitable and the noblest partner for me. After saying that, he closed his eyes, randomly stretched out a finger, twirled it around in the air a few times, and then suddenly pointed to one of the blind boxes. It's you! He strode forward without any hesitation and smashed open the marriage blind box he had randomly selected with a punch. In the White House, the president and his aides all shut their eyes in pain when they saw this scene. It's over. This fool is going to start self-destructing again. The entire Free Federation will pay a painful price for his freedom and courage. And on the other side, Chu Yi's hand was steadily pressing down on the blind box belonging to the High Elf Princess. Ding! You have chosen your marriage partner, transporting to the matchmaking space. With a flash of light, Chu Yi's figure disappeared from the original spot. A marriage that concerns the fate of two great nations, yet progresses in completely different directions, has begun simultaneously. When Chu Yi opened his eyes again, a bone-chilling cold enveloped his entire body in an instant. Even with the protective B-level, Xuanwu armor, he still felt a hint of coldness. He looked around and discovered he was in a magnificent yet lifeless palace. The entire palace seemed to be sculpted from eternal frost. Crystal-clear ice columns supported the towering dome, the ice surface, smooth as a mirror, reflected the ice crystal chandelier hanging from the dome that emitted a pale white light. In the air, there wasn't a trace of sound, only a heart-pounding silence. Chu Yi's gaze crossed the empty hall and finally fixed on the high throne at the deepest part of the hall. The throne was also made entirely of a massive block of blue cold ice, intricately and beautifully carved with elaborate patterns. A figure sat quietly on the throne. It was a woman so beautiful that words could not describe her. She had long silver hair as pure as moonlight, cascading down like a waterfall, covering the entire throne. Her skin was more delicate and smooth than the finest cheap fat white jade, yet due to the cold, it revealed a sickly pale hue. Her features were as exquisite as the most perfect masterpiece of a deity, with long eyelashes coated with tiny frost, her eyes tightly closed, as if trapped in eternal slumber. She wore an elegantly ancient silver-white gown, with silver threads embroidered on the hem depicting the moon and stars. At that moment, her entire body was wrapped in a thick layer of translucent crystal that shimmered with bluish light. That crystal was like a massive amber, forever freezing her stunning figure in that one moment. She was Ella Moonchant, the High Elf Princess sealed by the eternal winter curse. Chu Yi slowly stepped forward. As he approached, the chill became even more intense. The ground around the throne was covered with a thick layer of frost, and the air was filled with floating ice crystal particles. In the global live broadcast, all viewers witnessing this scene were left speechless. My God, so beautiful. Is this really a human face? Is this the Elven Princess? She looks like she walked out of a myth. So gorgeous, but it seems like she's frozen? Is Chu God matched with an ice sculpture this time? What should we do? A partner that cannot move is of no use. The viewers from the land of Yanhuan, coming back to reality from their initial amazement, began to worry for Chu Yi.
Meanwhile, audiences from other countries mainly watched with a sense of amusement. Ha, this is killing me. The Yinhuang people worked so hard, only to end up with a beautiful but useless ice sculpture. Yeah, what's the use of being pretty? It can't move, it can't talk, it's not as good as our divine Jack's mother gorilla, at least that one is alive. Looks like the myth of Yinhuang ends here. In the command center, Li Zhenghua and others felt their hearts in their throats. An S-class curse truly tricky. An expert stared at the screen, face serious. This chill has manifested to such a degree, the core curse power is likely far beyond our imagination. Is Comrade Chu Yi in danger? Li Zhenghua asked nervously. Not at the moment. The expert shook his head. The defense of his battle armor is astonishing, warding off most of the cold's erosion. But the problem is, how will he break this seal? This is no longer a problem that can be solved on a physical level. Everyone turned their gaze to the screen showing Chu Yi. They wanted to see how this young man, who continually created miracles, would break through this time. Chapter 65 Breaking the Seal. The magical effect of the purple spirit spring. Chu Yi stood before the frozen throne, not rushing to take action. He first activated information retrieval to reconfirm her condition. Name, Ella Moonchant. Status, Eternal Winter Curse, core sealed, soul and life force at minimal activity state. Breaking seal conditions, use sufficiently pure life energy to neutralize and dispel the curse power within her. Warning, forcibly using physical attacks has a 99% probability of causing the seal to shatter. The curse power will erupt instantly, at which point the sealed one will vanish with the curse and turn to ice dust. Sure enough. Chu Yi understood in his heart. This thing cannot be solved with brute force. He reached out his hand, tentatively touching the layer of cold ice crystal that wrapped around the elven princess. A terrifying power that seemed capable of freezing souls coursed through his fingertips. The energy shield on the surface of Xuanwu battle armor. In an instant, it flickered, counteracting this force. What a domineering curse power. Chu Yi retracted his hand, no longer holding the slightest bit of contempt in his heart. He took a deep breath and retrieved a special jade bottle from his storage space. Inside the jade bottle contained his most treasured possession, water from the purple extreme spirit spring. The moment the jade bottle appeared, the temperature in the entire frozen Great Hall seemed to rise slightly. That pure and warm life energy formed a stark contrast with the surrounding deadened cold. Let me see, is your S-class curse stronger, or is my S-plus class spirit spring even better? Chu Yi twisted open the bottle cap and carefully poured the purple spring water slowly onto the crystal seal of the frozen princess. Sizzle, sizzle. When the first drop of purple spring water touched the eerie blue icy crystal, a violent sound erupted in the Great Hall, like boiling oil hitting water. A visible surge of steam, made of intertwining white-cold air and purple warm mist, suddenly rose up. Effective! Chu Yi's eyes brightened, filled with joy in his heart. He no longer hesitated and poured all the purple extreme spirit spring water from the jade bottle onto the frozen throne. It was as if two natural enemies met, and a silent yet intense war broke out on the throne. The purple life energy surged like warm tides, constantly impacting, penetrating, and dissolving the eerie blue curse ice. And that S-class eternal winter curse also revealed its tenacious side. The eerie blue cold light continued to flicker within the crystal, attempting to refreeze and expel the purple energy that had infiltrated. For a moment, the entire throne was enveloped in a rich blend of purple and blue light, and the fierce clash of energies began to distort the surrounding air. The audience in the global live broadcast room were all stunned. What is that? Purple liquid? I feel like ever since that purple liquid was poured, the entire color tone of the scene has become a bit warmer. Look! That ice block seems to be melting. It's really melting. My god! How many hidden cards does Chu Yi have? Everything he brings out is extraordinary. In the Yinhuang command center, all the experts stood up excitedly, their eyes glued to the screen. It's life energy. So pure, so massive life energy. Energy of this level is enough to rival legendary divine medicine. Incredible. Truly incredible. The S-class curse is really being suppressed. Comrade Chu Yi has truly done it. Li Zhenghua's tightly clenched fists finally relaxed slowly, and he let out a long sigh of relief. A genuinely gratified smile appeared on his face. This young man chosen by Yinhuang once again used his magic to defend the hope of Yinhuang. Chu Yi was unaware of the outside world's upheaval. At this moment, he was fully concentrated, controlling the energy of the purple extreme spirit spring. He discovered that simply pouring the spring water was still too slow. The power of the eternal winter curse was deeply rooted within the elf princess's soul and body, almost merging into one. The energy of the purple extreme spirit spring, though far surpassing the curse in quality, was an extremely delicate task to peel it out of the elf princess's body unscathed. It must directly inject life energy into her body to internally dismantle the curse. Chu Yi quickly made a judgment.
He focused his thoughts and mobilized his sea-level mental strength to condense the purple extreme spirit spring water adhering to the surface of the crystal into a needle of purple energy as thin as a cow's hair. Then he carefully manipulated this energy needle and pierced cautiously through the tiny cracks on the surface of the crystal. This was an extremely challenging process for mental control. A slight mistake could cause the energy needle to go out of control. The raging life energy would also deliver secondary harm to the delicate body of the elven princess. But Chu Yi, utilizing the skills of the dragon elephant micro-manipulation power technique and his mental strength far beyond the same level, steadily delivered this energy needle to the princess's forehead. Break! He silently shouted in his heart, and the purple energy needle instantly transformed into the purest life energy, like a small sun, exploding within the elven princess's body. Buzz! A gentle and warm purple halo broke out from deep inside the elven princess's body. Those dark blue cursed runes that lay within her meridians, bones, and even deep within her soul began to rapidly dissolve and crumble, as if meeting their nemesis, the melting snow. Crack crack. The cold ice crystals surrounding the elven princess's body emitted crisp sounds of shattering. Cracks spread quickly across the entire surface of the crystal like a spiderweb. Finally. Bang! With a clear and loud noise, the entire ice crystal exploded with a thunderous sound. It turned into a flurry of ice crystal fragments, scattering everywhere. Without the support of the seal, the sleeping elven princess on the throne became limp and fell forward helplessly. Chu Yi was quick-witted, taking a quick step forward, extending his arms and securely catching her soft and cold body in his embrace. The touch was astonishingly cold, as if holding a piece of human-shaped ice. But Chu Yi could clearly feel a faint yet steadily strengthening life force slowly reviving within her body. Her eyelashes gently trembled for a moment. Although she had not yet awakened, the most dangerous core of the curse had already been entirely destroyed by the energy of the purple ultimate spirit spring. What remained was just time, allowing her to recuperate slowly until she could fully recover. At that very moment, the system's notification sound arrived, just as expected. Ding! The marriage condition breaking the seal has been fulfilled. Soul binding with the marriage partner Era Moonshadow is in progress. Binding successful. Congratulations, you have gained a new partner. A gentle pink light enveloped Chu Yi and the elven princess in his arms. The global livestream also appropriately changed to a signal interruption snowflake screen. Chapter 66 The Price of Freedom, Goblin Queen. Just as Chu Yi successfully broke the seal and prepared to welcome his new wife. In the marriage space of the Free Federation contestant Jack, a human tragedy was unfolding. No! Don't come near me! I am free! You can't do this to me! Jack screamed in panic, retreating awkwardly in a huge cave filled with garbage and a stench. In front of him was a large group of green-skinned, pointy-eared, short-statured monsters wielding various scraps of metal as weapons. Goblins! And behind the goblins, a slightly larger female goblin, wearing a crude crown made of animal bones and shiny stones, holding a bone staff embedded with a red gem, was eyeing him with a scrutinizing gaze. She was the Goblin Queen, chosen by Jack's free will as his marriage partner. Gugugugu, this human looks quite strong. The Goblin Queen laughed, her mouth full of sharp teeth, releasing an unpleasant sound as drool dripped from her lips. Great! Just suitable to become my new spouse. Grab him. Tonight, we will add a new warrior to our great goblin tribe. With her command, the surrounding 100 goblins let out excited screeches and rushed towards Jack. Get away! You filthy monsters! Jack roared, activating his C-rank talent Rage. His eyes instantly turned bright red, muscles bulging as his power and speed were significantly enhanced. He struck one of the goblins charging at him with a powerful punch, sending it flying, and with a kick, he knocked another one over. However, these goblins were fearless. Moreover, there were simply too many of them. As one was kicked away, 3 or 4 more took its place. Some clung to Jack's thighs, while others jumped onto his back, biting with their teeth and scratching with their nails. Although Jack was stronger than they were, he was still flustered under such a ruthless attack, and his clothes were soon torn into shreds. Queen! Queen! We've got him! Several goblins worked together to trip Jack and bring him crashing to the ground. Immediately afterward, more goblins piled on top of him like a stack of blocks, pinning him down so he couldn't move. No! Let me go! I am a hero of the Free Federation. You can't treat me like this. Jack let out a desperate wail. He could not understand why this was happening. He was clearly the chosen one, he clearly chose freedom. Why was destiny playing such a cruel joke on him? Chu Yi, with his flame yellow hair, was matched with a fairy-like catgirl, a princess from a myth. Yet he, Jack, was matched with a gorilla, with these dirty, stinky goblins. This wasn't fair. The Goblin Queen, twisting her plump waist, stepped closer to Jack, who was pressed to the ground. She extended her long-nailed hand and grabbed Jack's chin, forcing him to lift his head. Gugug, resistance is useless, human. From today on, you are my possession.
We will have many little goblins, your bloodline will make our goblin tribe stronger. Her ugly face, covered in pus and scars, seemed to grow larger in Jack's eyes. A stench filled with rotting food and dirt hit him hard.
No!
Tears of regret streamed down Jack's face. But it was all too late. The Goblin Queen cackled, leaning down towards him. At that moment, the livestream screen was forcibly blocked by the system.
But the harsh, inhuman scream clearly echoed throughout the entire Free Federation. All the citizens watching the livestream were left in shock.
Those fans who had just seconds ago cheered for Jack's courage and decisiveness were all left with mouths agape, their expressions a mix of horror and disbelief.
What is that thing? A green dwarf? Goblin? Oh my god. Jack matched with a goblin? He was taken by a group of goblins. Oh my god, my eyes.
Ugh, so disgusting. This is 1,000 times worse than Olala. The public sentiment in the Free Federation erupted in an instant. Shame, anger, disgust, fear, all kinds of negative emotions spread in the hearts of the people. Their proud freedom hero was forcefully humiliated in front of the whole world by a group of the filthiest, most despicable monsters. This was a colossal disgrace for all of civilization. Inside the White House, the president stared at the dark screen, listening to the relentless screams, feeling completely numb.
He couldn't even feel anger anymore.
Only a deep, powerless sense of absurdity remained. Is this the price of freedom? He muttered to himself. A staff member, pale and shaken, stepped forward, trembling as he reported. Mr. President, according to the news we just received, because contestant Jack matched with the Goblin, an extremely chaotic and evil creature, the National Luck System seems to have determined an irreversible deviation in the civilization inclination of our Free Federation.
We might be doomed.
As soon as the words left his mouth, a cold system announcement descended upon the skies of the Free Federation. It was the final judgment of their freedom farce.
Ding! Flame Yellow contestant Chu Yi successfully matched with SSS-level potential partner Ella Moonlit. Match evaluation, perfect.
Reward distribution in progress. As the pink light faded, Chu Yi found himself back in the villa bedroom of his homeland. In his arms, he still held the sleeping fairy princess. Her body was no longer as cold as before, it had returned to a normal temperature, even carrying a hint of the warm aura of the purple extreme spirit spring. On her pale cheeks, a healthy flush had appeared, her breathing steady and long. Clearly, after the curse was broken, her body was rapidly healing itself. And Chu Yi felt an unprecedented surge of powerful energy flowing within him.
Ding!
Congratulations, the host has successfully paired with the SSS-level potential partner Ella Moonchant.
The more children, more blessings system effect is triggered. Partner's potential detected as SSS level, rewards doubled. Your base attributes have received a huge boost. Strength, CC. Physique, CC. Spirit, CC+. Speed, D+C. Ding! Congratulations, the host has unlocked a new attribute, Magic Affinity.
Magic Affinity, E, you can now initially sense and manipulate free magical elements.
Ding!
Congratulations, the host has received the SSS level talent Moonlight Blessing from partner Ella Moonchant.
Moonlight Blessing, SSS level passive talent, you are the favored child of Moonlight.
In places illuminated by moonlight, all your attributes will receive a 10% boost, your spirit recovery speed will increase by 100%, and you will gain a slow self-healing effect.
Ding!
Your overall strength rating has been raised from C to C. A series of system prompts made Chu Yi's heart skip a beat.
Strength has once again undergone a qualitative leap. Four-dimensional attributes have broken through comprehensively.
Especially his spirit, which, already high, surged once more, shooting straight up to C+. This made it easier for him to use high-consumption skills like Shadow Step and Hell Roar, greatly enhancing his sustainability. What surprised him even more were those two brand new things.
Magic Affinity.
This meant he, a purely physical assassin, had finally opened the door to the world of magic.
Although it was only at the initial E level, this represented infinite possibilities.
Maybe in the future, he could also cast fireballs and unleash lightning like a mage.
And that SSS level talent, Moonlight Blessing.
This was simply a divine skill tailor-made for him, the Shadow Assassin. Under the moonlight, he was invincible.
All attributes boosted, spirit in unlimited sustainability, plus self-healing.
Combined with the Soul Devour effect of Shadow Devouring Fong, he was now practically a perfect perpetual killing machine.
So strong.
Chu Yi clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within his body, unable to help but exclaim. Every marriage felt like a rebirth. The more children, more blessings system was simply too overpowered. And this was just his personal reward. The real big reward was for the Yanhuang civilization.
At this moment, a resounding national fortune announcement echoed in the sky above Yanhuang, simultaneously appearing in the eyes of all surviving people worldwide. Global announcement. The Yanhuang civilization, due to its contestant Chu Yi's outstanding performance, receives the following civilization rewards. 1. The Yanhuang civilization receives an SS level special building, Seat of the Ancient Elven Tree. Seat of the Ancient Elven Tree, SS level, planting it on the land will grow into a divine tree reaching sky and earth. The divine tree will permanently purify all water sources, air, and soil within the territory, eliminating all pollution and plagues. Within the coverage of the divine tree, all crop yields will permanently increase by 50%. The health index and average lifespan of all citizens will gradually increase with the growth of the divine tree. 2. The Yanhuang civilization grants all citizens a permanent enhancement, Nature Affinity +1. Nature Affinity +1, citizens of Yanhuang will be more easily favored by flowers, plants, and trees. In natural environments, their spirits will relax more, and their stamina recovery speed will slightly increase. When these two announcements clearly appeared before every Yanhuang citizen's eyes, the entire country first fell into a silence that lasted for several seconds. Then, it erupted like a volcano, bursting forthwith. A thunderous cheer shook the heavens. Holy cow! SS level. Did I see that wrong? It's an SS level building. Elven Ancient Tree. Purifying water, air, and soil. Crop yield increased by 50%. It can even extend lifespan. This is a miracle. I'm crying. Our Yanhuang, is this going to turn into a paradise on earth? Rules etched in Chu Yi's mind like a steel stamp. Countless people rushed to the streets, embracing and crying, overwhelmed with excitement. Farmers working in the fields, upon seeing the announcement, wept tears of joy, kneeling on the ground, bowing repeatedly towards the sky. A yield increase of 50%. This means they no longer need to worry about hunger. City residents suffering from industrial pollution, looking at the gray sky outside their windows, felt the spark of hope reignite in their eyes. Purifying everything. This means that their descendants will be able to see blue skies and white clouds again, breathing the purest air. At this moment, Chu Yi's status in the hearts of the Yanhuang people has surpassed hero, surpassed war god, and truly ascended to the throne of God. He is the present-day deity, bringing blessings and hope to Yanhuang. Other countries around the world fell silent upon seeing Yanhuang's reward. So sour. Apart from sourness, they could find no other words to describe their feelings at this moment. An SS-level civilization reward. This is no longer a game, this is directly rewriting the world's rules. Why? Why can Yanhuang repeatedly receive such astonishing rewards? While they can only struggle in the mud? Countless foreign netizens flooded into Yanhuang's livestream, leaving all kinds of envious and jealous remarks. Oh god, I would trade everything for a Yanhuang nationality. Elven Ancient Tree, those are things that only exist in legends. I'm so envious, I'm really so envious. Is it still time to immigrate to Yanhuang? Please share the guide. Just as the world was shocked by Yanhuang's divine grace, another completely different announcement quietly appeared in the skies of the Free Federation.